Hello everyone. Today we bring you part 2. First, let's briefly recap the last episode. Chen Han, a young man abandoned by his family, rose to legendary status in the military thanks to his SS-level talent and formidable martial skills. His story is filled with passion and excitement, depicting a young man's journey through adversity to become a hero. Chen Han drew an SS-level talent and an great physique from the novice pool, which allowed him to thrive in the military. His talent, Weapon Soul Holy Body, gave him an exceptional affinity with weapons, making him adept with any armament, and his martial skills astonishingly powerful. His physique, 100 refined body, endowed him with vitality far beyond ordinary people, with recovery and endurance twice that of martial artists at the same level. These abilities quickly made Chen Han stand out in the military. In the military, Chen Han faced various challenges and difficulties, but he overcame them with his strength and intelligence. Alongside his dorm mates Ji Yun, Zhao Yufei, and Zhu Ming, they formed the Cold Knight Squad and excelled in various missions. They dominated the new recruit competition with absolute strength and seamless teamwork, securing first place. Chen Han even broke military records on his own, becoming a legendary figure. However, Chen Han's rise caught the attention of his family. The Chen family attempted to summon him back, but Chen Han firmly refused, determined to prove he could stand his ground in the military without their support. During a live combat assessment, Chen Han led the Cold Knight Squad into a wilderness teeming with beasts. They not only completed the mission but also earned substantial points and rewards. Chen Han's performance earned him newfound respect. In the military, Chen Han also gained the appreciation of Marshal Yu Wuyan. Yu Wuyan transferred him to the elite Fire God Army's Kuei camp, where Chen Han underwent even harsher training and further honed his skills. He excelled in battles and demonstrated outstanding leadership in various missions. Yet, Chen Han's rise also sparked jealousy and discontent among some. At a family gathering, he was provoked by Chen family members but easily defeated them, leaving them humiliated. Chen Han's formidable presence made it clear to everyone that he was no longer a boy to be bullied, but a powerful martial artist. In the military, Chen Han faced numerous formidable opponents. In an exchange competition, he confronted talented martial artists from prestigious academies, all of whom had strong talents and resources due to their family backgrounds. But Chen Han, through his own efforts and talents, defeated them all, leaving everyone in awe. Finally, in a competition crucial to the fate of Xia, Chen Han faced his toughest opponent yet. With his strength and wisdom, he successfully defeated his rival and won the match. His victory not only earned him honor, but also brought hope for Xia's future. That wraps up the recap of part 1. I hope you enjoy today's part 2. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you're interested in the story and this is your first time watching, you can start from part 1 in the comments section or playlist below. Now, let's begin the storyline of part 2. Zhao Linger was shocked by an astonishing discovery. These two mysterious and powerful strangers knew Yu Wuyun, and they were so fixated on Chen Han's identity. Her mind raced through various possibilities, but she couldn't help thinking of the worst-case scenario. These two might pose a threat to Yu Wuyun or Chen Han. Although Yu Wuyun was strong enough to protect himself, Chen Han was a different story. If these enigmatic individuals intended to launch a decapitation strike against the Northern Expedition Army, Chen Han would be in grave danger. With this thought, Zhao Linger's expressions turned serious. Who are you, and what do you want? Chen Xingbian, reluctant to reveal their identity prematurely, had to explain helplessly, young lady, we mean no harm. Just tell me your relationship with Commander Yu and the identity of your leader, Champion Marquis. I will never tell you. Zhao Linger replied coldly. You're sneaky and definitely up to no good. Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng exchanged glances, smiling wryly. If Chen Han were present, he would have likely seen through their identities already. If they truly intended harm to the Northern Expedition Army, their strength would render such subterfuge unnecessary. The entire Northern Expedition Army might not be able to withstand them. Eager to uncover the truth, Lu Yufeng suddenly brandished an immortal-slaying blade at Zhao Linger's fair neck. Speak, or I'll kill you. Zhao Linger closed her eyes, ready to face death. Kill me if you must. No one in our army fears death. Her stubborn attitude amused Lu Yufeng, who retracted the blade and turned to Chen Xingbian with a playful tone. Honey, she won't speak. What should we do? Honey, her stubbornness is just like yours when you were younger. Chen Xingbian teased. Seeing the Northern Expedition Army gathering behind them, Chen Xingbian decided to change tactics to avoid complications. I am the master of this beast army. The battle is lost. Have your leader come to the Divine Mountain to meet me personally. Remember, no army, the fewer people, the better. As they left, he pointed to the burning Qilin flame on his hand. Tell your leader to get rid of this thing soon. It's burning me. Before he finished speaking, the two vanished into thin air. With the mountain gods gone, the two leaders, Dark Bat and Old-Faced Demon Vine, fled in panic, leaving their kin behind. The Northern Expedition Army seized the opportunity to annihilate the remaining enemy forces. The battle ended in a decisive victory for humanity, with only 2 beast leaders escaping from an army of hundreds of thousands. As Chen Han piloted the red god mech to clear the battlefield, he came across Zhao Linger, still standing there in a daze. Chen Han initially thought something had happened to Zhao Linger, so he quickly jumped down from the mech with the members of the Cold Knight squad to check. What he saw, however, was Zhao Linger standing there in a daze. After a moment's hesitation, she relayed Chen Xingbian's words to Chen Han verbatim. After listening, Chen Han furrowed his brow slightly and instinctively rubbed his forehead. He snapped his fingers, and instantly, the Kirin flames that covered the battlefield receded like a tide. By this time, the forest fire had already reduced the remnants of the enemy forces to ashes, and the remaining sporadic resistance was being wiped out by the Northern Expedition Army. Zhao Linger widened her eyes. Did you really put out the fire? That was my parents. Chen Han sighed helplessly. These few words struck like a thunderclap, leaving the Cold Knight squad members all stunned, their mouths forming perfect O's in surprise. Zhao Linger reacted even more dramatically, collapsing to her knees, incoherently repeating, "Father, Mother." A look of sudden realization dawned on her face as all the clues suddenly connected. No wonder Qin Xingbian and Lu Yufeng, despite having the power to defeat her instantly, hesitated to act, and their expressions changed drastically upon seeing the Yu family spear technikite. Turns out they were family. Officer Zhao, you haven't even married yet, and you're already calling them mom and dad? Ji Yun teased. Zhao Linger's face flushed with embarrassment, and like a startled rabbit, she swiftly fled toward the camp, leaving only a trail of afterimages. Our officer Zhao has such thin skin, Zhu Ming joked with a laugh. But Chen Han was in no mood for jokes, his expression grave. From his father's words, he sensed an unusual caution. Even after recognizing Zhao Linger's Yu family spear technique, his father dared not acknowledge her rashly, instead instructing Chen Han to bring the fewest people possible. Such a level of precaution left Chen Han deeply unsettled, unable to imagine what his father had experienced in the past. Only with Yu Wuyun did his father show complete trust. With this in mind, Chen Han immediately contacted Yu Wuyun. On the other end, Yu Wuyun was equally shocked, as he had always thought of Qin Xingbian as a fool dedicated to research, and his current behavior was completely out of character. Sigh, knowing that Xingbian is alive, I feel relieved. Yu Wuyun sighed, then advised Chen Han not to go rashly. After all, without being able to fully confirm the other party's identity, if it were a trap, it would be very dangerous without the support of a large army. But Chen Han had made up his mind. Finding his parents was one of his main goals in coming to the northern frontier, and he was willing to face any danger. In the end, Yu Wuyun relented but insisted on maintaining communication, and if necessary, he would risk alerting the restricted zone to come to the northern frontier in person. The next day, after organizing the Northern Expedition Army and appointing Lu Zixing as the interim commander, Chen Han piloted the Red God Mech and led the Cold Knight squad toward the Sacred Mountain. Before long, the Red God Mech came to a stop at the base of the Sacred Mountain. As the team from the Cold Knight squad returned to the mountain, they immediately sensed something was different. The mountain's exterior had changed subtly since their last visit, as if it concealed a mysterious power. Captain Chun, should we take the mech inside? I've got a bad feeling about what's in there, Zhu Ming suggested with a frown. Chen Han shook his head. Let's leave the mech here. Don't forget about the black box inside that nullifies star crystals. As a scientific achievement of Xia, he didn't want to risk the Red God mech. The group proceeded on foot into the forest. Chen Han was silent, his mood heavy and anxious. Thanks to their previous experience, they easily found the cave. Suddenly, there was movement in the forest ahead. Chen Han instantly sensed a non-human presence. Show yourself. A strange beast slowly emerged from the bushes. It was the dark bat leader, which had narrowly escaped the night before. However, it looked pitiful now. Its wings appeared torn apart, and it had lost its former menace. Ha ha, human army leader, I didn't expect you to come. The chance for revenge has come so quickly. The dark bat leader laughed wildly. Though it had the strength of a martial emperor, losing its wings had greatly weakened it, rendering it unable to fly. Zhao Yufei sneered, gathering lightning in his hands. With just you? How dare you? Humans, you underestimate me. You think I'd come alone? As soon as it finished speaking, the entire sacred mountain shook violently, the ground trembling. Chen Han's long-range vision picked up an astonishing sight. Massive stones within the mountain were coming together like a stack of blocks, eventually forming several giant figures over 100 meters tall. These stone giants marched closer, quickly surrounding Chen Han and his team. These are fantasy beasts, stone giants, Zhao Yufei said gravely. In Xia's records, these creatures were considered common among fantasy beasts. After a meteor struck the earth, some stubborn rocks gained spiritual energy and gradually coalesced into humanoid forms, creating what are known as stone giants. Although these creatures are common, during the era of dark chaos, they were fearsome beasts. At that time, the human race was generally weak, and just 2 stone giants were enough to destroy a city. Now, thousands of stone giants have surrounded the mountains within a 100-mile radius, forming an impenetrable barrier. They have trapped Chen Han and his companions at the center, leaving no chance for escape. However, the leader of the Dark Bats clearly understood that stone giants alone might not be enough to subdue Chen Han. From the shadows emerged enormous figures, each 3 meters tall. These grotesque creatures, though humanoid, had 2 extremely ugly heads, with foul-smelling saliva constantly dripping and jagged teeth that sent chills down one's spine. Upon seeing such creatures, Zhao Yufei broke into a cold sweat. These were high-level fantasy beasts known as 2-headed ogres. Compared to stone giants, the power of 2-headed ogres was vastly superior, second only to the royal dark elves among fantasy beasts. More frightening was that, unlike the rare dark elves, 2-headed ogres were almost everywhere during the era of dark chaos. Even in the meteor-scarce southern regions, they were the most numerous beasts. Historical records state that during the entire dark chaos period, the battles between 2-headed ogres and humans were the most brutal, with heavy losses on both sides. At this moment, as far as the eye could see in the forest, tens of thousands of 2-headed ogres were watching intently. Lu Yufeng, observing from a distance, was shocked and angrily questioned Chen Xingbian. "Is this your ambush?" Chen Xingbian shook his head. "No, but I know of their existence. These are beasts summoned from the Tyrant Dragon Emperor." "The Tyrant Dragon Emperor?" Lu Yufeng was incredulous. "They don't follow your orders at all. Are you crazy? Do you really want to kill Yu Shuai's people?" She pounded Chen Xingbian's chest in anger. Chen Xingbian silently endured his wife's fury, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "Wife, don't blame me. This is just a contingency. We're gambling. If he's Yu Shuai's man, we win. If not, to prevent information from reaching Xia, we must eliminate them all before I break through to the martial god realm." Faced with the overwhelming beasts, the members of the Cold Knight squad all showed expressions of despair. Only Chen Han remained calm. He turned to face the cave of the sacred mountain and slowly knelt down. Unfilial son Chen Han pays his respects to father and mother. At that moment, the entire forest became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Chen Han's sudden action left everyone present stunned. The Dark Bat broke out in a cold sweat as a shocking thought crossed its mind. Could Chen Han's parents actually be the legendary mountain god and mountain goddess? The idea sent chills down its spine. If that were true, the tens of thousands of beasts it brought were walking right into a trap. Just then, the crisp sound of clashing weapons echoed through the air. The members of the Cold Knight squad looked surprised, and Zhao Linger couldn't help but ask, "What was that sound?" Before she could finish her sentence, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. The 2-headed ogres surrounding Chen Han and his group suddenly had their heads neatly severed from their necks, as if struck down by a sharp weapon. In mere seconds, tens of thousands of soldiers were beheaded. "What the heck is going on?" Ji Yun exclaimed in disbelief. With his supervision ability, only Chen Han could vaguely make out the Truth 12 flying knives flash through the air, the signature weapon of Lu Yufeng known as the Immortal Slaying Knives. Remembering that Yu Wuyun once said he couldn't catch Lu Yufeng's knives, Chen Han witnessed their terrifying speed and destructive power firsthand. Taking a deep breath in awe, the Dark Bat leader clearly recognized who had intervened and immediately knelt, pleading for mercy. "Spare me, mountain goddess. Spare me, mountain god." Before it could finish speaking, a star crystal arrow had already embedded itself at its feet. Though seemingly ordinary, the arrow made the Dark Bat leader feel as if it had seen a ghost, prompting it to flee in terror. In the next instant, a white light burst from the star crystal arrow, spreading rapidly in all directions. Every living being, including the Cold Knight squad members, felt an icy threat of death. Driven by instinct to survive, they wanted to escape, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, the white light enveloped half the mountain. However, when the light dissipated, the Cold Knight squad members were astonished to find themselves unharmed. "Huh, seems like we're okay," Ji Yun began, only to be shocked by the sight before him. The towering stone giant that once stood before him, over 100 meters tall, had evaporated in the white light, vanishing without a trace. In an instant, everything vanished into nothingness. Under the blinding white light, the stone giant disappeared without leaving a trace, not even a speck of dust. Moreover, everything alive around Ji Yun, from towering trees to the flowers on the ground, and even the grass underfoot, was obliterated by the dazzling light. Only Ji Yun stood alone, like an isolated island in the midst of this desolation. The members of the Cold Knight group were utterly stunned, a single thought echoing in their minds: this must be the handiwork of Chen Han's parents. Such power was beyond the reach of ordinary people. With just a casual strike, they displayed a terrifying strength that surpassed mortal limits. Martial god. The same answer flashed through everyone's minds. Zhao Linger now realized her previous ignorance. If Chen Han's parents truly wished to take her life, she might not even have had a chance to react. Chen Han was also left speechless by the power his parents had displayed. He knew that 18 years could bring about tremendous changes, but the scene before him was beyond his wildest imagination. However, the reality was even more incredible than they could have imagined. Chen Han's parents Jin Xingbian and Lu Yufeng were at the 8th and 7th levels of the martial venerable, respectively, yet they had shattered the iron rule that, below a martial god, all are mortals. They had pioneered an unprecedented realm, the half-step martial god. Previously, the gap between a martial venerable and a martial god was like a chasm, insurmountable. This gap was as vast as that between a martial venerable and a warrior. Yet Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng seemed to have bridged this divide, creating a new realm between martial venerable and martial god. As the white light faded, the area within a 100-mile radius became barren, with not a single blade of grass surviving. Ji Yun was speechless with shock, and at that moment, two figures appeared like lightning beside Chen Han. Xiao Han? Is it really you? Chen Xingbian hesitated, but Lu Yufeng had already embraced her son tightly. 18 years of longing broke through, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Mom, Chen Han replied softly, his voice tinged with emotion. Chen Xingbian, Lu Yufeng tearfully chided, if anything had happened to our son, I would never forgive you. To everyone's surprise, the half-step martial god, Chen Xingbian, who could destroy half a mountain with a single strike, began to cry loudly, even louder than Lu Yufeng. My boy, he sobbed, tears and snot mingling as he hugged his wife and son. Chen Han's forehead twitched as he secretly thought, is this emotional man really my powerful father? He couldn't help but recall the saying geniuses are often madmen. As soon as Chen Xingbian started talking, he seemed like a different person, endlessly praising. My son, I saw your performance on the battlefield. It was incredible, he exclaimed excitedly, gesturing animatedly. You broke the beast formation with a single shot and devastated the legion. You even set the camp on fire. I couldn't even put out that fire. And now you're a champion marquis, the youngest in Daxia's history. Seeing his father's excitement, Chen Han couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Even Lu Yufeng, who was standing nearby, couldn't stay sad and began to expose him in public. Chen Xingbian, that's not what you said before. Lu Yufeng bluntly revealed. Didn't you say our son couldn't break your beast army? You even said his fire attack was child's play. You just threatened to kill everyone in the Northern Expedition Army. Upon hearing this, the members of the Cold Night team broke into a cold sweat. According to Lu Yufeng, they had indeed brushed past death multiple times. If Chen Han's identity hadn't been confirmed, the entire Northern Expedition Army might have been wiped out. They had witnessed Chen Xingbian's power firsthand. Wiping out the Northern Expedition Army would have been a breeze for him. Are you all under Xiao Han's command? Don't panic. Chen Xingbian noticed their terrified expressions and gave an awkward smile. I was just joking. Joking? Lu Yufeng rolled her eyes. If you weren't restricted from acting in the Northern Territories, who could stop you? Chen Han was about to ask his father why he was so hostile to the human race and why he trusted no one except General Yu. However, before he could speak, Lu Yufeng suddenly looked serious. Xingbian, did you make a move just now? Of course, how could I let those beasts harm Xiao Han? Chen Xingbian replied lightly, then his face changed abruptly. Oh no. They both suddenly remembered the prohibition against god-level warriors acting in the Northern Territories. Even half-step god-level warriors couldn't, as they possessed god-level power, and any activation would be detected by the beings in the restricted zone. Lu Yufeng's situation was slightly better. Her flying knives were not highly destructive, and with her level 7 martial respect realm, she might not attract the attention of those in the restricted zone. But Chen Xingbian was in trouble. He was at level 8 martial respect strength, and that arrow just now was close to god level. It shouldn't be so coincidental, hitting the mark in one go. Chen Xingbian held onto a sliver of hope, but what they feared came true. Suddenly, everyone felt the temperature around them rise sharply, making them sweat profusely in no time. It was the most comfortable season in the Northern Territories, with temperatures expected to remain around 20 degrees, but now it had soared above 50 degrees. It's so hot. Zhu Ming, the fattest of them, couldn't help but complain. At that moment, Ji Yun suddenly noticed a sun speeding towards them from afar. He rubbed his eyes hard, worried that he might be seeing things. Am I seeing things? Why are there two suns in the sky, and one of them is coming our way? Everyone looked up, staring at the unusual light above. Chen Xingbian, however, let out a small exclamation, realizing that it wasn't a sun at all, but an entity from the Forbidden Zone. For Chen Han, this was the first time witnessing a Forbidden Zone entity firsthand. He had only read about them in textbooks. At the beginning of the spiritual awakening, countless meteors crashed into Earth, giving rise to terrifying beasts with the power to destroy worlds in certain terrains. These Forbidden Zone entities were responsible for wiping out most countries during the early stages of the spiritual awakening. The survival of Disya up to this point was largely due to its advantageous geography. There were no terrains suitable for breeding Forbidden Zone entities in the entire southern region. It wasn't until the first martial god of humanity appeared that there was a real force capable of contending with these entities. Even so, over the past century of Disya's new era, those who could train to the level of a martial god were extremely rare and were mostly kept as strategic weapons within the country. This balance had been broken several times in history. For instance, the thousand-mile blazing fire Chen from the western region once engaged in a life-and-death battle with the 10 great martial gods. Although it was eventually killed, 2 martial gods fell in the process. This is also why Yu Wuyun dared not easily venture into the northern regions once a Forbidden Zone entity is provoked. It inevitably heads toward the most densely populated human areas Disya. The group was relatively lucky, having attracted only 1 Forbidden Zone entity. If 10 or more appeared at once, the entire human race could face annihilation. As the sun drew closer, its true form was finally revealed, a gigantic bird nearly 100 miles long. Its size comparable to the entire old demon vine jungle that once faced the Northern Expedition Army. It was enveloped in golden flames, and its prominent eyes gleamed with a menacing light. That's the undying golden crow, Chen Xingbian said solemnly. The number of Forbidden Zone entities that humans could recognize was very limited, and those recorded in textbooks must have once caused earth-shattering disasters. According to records, the last appearance of the undying golden crow was during the period of dark turmoil, where its sunfire alone led to the obliteration of the Bangzi nation. At the time, the Bangzi nation's advanced technology and superhumans were powerless against it, and it merely hovered over the nation. During the dark and turbulent times, the existence of forbidden zones was a nightmare for humanity, reducing countless nations to ruins under the rampage of otherworldly beasts. However, in the past 2 decades, the Daxia has not witnessed any traces of these forbidden zone creatures, leaving the younger generation's understanding of these terrifying beings confined to textbook descriptions. At this moment, the members of the Cold Night Squad are witnessing for the first time a forbidden zone beast, the immortal golden crow. Initially appearing in the distance like a blazing sun, as it rapidly approaches, its true size is terrifying. Its massive body blocks out the sky, and the temperature rises sharply wherever it goes. As the golden crow passes, trees instantly wither and die, flowers and plants turn to ash. The solar flames it inadvertently scatters explode like volcanic eruptions. Every creature touched by these flames is instantly reduced to charcoal, and countless otherworldly beast species are wiped out merely by its passing overhead. The scene before them is a living apocalypse. Chen Xingbian takes a deep breath, realizing the situation is more dire than imagined. Lu Yufeng, her face filled with worry, turns and glares at Chen Xingbian. Why did you have to act? Did you think I couldn't handle those beasts? Now look what's happened. Chen Xingbian can only smile wryly. He had been preoccupied with the fear that the stone giant and the 2-headed ogre might harm Chen Han, without considering the consequences. This forbidden zone entity clearly surpasses their power level, and only a human martial god could contend with it. However, with his and Lu Yufeng's skills, leading the Cold Night Squad to retreat shouldn't be a problem. Lu Yufeng grabs Chen Han, ready to retreat. Son, let's go. Your father never knows how to hold back. Yet at this moment, Chen Xingbian suddenly remembers something and asks, Xiao Han, the flames you used that day, is that your innate ability? Seeing Chen Han nod and confirm it is Qilin Flame, Chen Xingbian becomes excited. Then it's settled. The solar flame golden core will definitely be useful to you. He explains that within the immortal golden crow is a solar flame golden core, the source of its solar flames and power core. This core can be consumed by humans and provides a significant boost to all fire attribute talents, endowing them with the properties of the golden crow's solar flames. The power of the golden crow's solar flames is astonishing, capable of destruction comparable to a volcanic eruption with just a spark. Its attack power surpasses all other flames, and even Chen Han's Qilin Flame falls short in terms of sheer destructive force. While the Qilin Flame has various effects, its pure attack power is not the most formidable. Jinwu Yangyin has indeed carved out its own niche in offensive techniques, and it complements the Qilin Flame perfectly. The Yangyin Golden Pill enhances all fire-related abilities, naturally allowing the Qilin Flame to seamlessly integrate the characteristics of Jinwu Yangyin. Lu Yufeng immediately saw through her husband's intentions and urgently cautioned, Chen Xingbian, you can't seriously be thinking of confronting the undying golden crow, can you? I'm warning you, if we don't provoke it, it might not target us. But once you make a move, it'll be a fight to the death. Chen Xingbian responded with a confident smile, Wife, how will we know if we don't try? We've been in the Northern Territory for so long, and neither of us has truly given it our all. This statement left the members of the Cold Night team in shock. Was that astounding arrow not even his full strength? Ji Yun quietly asked Chen Han, Young Master Chen, just how powerful is your uncle? Chen Han shrugged, indicating he wasn't sure either, only knowing that when his father left Daxia, He was at the martial emperor level and is now close to the martial god level. Just as Chen Han was about to dissuade his parents from taking risks, Chen Xingbian interrupted. Xiao Han, there's no need to say more. Seeing your achievements makes me proud as a father, but I know you've endured a lot over the years. Consider this Yangyan golden pill a small compensation from me. He paused and added, for my son. Why not play the role of Hui this once? Lu Yufeng teased with a smile. You're really good at pretending. Though it was a jest, she clearly agreed with her husband's decision. She patted her son's shoulder. Trust your father. He's a man who could create an SS-level archery martial skill before reaching the martial god level. This news greatly astonished Chen Han. Creating an SS-level martial skill is a vastly different challenge than merely mastering one. In the past century, no one has managed to create an SSS skill before reaching the martial god level. Even the most powerful human, Han Haoran's Imperial Extreme Spear and Yu Wuyun's Overlord Blade, were developed after they became martial gods. Yufeng, let's do it. Tiangang Cage Formation. With Chen Xingbian's command, Lu Yufeng vanished from her spot. She swiftly ran between the 5 surrounding mountains, chanting incantations to set up a cage to trap the undying golden crow, using the mountains as anchor points. An invisible net appeared in the sky, and the previously unrestrained undying golden crow found itself unable to move once caught, only able to wildly spray Yangyan in all directions. Chen Xingbian shouted to Chen Han, Xiao Han, I see you can use a Bao too. This Xinghe falling star arrow will be yours eventually. Watch closely. This martial skill is quite complex, and how much you learn will depend on your own fate. Upon finishing his words, Chen Xingbian immediately focused intently, his eyes fixed like a laser on the massive golden crow in the sky. He carefully drew an arrow from his waist and cautiously set it on his bowstring. This seemingly simple action was actually full of hidden intricacies. Chen Han keenly noticed that the special technique required to unleash the Star River Falling God arrow began right from the initial step of knocking the arrow. For ordinary archery, such meticulous attention to every subtle movement would be unnecessary. This scene once again showcased Chen Han's extraordinary innate abilities. The SS-level archery technique Chen Xingbian had spent nearly 15 years developing was effortlessly understood by Chen Han at a glance. This confirmed Liang Yutian's assertion about the power of those with such innate gifts. Any martial technique was as natural to them as instinct, while others might take decades or even centuries to comprehend these skills. Chen Han was particularly exceptional, being the possible descendant of the youngest martial god and goddess in history, with his innate talent far surpassing that of ordinary people. Coupled with multiple SS-level talents, his potential was truly unfathomable. Meanwhile, in the southern region, an elderly man with white hair, holding a Guan Daoyue Wayun gazed solemnly towards the north. Since Chen Han decided to attend the meeting alone, he had been deeply worried. The moment the undying golden crow appeared, he sensed it. Although he was eager to rush to the northern region, he had not received any signal from Chen Han. He knew Chen Han's character well and understood that he would never fail to contact him in such a critical moment unless influenced by Chen Xingbian and his wife. Seeing the undying golden crow trapped, he murmured to himself, Xingbian, could it be that you indeed have the means to deal with the undying golden crow? Finally, the long-awaited arrow was released. In an instant, the entire land fell into a peculiar silence. It wasn't that there was no sound, but the roar of this arrow was like thunder from the heavens, completely drowning out the cries caused by the golden crow's invasion. Although the arrow traveled at an astonishing speed, it left a clearly visible trail in the sky. It was a brilliant star river formed by countless stars, breathtakingly beautiful. Such a magnificent scene even reached the southern region, prompting residents to exclaim, "My goodness! How can there be so many stars in broad daylight? It's truly a rare sight." In reality, the arrow's speed was so fast that it was almost impossible for the naked eye to catch, and the dazzling star river was merely an afterimage left by the arrow as it streaked across the sky. At this moment, the undying golden crow, trapped within the Tiangang cage array, seemed to sense the terrifying power of the arrow and let out an earth-shattering roar. Countless heat waves were unleashed in all directions, illuminating the entire sky with their scorching light. The mythical beasts scattered in fear under the terrifying heat, but the Tiangang Fanlong array, the masterpiece of the world's foremost formation master, stood firm, trapping the golden crow securely. At that moment, the Starfall divine arrow, carrying a dazzling brilliance, struck directly at the golden crow's head. Astonishingly, the arrow pierced through the colossal head, which spanned 7 to 8 miles, with ease. Even the fearsome heat surrounding the golden crow couldn't stop it. The members of the Cold Night team witnessed this and gave a thumbs up. "Impressive," they exclaimed, succinctly expressing their admiration for Chen Xingbian. However, Chen Han noticed that Lu Yufeng was still maintaining the Tiangang Fanlong array, indicating that the decapitated golden crow was not yet dead. Indeed, the massive headless body continued to thrash violently in the air, And, more shockingly, a new head slowly began to regenerate from the severed neck. What kind of monster is this? Zhao Linger exclaimed in horror. It can regrow its head. This is the terrifying nature of the forbidden zones, having long surpassed the bounds of logic. A century ago, humanity's strategic weapons were rendered ineffective against them for this very reason. The undying golden crow earned its name due to its astounding regenerative abilities. Even without a head, it could fully recover within half an hour. But Chen Han remained calm, and in unison with Chen Xingbian he said, "This is more than just one arrow." This statement surprised and delighted Chen Xingbian, as it proved that Chen Han had unraveled the secret of the Starfall Divine Aroa Triple Arrow SS level martial skill. The second arrow swiftly followed, another streak of starlight across the sky, hitting the golden crow's body directly. Instantly, the heat around the golden crow dimmed significantly, and its massive body began to disintegrate. Yet even with only a tail left, the internal heat continued to burn fiercely. By this time, the power of the Tiangang Fanlong array had dissipated, and the golden crow, now reduced to a single tail, desperately tried to escape. It knew that with just a little time, it could regenerate from this tail. But Chen Xingbian wouldn't allow such an opportunity. The third arrow whistled through the air, shattering its last hope completely. Human evolution had finally proven that these once terrifying forbidden zones were no longer invincible. As the golden crow's body completely faded away, a small bean-sized round stone quietly appeared in the air. This seemingly ordinary little stone radiated sunlight-like brilliance, embodying the very essence of the undying golden crow's power. At the onset of the chaotic darkness, the indestructible golden crow, capable of destroying an entire nation, was astonishingly shot down by Chen Xingbian with just 3 arrows. This scene left all witnesses in shock. The power displayed by Chen Xingbian while executing his martial skills had undoubtedly reached the level of a martial god. Otherwise, he could never have pierced the golden crow's defenses. Far in the southern region, Yu Wuyan witnessed the event, his heart filled with awe. He was prepared to intervene but saw the golden crow easily slain. The moment the Starfall Divine arrow pierced through the sky, he recognized the shooter as Chen Xingbian. No one else on Earth possessed such extraordinary archery skills. Xingbian, have you truly reached such a level? Yu Wuyan was initially stunned, then overjoyed. This meant that humanity was about to welcome a new martial god. For the past decade, no one in Disya had ascended to the martial god level. If not for the presence of invaders from the forbidden zones, the strength of Disya's martial gods would have long been depleted. When dealing with Zhonggo's capture of the Hanya group members in the past, Yu Wuyan had shown restraint, not only considering Zhonggo's status as the second martial, but also because Zhonggo was a martial god of the 8th rank. Every martial god was hard-earned and a crucial pillar in defending Disya. Despite years of rivalry and the vast disparity in strength, Yu Wuyan never harbored the intent to kill. However, Yu Wuyan was unaware that Chen Xingbian was merely at the 8th rank of a martial lord. With such power at the 8th rank, once he ascended to a martial god, he could become the strongest in new history. Even Han Howren couldn't deal with the forbidden zone entities at the 8th rank. If Yu Wuyan knew this, he would surely exclaim, "No wonder he is Chen Han's father. A prodigious son indeed comes from an extraordinary man." Yu Wuyan was not the only one to sense this event. Any strong individual at the martial god level had a unique perception of forbidden zone entities. In the military camp, Zhonggo and Ouyang Quan also looked towards the fallen golden crow. There is such a powerful figure in the northern region who could kill the golden crow. I wonder who this deity is, Zhonggo remarked. Ouyang Quan's expression darkened. Recently, Chen Han led the northern expedition army to the northern region. Zhonggo, could it be that he has allied with some reclusive master? Very likely. Zhonggo spat lightly. That kid has astonishing fortune. He's a prodigy. In just a few months, he rose from a common soldier to the commander of the northern region. Yu Wuyun treats him like a son, and the divine Dr. Liang Yutian treasures him. If he gains the support of a martial god, both showed expressions of concern. Yu Wuyun had been a dominating presence over them for decades, and just as he was aging, Chen Han emerged, threatening their status in the Disya military. Little did they know, the martial god they were discussing was actually Chen Han's biological father. After shooting down the immortal golden crow, Chen Xing put away his crossbow and walked over to Chen Han and the others. Although he tried to appear calm in front of the admiring members of the Cold Night team, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, his lips curling into a smile. Chen Han observed his father's demeanor with a sense of resignation. He had to admit that his father's skills were exceptional, yet his playful nature seemed unchangeable. Standing with his hands behind his back, Chen Xing asked with a mysterious air, "Xiao Han, how did you find my galaxy-falling divine arrow? Not bad, right? From your expression earlier, it seemed like you grasped some of its secrets. Have you mastered around 30 to 40%? Ji Yun and Zhu Ming immediately chimed in with praise. Your archery skills are unmatched, senior. If Captain Chen learned 30 to 40%, that's already impressive. Exactly, uncle. This technique is incredibly powerful. For anyone else, even mastering 10% would be a challenge. However, Chen Han cut through his father's pride directly. I've already mastered it. This statement left Qian Xing momentarily frozen, staring at his son in shock. This was an SS-level archery technique he spent 18 years developing, a first in the new historical records, and Chen Han claimed to have mastered it after just one demonstration? Xiao Han, don't kid your old man. Without another word, Chen Han demonstrated the technique. Each movement perfectly captured the essence of the galaxy-falling divine arrow, with no deviation. Even without releasing a real arrow, Chen Xing was convinced that his son had fully grasped the skill. Once again, the power of Chen Han's unique talent was evident. At this moment, Lu Yufeng approached with a young flame golden pill, teasing, "See, you can't outshine your son." She carefully brought the pill to Chen Han's lips. "Xiao Han, this young flame golden pill contains the power of the golden crow's sun flames. Be careful, it's hot." "Mom, I'm not a kid anymore," Chen Han replied, amused. Yet, his words touched Lu Yufeng deeply. In her eyes, her son would always be that 2-year-old child, though now he towered over her. Her eyes reddened slightly, and Chen Xing quickly reassured her, "Don't cry. We should be happy that our son has such remarkable talent." Seeing his mother's emotion stabilize, Chen Han took the young flame golden pill. However, as it neared his lips, it suddenly erupted in golden flames, as if resisting him. This immortal golden crow is truly stubborn. Even in pill form it refuses to yield. Chen Xing remarked gravely, "Son, if your fire talent isn't strong enough to suppress the golden crow's flames, let me refine it instead." Chen Han waved him off. Just a mere golden crow. How could it compare to a sacred beast? Remember, it took 10 martial gods to bring down the fire Qilin. Before he finished speaking, a deep red Qilin's sacred flame surged from within him. In the face of this terrifying sacred flame, the golden crow's sun flames were like fireflies, instantly consumed. Without even needing to ingest it, the yang flame golden pill was completely refined by the Qilin flame. A system notification sounded. "Congratulations, you've acquired the golden crow's sun flame ability." The Qilin sacred flame around Chen Han was now tinged with a golden glow, the hallmark of the golden crow's sun flames. Meanwhile, a new line of text appeared on Chen Han's Sacred Fire Qilin Flame talent interface. Sacred Fire Qilin Flame devouring ability. Supreme Flame Golden Crow Sunfire, possesses terrifying attack effects, capable of incinerating the world. Clearly, the Golden Crow Sunfire perfectly compensated for the Qilin Flame's lack of attack power. The surrounding temperature suddenly soared, and even those standing next to Chen Han could feel the suffocating heat. Noticing this, Chen Han quickly adjusted the Qilin Flame's temperature to its lowest setting, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Chen Xingbian witnessed the entire process of the Qilin Flame devouring the Golden Crow Sunfire, furrowing his brow as he said, "Xiao Han, what exactly is this fire-related talent? The Golden Crow Sunfire is one of the strongest flames in existence, yet your flame can overpower it." In response to his father's inquiry, Chen Han explained truthfully. Upon learning that the Qilin Flame was acquired through Yu Wuyun's Qilin Bone, Chen Xingbian looked at Lu Yufeng with excitement. "Yufeng, Yu Shuai is still the same Yu Shuai. We didn't trust the wrong person." Although this remark seemed puzzling, the mention of Yu Wuyun reminded Chen Han of the importance of staying in contact. He immediately activated the radio communicator, only to hear Yu Wuyun speak first. "Chen Han, is Xingbian by your side?" "Yu Shuai, your subordinate Chen Xingbian failed to complete the mission and has let you down." Chen Xingbian's voice was choked with emotion. "No worries, it's good that you're alive. It's good that you're alive. Heaven has eyes." Yu Wuyun, too, could not hide his excitement. This extraordinary bond of camaraderie in the military camp stemmed from an untold story. Yu Wuyun, having lost his son, treated Chen Xingbian as his own, and Chen Xingbian, who lost his father at a young age, regarded Yu Wuyun as a father figure. It was this bond that led Yu Wuyun to gift the precious Qilin Bone to Chen Han. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yu Wuyun shifted the conversation. "Xingbian, I watched your battle against the undying Golden Crow. With your abilities, why haven't you returned to Daxia sooner? Not only have you been commanding the beast army to attack the human race, but you've also become known as the mountain god among the beasts of the northern frontier. What is going on?" Though his tone was calm, the seriousness of these questions was evident. If it weren't for Chen Xingbian, it would have felt more like an interrogation. This was also the aspect that Chen Han found perplexing. With his father's abilities, he could have returned to Daxia long ago, and he was so well informed about the northern frontier. "My son Chen Han and I have always believed in you, so we hope you can give us an explanation." Faced with this question, a hint of guilt appeared on Chen Xingbian's face. He glanced at Chen Han beside him, then surveyed the barren surroundings and slowly said, "This isn't the right place to talk. Let's go into the cave to discuss." Lu Yufeng followed behind with a serious expression. Once inside the cave, she quietly offered some fruit to the members of the Cold Night group. Chen Xingbian's first words went straight to the point. Commander Yu, before I explain, I want to ask you, can the beasts of Long River really stop our brothers from the 869 Bureau? This question left Yu Wuyun momentarily speechless. Chen Han had already begun to suspect the truth. As a northern investigation agency, the 869 Bureau had lost every member it sent out over the years, with no survivors. The official explanation blamed the beasts of Long River, but this theory had obvious flaws. The members of the 869 Bureau were elite, hand-picked individuals from either the military or top universities, all rigorously trained. Those sent to the northern border were exclusively martial emperor-level warriors. No matter how fierce or numerous the beasts of Long River were, they couldn't completely block such experts, let alone cause none to return over so many years. The answer was clear: it wasn't beasts that stopped them, but people. Indeed, Chen Xingbian spoke painfully. Commander Yu, we were ambushed back then. I'm sorry, but the 15th team of the 869 Bureau failed the mission, and 8 brothers died because of me. He recounted the events from 18 years ago. The 15th team was the last and strongest team of the 869 Bureau, with 10 martial emperors, led by him and Lu Yufeng as the primary and deputy leaders. On the eve of the Bureau's disbandment, they carried the final hope, entering the northern border through Long River to gather intelligence. At that time, the northern beasts had not yet formed a civilization, and the team's strength was sufficient to handle most threats. They successfully explored most of the northern region and obtained crucial intelligence. If they could have brought this intelligence back, Yu Wuyun could have launched a northern expedition 18 years earlier to reclaim lost territory. Tragically, when they returned to the southern bank of Long River after many trials, they were too trusting of the so-called reception personnel and revealed all their intelligence. Immediately, the other party launched a surprise attack, severely injuring 5 team members. These receptionists were extraordinarily powerful, each possessing advanced martial techniques from various sources, clearly indicating they were not ordinary. Even so, the elite 15th team could still manage. But they hadn't anticipated that the enemy had a martial god-level expert in ambush. Given the strength of Team 15, they might have a chance to escape from a martial lord, but against a martial god, they stood no chance. The gap between a martial lord and a martial god is as vast as a chasm. Not to mention the existence of a martial emperor. The moment the martial god made a move, 2 members of Team 15 were lost. The remaining members, though burning with rage, could only watch helplessly as their comrades fell. They could no longer retreat towards the Great Xia. Their only chance for survival was to flee north. Fortunately, the Long River lay at the north-south border, and due to the ironclad rule that martial gods must not set foot in the northern territory, the martial god was hesitant and could not attack with full force. It was this rule that allowed Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng to survive. However, to cover their retreat, the other 6 members sacrificed their lives. Gu Qiao, Gu Yun, Xia Feng, Zhou Kun, Qian Shan, Li Li, Hu Tianqing, Gu Shuming. Even after 18 years, Chen Xingbian still gritted his teeth and pronounced these heroes' names one by one, tears glistening in his eyes. Lu Yufeng stood silently beside him, her eyes red. Yu Shuai, sacrificing for the country is our duty, but we shouldn't have died at the hands of our own people. Those 8 brothers suffered too much. Chen Xingbian's voice choked, and finally, tears streamed down his face. The members of the Cold Night Squad were deeply moved upon hearing this. They finally understood why Chen Xingbian was so suspicious, even to the point of drawing his sword against the human army. After experiencing such betrayal, it was remarkable that he hadn't turned against the Great Xia. For a moment, the scene was silent. Even Yu Shuai on the other end of the intercom was speechless. But Chen Han knew that beneath this calm lay Yu Wuyun's impending fury. Years of military service had taught Yu Wuyun to suppress his anger. The calmer he appeared, the more dangerous he became. After a long pause, Yu Wuyun finally spoke. There was a martial god among those who attacked you. Who was it? This question took Chen Xingbian by surprise. Yu Shuai, you really didn't know about this? He was so surprised because, as the foremost marshal of Great Xia, Yu Wuyun had a special authority to track the real-time locations of all martial gods. Each martial god is akin to a strategic weapon, and even if not serving in the military, they must be monitored by the positioning system. This is to ensure that they can be quickly mobilized in the event of a threat in the restricted zones, and to prevent these powerful individuals from committing acts harmful to the nation, such as luring terrifying beasts from the restricted zones to attack Great Xia. Chen Xingbian suddenly let out a self-deprecating laugh, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. Marshal Yu, I feel a bit guilty saying this, but after Yu Feng and I made our escape, there was a time when we doubted you. This suspicion was indeed understandable. In the structure of the 869 Bureau, Yu Wuyun was their only direct superior. Logically, their return to Daxia should have been a secret, which was why Chen Xingbian had no reason to doubt the group that came to meet them. If there were a traitor, Yu Wuyan would naturally be the prime suspect. However, Chen Han always held a different opinion. He had witnessed Yu Wuyun's character firsthand. Even the Red Madam, who had repeatedly tried to harm him, was given leniency by Marshal Yu. Despite the Red Madam massacring over 1 million innocent lives, Yu Wuyun did not take her life. His reputation for protecting his own was well known in the military, especially when it came to someone he regarded as a son, like Chen Xingbian. The truth was clear. Yu Wuyun was also a victim of this conspiracy. The martial god must have exploited a crucial loophole to evade Yu Wuyun's surveillance. To access information about Chen Xingbian and the others' movements, there had to be an insider's cooperation. The answer was obvious. There was a traitor within the 869 Bureau. This deduction was clear to Chen Han, Chen Xingbian, and Yu Wuyun alike. Yu Wuyun said in a grave tone, "Xingbian, I understand your suspicion, but I would never betray you. There must be a mole in the Bureau." Chen Xingbian smiled with relief. "I realized later that if you had been involved, Marshal Yu, Yu Feng, and I wouldn't have stood a chance of survival. They had planned it all out. They deceived both you and me." At that moment, even separated by thousands of kilometers, everyone could feel Yu Wuyun's immense fury. In the capital, Yu Wuyun's eyes were bloodshot, his voice so low it seemed to bleed. "Xingbian, tell me, who are those people?" If Chen Xingbian were to name anyone at that moment, their entire family would face annihilation. Though he was equally enraged, Chen Xingbian suppressed his anger. He was the only one who could prevent this formidable beast of Daxia from unleashing his wrath. "Marshal Yu, I do have some suspects, but I still have no clue about that martial god from back then. Please restrain your anger. I want to settle this score myself." With that, Chen Xingbian's tone suddenly lightened. "Thanks to surviving that ordeal, my experiences in the Northern Territory turned out to be a blessing in disguise." After escaping to the shores of the Northern Territory, the martial god didn't dare pursue further, and Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng didn't risk crossing the river. Thus, they took root in the Northern Territory. Over the past 18 years, Chen Xingbian used his scientific mind to teach many exotic beasts to understand human language and order, earning their loyalty. During his visits to various beast tribes, he encountered numerous opportunities, allowing him to reach level 8 of martial mastery in just 18 years and even attain strength comparable to a martial god. Today, the dark domain of the Northern Territory is divided into 3 major realms, each ruled by a leader known as the 3 Emperors by the beasts. The Eastern Territory, including the Old Capital, is ruled by a beast with dragon lineage, known as the Dragon Emperor or Tyrant Dragon Emperor. The vast western lands are governed by the fallen angel, royal fantasy beast, known as the Dark Emperor. Zhu Ming suddenly interjected. "Aren't there 3 emperors? Who's the third?" Everyone looked at him as if he were foolish. Ji Yun patted Zhu Ming's head. "Mengzi, are you dumb? The third one is obviously our uncle sitting right in front of us." Indeed, the third emperor was none other than the one before them, the human emperor of the Central Northern Territory, the revered mountain god, Chen Xingbian. According to Chen Xingbian, there are now dozens of exotic beast tribes in the Northern Territory under his control. Together, these beast civilizations command over 3 million square kilometers of land in the Central Northern Territory. Hiss! Upon hearing this staggering number, the members of the Hanya team collectively gasped. "Uncle, that's incredible!" Ji Yun couldn't help but exclaim. Zhu Ming joked with a smile. "Uncle, Yu Shuai asked you to gather intelligence, not to reclaim territory. If you don't come back soon, you'll become the boss of the Northern Territory." Behind this joke lies Chen Xingbian's astonishing journey. From being a human most hated by the exotic beasts, to becoming their leader, and then successfully advancing to the 8th rank of Martial Lord. Over 18 years, he went from having nothing to holding his current position, prompting even Chen Han to marvel. What an inspirational story. Of course, this achievement came with countless life and death trials. In the Northern Territory, where exotic beasts roam freely, every day could be one's last. Compared to his father's experiences, Chen Han suddenly felt that the hardships he endured in the Chen family were insignificant, and his resentment towards his parents dissipated. Chen Xingbian looked at his son, his voice tinged with guilt. "Though I found fortune in the Northern Territory, it has been hard on Xiao Han and Xiao Shui. I haven't dared to return to the country all these years for fear of encountering that martial god again. Last time, escaping with your mother was sheer luck. Even with a 1 in 10,000 chance, I can't take that risk again." Lu Yufeng walked over to Chen Han, hugging him tightly, and said with a choked voice, "Xiao Han, we owe you an apology." Chen Han no longer held any grudges, but he was more worried about Yu Wuyun. He knew well that Yu Wuyun would likely blame himself, just as he did with the Hongpo incident. Sure enough, Yu Wuyun, who was alone, exuded an overwhelming aura, as if he could tear everything apart at any moment. However, the voice from the intercom was surprisingly calm. "Xingbian, I'm glad for your achievements. Come back, with me around, no one can threaten you anymore. Even if I have to turn the entire Daxia upside down, I will avenge you. The calmer Yu Wuyun was, the more terrifying he appeared. Chen Han and Chen Xingbian almost spoke in unison. Yu Shuai, don't rush. The father and son exchanged a knowing smile, understanding that now was not the best time for revenge. According to Chen Xingbian, the group that besieged the 15 team back then all possessed highly advanced martial arts skills, with varying talents and extraordinary strength. These characteristics pointed to an obvious conclusion. It must have been the work of a family, because if they were military personnel, their martial arts styles would have been easily recognizable. The moment Zhaolinger executed the Yu family spear technique, Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng's gazes immediately froze. Among the 70 to 80 people present, each hailed from different families, wielding their own unique martial arts styles. The number itself was a staggering revelation. At least 70 to 80 prominent families were involved. This was no trifling matter. The 869 Bureau, being directly under the command of Desia's first marshal, faced an audacious challenge from these families, a testament to their courage and status. They were well aware that failure would invoke the wrath of the world's greatest martial artist. Such boldness could only belong to the deeply rooted aristocratic families of the capital. Even more alarming was the presence of an ambushing martial god. Martial gods are known for their unyielding pride and typically only take orders from Yu Wuyun, Desia's first marshal. Even Desia's highest authority, Emperor Qingtian, would need to issue joint directives through the Privy Council to mobilize a martial god. This implied that the martial god was likely there voluntarily. Establishing such a connection with a martial god might implicate the involvement of the 24 Privy Council. Once Chen Xingbian's blood debt was pursued, it would undoubtedly shake Desia's very foundations. If Yu Wuyun were to seek revenge single-handedly, it would be a scenario of mutual destruction, leading to widespread devastation. At this moment, Yu Wuyun's expression was grim, as if he had reached his limit. I've had enough of those parasites of Desia. They turn a blind eye to their own greed, but when it comes to the northern expedition, which concerns the nation's fate, they not only fail to support it, but send people to intercept us. I fear more than 8 brothers from the 869 Bureau have perished at their hands. The old marshal's face was weathered, and his eyes reflected deep disappointment. I don't understand. Reclaiming the northern territories is beneficial to them too, so why go to such lengths? He knew well what his anger signified. Not only would Emperor Qingtian intervene, but the families controlling Desia's lifeblood would also unite against him. Even other martial gods of Desia, except for a few close allies, would likely become adversaries. In reality, Desia's families were divided into 2 factions. One, like Emperor Qingtian, held a neutral stance, supporting the development of the northern territories but demanding sufficient benefits. The other, the conservative faction, feared that reclaiming the north would spawn new powers, threatening their foundations. To prevent this, they would stop at nothing to obstruct the northern expedition, even going as far as to eliminate Chen Xingbian, who brought back intelligence. Regrettably, such families were the majority in Desia. At this moment, Chen Han slowly spoke. Marshal Yu, avenging my father is not a matter of if, but when. It is indeed difficult for you to act alone, but what if my father ascends to the level of a martial god? Chen Xingbian's strength was well recognized, and once he broke through, he might surpass Yu Wuyun. With 2 of the strongest martial gods joining forces, they could make every martial god in Desia bow their heads. If that's not enough, Chen Han continued, consider the millions of square kilometers of beast tribes in the north, plus my 200,000 elite northern expedition troops. Upon hearing this, Yu Wuyun and Chen Xingbian both showed a realization. Yu Wuyun was the people's beacon, Desia's first marshal. Chen Xingbian was the northern emperor, commanding 3 million square kilometers of beasts, and Chen Han was the rising champion marquis, with 200,000 elite troops at his command. Such a coalition of power would make even Emperor Qingtian seriously consider could they flatten the capital in a single day? Upon hearing Chen Han's words, a moment of realization passed through the eyes of Yu Wuyun and Chen Xingbian. They understood their weight. One was the spiritual faith of the people of Desia, the other was the ruler of the northern territory spanning 3 million square kilometers, and together with Chen Han, the revered champion marquis. The alliance of these 3 was enough to make any family bow down. Yu Wuyun allowed a self-deprecating smile to cross his face. Xingbian, it seems we 2 old fellows aren't as insightful as a youngster. Looks like age has made me lose my patience. Indeed, Chen Xingbian nodded in agreement. Having waited 18 years, there's no need to rush these last few days. Lu Yufeng's attention was immediately caught by this comment. Narrowing her eyes, she perceptively sensed something unusual. That tone of yours, I'm all too familiar with it. You always sound like that when you're about to boast. Tell me, have you made some breakthrough? Chen Xingbian candidly admitted that he had reached the 8th rank of martial sovereign a year ago. However, breaking through to the martial god realm required enlightenment, rather than just strength. While dealing with the undying golden crow for Chen Han, he suddenly had an epiphany and estimated that he could reach the martial god level in no more than 2 months. This news astonished the members of the Cold Night group. Yet, Just like Han Howren's moment of enlightenment while fishing that made him the first martial god of the human race, the path of martial arts can be quite mysterious. Yu Wuyun couldn't hide his joy. Wonderful. In 2 months, we can set off back home for revenge. However, as everyone celebrated the imminent emergence of the youngest martial god, a thunderous tiger roar suddenly echoed from outside the cave. The Cold Night group members rushed out, alert, only to see a massive tiger, 5 meters tall, standing at the cave entrance. Its prominent saber teeth glinted coldly in the moonlight. White saber-toothed tiger, Zhao Yufei exclaimed, his expression tense. He recognized the origin of the giant tiger. It was a white-furred saber-toothed tiger, rare mutated species among the mythical beasts. This beast was extraordinarily powerful. Even in its juvenile stage, it could reach the level of a 10th-tier beast, and as an adult, it could rank among the kings of mythical creatures. Just as everyone was on high alert, a single word from Chen Xingbian left them all dumbfounded. Mimi. Before the words even faded, the mighty white-furred saber-toothed tiger leapt onto Chen Xingbian like a big cat, rubbing its furry head against him. Mountain God. Mimi missed you so much. Uncle, you call such a terrifying beast Mimi? Ji Yun asked in disbelief, eyes wide. Lu Yufeng could only shake her head helplessly at the sight. You'd laugh even more to know he has another one called Meow Meow. Watching this scene, Chen Han couldn't help but facepalm at his father's peculiar taste. However, the white-furred saber-toothed tiger wasn't there just for a visit. As the most loyal beast race to Chen Xingbian, they were tasked with monitoring other mythical beasts within a 3 million square kilometer range of the Northern Territory. It reported to Chen Xingbian that due to his and Lu Yufeng's assistance in eliminating the stone giants and two-headed ogres, many previously submissive beast clans had lost trust in him and were planning to migrate to the territories of the Dragon Emperor or the Dark Emperor. Among them, the Darkbat clan was the most aggressive, even uniting with over a dozen other clans to prepare an attack on Chen Xingbian and the human troops stationed in the Northern Territory. This is outrageous. Chen Xingbian was furious. I taught them language and civilized order, yet it seems these beasts need a lesson. Just as he was about to take action against the ungrateful beasts, Chen Han stopped him. Father, your breakthrough is more important. Let me handle this. I need this opportunity. The 24 Privy Council had given Chen Han the title of Champion Marquis and autonomy over the Northern Territory, hoping he would achieve more victories there. The rebellion of these beasts provided him with the perfect opportunity for expansion. To become the true king of the Northern Territory, this battle had to be fought. Chen Xingbian understood his son's intentions. Very well, then I can focus on my retreat. Father, I must be clear. Chen Han hesitated for a moment before confessing, my approach to dealing with mythical beasts differs from yours. Those not of our kind must have different hearts. They must either be enslaved, domesticated, or die. Surprisingly, Chen Xingbian laughed heartily in agreement. Good. I'm glad you think that way. I was merely using the beasts. Apart from a few completely submissive clans, do what you must with the rest. With his father's support, Chen Han immediately took action. Instead of rashly dispatching troops to suppress the rebellion, he focused on expanding his army. He summoned 2 outstanding recruits, Zhang Xiaolong and Liao Xiaohu. The 2 of you will return to Daxia immediately and begin recruiting across the country. At that moment, Chen Han received a message from Li Qingshi, informing him that the first batch of medicine from the medicine body furnace had been released nationwide and was well received. The first payment was on its way to the Champion Marquis residence. This news came at just the right time. Chen Han immediately turned to Li Qingshi and proposed an unexpected condition. He would not take a single penny from the first payment, but he demanded that all the potions produced in the second batch by the medicine furnace be delivered to him. If not, he would not only terminate the cooperation but also take back the medicine furnace. Li Qingshi's face changed dramatically upon hearing this, and cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. The medicine furnace was a prestigious asset for the national pharmaceuticals. If it were taken back, the entire company could fall apart. He quickly waved his hand and said, rest assured, Champion Marquis, not only the second batch, but even the third and fourth batches will be delivered to you. We will even provide the raw materials for free. Just please don't take back the medicine furnace. This played right into Chen Han's hands. With the help of national pharmaceuticals channels, he had successfully opened up the market. Now, with a sufficient supply of potions, he immediately set about planning a new recruitment drive. He summoned Zhang Xiaolong and Liao Xiaohu and laid out 3 recruitment criteria. First, the strength requirement remained unchanged, with a minimum of 6th-rank martial artists, no upper limit. Second, the focus would be on civilians and independent martial artists, with military backgrounds being secondary and family backgrounds being the least prioritized. No recruits would be accepted from the capital's family heirs. Champion Marquis. Zhang Xiaolong frowned. Isn't this background screening too strict? Most high-level martial artists come from families. It might be hard to recruit enough people. Chen Han smiled confidently and then revealed the second rule. Anyone who joined the Northern Expeditionary Army would receive a box of the latest blood and energy elixir from National Pharmaceuticals, plus 20 vials of various attribute potions. What? Zhang Xiaolong's eyes widened. You mean the kind of new blood and energy elixir that's being sold for millions? Before he could recover from his shock, Chen Han announced the third rule. Anyone who achieved military merit could not only be promoted but also receive additional new potion rewards. That's incredibly generous. Zhang Xiaolong and Liao Xiaohu exclaimed in unison. With these potions as bait and the champion marquee reputation, it will definitely attract a large number of elites. The two excitedly took the orders and immediately set off back to the southern region. 2 days passed without any news from them, while Chen Han continued his routine inspections in the military camp. At that moment, Chen Han witnessed an unexpected scene. His mother, Lu Yufeng, was standing in the center of the training ground, instructing a group of battalion-level officers led by Zhao Linger and Lu Zixing in the formation exercises. The formation faintly resembled ancient military tactics, with its complex and mysterious changes. Mom, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be in seclusion with Dad? Chen Han approached and asked. Lu Yufeng signaled the officers to take a short break and turned to smile. Your dad has been staring at the same old thing for years and he's bored. Of course, I want to spend more time with my fresh-faced son. If Dad hears that, Chen Han couldn't help but laugh. So what if he does? Lu Yufeng huffed indifferently. He looks like a wild man, always unkempt. Why should I be afraid of him? Then, Lu Yufeng revealed the truth. Chen Xingbian hadn't officially entered seclusion yet because he was worried about Chen Han. He specifically arranged for Lu Yufeng to teach the formation to the officers of the Northern Expedition Army to enhance their strength. Besides, the couple had been away from human society for 18 years, and now that they finally had the chance to return, Lu Yufeng wanted to take the opportunity to readjust. Dad said he has something for you this afternoon. It's probably his high-tech equipment, Lu Yufeng added. This made Chen Han's eyes light up. His father was not only a martial artist but also a scientist ahead of his time. Even the Granxia Academy of Sciences couldn't replicate his star crystal nullification machine. In the afternoon, Chen Han hurried to the cave, only to find Zhu Ming already there, admiringly stroking the red god mech parked in front of the cave. Captain Chen, your uncle is amazing, Zhu Ming exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. He upgraded the red god mech in just half a day and added 4 laser cannons, making it 12 in total. Guided by Zhu Ming, Chen Han found his father on the lawn, testing a large cannon. The cannon's silhouette resembled that of a Type 3 laser cannon but was clearly more refined. Just in time, Chen Xingbian said, pressing a button on the cannon. Watch this. A jet-black laser beam shot out instantly, silently consuming a section of the forest ahead. When the light dissipated, a massive crater appeared on the ground. This cannon was twice as powerful as the Type 3 laser cannon and required no recoil management, just a simple button press to fire. It was practically a Type 4 laser cannon. Son, Chen Xingbian shook his head. What have those scientists in Granxia been doing all these years? They've spent so much money, yet they're still using outdated materials to build laser cannons? Upon hearing Chen Xingbian's words, Chen Han was momentarily speechless. To be honest, only Lu Yufeng could handle a husband who was so full of himself. However, one had to admit that what Chen Xingbian said was true. The technical challenge that had stumped the experts at the Great Xia Academy of Sciences for decades was solved by a martial artist in just 2.5 days. This was certainly due to his years of accumulated knowledge, but for one person's intellect to rival an entire academy was truly astonishing. Chen Han thought to himself that if he could show his father the medicine refining furnace system he created, perhaps even his self-assured father would experience what it's like to be overwhelmed by technology. Chen Xingbian handed over a design for a Type 4 laser cannon to Chen Han and said, give this to the military's tech personnel. They'll know how to improve it. Also, take your mom with you. It'll give me some peace of mind. With his hands on his hips, he added, if time weren't so tight, I would upgrade your combat armor too. Come on, you should focus on your retreat, Chen Han said helplessly. Clearly, Chen Xingbian was more interested in scientific research than martial arts training, even at the critical moment of breaking through to the martial god realm. Despite this, Chen Han felt a warm feeling rise in his heart. His father was so concerned for his safety that he rushed to complete the project and even sent Lu Yufeng, who was best suited for guarding, to protect his son while leaving only 2 5-maternal saber-toothed tigers, Meow Meow and Mimi, to guard him. As he piloted the improved red god mecha away, Chen Han looked back at the cave and silently said, thanks, Dad. When he returned to Beijing City that night, the entire city was bustling with excitement. In addition to the original 200,000 soldiers of the Northern Expedition Army, there were many new faces. As soon as he landed, Zhang Xiaolong and Liao Xiaohu eagerly ran over to share the good news. It turned out that after returning to the southern border, they immediately spread the word of Chen Han's great victory over the allied forces of the 3 alien beast clans. This battle destroyed nearly 300,000 enemies, far surpassing the achievements of his earlier title as Champion Marquis when he annihilated the Red Wolf Beast's 100,000 strong army. The triumphant news spread, causing great jubilation across the Great Xia, with people hanging lanterns and celebrating. Even team members like Zhang Xiaolong and Liao Xiaohu received warm welcomes and enthusiastic receptions wherever they went. The Northern Expedition Army's momentum was growing rapidly, with many citizens generously donating money and supplies to support the cause. Against this backdrop, Zhang Xiaohu and Liao Xiaolong's recruitment efforts were exceptionally successful. Even before their recruitment notices were posted, a large number of passionate young people eagerly volunteered to join the army. In this society dominated by family influences, young people yearn to achieve their dreams of social mobility through military service. Joining the Northern Expedition Army presents a chance to change their fate. Thus, as soon as Liao Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaolong began their work, it caused a sensation. The first batch of new recruits they brought to Chen Han was astounding in scaling an entire army of 100,000, with 40,000 of them reaching at least the level of a martial general. It's important to note that martial generals are considered elite forces in Xia, often holding key positions in secondary main cities and being highly valued by various families. The number of these 40,000 martial generals is equivalent to the total from 20 to 30 main cities. Even more exciting was the discovery of several extraordinary individuals among the 100,000 new recruits. Liao Xiaohu excitedly led Chen Han to the training ground, where 4 individuals had been waiting for some time. All of them had reached the 8th rank of martial general, with 2 even stepping into the martial emperor realm. The first to catch Chen Han's attention was a man named Linda. He had a delicate appearance and wielded a long sword, but his voice sent shivers down Chen Han's spine. It was eerily similar to that of a eunuch. Linda was originally a genius at the martial university, possessing an S-grade talent in the sword category. His water-repelling sword was crafted by the divine artisan Feng Yufeng and was renowned as the best sword in the world. However, the sword came with a shocking price: the user had to be castrated. Despite this, Linda created the S-grade martial arts sunflower sword technique with this sword, making him nearly invincible among the younger generation. The second person was a young girl named Lu Enai, standing less than 1.5 meters tall with 2 ponytails and a cute appearance, yet her voice was incongruously rough. Her shout of "Champion Marquis, hello" almost stunned the entire crowd. Lu Enai possessed an SS-grade talent called giantification, which allowed her body to grow 100-fold, with corresponding enhancements to her attributes. In her giant form, her base strength could reach an astonishing 600,000 kilograms, comparable to Chen Han, who had multiple SSS talents. The 2 remaining individuals were a pair of twin brothers, renowned in the circle of freelance warriors and regarded as the most elite. Unlike Linda and Lu Enai, these brothers had already achieved great success. Freelance warriors are independent, neither tied to families nor loyal to government agencies. They make a living by hunting exotic beasts or working as mercenaries. Whether it's a protection mission or an assassination, if someone is willing to pay, they will take the job. This lifestyle, while free, is extremely dangerous. To afford the expensive attribute potions necessary for training, they must survive the blades of beasts and rival warriors, with a mortality rate even higher than that in the military. The younger brother, Lei Wan, despite having only ins-level talent, possesses a rare light-based ability. Unlike the common Atakan defense type, his light ability lacks offensive power but provides astonishing healing effects and attribute enhancements. He can attach his light-based talents to teammates, significantly boosting their vitality and enhancing their basic attributes. This purely supportive light talent is unique in all of Xia, and although the military has repeatedly tried to recruit him, he has politely declined, citing a desire to avoid military restrictions. In stark contrast, his older brother, Lei Wu, has the most destructive dark-based talent. Since the new era, the occurrence of dark talents is only 1 in 100,000, and even an level dark talent user is closely monitored by the government. Dark talents possess unimaginable destructiveness, and if they go out of control, they can cause mass casualties. Chen Han recalled a case from his textbooks. A dark talent user mishandled his ability, turning an entire university into ruins, resulting in the deaths of everyone, including himself. Lei Wu's presence here is a testament to his extraordinary control over his dark talent. Suddenly, Lei Wu clasped his fist in salute to Chen Han, saying, "Greetings, Champion Marquis. The army has repeatedly invited us over the years, but we have always declined. This time, we've come out of admiration for your great name. Nowadays, your fame is known throughout all of Xia. I'm a straightforward person, and today, I dare to ask you to show us your skills." As soon as he said this, the expressions of those present turned displeased. Even if Lei Wu wanted to witness the Marquis of Champion's skills, he shouldn't have been so direct and disrespectful. After all, Chen Han was personally appointed as the Marquis of Champion by the 24 secret ministries, a status far above Lei Wu's. Liao Xiaohu, who had brought the 2 along, felt embarrassed and quickly reprimanded, "Lei Wu, How can you speak to the Marquis of Champion like that? Chen Han gestured for Liao Xiaohu to stop. He had already noticed that these four were top-notch talents with limitless potential. As the Northern Expedition Army was expanding, such officer-level talent was in high demand. However, to earn the genuine respect of these elite masters, mere titles were insufficient. True skill had to be demonstrated. He slowly drew the dragon roar bow from the imperial weapon case, reached for the quiver, and fixed his gaze on the distant mountains. Seeing Chen Han's stance, Lu Yufeng was shocked. Could her son really have mastered the shooting star divine arrow? In her memory, Chen Han was still the 2-year-old child with only level talent. Even with all the adventures he had experienced over the years, it seemed impossible for him to become so extraordinary. What shocked her even more was that Chen Han knocked 3 arrows simultaneously. 3 arrows at once? This defied all logic. According to Chen Xingbian, the shooting star divine arrow could only be fired consecutively, never simultaneously. Lu Yufeng's expression changed dramatically, wanting to stop him. She knew well the immense power of the shooting star divine arrow and the tremendous energy it consumed. Firing 3 arrows at once would surely exceed the human limit, potentially leading to exhaustion and death. However, it was too late. The 3 arrows shot through the air, tracing brilliant paths across the night sky, illuminating the entire horizon. This spectacular scene left everyone present awestruck, momentarily forgetting the terrifying destructive power of this SS-level martial technique. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous explosions snapped everyone back to reality. They looked up in disbelief. The tops of 3 mountains had been leveled with a single strike. Even Lei Wu, who possessed the most destructive dark affinity talent and was a level higher than Chen Han, had never witnessed such power. He immediately knelt, sincerely declaring, "Marquis of Champion, I am convinced." The most astonished was Lu Yufeng. She realized clearly that what her son had performed was no longer Chen Xingbian's shooting star divine arrow. Not even the martial emperor level Chen Xingbian could achieve this level, let alone Chen Han, who was only at the martial general level. In just a few days, he not only mastered this martial technique, but also surpassed its creator, Chen Xingbian. Lu Yufeng was unaware that this was the powerful effect of Chen Han's soul saint body. Any weapon-based martial skill would automatically be elevated by 2 levels in his hands, allowing him to surpass the creators of those skills in understanding. Even more astonishing was Chen Han's innate talent, which enabled him to grasp martial techniques and skills effortlessly, often mastering them at first sight. The perfect combination of these 2 talents made him even more formidable. Watching her son's performance, Lu Yufeng's face lit up with a joyful smile. She reflected on how her son's achievements had far exceeded her expectations. Over the years, as a mother, she had always worried about Chen Han. In a large family like those in Hanwu City, even if they weren't as prestigious as the capital's families, at least upgrade talent was necessary to be treated well. She couldn't imagine how Chen Han, with grade talent, could survive in such an environment. Although she had confidence in her son, the world of martial artists was brutally harsh. At that moment, all the officials present were in awe of Chen Han's strength, and chants of "Champion Marquis" echoed around. Lu Yufeng's eyes shimmered with tears. Those who once doubted him were now witnessing his power firsthand. As a mother, nothing is more gratifying than seeing your child succeed. In the following days, Zhang Xiaolong and Liao Xiaohu returned from the southern border of Daxia with more troops. Although there were no top-tier martial artists like Linda, Lu and I, and the Lei brothers among them, the overall level of this group was even higher. Among the newly recruited 300,000 soldiers, half had reached the martial general level, nearly encompassing all the unaffiliated martial generals in Daxia. Adding to the original 200,000 troops, the Northern Expedition Army now totaled 500,000, all elite units above the 6th tier. To put this into perspective, the entire active military force of Daxia was just over 3 million, with limited maneuverable forces. Even the combined forces under the command of the 3 great marshals, Yu Wuyun, Zhongguo, and Ouyang Quan, amounted to just over 1 million. Yet, Chen Han had assembled this enviable elite force in just half a month. That day, Chen Han held a grand military parade in the center of Jinbei City. The 500,000 soldiers lined up in the city, creating a majestic scene rivaling any parade in the capital. Dressed in a black military uniform, Chen Han stepped onto the podium. Despite being only 18 years old with a youthful face, he exuded the demeanor of a leader in every move. The soldiers below looked up at this young marquis with deep respect in their hearts. "Greetings, soldiers." Chen Han's deep voice echoed across the vast training ground. "Hail to the champion marquis." The synchronized salute of 500,000 soldiers created a thunderous sound. The purpose of this parade was straightforward: to organize this Northern Expeditionary Army, a force that rivals or even surpasses the 6 major armies of the southern frontier, into specific divisions. Chen Han divided the 500,000 troops into 4 corps, each with distinct responsibilities. The first corps was led by Lei Wu, who had reached the 4th rank of Martial Emperor. The second corps was entrusted to Linda, known for his potential and his reputation for defeating enemies across borders, having reached the 7th rank as a martial general. These two main combat corps comprised the elite forces, tasked with primary offensive operations. The 3rd Corps, under Liu and I, included artillery units and technical personnel, managing all 4 types of laser cannons, and focused on battlefield support. The 4th Corps, led by Lei Wan, specialized in non-combat capabilities, handling medical and communication support. In addition, Chen Han personally selected 5,000 elite troops, divided into 2 direct camps. The vanguard camp led by Zhao Linger, which included members from the Cold Night Group and was considered the sharpest blade in the army, and the Kuwei camp led by Liu Zixing, which retained its original comradeship structure. These formidable units answered only to Chen Han. While the appointed generals joyfully ascended the stage to receive their titles, a different scene unfolded within the 24 Privy Council. Luo Yuan, the second most powerful figure in Xia, was furiously confronting Emperor Qingtian. Chen Han took 30,000 from the southern frontier, and now he commands a total of 50,000 troops. What is his intention? Is he planning a rebellion? Luo Yuan's anger stemmed from powerlessness. Emperor Qingtian had granted Chen Han complete autonomy in the northern frontier, including the authority to recruit soldiers, leaving the Privy Council helpless. Even Emperor Qingtian himself was deep in thought, unsure how to respond to Chen Han's rapid military expansion. Suddenly, a clap of thunder interrupted the council's argument. Everyone looked out the window in astonishment. A bizarre swirling cloud formation appeared in the clear sky, radiating outward from the northern frontier. A celestial phenomenon. Someone exclaimed, someone is about to break through to the martial god realm. This sight, unseen in the past decade, left everyone speculating. Who was about to step into this legendary realm? The martial god realm is a force capable of disrupting the balance of the universe. As a practitioner approaches this realm, it's as if the heavens and earth become enraged by the emergence of this power, resulting in extraordinary phenomena. This is the deeper meaning behind the saying, below the martial god, all are mere mortals. At this moment, the 24 Secret Council was abuzz with voices. Everyone stood at the observation window, staring in shock at the overwhelming phenomenon in the northern region. If such a magnificent celestial event had occurred in the southern region, they would have been overjoyed. But the north, a desolate land teeming with exotic beasts, how could it possibly produce someone on the verge of breaking through to the martial god realm? Aren't the only humans in the north the 500,000 Northern Expedition Army led by Chen Han? Murmured one council member. The strongest among them is only at the martial sovereign level, not to mention the iron rule forbidding martial gods from entering the north. 2 elders, both martial god level, were arguing heatedly. Who could it be? How could there be such a person in the north? Nonsense. The north has been nearly deserted for 70 to 80 years. These 2 powerful figures at the pinnacle of authority in the Xia dynasty were now terrified by this aura from miles away. The reason was simple. The scale of this phenomenon was utterly terrifying. When Han Haoran, the first martial god of the Xia dynasty, broke through, it only resulted in a 1,000-mile radius of burning clouds, which is still regarded as an auspicious sign. But the phenomenon caused by this mysterious figure now spanned a diameter of 4,000 miles, far surpassing Han Haoran's achievement. The entire council descended into chaos, with someone suggesting that national records be reviewed to investigate all potential martial god breakthrough candidates. At this moment, Luo Yuan suddenly glared at Di Qingtian, shouting, whoever this person is, if they're in the north, they must be connected to Chen Han. A 500,000 strong army plus a mysterious martial god Di Qingtian. If Chen Han rebels, how will you explain this to the citizens of Xia? Faced with the aggressive questioning, Di Qingtian could only massage his forehead, looking troubled. If Luo Yuan knew that this mightiest martial god in history could be Chen Han's father, who knows how he would react? At this very moment, in the entire council, perhaps only the silent Yu Wuyun knew the true identity of that person. Ever since learning about Chen Xingbian's ordeal, he had been downcast. Upon hearing Luo Yuan target Chen Han, he finally couldn't hold back any longer and roared in anger. Luo Yuan, listen to me. Yu Wuyun's voice thundered through the hall of 24 secretaries. I, Yu Wuyun, vouched that Chen Han would never commit acts that harmed the country or its people. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across those present, and he added coldly, but if it's some petty villain. His sentence trailed off, but a chilling aura of menace already enveloped the hall. The officials involuntarily took a half step back. They had all noticed Yu Wuyun's recent unusual demeanor, yet none understood the reason behind it. Although Yu Wuyun's political influence had waned, even Luo Yuan dared not act rashly against this threatening presence. The retort he was about to make was swallowed back. Arguing with Yu Wuyun in his current state might very well lead to disaster, even for someone as powerful as the second-in-command of Daxia. It was Emperor Qingtian who stepped in to diffuse the tension. Old Yu, you've been busy with military affairs lately. Go and get some rest. Yu Wuyun cast a sweeping glance at everyone, let out a cold snort, and left, leaving the room bewildered. Meanwhile, the celestial phenomenon had not only stirred the secretary's hall. Across Daxia, martial experts of the highest rank were gazing skyward. Were it not for the rule forbidding martial gods from stepping into the northern territory, they would have rushed to the epicenter of the anomaly. In the medical quarters, Liang Yutian paused his surgery, mouth agape, mumbling, "Who could this be with such a presence? The direction of the northern territory. Isn't that where Chen Han is? This person must be extraordinary. If they ascend to martial god status, they could become a leading figure, perhaps even breaking through to the 8th tier of martial gods." In the military camp, Ouyang Quan and Zhongguo were even more shocked. They recalled witnessing firsthand the scene of 3 arrows felling the immortal golden crow. They had assumed a mysterious martial god had intervened, only to realize now that the person had not yet reached the martial god realm at that time. To possess the strength of a martial god while still at the martial lord level, Zhongguo's expression was grave. If this person is truly allied with Chen Han, their influence could be unimaginably vast. Ouyang Quan agreed. Once they break through, not even Han Houran might be a match for them, let alone Yu Wuyun. Both were deeply concerned about their future positions. On the northern front, the phenomenon was even more pronounced. Winds howled, clouds twisted, and the entire northern expedition army was in awe. Only Chen Han, Lu Yufeng, and the Han Yi group understood the Trumi and Injit was a sign of Chen Xingbian's imminent breakthrough. Seeing this, Chen Han immediately ordered, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Corps, prepare for action. March at once. Reclaim our land. The first destination for Chen Han's Northern Expedition Army is naturally the city of the Dark Bats. The massive army advances northward in a grand procession, with over 3,000 soldiers marching in perfect formation, their ironclad steps thundering across the land. The spark for this campaign was simple. The leader of the Dark Bats did not fall on the battlefield against the Northern Expedition Army, but was instead killed by an arrow from Chen Xingbian. The Dark Bats have never been able to swallow this insult. Although they understand that their single clan cannot compete against the combined forces of the Northern Expedition Army and Chen Xingbian, they opted for a smarter strategy, inciting other races to join in resistance. The distance from Jinbei City to the Dark Bat City is about 400 to 500 kilometers, and Chen Han employed a brilliant military formation. Zhao Linger's vanguard camp and Lu Zexing's Kuei character camp lead the way, with dozens of elite scouts exploring 50 kilometers ahead. The powerful 1st and 2nd Corps flank the sides to guard against beast ambushes. The less battle-hardened 3rd and 4th Corps hold the center to provide support. This strategic deployment showcases a significant improvement in Chen Han's command capabilities. After advancing about 100 kilometers, Chen Han sits in the central command vehicle, discussing with Lu Yufeng the details of the northern beasts. As the mountain god's lady, Lu Yufeng has a unique ability to mediate between beast races. Although Chen Xingbian taught the beasts language and writing, bringing human civilization to them, Lu Yufeng excels in balancing interests and coordinating relations among the races. Without her strategic planning, the vast northern region of 3 million square kilometers would likely have fallen into chaos long ago. In reality, Lu Yufeng explains to Chen Han, the Dark Bats, the old-faced demon vine, and the Yaksha sent against you earlier are not considered strong tribes among the northern beasts. Apart from the Yaksha's slightly noble lineage, the other two do not even rank. She pauses and continues. Chen Xingbian actually held back. If he had sent those bloodthirsty higher races, the Northern Expedition Army would have been in grave danger. However, once those races go to war, it's difficult to stop them, so he refrained from deploying them. At this point, Lu Yufeng's tone carries a hint of amazement. I just didn't expect that the Northern Expedition Army's strength is so astonishing, able to easily break through Chen Xingbian's beast formations. Son, it's a good thing you led the troops. If it weren't for you, your father might have completely destroyed the Northern Expedition Army. Lu Yufeng said, a hint of fear flashing across her face. The lives of 200,000 Northern Expedition soldiers were at stake, and if Chen Xingbian had truly intended harm, he would have been remembered as a villain throughout history. Mom, to be honest, besides me, no one else could have led the troops for the Northern Expedition, Chen Han replied with a calm smile. This wasn't boasting. After the first Northern Expedition lost 300,000 soldiers, the people's morale was shattered. If he hadn't turned the tide, there wouldn't have been a second attempt. Meeting Chen Xingbian's beast army wasn't just a coincidence. It seemed destined. Lu Yufeng's expression quickly turned serious. Son, although I can follow you to battle, I must make it clear first that I can't easily take action. My strength is much greater than an ordinary martial master, but still a bit weaker than your father's. I'm also concerned that going all out might attract those from the forbidden zones. Chen Han nodded in understanding. The last encounter with the immortal Golden Crow left a deep impression on him. If the Northern Expedition Army faced such an entity, it would be decimated. He never intended for his mother to fight. as he was confident in defeating the northern rebel beasts with his 50,000 troops. However, his mother's words piqued his curiosity. Reflecting on Lu Yufeng's displays of strength in the past, whether it was her flying daggers or the Grand Tiangang array, her power was indeed formidable, though seemingly not quite at his father's level. Mom, just how much weaker are you compared to Dad? What? Doubting your mom's strength? Lu Yufeng retorted with a smirk. I admit that in a normal spar, I can't beat your father. She gazed towards the divine mountain. But in a fight to the death, your father would fall by my hand. This was no idle boast. Lu Yufeng had mentioned in the cave that she could stop Qin Xingbian, and she truly had the ability, though it would result in mutual destruction. While she might not match Qin Xingbian's direct combat prowess, she excelled in mechanisms, hidden weapons, poisons, formations, and other lethal techniques, albeit less straightforward than a warrior's duel. Back in the day, your mom was a standout at Shinkong University. Lu Yufeng continued. Do you know the traitor called the Poison Queen under General Yu, Hongpe? I cracked all her poison techniques in less than a year. She was clearly unaware that Hongpe hadn't been killed by Yu Wuyun and had recently caused trouble in the capital. Chen Han was taken aback. If his mother had been in the capital at that time, many civilian casualties might have been avoided. He had witnessed Hongpe's poison incapacitate a martial emperor instantly, and without the Kirin Flame's immunity to poisons, he wouldn't have survived. His mother's ability to counter such poisons 2 decades ago suggested her current mastery was even more terrifying. At that moment, Lu Yufeng seemed to remember something and took out an ancient, yellowed book from her pocket, handing it to Chen Han. Just from its appearance, it was evident that it was an extraordinary artifact from ages past. The ancient book was prominently titled with 6 large characters, Comprehensive Guide to 5-Element Formations. Chen Han held the seemingly ordinary ancient book in his hands, looking at his mother in disbelief. Mom, this is... Lu Yufeng, with a composed demeanor and a calm tone, explained. This is a precious ancient book passed down through my sect for dozens of generations. It contains over 300 formations, each with infinite mysteries. Especially after the resurgence of spiritual energy, these formations combined with cultivation have unimaginable power. This seemingly unremarkable book, The Comprehensive Guide to 5-Element Formations, is actually the coveted treasure of countless formation masters in Dixia. The reason is simple. Lu Yufeng's master was recognized as the foremost formation master in Dixia. Now that this master has passed away, Lu Yufeng, as the sole heir, naturally inherited the title of the first formation master. Mom, are you really just giving me something this important? Chen Han was incredulous. Isn't there a rule in your sect that formations can't be passed on outside, only to sect disciples? Violating that would mean being considered a traitor. Lu Yufeng nonchalantly waved her hand. That old man has been gone for so long. Why bother with that? Besides, your father has read it, but unfortunately, that blockhead only knows how to do research and couldn't understand it at all. With that, she suddenly took a teacup from the car, poured some tea, and handed it to Chen Han. Give me the tea. Although Chen Han was confused, he did as she asked. Lu Yufeng took a sip of the tea and calmly announced, all right, from now on, you're the 34th generation sole disciple of this sect. Seeing Chen Han's shocked expression, she added, don't think it's too casual. When I was your age, that old man chased me for 2 whole weeks. Seeing him persevere in the cold weather, I softened and bought him a cup of hot milk tea, and just like that, I became his disciple. Chen Han's forehead was marked with exasperation. This turn of events was too sudden. While others went to great lengths to become a disciple, his mother was pursued by the world's #1 formation master, sealed with a cup of hot milk tea. Despite the absurdity of this disciple recruitment method, Chen Han gladly accepted the formation guide. Just skimming a few pages, he felt the astonishing mysteries contained within these formations were said to be able to trap even the beings in forbidden zones. But for now, he had no time to delve into it and had to set it aside temporarily. However, what awaited him was a topic that no child could escape. Lu Yufeng shifted the conversation. Xiao Han, if you really care about your mom, you should find a daughter-in-law. You're an adult now, and I think that Xiao Linger is quite nice. She's pretty and polite. Let me tell you, earlier, Xiao Linger stood her ground for you, bravely facing questioning from your father and me, refusing to give in. Hearing his mother Lu Yufeng's words, Chen Han looked up at the sky, pretending not to hear. Meanwhile, Xiao Linger, who was leading the troops at the front, suddenly sneezed inexplicably. At this awkward moment, a messenger from the First Corps arrived just in time. Report. Champion Marquis, there's an emergency. Speak quickly. Chen Han turned to the messenger, grateful for the interruption that stopped his mother's nagging. A white-fronted saber-toothed tiger has appeared on the flank of the First Corps, injuring over 30 soldiers. However, it doesn't seem to have any intent to kill. Commander Lei Wu requests instructions on whether to eliminate it. Chen Han was startled, knowing that the white-fronted saber-toothed tigers were close allies of Qin Xingbian. Could it be one of the two guardians coming to deliver a message? Wang Wang. It must be my Wang Wang. Lu Yufeng suddenly exclaimed anxiously. You haven't heard it, have you? Chen Han remembered that his mother also had a white-fronted saber-toothed tiger. Reflecting on the couple's choice of pet names like Meow Meow, Meow Meow, and Wang Wang, he couldn't help but think that two people sharing a bed could indeed be quite similar. Seeing Lu Yufeng's high regard from Chen Han, the messenger quickly explained, rest assured, that white-fronted saber-toothed tiger is formidable. We could only subdue it with a collective effort. Following Chen Han's command, a tigress soon dashed into the central army. As the designated observer beast by Chen Xingbian, apart from Meow Meow and Meow Meow guarding the retreat, only Wang Wang was responsible for external investigations. Lady of the Mountain God, Wang Wang reported, the Darkbat clan has allied with 6 other beast tribes, gathering their forces in Darkbat City, planning to rebel against the Mountain God. Additionally, 18 other tribes are secretly preparing, including some high-level ones. They have learned of the human army's approach and have dispatched a vanguard to assess the situation. Lu Yufeng's expression turned cold upon hearing this. These beasts have grown too bold. Xingbian raised so many ungrateful ones. Mom, the northern beasts have been subdued for years. Why is there so much unrest as soon as the northern expeditionary army arrives? Is it because Dad killed the Darkbat leader? Chen Han asked, puzzled. Of course not. Lu Yufeng shook her head and explained that after Chen Han's victorious return, Chen Xingbian was furious upon learning that many from the Northern Expeditionary Army had fallen to the beasts. He held a meeting to severely punish numerous beast leaders. Even the Darkbat leader had half its wings clipped, which led to resentment against this symbolic figure. The Darkbat's incitement was merely the spark. At this time, Chen Han was unaware that Zhao Linger and her vanguard battalion had already encountered the vanguard of the Beast Coalition. Upon the encounter, Zhao Linger immediately signaled to halt. The Northern Expedition Vanguard Camp and the Beast Vanguard Army stood still, facing each other at a distance of about 2 kilometers. Neither side made a rash move, especially the Northern Expedition Vanguard Camp, as they had already sensed the formidable power of their opponents. Though the enemy numbered only in the tens of thousands, each one exuded an imposing aura. With her keen judgment, Zhao Linger deduced that these beasts were at least at the 13th tier, with some even reaching the 14th. Facing such a formidable foe, she quickly turned to Ji Yun beside her. Go report to Champion Ho and inform him that the vanguard has encountered a strong enemy and request instructions on whether to engage. Ji Yun, utilizing his extraordinary speed, swiftly dashed towards the main forces. At that moment, a unique figure emerged from the beast army, a white-furred elephant man. Unlike the cumbersome giant elephant troops they had encountered before, this humanoid beast retained the strength of a giant elephant but possessed much more agility. The power of this white-furred elephant man was astonishing, nearly reaching the 15th tier, and its mere presence exerted a daunting pressure on the Northern Expedition Vanguard. The leader of the Beast Vanguard Army surveyed the Northern Expedition troops with a sneer. Is this the best humans can do? I thought all humans were as formidable as the Mountain God. Despite the taunts, Zhao Linger, now the captain of the Vanguard, remained calm and refrained from engaging recklessly. She knew well that even if the enemy was strong, they only had 30,000 troops, while the Northern Expedition Army boasted a force of 500,000, making victory through superior numbers achievable. Meanwhile, Ji Yun had reached Chen Han and quickly reported the situation at the front line. Chen Han furrowed his brow and immediately decided, bring the 4 corps commanders, we'll go and assess the situation ourselves. Surprisingly, Lu Yufeng also expressed her desire to see the beast army. Considering her knowledge of the northern beasts, Chen Han readily agreed. As the group arrived at the front line, they overheard the white-furred elephant man boasting arrogantly. Humans, are you afraid to make a move? Are you scared of us? The towering figure of the white-furred elephant man stood at the forefront of the beast vanguard, his rough voice echoing across the battlefield. If that's the case, then let your commander come out. I've heard your commander is the son of the mountain god. I want to see what he's made of. The white-furred elephant man clearly had no regard for the soldiers of the vanguard camp and directly challenged Chen Han. However, at that moment, Lu Yufeng, standing beside Chen Han, wore a disdainful expression. Mom, do you know it? Chen Han asked softly, noticing his mother's expression. More than just know it, we've met often. Lu Yufeng's tone was filled with contempt. Not only did she recognize the white-furred elephant man, but she was also well acquainted with all the races of the Vanguard Army. The Beast Vanguard Army was primarily composed of 3 races, all under the jurisdiction of Chen Xingbian. The strongest among them was the white-furred elephant tribe, known for their immense natural strength, nearly double that of warriors of the same level. The second group was the Wood Elves, who wielded wood elemental powers similar to human wood elemental talents. Apart from their pointed ears and wings, they closely resembled humans and were mostly female with healing abilities. The last group was the Centaurs, considered mythical beasts but relatively weaker in combat, often stationed at the rear of the army. The white-furred elephant man, once a loyal follower of Chen Xingbian, had now defected to the rebels. Facing the elephant man's provocation, Linda was the first to step forward. Champion Marquis, I request to fight. Such a small fry doesn't require your personal intervention. Although his voice was ambiguous, his attitude was resolute. Chen Han nodded in agreement but cautioned, remember, don't push yourself too hard. If you can't win, retreat. This concern warmed Linda's heart, as he had often been seen as an outsider due to the water-repelling sword. But in the Northern Expedition Army, he was treated as an equal. Lu Zixing silently admired Chen Han's demeanor, which increasingly resembled that of Yue Shui. However, just as Linda advanced, an unexpected event occurred. The white-furred elephant king, who had been chattering incessantly, suddenly froze and collapsed, lifeless. This sudden turn of events stunned both sides, as no one even saw who made the move, and there were no visible wounds on the elephant king. Mom, didn't you say you wouldn't intervene? Chen Han looked at Lu Yufeng in surprise. Lu Yufeng awkwardly scratched the back of her head. Sorry, son. I just couldn't help it. This elephant used to tell your dad to capture a few elf women as concubines, and I just couldn't stand its mouth. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. Chen Han's mouth twitched slightly. The sight of the white-haired elephant king lying on the ground reminded him of the arrogant beast's past words. Who would have thought that a casual remark would lead to its demise, without even knowing how it died? Chen Han looked up at the sky. Fortunately, this strike did not provoke the Forbidden Zone's entities, as Lu Yufeng had obviously restrained her power. Yet, even with restraint, she was able to instantly kill a being of the Elephant King's caliber. On closer inspection of the white-haired Elephant King's body, there was a barely noticeable linear wound on its forehead where Lu Yufeng's celestial dagger had pierced through, killing it in one strike. Such a weapon from a warrior of her level was beyond ordinary perception. The atmosphere of shock lingered for a while, but the Northern Expedition Vanguard's morale was greatly boosted by the sudden death of the enemy commander. Many soldiers even credited Linda for the victory. Commander Linda is truly formidable. That's a beast only the champion Marquis could handle. Praise echoed around. Faced with such adulation, Linda was bewildered. He was fully aware of the disparity in strength between himself and the white-haired Elephant King. He had only stepped forward to share the champion Marquis' burden, ready to sacrifice himself if needed. He believed it was Chen Han who had intervened. So he quickly turned and said, "Thank you for your help, Champion Marquis." Chen Han, observing the scene, turned to Lu Yufeng with a smile and said, "Mom, you're really hiding your achievements and fame." Lu Yufeng, having been with Chen Xingbian for over 20 years, was well accustomed to their relationship. Her intervention was more about recognizing Linda's peril than the Elephant King's words. Linda's sunflower sword technique was known for its agility, but lacked the power to counter the Elephant King's overwhelming force, let alone penetrate its tough hide. Having her intentions revealed by her son, Lu Yufeng retorted, "Nonsense. He's planning to find a few concubines for your father. Would you be happy with a few mixed-blood siblings?" Chen Han smiled slightly, choosing not to say more. On the side of the Beast Vanguard, morale had already crumbled. How did the Elephant King die? Do humans have such experts? Was it the mountain god's son? Due to Chen Xingbian's established prestige in the northern region, the beast's fear of the mountain god was deeply ingrained. Witnessing the mysterious and sudden death of the white-haired Elephant King only intensified this fear to its peak. Some mythical creatures, upon seeing the mountain god appear, immediately knelt down and begged for forgiveness. The leader of the Wood Elves watched this scene with concern. The situation made her uneasy. The army's morale had plummeted so low that not only would they struggle to fight against humans, but even basic survival seemed doubtful. An army lacking fighting spirit would surely be crushed by the overwhelming human forces. The Wood Elf leader quickly made a decision and let out a loud roar. Why panic? Humans have always been cunning. The cause of the white-tusked Elephant King's death is unclear, but considering the power disparity of the human army, he was most likely killed by their schemes. Her words were quite stirring. As humanoid beings, the elves possessed human-like intelligence, and her speech effectively fueled a shared hatred for humans among the mythical creature army. To further solidify the army's resolve, the Wood Elf leader immediately called upon all Wood Elves to unleash their primal power. In an instant, wooden shields capable of completely covering their bodies appeared before each creature, imbued with the Wood Elves' primal energy, strong enough to withstand the attacks of a martial general. With this dual reassurance, the morale of the mythical creature Vanguard noticeably revived. The Wood Elf leader, unlike the talkative white-tusked Elephant King, had no interest in engaging in dialogue with humans. Her sole purpose was to test the human army's strength. She was about to order a charge followed by a retreat to Darkbat City. At that moment, a girl wielding a spear emerged from the human ranks. It was Zhao Linger, who shouted, "Do you dare face me in battle?" As a captain, she couldn't ignore the rising morale of her troops. This was the time to fan the flames and let the spirit of the army burn brighter. The Wood Elf leader initially dismissed Zhao Linger, but seeing her seemingly average strength, she couldn't help but chuckle to herself. This was an opportunity to boost her own army's morale. However, to guard against potential attacks from human experts, she ensured the wooden shield fully covered her. Lu Yufeng did not intervene this time. Firstly, Zhao Linger was the officer she valued most under Chen Han, and secondly, she was acutely aware of the disparity in strength between the two sides. Northern expedition soldiers shouted encouragement to Zhao Linger. Captain Zhao, go. Use this creature's head as a banner for the army. Hidden behind her wooden shield, the Wood Elf leader continued to laugh, convinced that Zhao Linger was no match for her. But in the next moment, her smile froze. Zhao Linger's form suddenly transformed, her appearance becoming more elven and even sprouting elven wings. A primal fear swept through the Wood Elf leader. Even more shocking was that all the Wood Elves in the mythical creature vanguard, including their leader, spontaneously knelt and faced Zhao Linger, chanting in a mystical elven language. Though it belonged to no human language family, the sincerity was unmistakable. This sight left everyone, humans and creatures alike, bewildered. At this moment, Lu Yufeng, who understood the elven language, turned pale and trembled as she uttered 5 words. The progenitor Elf King? Ancestral Elf King? Chen Han murmured with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Seeing Lu Yufeng, a martial arts master, looking so alarmed, only piqued Chen Han's curiosity about this being. That's a deity from the Forbidden Zone. Lu Yufeng steadied her emotions, though her voice still carried a touch of awe. A deity from the Forbidden Zone? This unfamiliar term caught Chen Han's attention. Instead of explaining immediately, Lu Yufeng asked, "Son, what do you think the existence of the Forbidden Zone is?" Chen Han pondered for a moment, then shared his understanding. The Forbidden Zone existence refers to creatures capable of disrupting the balance of the world. They possess immense power, like the undying golden crow, which could easily obliterate a nation at the start of the dark turmoil. These creatures are born from the unique terrains formed by extraterrestrial meteorites and are the pinnacle among mythical beasts. Many are legendary entities, such as the Qilan and the golden crow. Lu Yufeng nodded in agreement, and then elaborated on the concept of the Forbidden Zone deities. These special beings differ fundamentally from ordinary Forbidden Zone beasts. They descended alongside the meteorites rather than being nurtured by them. They are called deities because their power far surpasses that of typical Forbidden Zone beasts, and they are the progenitors of all mythical creatures, akin to totems. Remarkably, despite their immense power, Forbidden Zone deities are almost devoid of a killing instinct. This starkly contrasts with the innate bloodlust of other beasts toward humans. Even under Chen Xingbian's rule, the Darkbat clan struggled to fully suppress this instinct. During the first 20 years of the Dark Turmoil, Forbidden Zone deities frequently appeared in the human world. Although no one could communicate with them or discern their purpose, many witnessed their presence firsthand. Then, these mysterious beings suddenly vanished without a trace. The Ancestral Elf King is the most frequently observed deity among the Forbidden Zone deities, Lu Yufeng continued. It has appeared all over the world, from the west to Australia, leaving traces of its presence. It was through it that humans began to recognize the existence of Forbidden Zone deities. She then recounted a cautionary tale. 2 reckless Western nations attempted to capture the Ancestral Elf King, only to face terrible retribution within a single night. Both were reduced to flatlands. Even humanity's most powerful strategic weapons proved ineffective against it. Although no human martial god has ever confronted a Forbidden Zone deity directly, it is widely believed that the power of these deities far exceeds that of ordinary Forbidden Zone existences. Upon hearing this information, Chen Han took a deep breath, feeling a sense of alarm. A deity from a Forbidden Zone who had never set foot in Daxia already posed a significant threat to him. He felt a sense of relief that the fortunes of Daxia's civilization indeed surpassed those of other civilizations. At the beginning of the spiritual energy revival, the southern region saw almost no meteorite impacts, Chen Han pondered. This prevented the formation of special terrains capable of birthing Forbidden Zone entities. More importantly, deities from Forbidden Zones, like the primordial Elf King, seem unheard of in Daxia. Lu Yufeng smiled meaningfully at his words. Indeed, in the century since the new calendar of Daxia began, no Forbidden Zone deities have ever set foot on our land. These unique conditions have allowed us to survive this catastrophe. In Daxia, deities are forbidden from entering, Chen Han mused with a slight smile. But at this moment, he was more concerned about the phenomenon before him. Why were the Wood Elves kneeling in worship before Zhao Linger? Could transplanting the bones of exotic beasts have such an effect, creating a bloodline suppression over them? Chen Han wondered, stroking his chin. This phenomenon was unheard of in his knowledge, considering how many had transplanted exotic beast bones without such occurrences. Lu Yufeng immediately dismissed this hypothesis. Absolutely not. Transplanting exotic beast exoskeletons not only fails to suppress, but also incites hostility from the beasts. She went on to explain that any exotic beast could easily detect the presence of transplanted bones from their kind, which often provoke their anger. She provided an example. In the 23rd year of the new calendar, an officer who had transplanted elf exoskeletons was ferociously attacked by enemy elves during the Ushuai campaign. The elves were determined to kill him at all costs, ultimately resulting in his tragic death. Logically, Zhao Linger, having transplanted elf bones, should not be worshipped but should instead incite the wrath of the wood elves. Chen Han grew more perplexed. So how do we explain this? Could it be that the dark elf Zhao Linger transplanted had the bloodline of the primordial elf king? Lu Yufeng shook her head again and then detailed the hierarchy within the elf race. From ordinary elves like wood elves, to high elves like dark elves, then to elf kings, and finally to the primordial elf king. Even royal dark elves could not compare to the primordial elf king. Suddenly, a peculiar glint appeared in Lu Yufeng's eyes as she proposed a hypothesis that seemed unbelievable even to herself. Unless Linger herself possesses the bloodline of the primordial elf king. According to those who have witnessed the primordial elf king, the most distinctive feature of this forbidden zone deity is a mane of fiery red hair. Zhao Linger has the blood of the ancestral elf king flowing within her? Chen Han furrowed his brow, looking incredulously at Lu Yufeng. In his understanding, although humans and elves share similar appearances, there are distinct differences. The elves' unique skin texture, delicate facial features, and especially their iconic wings are traits that humans are not naturally born with. Even if Zhao Linger could manifest elf wings by activating the dark elf exoskeleton, it was still through external means. Fundamentally, she remained human. Lu Yufeng noticed her son's doubt and shrugged, saying, if that weren't the case, why would those wood elves be so devout towards Linger? Even your father never received such treatment. They merely followed his orders without reverence. Chen Han thoughtfully stroked his chin. As the leader of the Cold Night Squad, he was well acquainted with Zhao Linger's background. An ordinary family, with a father working in a factory and a mother as a housewife. She joined the military through a high-paying recruitment to alleviate her family's burdens, thanks to her level talent. Influenced by Yu Wuyun, she developed a patriotic spirit and joined the elite Kuei battalion of the Fire God Army. However, her straightforwardness often led to clashes with superiors, eventually resulting in her reassignment as a drill instructor for new recruits. But how do you explain her fiery red hair? Lu Yufeng suddenly brought up a crucial point. We people of Xia don't naturally have such hair color. Indeed, Zhao Linger's vibrant red hair was not dyed. It was natural, adding an exotic allure to her appearance. At this moment, Zhao Linger, who had become the center of attention, finally snapped out of her shock. She gripped her spear tightly, pointing it at the wood elf leader still kneeling on the ground, and shouted sternly, "What are you doing? Stand up. Weren't we supposed to duel?" The wood elf leader struggled to rise, still overwhelmed by the pressure emanating from the depths of its soul. Its address changed accordingly. "Honorable Queen, how could I dare to fight you?" The words, "Honorable Queen," prompted chuckles from the members of the Cold Night Squad and the Kuei Battalion. "Ha ha ha, a queen?" The camp erupted in laughter. "Even our little Zhao here is a queen now." Zhao Linger felt her face burning with embarrassment amidst the rising waves of mockery. She had hoped to assert her authority, but instead, she became the butt of a joke. This wasn't just a defeat. It was a social catastrophe. She glared at the wood elf leader, her voice edged with irritation. "Cut the nonsense. Queen, huh? If I were really a queen, would you all just kill yourselves if I told you to?" However, the wood elf leader remained respectfully composed. "Please, your command, my queen. As a lower elf race, we cannot defy the command of the original elf king." Zhao Linger, infuriated by this respectful attitude, snapped, "Then go ahead and kill yourselves." No sooner had she spoken than a shocking scene unfolded. Every wood elf's arms transformed into sharp wooden spikes aimed unhesitatingly at their own heads. This was the power of bloodline suppression, where words became commands. "Stop! Everyone stop!" Zhao Linger, pale with fright at the sight, quickly ordered. The wood elves immediately ceased their actions and knelt in submission. The surrounding soldiers were dumbfounded. Could Zhao really be some kind of elf queen? "Old Ji, we better not make fun of Instructor Zhao anymore." Chen Han frowned as he spoke to his mother. "Mom, I think you might be right. Linger must be hiding some kind of secret." Lu Yufeng sighed, gazing toward the sacred mountain. "If only your father were here. He was the best at researching these things and could easily verify if Linger carries the bloodline of the original elf king." At that moment, Zhao Linger abruptly ordered the wood elf leader, "Since you obey me, do not fight humans anymore. Go and attack them." She pointed to the white-furred elephant men and centaurs in the beast vanguard. "Yes." The wood elf leader responded decisively and led all the wood elves to plunge their hands into the ground. The centaur leader, witnessing this, asked in a panic, Wood Elf leader, what are you doing? Killing the enemy for the queen, the Wood Elf leader coldly replied. Instantly, countless wooden spikes erupted from the ground, piercing through the ranks of the beast vanguard, leaving a trail of carnage and devastation. The beast vanguard never expected that the Wood Elves would actually turn against them, and so decisively at that. In an instant, thousands of beasts fell under the sudden onslaught, their blood staining the battlefield. Chen Han astutely seized this opportunity, shouting, "Vanguard camp! All soldiers of the Kuei camp, heed my command, charge!" 10,000 soldiers of the Northern Expedition surged toward the enemy lines like a tidal wave. Linda was the first to rush into the fray, determined to make up for his previous errors. He moved swiftly among the beasts, his sunflower sword technique flashing as white-haired elephants fell, their throats marked with neat wounds. Despite her petite stature, Lu and I delivered the greatest visual impact to the enemy. With a boisterous laugh, she transformed into a giant towering 100 meters tall. "Die! All of you!" she roared, her massive fists and feet sweeping across the battlefield, crushing a horde of beasts into pulp. Lei Wu, a martial emperor-level powerhouse, displayed the most devastating power. The black energy balls he conjured in his palm, though unassuming, were incredibly potent, eradicating hundreds of beasts with each strike. Chen Han watched as the 4 Legion commanders showcased their abilities, nodding in satisfaction. Such prowess was indeed enough to command respect. The battle proceeded exceptionally smoothly, with the less than 10,000 Northern Expedition Vanguard managing to push back the 30,000 Beast Vanguard relentlessly. Seeing the dire situation, the Centaurs were the first to panic. "General, what do we do now? The human army is too strong," a terrified Centaur guard asked. The Centaur leader looked at the battlefield, despair gripping his heart. The mightiest white-haired Elephant King had been slain in an instant, and the Wood Elves had betrayed them. This battle was unwinnable. "Forget it. Retreat and report back," he commanded, and all the Centaurs, utilizing their speed, fled towards the Darkbat city. Without the Centaurs' cover, the remaining white-haired elephants were completely annihilated within 10 minutes. After the battle, the Northern Expedition forces immediately began collecting the invaluable ivory from the white-haired elephants, knowing that a single pair was worth millions. The massive haul of ivory boosted the morale of the vanguard troops, with everyone attributing the success to Zhaolinger. The soldiers jokingly chimed in, "Thank you, esteemed queen. Without you, we could never have won so easily. Red child, esteemed queen, I'll treat you to a barbecue someday," someone shouted, causing an uproar of laughter among the crowd. It was clear that the title Esteemed Queen would be a lasting nickname within the Northern Expedition Army. Feeling embarrassed, Zhaolinger lowered her head, wishing she could disappear. "Can you guys stop? Is this joke going to last a lifetime?" At that moment, Chen Han stepped forward and cleared his throat. "All right, that's enough. This successful skirmish was thanks to Commander Zhao's efforts in persuading the Wood Elves. You should be grateful to her." With the commander speaking up, the crowd finally quieted down a bit. Zhaolinger breathed a sigh of relief and smiled gently. However, Chen Han quickly added, "Now, I announce that the top credit for today goes to our esteemed queen." Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted once more. Zhaolinger gritted her teeth, trying to suppress her laughter as she feigned anger. "You're killing me with laughter. I'll get back at all of you." Amidst Zhaolinger's embarrassment, the Wood Elf leader looked puzzled, not understanding why the humans were laughing. She respectfully bowed to Zhaolinger, "Esteemed queen, do you have any instructions?" This scene, combined with the Wood Elf leader's earnest expression, made everyone laugh even harder. Suddenly, Zhaolinger felt that the nickname Red Child wasn't so bad after all. In stark contrast to the laughter and joy on the Northern Expedition Army's side, the monstrous army was shrouded in gloom. Only a few thousand lowly centaurs returned from the 30,000 vanguard troops, and 10,000 Wood Elves had defected. The centaur leader stood before the 8 beast leaders, sweating profusely as he delivered the battle report. These 8 leaders were the masterminds behind the rebellion, all incited by the dark bats. "What a worthy son of the mountain god," sighed a beast with an eagle's head and a human body. "Our vanguard was defeated so easily." The reactions among the 8 leaders varied. Some looked serious, others were anxious, and some even showed signs of fear. They all knew the extraordinary nature of the human commander, especially his identity as the mountain god's son, which was particularly daunting. Even though only 30,000 vanguard troops were lost, Chen Han's capabilities were enough to instill fear. Sensing the danger of a wavering morale, the dark bats quickly stirred things up. "You are all high-ranking species. Are you really afraid of mere humans? This was just a minor setback. The mountain god may be powerful, but he is not invincible, and often he relies on us. Besides, it's only his son who has come." The eagle-head beast quickly retorted, "That's easy for you to say. Don't forget the members of your dark bat clan who fell to the humans." Clearly, It was having second thoughts and was unwilling to risk its clan's lives. But the dark bats soon steadied the morale with a few words. Eagle Bear Demon, don't forget, we 8 tribes combined have an army of 1,000,000, with 600,000 in the city and 400,000 supporting outside. If the humans dare to invade, they will become our feast. Moreover, I've reached an agreement with the Tyrannosaurus King. He will assist us in opposing the mountain god and breaking free from the human emperor's rule. The words Tyrannosaurus King provided a sense of reassurance. In the northern regions, the Dark Emperor, Human Emperor, and Dragon Emperor are collectively known as the 3 emperors. The power of the Tyrannosaurus King is comparable to that of the Human Emperor, so if he takes action, dealing with human armies would be a trivial task. Seeing the favorable situation, the Dark Bat seized the opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, if we can devour these humans, it will greatly enhance our tribe's strength. Such an opportunity should not be missed. The fundamental reason for the various tribes' participation in the rebellion is their interest. Humans, as a source of food, can significantly boost the power of these beasts, especially when it involves a whole 500,000 humans with cultivation abilities. The allure of this bounty made the tribes willing to risk offending Chen Xingbian. The 8 major beast leaders immediately made up their minds, even personally climbing the city walls to prepare for the arrival of the Northern Expedition Army. The advantage of defending a city is self-evident. The following morning, after a night of rest, Chen Han led the Northern Expedition Army to the Darkbat City. The 500,000 strong army spread out like a tide, surrounding the city completely. The soldiers were full of fighting spirit. Although yesterday's encounter was a small-scale skirmish, today's siege was the main event. On the city walls, the presence of the 8 major beast leaders was imposing. The beasts, including rhinos, centipedes, and wild boars, varied greatly in form and size. Among them, the 8-winged centipede was especially massive, stretching 500 to 600 meters in length. The strength of these leaders surpassed that of the White Elephant King, and in an unknown fight, there might be no match for them in the army. This battle won't be easy, muttered Lei Wu, the corps commander at the front, as he looked up at the city walls, feeling the overwhelming aura of the beast leaders. Even a single one would be a formidable opponent. Linda, standing beside him, chuckled lightly. Why else would we be called the Northern Expedition Army? Whether we can win or not, we must fight. If we're going north, we have to tackle the toughest challenges. Well said, Lei Wu replied with a knowing smile. I didn't expect such words from you. Indeed, joining the Northern Expedition Army means fighting the hardest battles. He then glanced back towards the Central Army where Chen Han was positioned. Let's see how the champion Marquis will deploy his strategies. At this moment, both sides remained in a standoff. The beasts within the city held their positions, and the Northern Expedition Army had yet to launch an attack. No one knew Chen Han's specific plan, and the Beast Army was unaware that the defection of the Wood Elves had already revealed all their plans to Chen Han. The strategy of the mythical beasts was simple. Lure the Northern Expedition Army into the city, then encircle them with 600,000 beasts inside the city and 400,000 outside, putting the army in a pincer movement. This tactic showcased the rare intelligence of the beasts, as they avoided a rash confrontation with Chen Han. Chen Han immediately responded. He instructed his generals Lei Wu and Linda to hold the front line while he gathered other officers to redeploy their strategy. The beasts inside the city waited for a long time, but the Northern Expedition Army did not launch a full-scale attack, causing the 8 beast leaders on the city wall to grow impatient. Hey, human army, why haven't you attacked yet? Taunted the leader of the 8-winged centipedes arrogantly. Is this all the courage the son of the mountain god has? It's a disgrace to the saying, like father, like son. The soldiers of the Northern Expedition Army were enraged by the provocation but dared not act without their commander's order. Inside his tent, Chen Han ignored the taunts and focused on perfecting his deployment plan. Soon, after finalizing his strategy and assigning duties to his officers, Chen Han personally positioned himself at the forefront of the formation. The 8 beast leaders sensed Chen Han's presence and, realizing he was only at the level of a military general, dismissed him with contempt. With such limited power, he's nothing compared to the mountain god, they sneered. However, in the next moment, without a word, Chen Han drew out the dragon roar bow and swiftly knocked 3 arrows, aiming at the beast leaders standing in the most conspicuous spot on the city wall. The habit of these commander-level beasts to expose themselves in the most dangerous places was almost laughable. Stellar River Falling God Arrows. The 3 arrows traced a dazzling trajectory through the sky, appearing slow but moving at lightning speed. The beast leaders recognized this as Chen Xingbian's signature technique and were terrified, attempting to flee, but it was too late. With 3 thunderous blasts, the arrows hit their mark, instantly obliterating 3 beast leaders into dust. This astonishing scene gave the remaining beast leaders a profound understanding of what like father, like son truly meant. The eagle-head bear demon was terrified after witnessing half of the 8-winged centipede's body turned to ash under the starfall arrow. He's even more terrifying than the mountain god. He attacks at the slightest provocation. The eagle-head bear demon thought in panic, scrambling down the city wall to narrowly escape. However, the other beast leaders weren't as fortunate. Chen Han fired 3 arrows in quick succession, killing 3 beast leaders on the spot. The remaining 5, realizing the danger, scattered in all directions. The smaller ones, like the eagle-head bear demon, managed to escape due to their agility. But a massive wild boar, weighing 2 tons, became an easy target. Chen Han swiftly aimed and shot at its throat. A piercing scream echoed through the Darkbat city. The eagle-head bear demon looked up just in time to see the boar leader get pierced through the throat, its warm blood splattering onto its face. With a loud thud, the massive boar's body crashed heavily inside the city. This scene greatly boosted the morale of the Northern Expedition Army. Ji Yun, sitting in the red god mech, mockingly taunted through the loudspeaker, "Hey, why aren't the beasts inside saying anything? Are you naturally quiet? Didn't you love posing on the walls? Keep posing." The Northern Expedition Army burst into laughter, but to the surviving beast leaders, it sounded like the whisper of death. The eagle-head bear demon trembled and said shakily, "We can't resist the mountain god anymore. Let's surrender to the humans. Maybe we can survive." The goat monster immediately agreed. "I agree. We shouldn't have opposed the mountain god from the start." Seeing 2 leaders contemplating surrender, the Darkbat leader sternly stopped them. "It's too late to switch sides now. Don't forget we've already pledged allegiance to the Tyrannosaurus Emperor. Just for that, the mountain god won't spare us." This was true. Except for the wood elves loyal to Zhaolinger, Chen Han intended to eradicate all rebellious beast races. The Darkbat reassured them, "Don't worry, when the human army attacks, it'll be our chance to counterattack." However, he seemed to forget the fall of the Red Wolf Beast City. Several beast leaders hid under the city walls for a long time, but hearing no sound of an attack made them anxious. "Darkbat, why hasn't the human army attacked yet?" The eagle-head bear demon finally couldn't hold back and asked. The Darkbat also felt uneasy and cautiously flew up to the city wall to peek. What he saw made him gasp in shock. The Northern Expedition Army, which had surrounded the city, had suddenly retreated over 100 meters. "What's going on?" The Darkbat wondered, perplexed. Logically, they should have pressed the attack. Little did they know, Chen Han never intended to storm the city with manpower. Over the years, the development of technology by humans has not been solely for convenience. The Type 4 laser cannon is a prime example. This formidable weapon, improved by Chen Xingbian, was swiftly upgraded by military technicians after Chen Han acquired the blueprints, converting all existing 100,000 Type 3 laser cannons. The new model not only surpasses its predecessor in performance and range, but also significantly reduces star crystal consumption. For this critical battle, Chen Han exercised his authority as the highest official in the Northern Territory to requisition all recently mined star crystals from Tianjin North City. Although the mining personnel sent by the imperial family were dissatisfied, they had no choice but to comply. Chen Han was the undisputed commander of the Northern Territory, and even the highest authority could not override his decisions. As the beast leaders took cover, Chen Han ordered the Northern Expedition Army to retreat 100 meters and positioned the artillery battalion of the 3rd Corps closest to the Darkbat city to ensure precise strikes. Suddenly, a jet-black laser beam shot straight at the forehead of the Darkbat leader. It had no time to react before being blasted hundreds of meters away, hitting the ground heavily with blood splattering everywhere. These beast leaders had reached the high level of martial emperor strength, yet a single shot gravely injured them, demonstrating the Type 4 laser cannon's formidable power. The Griffin Bear Demon witnessed the Darkbat struck, half its body obliterated by the laser, and was instantly horrified. As it rushed over to check the injuries, it heard the Darkbat's desperate warning, "Run!" Before the words faded, countless laser beams bombarded from all directions. Under the terrifying firepower, the sturdy city walls crumbled like paper, leaving Darkbat City defenseless. "Listen up, everyone. We have plenty of star crystals. Don't hold back on ammunition. Fire at will," Chen Han commanded, and the artillery troops were exhilarated. This was the first time since the Northern Expedition that they had such ample firepower support, and they operated with even more vigor. The 600,000 beast army lurking inside the city, initially poised to ambush the Northern Expedition Army, was instead met with silent beams of death. The laser cannons made no sound, and their attack trajectories were unpredictable. The dense beast army became sitting ducks, unable to even cry out before being obliterated. In just a moment, the 100,000 Type 4 laser cannons leveled the city buildings, advancing nearly 10 kilometers. Under the dense firepower, almost no beasts inside the city survived. Fortunately, the Griffin Bear Demon, carrying the severely injured Darkbat, managed to escape the massacre. However, the Darkbat, witnessing the devastation, was utterly terrified. It had never imagined humans would siege the city in such a manner. Not only did their strategy fail, but their 600,000 strong army also became trapped. The time was right. Chen Han raised the red military flag. Everyone, follow my command. Attack the city immediately. Kill any living thing you see. After several rounds of heavy bombardment, the scene within the Dark Bat City was astonishing. The once dense horde of beasts had been reduced to a few survivors, all of whom were badly injured and had lost their fighting capability. Against the Northern Expedition Army's assault, these remnants were nearly powerless. Chen Han smirked inwardly. If the Dark Bats had chosen to face off on the plains, pitting the million-strong coalition against the Northern Expedition Army, that would have been a real challenge. With forces twice the size, the advantage of the Type 4 laser cannons would have been greatly diminished, and victory would come with heavy casualties. However, their reliance on cunning was akin to bargaining with a tiger. The simple strategies of beasts were child's play compared to human intellect. Chen Han was the first to charge into the enemy ranks, his overlord's spear slicing through the air in a fierce arc, severing several beast heads. "Remember the rules of this marquee," he shouted coldly over the battlefield. "If I see a single living beast later, there will be military punishment." The veterans were accustomed to this decisive style, but the newly expanded soldiers were witnessing the champion Marquis's methods for the first time. They watched Chen Han mercilessly slaughter all the beasts, including the young, and couldn't help but murmur among themselves. Who would have thought the champion Marquis, so young, could be so ruthless? Is this what they mean by eradicating the problem at its root? The champion Marquis is so manly. I admire him. Focus on the battle. Stop daydreaming. Watch the enemy. Following Chen Han's example, the soldiers showed no mercy, launching a thorough sweep against the remaining beasts. Meanwhile, the Dark Bat leader, now half his body, looked at the devastation before him, filled with despair. In less than an hour, the 60,000-strong beast army had been annihilated, and the vast city lay in ruins. The Dark Bat tribe seemed destined to follow in the footsteps of the Red Wolf beasts, disappearing from the northern territories. Despite this, the Dark Bat leader was unwilling to concede. He summoned his subordinates and ordered fiercely, "We have another 400,000 troops outside the city. Bring them in immediately. Even if the humans have only 500,000 soldiers, we will perish together with them." However, the news from his subordinates chilled him to the bone. The 40,000-strong armies in both the east and west directions outside the city were embroiled in fierce battles, each encountering about 100,000 human troops, and were unable to return to assist. 200,000? The Dark Bat leader suddenly realized, looking around at the human forces within the city, and finally noticed that only about 300,000 Northern Expedition soldiers had entered the city. This was precisely Chen Han's earlier strategy in dispatching the weaker 20,000 soldiers from the 3rd and 4th Corps to hold the beasts outside the city. These beasts, leaderless, had their combat effectiveness drastically reduced, making them easy to contain by a smaller human force. As the elite forces, the 1st and 2nd Corps naturally bore the primary responsibility for the siege. Chen Han, having long been informed of the deployment of the 400,000 troops outside the city, was well prepared. The leader of the Dark Bats still harbored the delusion of reversing the situation with the help of the troops outside, unaware that this was entirely impossible. Seeing the situation deteriorate rapidly, the Eaglehead Bear Demon urgently suggested, "We should run." The mountain god said that as long as the green hills are there will be no lack of firewood. "Why are you still bringing up the mountain god?" The Dark Bat roared in anger. "His son has almost wiped us out." Despite his intense fury, the Dark Bat had to admit that they had no chance of winning and could only choose to escape to the territories of the Dark Emperor or the Tyrannosaurus Emperor to survive. However, a subordinate's report shattered his last hope completely. The phrase, "as long as the green hills are there will be no lack of firewood," was originally taught by Chun Xing, and Chen Han understood its meaning well. As soon as the 300,000 Northern Expedition troops entered the city, he ordered the blockade of all entrances and exits of the Dark Bat City, cutting off any possibility of escape for the beasts. The Eaglehead Bear Demon stood in a daze, watching the Northern Expedition Army approach step by step, a wave of fear of death washing over him. Motivated by Chen Han's demonstration and promise of a bottle of precious new elixir for every beast slain, the morale of the Northern Expedition soldiers soared, and they quickly exterminated the remaining beasts in the city. Eventually, the once mighty army of 600,000 beasts was reduced to just a dozen leaders, including the Dark Bat and the Eaglehead Bear Demon, trapped at the entrance of their ancestral cave by the 300,000-strong Northern Expedition Army. These now powerless beasts had become living military merits in the eyes of the soldiers. Whoever slays a beast leader will be rewarded with 20 bottles of the new elixir and awarded first-class military merit. As soon as Chen Han's order was issued, Zhao Linger was the first to step forward. "Let me do it." She transformed into her spirit form and gracefully leaped to the front of the cave entrance. At this critical moment, a sudden change occurred. A blinding light erupted, so dazzling that everyone present had to shut their eyes. Zhao Linger let out a cry, being thrown back by the force, but Chen Han instinctively caught her. When the blinding light finally dissipated, everyone was shocked to see a figure appear out of nowhere at the cave entrance. It was a strange being, somewhere between an elf and a human, exuding an aura of sacred authority that commanded respect without anger. Her appearance was stunningly beautiful yet intimidating, like a celestial being descended to the mortal world, emanating an intimidating pressure. Everyone present, including the severely injured Darkbat and Eaglehead Bear Demon, was forcibly pressed to the ground by this pressure. Only Chen Han remained standing. Though he too felt the terrifying power emanating from her, he was inexplicably unaffected. When he noticed her fiery red hair, he immediately recalled Lu Yufeng's words. Could this be the progenitor Elf King? The sudden appearance of the primordial Elf King left Chen Han utterly astonished. This was a mythical deity of the Forbidden Zone, a being that had vanished from the mortal world over 80 years ago, yet now appeared on the battlefield without any warning. Under the overwhelming pressure of the primordial Elf King's presence, everyone instinctively fell to the ground. Even their breathing became cautious. In this suffocating atmosphere, Zhao Linger suddenly whispered to Chen Han, "Chen Han, why do I feel like I know this woman?" This immediately reminded Chen Han of a previous discussion with Lu Yufeng about the possibility that Zhao Linger might have the bloodline of the primordial Elf King. "Do you know her?" Chen Han asked urgently. "No, I'm sure I've never seen her," Zhao Linger replied, shaking her head in confusion, "but I just feel inexplicably familiar." Time ticked by, yet the primordial Elf King remained silent, like a speechless statue. The cornered Eaglehead Bear Demon finally couldn't hold back any longer and, despite the immense pressure, began to crawl slowly toward the primordial Elf King. "Please save me. Save me," the Eaglehead Bear Demon pleaded repeatedly, clearly hoping that the primordial Elf King, being a fellow mythical creature, would side with it. However, as soon as the demon crawled within 3 meters of the primordial Elf King, a horrifying scene unfolded. It suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. What the hell just happened? Damn. Who the hell is this person? This scene left everyone in shock. While it wasn't surprising that the primordial Elf King could easily kill the Eaglehead Bear Demon, even Chen Han had that ability. The shocking part was that the primordial Elf King didn't even glance at it. The mere fact that it approached her forbidden zone led to such a terrifying result. This is the terror of forbidden zone deities. Wherever they go becomes a forbidden zone. From this scene, it seemed that the primordial Elf King was not necessarily an enemy of humanity, which allowed Chen Han to breathe a slight sigh of relief. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Chen Han like a flash of lightning. It was Lu Yufeng, and her arrival nearly scared the remaining beast leaders out of their wits. Originally, Chen Han had specifically instructed Lu Yufeng to hold back during today's siege, but evidently, the aura of the primordial Elf King had alarmed her. In the eyes of those beast leaders, Lu Yufeng was indeed as terrifying as a plague god. Had they known she was in the northern expedition camp, they wouldn't have been so brazen, as taking their lives would be effortless for her. At this moment, however, Lu Yufeng ignored the beast leaders and focused her gaze on Chen Han. "Son, are you all right?" she asked, quickly stepping forward to shield him. "I'm fine," Chen Han replied calmly. Lu Yufeng examined Chen Han, who seemed unaffected, and frowned slightly. "Son, how come you weren't affected by the pressure of the ancestral Elf King?" Chen Han himself was unsure and could only attribute it to his several SS-level talents. Since joining the army, even the pressure of a martial god like Zhong Go had no effect on him, likely due to his extraordinary talents. Lu Yufeng was surprised because even she, a demigod, needed to muster all her strength to barely resist the ancestral Elf King's pressure. More astonishing was that this ancestral Elf King wasn't even present in person. "We're lucky, son. This is just a projection of the ancestral Elf King," Lu Yufeng explained. "If her true form were here, the pressure alone would block everyone's meridians, preventing cultivation for at least a month." "A projection?" Chen Han exclaimed. "Even a projection is so powerful, requiring a demigod's full effort to resist." "Mom, why is she here?" Lu Yufeng didn't answer directly, but turned her gaze to Zhao Linger. Previously, other beast leaders entering the cave hadn't drawn out the ancestral Elf King, but Zhao Linger's entrance immediately did. The connection was obvious. Indeed, the ancestral Elf King's gaze was fixed on Zhao Linger, her expression complex. Chen Han also noticed the striking resemblance between Zhao Linger and the ancestral Elf King, especially their fiery red hair, which was identical. Suddenly, the ancestral Elf King turned and walked towards the cave where the dark bats resided. "Follow quickly," Lu Yufeng shouted, clearly sensing that the ancestral Elf King was guiding them. Due to the narrow entrance, Chen Han only brought a few hundred people inside. Before entering the cave, Lu Yufeng glanced at the dark bat. Tie this guy up. Keep it to lead the way for now. We'll deal with it later. The once fierce dark bat leader was now unusually docile in front of Lu Yufeng. Under the ancestral elf king's guidance, they traversed the expanding underground space, winding and turning until they reached a massive metal door. Inscribed on it were 4 words: Land of the Divine Burial. The words, Land of the Divine Burial, suddenly caught everyone's attention. Its meaning unmistakable: the place where deities are laid to rest. A sense of awe and fear gripped the group, but the ancestral elven king paused before the grand door, casting a deep look back at Zhao Linger before vanishing behind it. Don't go. Zhao Linger felt an inexplicable panic rise within her as she rushed toward the metallic door. She tried with all her might to force it open, but it stood immovable, like a wall of solid bronze. Linger, this door can't be easily broken. Don't waste your energy. Lu Yufeng intervened just in time to prevent Zhao Linger from getting hurt. Regaining her composure, Zhao Linger looked puzzled. What just happened to me? It was like I was under a spell. Chen Han, observing Zhao Linger's unusual behavior, had no doubt there was some connection between her and the ancestral elven king. He mused aloud. This place is called the Land of the Divine Burial, and the ancestral elven king is a forbidden deity. Could this be where she is buried? That's unlikely, Lu Yufeng countered. The ancestral elven king was the first forbidden deity discovered in the world. Theoretically, she wouldn't die so easily. But we'll know more once we look inside. Having lived in the Northern Territory for many years, Lu Yufeng was familiar with the Darkbat City, yet she had never heard of this place. She turned to the leader of the Darkbats for answers. Do you know what this place is? Faced with Lu Yufeng's questioning, the Darkbat leader was immediately cowed. I don't know. Lady of the Mountain, you know we've always lived in caves. This city was only built under your and the mountain god's guidance. Please spare me, I was just confused. Judging by the deepest part of the cave and the lack of habitation signs, it seemed the Darkbat was telling the truth. In that case, you're of no use to us anymore. Before the words were fully out of her mouth, Lu Yufeng swiftly ended the Darkbat leader's life, her decisiveness shocking everyone. Having dealt with the beast leader, Lu Yufeng drew out 12 immortal slaying flying knives and signaled everyone to step back. Chen Han immediately understood his mother's intention. Mom, are you going to force the door open? Yes, Lu Yufeng nodded, letting the 12 knives hover around her. The ancestral elven king led us here for a reason. There might be something valuable inside the Land of the Divine Burial. Clearly, Lu Yufeng had encountered similar situations in the Northern Territory before. This also corroborated Chen Xingbian's previous claim that these adventures had given him power comparable to a martial god, even while still at the martial lord level. It even created a realm just shy of a martial god. These extraordinary experiences are indeed quite similar to what we witness today. Suddenly, Lu Yufeng let out a powerful shout, and 12 immortal slaying flying knives shot through the air. This was the first time Chen Han had seen Lu Yufeng unleash all her knives at once, and their speed was so incredible that even their afterimages were hard to catch, starkly contrasting with Chen Xingbian's dazzling starfall divine arrows. The sound of metal clashing rang out repeatedly, each impact causing the entire underground space to tremble violently. The seemingly small knives unleashed such astonishing power that the door began to loosen under the continuous assault. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Mysterious golden patterns suddenly appeared on the door's surface, illuminating the dark underground space. These patterns formed a restrictive formation that rendered the knives unable to advance further. Lu Yufeng, however, laughed heartily. Ha ha, there's actually a restrictive formation. How convenient. As the foremost formation master of the current era, she quickly discerned the secret of the golden patterns. Break it for me. With Lu Yufeng's furious command, the golden patterns dissipated instantly. The immortal slaying flying knives then blasted a massive gap in the door, revealing the true appearance of the divine burial ground to everyone. However, the scene before them left everyone in shock. There was no divine tomb here. Instead, they were greeted by a vast, abyss-like underground space filled with enormous tree roots, each with a diameter of hundreds of meters. These roots, far surpassing those of ordinary towering ancient trees, all originated from a single tree, and what lay before them was likely just the tip of the iceberg. Seeing this, Lu Yufeng couldn't help but exclaim, could this be the forbidden god, the World Tree? The World Tree is one of the few plant-based deities, said to span across the Eurasian continents, and is considered the progenitor of all plant-based mythical beasts. Although no one has seen its complete form, the vast network of roots beneath the Eurasian continent confirms its existence. Most intriguing are the mystical treasures born from its golden fruit and the World Tree sap. The World Tree sap is especially precious, containing the spiritual essence of the entire continent. It is said that soaking in it can cleanse and refine one's body, completely altering one's innate abilities and even changing one's natural talents and extraordinary divine artifact. Of course, these were just rumors Lu Yufeng had heard in the northern region. But the reality she faced now was far more astonishing than any rumor. She not only encountered the apparition of the primordial elf king, but also witnessed a real-world tree, which left her in disbelief. Standing at the edge of a vast abyss, Lu Yufeng gazed at the massive roots that twisted and extended to the bottom of the chasm. Astonishingly, the roots she could see were only a tiny fraction of the world tree. The sheer size of it left everyone present in awe. Chen Xiao, should we go down and take a look? Ji Yun broke the silence. Chen Han hesitated for a moment at the suggestion. The apparition of the primordial elf king had easily vanquished the eagle-head bear demon, and encountering an actual deity could have unimaginable consequences. However, he reasoned that the world tree itself was an invaluable treasure worth the risk. Moreover, this place was called the Land of God's Burial, suggesting that no living deities were likely present. All troops, follow me down, Chen Han commanded, leading the way as he leaped into the abyss. The other senior officers followed closely, jumping down like a chain of cannonballs. Soon, they landed steadily on a thick root. Even this small section of the root could accommodate hundreds of soldiers, highlighting the immense size of the world tree. Lu Yufeng crouched down and placed her hand on the surface of the root. Fortunately, this root doesn't have much vitality left, she said with a frown. We're lucky. This world tree, even if not dead, is on the brink of death, so there's no danger. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief at her words. Chen Han smiled at Lu Yufeng and said, Mom, it seems you were right. This Land of God's Burial is not for the primordial elf king, but for this world tree. As soon as he finished speaking, the apparition of the primordial elf king appeared again ahead of them, seemingly guiding their way. The group immediately followed, navigating through the intricate network of roots. Before long, they arrived at a spacious platform. In the center stood a gigantic statue, depicting a figure resembling a human male. However, his eyes were painted with a disturbing red, and most unsettling were the two thin, long fangs at the corners of his mouth, which sent shivers down their spines. Who is this? Is he human? Zhao Yufei asked in astonishment. Despite his extensive knowledge, he couldn't identify the origins of the statue. The statue's fangs and blood-red eyes were clearly not human features, yet they didn't resemble any mythical creatures Zhao Yufei was familiar with. The ancient elf king stood silently beside the statue, gazing up at it with a profound sense of nostalgia in his eyes. Gradually, his figure dissolved into tiny specks of light, disappearing into the air as if he were leaving forever. Unexpectedly, a tear suddenly rolled down Zhao Linger's cheek. She wiped it away in confusion and softly said, Why am I crying? The connection between her and the ancient elf king remained a mystery, and Chen Han decided to set aside this question for now. It seems the ancient elf king guided us here for this, Chen Han said as he approached the statue. But who exactly is this statue supposed to represent? Lu Yufeng pondered for a moment before suggesting, could it be a zombie? She explained that zombies are a special kind of mythical creature with a wide range of power. The lowest level zombies only possess brute strength and lack intelligence, easily subdued by warriors. However, high-level zombies can travel vast distances in an instant, have indestructible bodies, and even someone as skilled as her, at the brink of becoming a martial god, would struggle to deal with them. A zombie appearing in the land of divine beings must be at the pinnacle of the zombie hierarchy, perhaps even reaching the level of divine beings in forbidden zones. Chen Han examined the statue, and then looked at the withered world tree before him. He suddenly proposed a bold hypothesis. Perhaps it was this zombie that transformed the world tree into its current state. Impossible! Lu Yufeng exclaimed in shock. There's never been a case of a divine being from the forbidden zone being killed. They are entities beyond human comprehension. Chen Han shook his head and explained that the statue's posture, with its fangs bared towards the world tree, seemed as if it were suppressing the sacred tree. If it could indeed suppress a divine being from the forbidden zone, the zombie's power must be terrifying. Rather than annihilation, it's more like suppression. Lu Yufeng corrected. After all, the world tree still retains a trace of life. As Chen Han contemplated the zombie's purpose, he felt something unusual at his feet. Looking down, he saw a creature the size of a baby with a ghostly face at his feet. Its hollow eyes glowed with an eerie golden light in the darkness, sending chills down his spine. What is that? A few frightened officers exclaimed. It was only then that everyone realized these strange little beings were scattered all around their feet. Ji Yun was about to crush one underfoot when Lu Yufeng quickly stopped him. These are the golden fruit people, the rare fruits of the world tree. They're invaluable treasures, do not harm them. With so many golden fruit people here, we might be able to find the world tree's sap. Before she finished speaking, a system notification suddenly sounded in Chen Han's ear. Ding! System friendly reminder. Golden fruit people are the only material for crafting spiritual force potions. Please treasure them. Since you've encountered golden fruit people, the recipe for the spiritual force potion has been unlocked. Mental force potion? Chen Han's eyes widened in disbelief as he repeated the term. In his understanding, mental force, as one of the fundamental attributes for warriors, was always considered impossible to enhance through external means. Each warrior's mental force completely depended on personal insight, which was why most generals never managed to break through in their lifetime. If consuming a potion could indeed enhance mental force, the number of martial emperors in the Great Xia Kingdom would surely double, if not more. Of course, there were previously methods to enhance mental force, but they required the help of a special profession mental force masters. These rare mental force masters could indeed transfer their mental force to other warriors. However, according to statistics from 5 years ago, among the 600 million people in Great Xia, there were only a little over 100 mental force masters. More importantly, transferring mental force was akin to dividing one's own life, and no one was willing to do that. In the past, various families, in their quest to enhance the abilities of their members, resorted to hunting or even imprisoning mental force masters to achieve their goals. This disaster reduced the number of mental force masters to 1/10 of what it once was. Eventually, the 24 Privy Council had to issue a decree prohibiting anyone from harming mental force masters. Chen Han knew that if he could truly concoct a mental force potion, it would cause a massive upheaval worldwide. The value of such a potion far exceeded that of any other attribute potion because mental force directly determined a warrior's potential ceiling. As long as the mental force was sufficient, anyone could hope to reach the 8th level of martial honor, with the only difference being the time it took. Realizing that the golden fruit people were the sole material needed to create a mental force potion, Chen Han immediately became vigilant and whispered to those around him, "Don't move." According to Lu Yufeng, the golden fruit people were extremely fragile and would die from shock, rendering them useless for medicinal purposes. As Chen Han looked at these precious beings before him, he turned to his subordinates and said openly, "I can use these golden fruit people to make mental force potions." With that statement, everyone present drew a sharp breath. At that moment, it wasn't the golden fruit people who were startled, but the crowd who were left speechless in shock. They certainly understood the weight of Chen Han's words. A potion that enhances spiritual power could potentially revolutionize the entire Great Xia. Lu Yufeng, a formidable martial artist, was taken aback by her son's statement. "What? You can make potions? And it's a spiritual power potion?" Chen Han nodded silently. The complete formula for the potion was vividly clear in his mind. Most of the ingredients were easy to acquire, except for the Jingguoren, which was extremely rare, requiring 3 for each potion. This resource is becoming scarcer, Chen Han thought to himself. It took Lu Yufeng a moment to process this revelation. Trusting her son, she immediately organized everyone to capture the Jingguoren. She explained that these creatures are drawn to human spiritual energy. When they were on people's legs earlier, they were feeding. To them, human spiritual energy is both a supplement and an intoxicant. Consuming too much can cause them to pass out. She had discovered this trait during a chance encounter in the northern region. "Auntie, are you saying we just stand here and wait for them to get drunk before bagging them?" Ji Yun suddenly understood. "Smart." Lu Yufeng nodded approvingly. So everyone endured the tickling sensation at their feet and stood still, beginning their capture operation. Zhu Meng couldn't help but joke, "Old Ji, we never took red light, green light this seriously back in the day. That's different." Ji Yun rolled his eyes. "If the prize was a spiritual power potion, I wouldn't move for a month." The first batch of Jingguoren soon collapsed on the ground, but the group didn't rush to act, waiting instead for the second batch. Suddenly, one Jingguoren let out a sharp cry, and all of them fled in the same direction. Lu Yufeng immediately realized what was happening. The Jingguoren, aside from loving spiritual energy, were also particularly attracted to the sap of the world tree, a treasure 100 times more valuable than the creatures themselves. "My son, leave some people to collect the Jingguoren. We need to follow them now," Lu Yufeng urged. Chen Han agreed at once, taking only the Hanyi squad and the 4 major battalion commanders to avoid alarming the Jingguoren. Guided by the golden glow from the creatures' faces, they pursued them in the darkness. After a long chase, the sight before them left everyone stunned. The massive trunk of the world tree had a large crack, with a blue stream flowing out, forming a pool emitting a strange fragrance. Astonishingly, the pool was filled with Jingguoren. Lu Yufeng stumbled and sat down in shock. "Mom, be careful." Chen Han quickly supported her. "My son," Lu Yufeng's voice trembled, "a single drop of the world tree's sap is priceless, and here we have an entire pool. I've spent over a decade in the north searching for a way to change your fate, and now, we've found it effortlessly." As she spoke, Lu Yufeng pulled out a palm-sized glass bottle from her pocket. Though small, the bottle contained a layer of liquid at the bottom that looked almost identical to the sap of the world tree before them. "This was found in the Northern Territory over a decade ago," Lu Yufeng said, her eyes reflecting a trace of nostalgia. Since then, she had been in pursuit of the world tree sap. Initially, she thought it was just a legend until she saw this miraculous substance with her own eyes. It is said that the sap of the world tree possesses incredible powers. Not only can it greatly enhance a person's potential, but it can also alter one's innate abilities. In this age of spiritual revival, everyone is born with a talent that dictates a warrior's potential. For those with low-level talents, achieving greatness is nearly impossible. Changing one's talent had never been heard of before. Lu Yufeng and her husband, Chen Xingbian, had been searching for the world tree sap for their son, Chen Han. To change Chen Han's level talent, they had been tirelessly working during their tenure at Bureau 869. It was there that they discovered a startling secret from classified files. One of the top 10 martial gods, the divine Dr. Liang Yutian, had once used the sap to change his talent. Originally a level talent, he ascended to become one of the top 10 masters of the era thanks to a small vial of world tree sap. Hearing about his parents' efforts over the years, Chen Han felt an overwhelming surge of gratitude. Lu Yufeng, however, shrugged it off lightly. But now, it seems you don't need this anymore, she said, referring to Chen Han's achievements as the champion marquis and the leader of the Northern Expedition Army, having defied the odds in a way. Not necessarily, Chen Han replied with a smile. In truth, his accomplishments were largely due to the assistance of a system, and his level talent, strengthening, still appeared on his system panel. Without the system's aid, he would still be in level talent. The pool of world tree sap, which could be consumed or even used for bathing, remained significantly important to him. Seeing the pool large enough to accommodate all the senior officers of the Northern Expedition Army, Chen Han immediately ordered everyone present, including himself, to enter the pool for immersion. The group leaped in, relieved that the golden fruit beings in the pool were in a dormant state, allowing them to enjoy this rare opportunity in peace. Lu Yufeng couldn't help but gasp, her eyes filled with shock. This is so extravagant. If anyone knew you were using such a priceless treasure to bathe, they'd be utterly astonished. Her amazement was justified, considering she had spent over a decade searching and had only managed to obtain 2 or 3 drops. Chen Han, however, seemed unconcerned and warmly invited. Mom, why don't you join us for a soak? It might even enhance your abilities. I'll pass, Lu Yufeng replied with a smile and a shake of her head. At my age, even if there's potential, it's already been fully tapped. I'll stand guard here so you can relax. The world belongs to the young. With that, she began vigilantly keeping watch by the pool. About an hour later, Zhu Meng, Ji Yun, Lu Zixing, and Zhao Yufei were the first to emerge from the pool. Why are you out so soon? Lu Yufeng asked curiously. Ji Yun laughed excitedly. Aunt Lu, I feel like I have endless strength in my legs now. The world tree sap is incredible. He then ran a lap around the area, his speed noticeably more than doubled. Seeing this, Lu Yufeng's face lit up with delight. In that case, why don't you soak a bit longer? The 4, however, politely declined in unison, explaining that although the world tree's sap was miraculous, they were beginning to feel short of breath and had to leave. Lu Yufeng speculated that the sap's effectiveness might vary depending on individual potential. Those with average potential could only withstand about an hour, beyond which there might be serious risks. By the way, has your talent changed at all? Lu Yufeng asked, voicing her most pressing concern. What? Ji Yun looked puzzled. Aunt Lu, can the world tree's sap really change one's talent? The other 3 were equally surprised, clearly indicating their talents remained unchanged. Another hour passed, and Chen Han's 4 main commanders also emerged from the pool. Their basic attributes had significantly improved, and their mastery of martial arts techniques had become more refined, but there was no change in their inherent talents. At this point, only Chen Han and Zhao Linger remained in the pool. They sat motionless, eyes closed, seemingly one with the water. The others could only wait by the poolside as time slowly ticked by until half a day had passed. Just as Ji Yun returned with roasted meat and everyone was about to eat, Zhao Linger finally stirred. She didn't exit the pool like an ordinary person, but instead slowly rose into the air with her eyes closed. Even more astonishing was the transformation occurring to her body. The dark moon elf wings she once had were gradually replaced by a pair of pure, divine wings, and her features shifted from elven to human, with mysterious patterns emerging on her forehead. She looked like a celestial being, breathtakingly beautiful. Upon closer inspection, her appearance bore a striking resemblance to the progenitor elf king. The progenitor elf form, Lu Yufeng exclaimed in astonishment. As soon as Lu Yufeng finished speaking, Zhao Linger suddenly opened her eyes. An aura of majesty burst forth from within her, reminiscent of the legendary Ancestral spirit king. The pressure was so intense that everyone present felt an urge to kneel in reverence. Fortunately, Lu Yufeng intervened just in time to dissipate the overwhelming force. What the heck? What's happening? It feels like my abilities have changed. Zhao Linger's words broke the tense atmosphere, allowing everyone to finally relax. Thank goodness. It's still the same instructor, Zhao. Zhu Ming sighed in relief. Ji Yun wiped the sweat from his forehead. That was close. I almost thought the Ancestral Spirit King had taken over Instructor Zhao. Although Zhao Linger still retained the appearance of the Ancestral Spirit, the suffocating pressure had vanished. She gracefully leapt down from the air and excitedly asked, Aunt, I feel like I've gotten a lot stronger. Do you know why? Lu Yufeng pondered for a moment before slowly revealing the answer. I think I understand the true reason the Ancestral Spirit King guided us here. Writes for your Ancestral Spirit Physique. Your original A-level talent has now elevated to an SS-level Ancestral Spirit Physique. Such a transformation could only be achieved by the World Tree's sap. She continued, it's almost certain that there's a connection between you and the Ancestral Spirit King. He led us to this pool of World Tree sap for you. Zhao Linger scratched her head, somewhat understanding, but the invigorating feeling coursing through her made her excitement hard to contain. She suddenly turned to Linda. Linda, let's spar. As the only two in the military with heavy agility techniques, Zhao Linger clearly wanted to test her new abilities against Linda. Captain Zhao, are you sure? Linda raised an eyebrow, playfully gesturing with a delicate hand. I wouldn't want people to say I'm bullying you. Despite planning to use only 30% of his strength, Linda realized his mistake when Zhao Linger's first move, a Yu family spear technique, aimed directly at his throat. Linda, why are you holding back? Zhao Linger called out, seeing through his hesitation. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp sounds of spear meeting sword rang out continuously. In just a few moments, the two had exchanged over 100 moves. Shockingly, even against the 7th-tier martial expert Linda, whose skills had significantly increased, Zhao Linger not only held her ground but seemed to have the upper hand, her attack speed even surpassing his. Witnessing this, Ji Yun gasped, silently vowing never to tease Zhao Linger again. Our esteemed queen is truly becoming a queen. Ji Yun's teasing remark had barely left his lips when Zhao Linger and Linda had already clashed in a lightning-fast duel. Zhao Linger's spear was at Linda's throat, while Linda's water-avoiding sword was aimed at Zhao Linger's abdomen. Both withdrew their weapons in perfect sync, their fighting spirit waning. Commander Zhao, I am impressed, Linda said earnestly as he sheathed his sword and bowed. He knew that if they were both at the 7th rank of martial generals, he would surely be defeated. You're just being gracious, Commander Lin, Zhao Linger replied, feigning nonchalance, but her uncontrollable smile betrayed her joy. Suddenly, Zhao Linger frowned. Where's Chen Han? She asked, prompting everyone to remember the young man still submerged in the World Tree sap pool. Surprisingly, Zhao Linger's astonishing transformation hadn't disrupted Chen Han's state of cultivation at all. Why is young Master Chen still soaking in there? Ji Yun wondered aloud as he approached for a closer look. Suddenly, he gasped, come and see. The pool water is much lighter than before. Upon closer inspection, everyone noticed that the sap's green hue had indeed faded significantly. Lu Yufeng explained, it must be because Miss Linger's talents absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy. Let's continue to wait. However, what happened next took Lu Yufeng by surprise. For an entire day and night, Chen Han showed no signs of waking but continued to break through realms while in the pool. By afternoon, he had reached the 7th rank of martial generals. By midnight he had advanced to the 8th rank, and by dawn, he had stepped directly into the martial emperor realm. This unprecedented speed of breakthrough left everyone present in shock. None of them had ever managed to break through a realm while in the pool. Even after Chen Han reached the 1st rank of martial emperor and stopped advancing, he still showed no signs of waking, leaving Lu Yufeng anxious and about to forcibly awaken him. At that moment, a deafening clap of thunder suddenly roared. Damn, where's the thunder coming from this early? Ji Yun rushed out to check, only to be left speechless by the sight before him. The vortex of clouds that had formed due to Chen Xing's breakthrough was shattered, and the sky above the Dark Bat City was filled with oppressive clouds, lightning, and thunder. This extraordinary phenomenon was comparable to the scene when Chen Xing broke through to the martial god, with both occupying half of the sky. Lu Yufeng's expression turned serious, completely bewildered by the sudden celestial phenomenon before her. Normally, such a change would only be triggered when a martial artist breaks through to the martial god level, as their power is enough to disrupt the balance of heaven and earth. Yet, Chen Han had only advanced to the martial emperor level, and even more puzzling was the fact that this phenomenon persisted even after the breakthrough was complete. As someone lacking research on innate anomalies, Lu Yufeng's confusion was understandable. If Liang Yutian were here, he would undoubtedly be thrilled, for he had another, more fitting term for innate anomalies: heaven's jealous body. This type of constitution allows for an eidetic memory of any martial arts techniques, a talent far from worthless. After years of study, Liang Yutian proposed a bold hypothesis. The power of innate anomalies is suppressed by the heavens from birth, leading them to appear talentless and often doomed to an early death or a mundane life. It is precisely for this reason that Liang Yutian, one of the top 10 martial gods, held Chen Han in such high regard, a rare individual who could break free from the constraints of heaven and earth. At this moment, Chen Han was harnessing the power of the divine world tree to reclaim his rightful strength. The thunderclouds gathering over Darkbat City were far more terrifying than the phenomena accompanying a typical martial god breakthrough, as if ready to unleash cataclysmic lightning at any moment. When Chen Han opened his eyes, he found himself standing 10,000 meters high in the air, floating as if unaffected by gravity. He looked around and realized he was amidst a vast expanse, with the destructive thundercloud looming overhead. This sudden change left him astonished, as he remembered being in Darkbat City just moments ago. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached his ears. Which fellow Taoist is undergoing tribulation here? This voice sparked something in Chen Han's heart, and he tentatively called out, "Father?" To his surprise, the voice was indeed his father, Chen Xingbian. The voice, filled with shock, came from the direction of the divine mountain. "Xiao Han, how have you also entered the state of spiritual wandering?" In that moment, Chen Han realized the truth. He was still in Darkbat City, but now he was above the city, not underground. Upon learning this, Chen Han let out a sigh of relief and curiously asked, "Father, what does transcendental wandering mean?" Chen Xing, still sounding a bit surprised, replied, "Son, that's quite unbelievable." He then explained in detail. Transcendental wandering is essentially an out-of-body experience, typically occurring when a martial master is breaking through to the martial god level. A warrior must enter this state to potentially achieve enlightenment and ascend to become a martial god. That's why someone needs to guard the martial master during a breakthrough, Chen Xing continued. In this unconscious state, even a slight negligence could allow others to take advantage. He informed Chen Han that 2 days ago, he had entered the transcendental wandering state and had been sensing the world until the sound of thunder brought him back. He couldn't actually see Chen Han. He only sensed the surrounding thunderclouds and tentatively spoke. Chen Han nodded thoughtfully, but before he could ponder why he, at just the martial emperor level, would encounter such a situation, a deafening crack echoed from the sky. Boom! A bolt of lightning as thick as a bowl struck directly at Chen Han. "Watch out!" Chen Xing shouted just as the lightning, which should have hit Chen Han, mysteriously vanished. Chen Han, not hearing his father's voice, turned pale, thinking his father had sacrificed himself to save him. He cried out hoarsely, "Father? That felt amazing." Chen Xing's voice suddenly rang out, leaving Chen Han at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that Chen Xing instinctively rushed forward, expecting the lightning to severely damage his consciousness. However, instead of harm, the lightning energized him, making him feel invigorated. The lightning strike not only didn't damage him but became excellent material for training his spiritual awareness. Just as Chen Han was surprised by this unexpected benefit, 3 more bolts of lightning descended from the sky. Chen Xing, delighted, twisted his body while dodging and saying, "I twist to the left, twist to the right, and a twist in the middle. Thunder God, help me." He effortlessly caught the 3 bolts, not only protecting Chen Han but also solidifying his spiritual awareness, which would greatly aid him in reaching the martial god level. Meanwhile, in Darkbat City, onlookers witnessed a dramatic scene, countless bolts of heavenly lightning striking Chen Han, who was immersed in the sap of the world tree. Lu Yufeng regretted deeply. "It's over. I didn't think this through. My son is actually undergoing a heavenly tribulation." She blamed herself, unaware that her husband was joyously dancing naked in the thunderclouds. Chen Xing was joyfully hopping around on the thunderclouds, completely enveloped in electric light, yet unaffected. Although Chen Han couldn't see his father, he could imagine him bouncing around like a child from the joyful sounds. "Dad, you're really letting loose, aren't you?" Chen Han couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "Absolutely," Chen Xing admitted freely, with a rare tone of relaxation. "You have no idea how strict your mom usually is. It's not often I get a chance to be out of her sight." As he spoke, he became even more excited. "Son, back in the day, I was known as the dance king of Shinkong University. There weren't many who could outdance me." The lightning tribulation struck Chen Xing again and again, seemingly providing a rhythm for his dance. The transformation from the world tree sap was not only a boon for Chen Han but also a fortuitous opportunity for Chen Xing. Historically, no martial god, including Han Haoren, had experienced such a perfectly timed lightning tribulation during their breakthroughs. How powerful this unprecedented experience would make them was still unknown. Meanwhile, this bizarre celestial phenomenon had reached the southern region of Xia. A lightning tribulation in one place and a vortex cloud in another. Such occurrences had never been seen since the new calendar began. "What is happening?" exclaimed a martial god in the 24th Privy Council. 2 strange celestial events occurring simultaneously in the northern region. Could it be that 2 people are breaking through to become martial gods? "Old Kong, are you joking?" Xia's highest authority, Di Qingtian, said with a somber expression. Two martial gods breaking through at the same time? It had been nearly a decade since a martial god appeared in Xia, and now two seemed to emerge in the north within a month. It was unbelievable. Di Qingtian approached Yu Wuyun and whispered, "Old Yu, level with me. Out of all of us, only you have contact with Chen Han. What exactly is happening in the north?" Yu Wuyun remained silent, growing suspicious of everyone present, including Di Qingtian. At that moment, the divine healer Liang Yutian appeared suddenly, ready to drag Yu Wuyun away without saying a word. "Mr. Liang, though you're a hero of Xia, entering the 24th Privy Council should still be announced ahead of time." A martial god in the council complained helplessly. "Cut the crap. Wanna fight? Bring it on." Liang Yutian raised an eyebrow, his tone icy. Although the others were irritated, they dared not act rashly. After all, he was a hero from the campaign against the Fire Qilin, his status akin to that of an ancient duke, and his strength was not to be underestimated. Yu Wuyan was initially reluctant to leave, but upon hearing Liang Yutian say something happened to Chen Han, his expression changed drastically. The two quickly reached a vantage point, looking down toward the northern region. "Oh Liang, what's really going on?" Liang Yutian then explained that the newly formed thunderclouds in the north were triggered by Chen Han's innate unique physique, not because two warriors were simultaneously breaking through to become martial gods. Typically, a martial god's breakthrough would not cause a heavenly tribulation. But having a natural anomaly is different. Yu Wuyun's voice was filled with disbelief. Even if you don't break through to a martial god, there's still a chance you might face a heavenly tribulation. Yu Wuyun took a deep breath and turned to Liang Yutian. "Oh Liang, is this natural anomaly really as miraculous as you say? Chen Han is only at the martial general level, yet he can reach such heights." Liang Yutian gave him an impatient look. "Do you think I'm joking with you? Why else would I take Chen Han so seriously? He's the only hope for us old folks." The two elders quickly discussed their strategy, deciding that if anything unusual happened in the Northern Territory, they would rush to provide support immediately, even if it risked provoking the Forbidden Zone. However, little did they know that the Chen Han they were so worried about was not harmed by the lightning tribulation at all. Instead, he was enduring another kind of torment, his father Qin Xingbian's completely off-key singing. In his state of meditation, even covering his ears was futile. "Dad, if you want to dance, just dance, but can you please stop singing?" Chen Han said helplessly. Although he couldn't see his father dancing naked, the singing was unbearable. "Come on, let's have fun together." Chen Xingbian, energized by the lightning, showed no sign of stopping. Chen Han had to suppress the urge to curse and silently endure the auditory torture. Meanwhile, everyone in the Darkbat city noticed something unusual. The gathering storm clouds had lingered for an hour, but the lightning remained suspended in the sky, as if blocked by some force, never striking down. The army of 50,000 was prepared to join forces with the champion Marquis to face the heavenly tribulation. Lu Yufeng had even set up a formation, yet the lightning never descended. "Aunt Lu, when will the lightning strike?" Ji Yun shifted from initial seriousness to impatience. Lu Yufeng looked toward the direction of the divine mountain, deep in thought. "I'm wondering if the child's father intervened." As his wife for many years, her intuition was surprisingly accurate. Eventually, Lu Yufeng decided to lead everyone back to wait by the world tree. Sure enough, after a long wait, the thunder in the sky gradually subsided. It seemed the tribulation realized it couldn't break through the barrier and dissipated on its own. At that moment, Chen Han, soaking in the world tree's sap pool, finally stirred. As he slowly opened his eyes, everyone was astonished to see golden light flashing within them, his pupils showing a strange transformation. More shockingly, an invisible pressure instantly enveloped the area, forcing everyone to their knees involuntarily. "Not again," Ji Yun said with a wry smile, recalling a similar scene when Zhao Linger awakened her primal spirit form. Even Zhao Linger, in her primal spirit form, couldn't withstand this pressure. At this point, Chen Han heard the system's notification. "Congratulations, your innate ability has successfully transformed. You have acquired the unique SS level talent, the Celestial Overlord body, which can only be obtained through the mutation of a natural anomaly and cannot be found in the system database." The Celestial Overlord Physikia unique SS level talent in this world left Chen Han utterly astonished with its description. As the details of the talent unfolded, it was revealed to override all effects below SSS level, enhance cultivation speed by 100-fold, and absorb the purest essence of heaven and earth. Any martial technique or skill in his hands would be elevated beyond SSS level. His physical body would be nearly indestructible, akin to an invincible diamond physique. Even more astounding was the talent's complete immunity to all elemental forces of the world: light, darkness, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder without exception. Its attack power was unrivaled, infused with the might of the heavens, capable of inflicting internal damage directly. Moreover, whenever he defeated an enemy, he could refine their life force to augment his own, significantly boosting his vitality. Against opponents below SSS level, as long as his mental strength was superior, he could exert pressure to weaken their abilities. Even his basic breathing and meditation were twice as effective as those of ordinary people. Chen Han stood frozen, his mind echoing with Liang Yutian's warnings about innate anomalies. At this moment, he finally understood why those born with such anomalies either died young or lived unremarkable lives. The power that touched the essence of heaven and earth posed a greater threat than a martial god, directly challenging the laws of the universe. Recalling the tribulation that descended when his talent changed, everything made sense. This celestial overlord physique wasn't conjured from nothing. It was the power he was destined to possess. Had he awakened this talent at birth, he would have already achieved legendary status. Gazing at the system panel, Chen Han couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Both the Qilin Flame and the Celestial Overlord physique were forces not recorded in the system's talent library, yet they represented the most formidable powers. Of course, Chen Han couldn't deny the importance of the system. Without the talents granted by it, he wouldn't have reached his current level of strength. Just as he was lost in thought, a frantic shout interrupted him. "Son, what's wrong?" Chen Han snapped back to reality, realizing he had been staring blankly with his eyes wide open. Looking around, he saw all his subordinates kneeling on the ground, while his mother, Lu Yufeng, barely remained standing, supported by her cultivation. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he realized he had almost made a grave mistake. He quickly withdrew the oppressive aura of the Sky Sovereign physique, and the golden light in his eyes faded. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief and slowly rise to their feet. Phew, it's finally over. Chen Han's words startled everyone. Lu Yufeng quickly asked, "Son, did you barely survive the lightning tribulation?" Chen Han shook his head and recounted his recent experience. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha, Uncle really dared to do that? Dancing naked in a lightning storm? Too bad we couldn't see that scene." Lu Yufeng sighed, gritting her teeth. "That shameless man. Dancing in the thunderclouds. Why doesn't he just go and fight Yu Shuai?" As she spoke, she seemed ready to head to the sacred mountain to confront Qin Xingbian. Chen Han quickly stopped his mother. "Let it go. That's just how Dad is. If it weren't for him, I might not be alive now." Indeed, before obtaining the Sky Sovereign physique, that was the only chance the heavenly tribulation had to kill Chen Han. At that time, he was still an unrefined spiritual consciousness. If struck by lightning, he could have been crippled at best or killed instantly at worst. He glanced at the blue sap of the world tree beside him and suddenly thought of his sister, Chen Shui. Since the existence of innate special physiques had been confirmed, Chen Shui's situation might be even more extraordinary. Theoretically, the highest talent for an innate special physique is level, but Chen Shui possesses an A-level talent, far exceeding the usual limit. "Mom, I have an idea. Let's find some time to bring my sister to the Northern Territory." Chen Han had long considered bringing Chen Shui to the Northern Territory. However, various practical reasons had forced him to delay this decision. The current situation in the Northern Territory was far from ideal. Apart from a not yet fully constructed town called Zhenbei City, there were virtually no modern urban facilities. Compared to the capital, the living conditions here were worlds apart. After breaking ties with the Chen family, Chen Han had arranged for his sister to stay at the Marquis of Champions' residence in the capital, under the care of Yu Wuyun. Thanks to Marshal Yu's efforts, Chen Shui not only gained admission to the top academy in the capital, but she was also respected by many due to Chen Han's status as the Marquis of Champion. Moreover, Chen Han's primary mission in the Northern Territory was to reclaim lost lands. With constant battles, he had no time to care for his sister. Additionally, the safety of Zhenbei City was not guaranteed and was far less secure than the capital. But now, the situation had changed. With Chen Han having established a foothold in the Northern Territory, found his biological parents, and most importantly, discovered the pool of world tree sap, Chen Shui had the opportunity for a transformative change. Chen Han was eager to see how his sister's talents would evolve. Xiao Shui. Hearing Chen Han mention bringing Chen Shui to the Northern Territory, Lu Yufeng visibly trembled. Over the years, she had not only been unable to see Chen Han but had never met her daughter. Although Chen Han had at least spent 2 years under her care, Chen Shui had been taken away right after birth. Even though she knew Chen Shui would be well treated in the Chen family due to her talents, the longing from their separation was hard to erase. After a painful struggle, Lu Yufeng shook her head and said, "This won't do. Xiao Han, you should understand that the Southern Territory is far superior to the Northern Territory in terms of safety and living conditions." However, Chen Han dispelled his mother's concerns with just one sentence. He pointed out that once Qin Xingbian broke through to become a martial god, they would need to return to Dexia to confront those families. In the upcoming large-scale conflict, Chen Shui would be the only vulnerability that the opponents could exploit. Only by bringing her to the Northern Territory could they ensure her safety. This argument immediately convinced Lu Yufeng. and she even eagerly agreed, "Son, you're right." Chen Han nodded, then stepped out of the dark bat cave and instructed Zhang Xiaolong and Liao Xiaohu to bring Chen Shui along the next time they escorted new recruits. Besides, despite the great victory in the war against the exotic beasts, there were still follow-up tasks to handle. Although the war was a coalition of the 8 major races, they only managed to capture one dark bat city. Chen Han was already well aware of the situation regarding the remaining 7 cities. Zhao Linger, Lu Zixing, Linda, Lu and I, Lei Wan, Lei Wu, listen up, present. The 6 responded in unison. Each of you will lead elite troops to reclaim the remaining 7 cities. With Chen Han's command, a fierce fighting spirit ignited in the eyes of the generals. This was their first time leading troops independently, a perfect opportunity to achieve great accomplishments. The 6 quickly took their orders and began preparations. Chen Han nodded in approval, recognizing this as an excellent opportunity to train his subordinates. Now that the 8 beast leaders had been eliminated, these cities were practically theirs for the taking. This would also allow him to assess the military prowess of his generals for future strategic planning. Chen Han returned to Jinbei City, focusing on his cultivation of the heavenly overlord physique while overseeing the city's reconstruction. 10 days passed swiftly, with reports of victories pouring in. Zhao Linger and Lei Wu stood out the most. Lei Wu, already a standout among the 4 legion commanders, was exceptionally gifted and knowledgeable in military strategy. Zhao Linger, with her unique background, managed to make the city of Wood Elves surrender simply with her appearance as an ancestral elf, and subsequently led her army to capture another beast city. While Chen Han was reviewing the reports in his office, a frantic knock abruptly interrupted him. Champion Marquis, something terrible happened. The young lady is missing. Liao Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaolong burst in, panic-stricken. They were originally tasked with escorting new recruits and Chen Shui northward, but due to a momentary lapse upon reaching Jinbei City, Chen Shui had disappeared. Lu Yufeng rushed in upon hearing the news, extremely anxious. What? Xiao Shui is missing? Go find her immediately. Xiaohan, you too. Liao Xiaohu hesitated. Champion Marquis, you have to preside over the new recruit assembly today. How about Xiaolong and I go look for her? If we can't find the young lady, we will willingly accept military punishment. Unexpectedly, Chen Han remained calm and began putting on his military uniform to attend the event. Xiaohan, why aren't you worried? Lu Yufeng was puzzled. Chen Han smiled slightly. Don't worry, I know where Xiao Shui is. That girl takes after her father. Marshal, you said she was called the female tyrant at school. Seeing the realization dawn on Lu Yufeng's face, Chen Han continued. Since she has Chen Xingbian's personality, she must enjoy excitement. And today, the most lively place in the northern region is none other than the new recruit assembly venue, isn't it? Let's go to the new recruit assembly, Chen Han said, patting Liao Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaolong on the shoulders, with no hint of blame in his voice. He understood that with Chen Shui's character, even these 2 capable subordinates would find it hard to stop her. At least, she had only disappeared after reaching Jinbei City, which gave him some relief. Liao Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaolong visibly relaxed at his words and quickly fetched the car keys, driving Chen Han to the venue. In the central square of Jinbei City, 50,000 new recruits were lined up in perfect formation. These new recruits were noticeably different from the seasoned soldiers Liao Xiaohu had previously enlisted. They were young, full of vigor and enthusiasm. Due to the dwindling resources of martial generals in Xia, most of the recruits this time were 18-year-old youths. Though their skills were still developing, they showed remarkable potential. After passing the enlistment tests, they would be stationed in various parts of the northern border for training, and the best would later be selected to join the Northern Expedition Army. The biggest draw for these young recruits was undoubtedly the legendary exploits of Chen Han. Throughout the ranks, conversations about the Champion Marquis could be heard. How lucky we are. Just joined and we get to see the Champion Marquis, one excited recruit exclaimed. He became the commander of the northern frontier just 6 months after enlisting at 18. He's our role model. That's not all. Another voice chimed in. I heard the Champion Marquis has reached the Martial Emperor level. Gasps of astonishment echoed around them. Everyone knew that during the rescue in the capital, Chen Han had only been at the 4th rank of a martial general, and to have reached the Martial Emperor level in such a short time was truly astounding. If I could have even a tenth of the Champion Marquis' strength, I'd be happy to live in a mansion and drive fancy cars. The first recruit continued to marvel. Wow, you're really aiming high. Laughter erupted among the group. However, the cheerful atmosphere was suddenly interrupted by an out-of-place female voice. It's not that impressive. You all only see the Champion Marquis' achievements now, but you don't know the hardships he endured before. Her words immediately drew disapproving glances. The recruit who had been praising Chen Han was quick to retort. Who else in history has accomplished what the Champion Marquis has? He's unmatched. And you, a young girl, what are you doing here in the army? Wouldn't it be better to go home and get married? If you don't think the Champion Marquis is impressive, why are you joining the Northern Expedition Army? The woman blushed with anger at his words, her face flushed with emotion. She argued firmly, her voice strong and unwavering. Who says women can't join the army? The Daxia military explicitly states that both men and women can enlist. Isn't General Zhao Linger a leading general under the champion Marquis? And isn't Lu Enai, the commander of the 3rd Corps, a female officer? Her words struck like a sword, hitting the new recruit boasting about Chen Han where it hurt. The recruit's face turned red, yet he remained defiant. The tension between the two was palpable, and a dispute seemed imminent. The surrounding recruits quickly divided into 2 camps based on gender, with arguments erupting all around. Just then, the chief instructor's loud voice cut through the noise. "Welcome, Champion Marquis." The mention of Champion Marquis seemed to have a magical effect, instantly quelling all disputes. This legendary figure of Daxia commanded universal respect. Salute. At the chief instructor's command, 50,000 recruits uniformly saluted Chen Han. Looking at the scene before him, Chen Han felt a mix of emotions. Just 6 months ago, he was one of these new recruits, uncertain about his future. Now, he was the commander of a 500,000-strong Northern Expedition army. Though the time was short, it felt like a lifetime ago. He waved to the crowd. "Hello. You've come a long way from the southern border to join the Northern Expedition. You've all worked hard." The recruits erupted in cheers. "Champion Marquis. Champion Marquis." Once the crowd settled down, Chen Han took his seat at the head of the assembly. This visit was not only to boost morale, but also to scout for promising new recruits. A few veteran soldiers brought out a black iron turtle shell from backstage, the standard device for testing recruits' attributes. Seeing this familiar shell, Chen Han smiled, recalling the time he had pierced it with the spear of dead thorns. The chief instructor cleared his throat. Who wants to be the first to test their attributes? With the champion Marquis here, this is a rare opportunity. The 50,000 recruits fell silent. Chen Han's presence was both inspiring and intimidating. No one wanted to risk embarrassment. Suddenly, the recruit who had been boasting about Chen Han pointed to the woman he had been arguing with. "Weren't you just saying how great you are? And that the champion Marquis isn't all that impressive? Now, why don't you have a go and show us what you've got?" All the male recruits' eyes turned to her, eager to see the spectacle. "I'll take the test," the woman replied with gritted teeth. "But if I do, everyone who laughed at me will have to do an extra 100 sets of push-ups." "No problem. Go on then." The woman leapt onto the stage. Though she was covered head to toe, even her face hidden beneath a mask, Chen Han immediately recognized her as his sister, Chen Shui. Liao Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohu also realized, exclaiming, "Champion Marquis, isn't that the young lady?" Chen Han stood up, addressing the crowd with words that left the recruits stunned. "Sister, stop messing around." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room fell into a dead silence. The male soldiers who had previously mocked Chen Shui turned pale and began to tremble involuntarily. Champion Ho's sister? This identity caught everyone off guard. In fact, this was all part of Chen Shui's carefully crafted plan. She didn't want to rely on her brother's reputation and insisted on entering Jinbei City as an ordinary new recruit. When Liao Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaolong drove into the city, she cleverly slipped away, using the excuse of needing the restroom, and headed straight to the new recruits' assembly. The revelation of this truth threw the new recruits into disarray. Those who had spoken disrespectfully were already on the ground doing push-ups, even before the wager began. Especially the recruit who had previously boasted about Chen Han was now trembling with fear, looking completely lost. "Hey!" Chen Shui shouted. "The wager hasn't started yet. What are you doing push-ups for? Stop it!" Although her identity was quickly uncovered by Chen Han, causing her a moment of panic, she soon regained her composure and looked directly at Chen Han, saying, "Champion Ho, please don't see me as your sister right now, but as an ordinary new recruit in the Northern Expedition Army." Chen Han looked at his sister's stubborn expression and smiled helplessly. What surprised him even more was that their mother, Lu Yufeng, was covering her mouth, trying to stifle a laugh. "Mom, you can still laugh? This father-daughter duo is just impossible to deal with," Chen Han complained, rubbing his forehead. "Haha." Lu Yufeng chuckled. "I think Xiaoxue is just like her father." At this moment, Liao Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaolong hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade her. "Miss, please stop this nonsense. Come back to the command post." "Yes. You nearly got us in trouble with your antics. Why would a girl like you want to join the army?" Chen Shui immediately retorted. "Who's being nonsensical? Which rule in Daxia says women can't enlist in the army? And where does it say that the champion Ho's sister can't join the military? In the Northern Expedition Army's 500,000 troops, women make up 20. In General Zhao Linger's vanguard battalion, women account for 40. Why can't I take the new recruit test and join the Northern Expedition Army?" Faced with Chen Shui's well-reasoned argument, the 2 veteran soldiers were left speechless. Chen Han, seeing his sister's determination, felt a sense of pride. Her stubbornness reminded him of himself when he stood up to Zhong Go years ago. Very well, Chen Han sighed. You may proceed with the test. Chief Instructor, prepare the examination for new recruit Chen Shui. With permission granted, Chen Shui immediately removed her mask, revealing her true face, and confidently walked towards the armored turtle machine to take the strength test. Chen Han suddenly turned to Chen Shui with a serious tone. Xiao Shui, I must tell you in advance. As my sister, the sister of the champion Marquis, you must set an example for the entire army. If your basic attributes don't meet the standard, you'll have to obediently return to the command mansion. This statement was clearly a warning to Chen Shui that he would not show favoritism in the camp because of their sibling relationship. Faced with her brother's strict demands, Chen Shui did not back down. Instead, her eyes sparkled with determination. Brother, just watch me. Before she finished speaking, a fierce chill emanated from Chen Shui, and ice spikes formed instantly on her fists. This scene caused the instructors present to gasp. Warrior second tier? This level of strength was astonishing. It was known that for Chen Shui to reach the warrior second tier at such a young age was not only due to Yu Wuyan arranging for her to attend the best school in the capital, but also because of her innate, extraordinary talent. In contrast, the new recruits present, although generally older than her, mostly hadn't even reached warrior first tier. Chen Shui let out a powerful shout, and her ice-spiked fist slammed heavily onto the shell of the iron-armored turtle. The massive machine was shaken by the blow, swaying violently. I never expected that. Miss is not yet 18 and already has such skill. Zhang Xiaolong exclaimed sincerely. This was no flattery, as he himself had not even mastered the basic breathing techniques at Chen Shui's age. With this approach, Mrs. Performance is definitely going to be excellent. Liao Xiaohu agreed. However, Chen Han frowned and shook his head. I'm afraid it's more than just excellent. Son, you noticed too, didn't you? Xiao Shui's punch is something else. Lu Yufeng said meaningfully. At that moment, the iron-armored turtle machine suddenly emitted malfunction sounds, unable to compute a specific score. The record keeper panicked, hastily explaining, Champion Marquis, it's not that we didn't maintain the machine. We checked it just a few hours ago and it was fine. The machine is certainly fine. Chen Shui said confidently, gently poking the turtle shell with a finger. The shell of the iron-armored turtle, which was supposed to withstand damage only from nearly warrior-level strength, began to crack and then collapsed with a crisp, shattering sound. This scene made all the new recruits gasp. Chen Shui, merely at warrior second tier, had managed to shatter the iron-armored turtle's shell. This scene was remarkably similar to when Chen Han pierced through the shell with a single spear during the new recruits' enlistment ceremony years ago. Geniuses always seem to share some similarities. The recruits below the stage were left in awe. The strongest among them were only at the 6th level of warrior training, and they were helpless against the iron-armored turtle's tough shell. Yet, Chen Shui easily broke through it as if it were a routine task. With a touch of childish pride, Chen Shui put her hands on her hips and shouted to the recruits who had once mocked her, Do you admit defeat? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. The recruits responded in unison, their admiration genuine and unrelated to her status as the sister of the champion Marquis. Then keep doing those push-ups. Chen Shui commanded, pushing her advantage. What? We still have to do more? The recruits, despite their gloomy expressions, had no choice but to fulfill their bet. Witnessing this scene, Chen Han finally understood why she was called the female tyrant. She was indeed a formidable figure. But recalling the times he led the Cold Knight squad for extra training, he realized he wasn't much different. Chen Han cleared his throat and said seriously, This is just the strength test. We still need to measure speed and vitality. If you don't meet the standards in these areas, you'll still have to return to the commander's mansion. He couldn't show any favoritism in front of 50,000 new recruits. The subsequent tests left everyone even more astounded. Chen Shui's speed reached an astonishing 260 milliseconds, far surpassing the standard for a second-level warrior. Even more incredibly, her vitality attribute reached level 5. Chen Han achieved such a high vitality value due to his special physique, whereas Chen Shui reached this level with just an A-level talent. As a martial artist of the natural elements type, her basic attributes were typically lower than those of ordinary warriors. This was why the military and universities had relatively lenient rating standards for natural-type martial artists. Yet, Chen Shui's performance could only be described as triple top-notch. Brother, how do you think I did? Chen Shui looked at Chen Han with a face full of accomplishment. Chen Han's expression softened, and he nodded indulgently. Yeah, you did well. Hee hee. Chen Shui couldn't help but grin. Sensing Lu Yufeng's eagerness to reunite with Chen Shui behind him, Chen Han beckoned to his sister, Come over here. As my sister, the champion Marquis, you can't hog public resources. Others are waiting to be tested. Chen Shui immediately reverted to her obedient demeanor and walked over to Chen Han. After her demonstration, the recruits below seemed to gain courage and eagerly stepped up to undergo their tests. Only then did Chen Shui finally notice Lu Yufeng, who had been standing behind Chen Han. Her eyes lit up as she smiled and asked, "Brother, who is this lady? She's so beautiful." Before she could finish, Lu Yufeng's eyes were already brimming with tears. Chen Han's lips curved into a gentle smile as he slowly said, "What lady? Call her Mom." Mom? The word struck Chen Shui like a bolt of lightning, leaving her frozen in place. Over the years, she had imagined her mother countless times. But now that they were face to face, she was at a loss. Unlike Chen Han, who had regained his memories, she had no recollection of their parents. Sensing that the mother and daughter needed some space, Chen Han quietly stepped back and moved towards the testing area to oversee the new recruits' assessments. "Mom," Chen Shui whispered softly. "My dear daughter." Lu Yufeng could no longer hold back, embracing her daughter tightly. Meanwhile, Chen Han took a form handed to him by the recorder and carefully reviewed the recruits' test data. The results were very satisfying. Most recruits had foundational attributes surpassing the average of their rank, showing great potential for development. These individuals were destined to become the backbone of the Northern Expedition Army. Suddenly, a new recruit approached Chen Han with a notebook, the same young man who had praised him earlier. "Champion Ho, you've always been my idol. Can I get your autograph?" The recruit's voice trembled with excitement. Chen Han agreed with pleasure, signing his name in the notebook before asking, "What's your name?" Reporting to Champion Ho, "My name is Eugene Zhuang." "Your last name is Yu?" Chen Han's eyes narrowed as he quickly found Eugene Zhuang's information on the record sheet. With a 4th-rank warrior cultivation, his foundational attributes were second only to Chen Shui, ranking high among the new recruits. Perhaps due to Marshal Yu's influence, Chen Han always paid extra attention to soldiers with the surname Yu. Unexpectedly, Eugene Zhuang suddenly knelt down. "Champion Ho, I have a request. I hope you can display your foundational attributes. We've heard you've reached the Martial Emperor level, and we all want to witness it firsthand." Chen Han looked at the kneeling Eugene Zhuang and then at the eager-eyed recruits below, smiling helplessly. They all understood that if they weren't selected for the Northern Expedition Army, this might be their last chance to see Chen Han. Under the expectant gazes of everyone, Chen Han nodded in agreement. The instructors brought out a special measurement device. Ordinary testing equipment could no longer measure his attribute values. When the data appeared, everyone present, including Lu Yufeng from afar, was speechless with shock. A strength exceeding 7 digits, reaching 4.6 million kilograms, a speed nearing 10,000 meters limited only by human genetic constraints, at the martial sovereign level, and a vitality of 367 levels. These astonishing figures even interrupted the mother-daughter reunion. Chen Shui now deeply understood the weight of the saying, "Your brother will always be your brother." The entire training ground erupted instantly, with recruits moved to tears, chanting "Champion Ho" in waves that echoed throughout the entire Jinbei city. Undoubtedly, Chen Han's abilities have surpassed the common understanding. His recently displayed raw strength reached an astonishing 4.6 million kilograms, a figure that left everyone present gasping in disbelief. To put it in perspective, an ordinary martial emperor possesses a strength of merely 300,000 to 400,000 kilograms, and even a powerful martial emperor of the 8th tier can only reach 600,000 to 700,000 kilograms. This level of strength meets the standards of a martial venerable and even exceeds the typical level of 3 million kilograms for most martial venerables. This is the formidable nature of the celestial overlord physique. Refined and tempered by the primordial forces of the universe, Chen Han's body has been completely transformed. Even more terrifying is his vital energy, which, even without activating the Qilin flame, has reached the level of a martial god. This means that unless he suffers a fatal blow, as long as he has a breath left, he can instantly recover. The celestial overlord physique also grants Chen Han nearly invincible defensive capabilities. His body has achieved a state of being impervious to blades and bullets, and almost immune to elemental forces of nature. Only those capable of disrupting the balance of heaven and earth, such as a martial god, can pose a threat to him. Those below this level are unlikely to cause him fatal harm. The new recruits, although unaware of these deeper intricacies, were convinced that their journey to the northern borders was well worth it, simply by witnessing Chen Han's basic attributes. At that moment, a figure swiftly moved through the ranks of new recruits and appeared before Chen Han. It was Ji Yun, responsible for relaying information between units. The recruits immediately recognized this wandering rogue, whispering about his nickname Emperor of Baths and the amusing fact that his image was used as the flagship symbol in bathhouses across regions. Despite breaking into a cold sweat upon hearing these remarks, Ji Yun's priority was to deliver the information. He was about to request a private conversation with Chen Han, but was stopped by the latter. "Say it here," Chen Han said in a deep voice. "Let these new recruits witness the true strength of our Northern Expedition Army." Hearing this, Ji Yun immediately saluted Chen Han with a standard military salute. "Report to Champion Ho." As each victory report was read aloud, the new recruits' faces lit up with increasing excitement. General Zhao Linger, leading the Wood Elf unit and 30,000 elite troops, captured the eight-winged centipede city, annihilating an enemy force of 150,000 and seizing abundant resources, including a large star crystal mine. General Liu Zixing led the Kuei unit and the first corps of 20,000 elite troops in intense battle on the plains against the horse-faced beast army. After a grueling day and night of fighting, they completely destroyed the enemy's 100,000 troops and took over the horse-faced beast city. Corps Commander Lin De personally led 6,000 soldiers in a charge against the Centaur city walls, slaying 3 Centaur leaders and completely demolishing the city and its 100,000 defenders. The Northern Expedition Army's victories were remarkable. In addition to the already captured Darkbat city, they had now seized 6 more major cities in succession. These 7 cities formed a contiguous area, covering nearly 500,000 square kilometers of the Northern Territory. Including Jinbei City, Chen Han had reclaimed a total of 600,000 square kilometers of land. This was humanity's greatest victory over the beast forces since the resurgence of spiritual energy. For almost a century, humans had been confined to a corner in the south, living under the shadow of forbidden zones. Now, this birthplace of the Great Xia had finally returned to human hands. Good. Excellent. Chen Han praised repeatedly, feeling proud of the commanders he had chosen. Apart from Lei Wu and Lei Wan, who were attacking the Eaglehead Bear Demon City, the Beast Rebellion had largely been suppressed. He immediately ordered, Ji Yun, instruct all commanders to return at once. Once Lei Wan and Lei Wu reclaim the Eaglehead Bear Demon City, the entire city will celebrate, and the troops will be rewarded. He then instructed the preparation of a war report to be sent to the 24 Privy Council. When the news reached the 24 Privy Council, Yu Wuyan finally showed a long-awaited smile. "Well done, Chen Han," he exclaimed tearfully. "This is an achievement I could never accomplish in my lifetime." The highest authority in Great Xia, Di Qingtian, was equally moved, embracing Yu Wuyun with tears of joy. "Old Yu, the successor you chose is outstanding. 7 cities, 4 large star crystal mines. From now on, our Great Xia will have no energy worries." However, at that moment, Luo Yuan, the second in command of Great Xia, sneered, "Di Qingtian, don't get too happy too soon. 600,000 square kilometers of autonomous power means Chen Han is becoming increasingly uncontrollable." Before he could finish, a fierce killing intent suddenly descended. A Guandao whistled through the air, and if it weren't for timely assistance, the second authority of Great Xia might have been split in half. Blood splattered, staining his face crimson. The second most powerful man in Xia stood frozen in place, unable to regain his composure for a long time. The scene before him left his mind blank. This was the first time in over 80 years that such a severe bloodshed had occurred in the history of the 24 Privy Council. At this critical moment, standing in front of Luo Yuan was his younger brother, Luo Heng. As the strongest martial god of the Luo family and one of the 10 martial gods who participated in the siege of the Fire Qilin years ago, Luo Heng's prowess was undeniable. It was this strength, combined with the family's control over the nation's transportation lifelines, that allowed Luo Yuan to ascend to the second highest position of power in Xia. Although Luo Heng managed to block Yu Wuyun's powerful strike, his shoulder was deeply embedded with the blade of the Guandao, blood gushing out and splattering onto Luo Yuan's face. Yet, this tough warrior didn't even flinch. Instead, he smiled at Yu Wuyun, saying, "Marshal Yu, your strength has improved quite a bit since 2 years ago." As a formidable opponent capable of standing on equal footing with the Empire's twin pillars, Han Haoren and Yu Wuyun, Luo Heng often sparred with Yu Wuyun. As he spoke, he forcibly pulled out the Guandao from his shoulder and casually tossed it back to Yu Wuyun. In consideration of Luo Heng's past contributions to the siege of the Fire Qilin, Yu Wuyun momentarily restrained his murderous intent, merely snorting coldly, "Luo Heng, step aside. That Luo Yuan has a foul mouth. I need to teach him a lesson." This statement finally snapped Luo Yuan out of his terror. A lesson? That earlier strike was clearly aimed at taking his life. He immediately shouted angrily at those around him, "What are you all standing around for? Yu Wuyun intends to commit murder in the 24 Privy Council. Do you understand the gravity of this? Seize him together." Luo Yuan's words jolted everyone present into awareness. Who would have thought that the renowned Marshal Yu would dare to resort to violence within the Privy Council? This could already be considered treason. Instantly, the other 6 martial gods rose to their feet, their formidable auras spreading throughout the Grand Hall. The situation was extremely unfavorable for Yu Wuyun, although he might have a 70% advantage in a duel with Luo Heng. Facing all 6 martial gods simultaneously left him with almost no chance of victory. This was precisely why Chen Han had previously warned him to be cautious. Yet, at this moment, Yu Wuyun seemed to have been blinded by his fury. Gripping his Guandao tightly, he exuded a terrifying murderous intent, ready to erupt at any moment. Although the martial gods present had the advantage in numbers, none dared to act rashly against the Empire's strongest warrior. "Even if I have to overturn the entire council today, I'll kill that foul-mouthed old bastard. Yu Wuyun shouted, his anger boiling over as he brandished his gleaming guandao. Whoever dares to make a move against me first, I'll strike them down. Sensing the situation was on the brink of chaos, the supreme power of Daxia, Di Qingtian, intervened just in time. Yu Wuyun, have you lost your mind? He rushed forward and grabbed Yu Wuyun's weapon. It was the first time he had ever addressed Yu Wuyun by his full name, underscoring the gravity of the situation. If Yu Wuyun acted again at that moment, it would be seen as an impulsive move, but any further action would be clear rebellion. Di Qingtian softened his tone. Old Yu, whatever it is, we can sit down and discuss it. Yu Wuyun reluctantly sat down, still fuming. However, Luo Yuan was relentless, slamming the table as he stood up. Di Qingtian, don't think you can shield Yu Wuyun. His grave offense today must be punished severely. Luo Yuan, shut your foul mouth. Di Qingtian finally lost his temper. As Daxia's highest authority, he understood the power dynamics between Yu Wuyun and Luo Yuan were delicate, and their conflict could spell disaster for Daxia. What puzzled him most was the usually shrewd Luo Yuan, who in this case was uncharacteristically aggressive over the matter of Chen Han. Fortunately, Luo Heng stepped in to calm things down. Brother, say no more. Only then did Luo Yuan sit back down, begrudgingly. If the people of Daxia saw their leaders bickering like common street quarrelers, they would be shocked. No matter what, that old bastard owes me an explanation. Yu Wuyun broke the silence first. I can let it go when it's about me, but Chen Han achieved great merit today, and yet he was still attacked. I won't stand for it. If everyone acted this way, how would my people in the military hold themselves? I might as well quit being marshal. Luo Yuan sneered. Yu Wuyun, who are you trying to scare? The military won't fall apart without you. If you step down, there are plenty of others who can take over. Di Qingtian rubbed his temples, finally coming up with a solution that could satisfy both sides. Luo Yuan, you claim Chen Han is hard to control and want him removed. I understand. But the northern frontier can't do without talent like Chen Han, and we can't use forceful means. We must be conciliatory. To prevent Chen Han from harboring disloyalty, I have decided to make him a king. He will be the first to hold the title of king in the new era, standing equal with the highest power of the council. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Wuyun applauded. That's the way to do it. Well done, Di. What did you say? Enfeoffment? Luo Yuan's voice trembled with anger, his fists clenching involuntarily. His face turned ashen, and he stared intently at Di Qingtian. To Luo Yuan, this decision was nothing short of disastrous. Although Di Qingtian had previously granted Chen Han autonomy in the northern region, it was merely a verbal promise, lacking any formal documentation. This allowed them some leeway to manipulate issues like taxation and urban development. However, enfeoffment would change everything. This means Chen Han will have complete control over the northern region. Luo Yuan urgently explained. His status will be on par with the supreme power of the 24 Privy Council. As long as he doesn't openly rebel, not even His Majesty can interfere with his decisions. Di Qingtian nodded firmly, his gaze unwavering. Exactly. Because Chen Han has achieved so much that there is no higher reward, we must elevate his status, binding him closely to the fate of Daxia. The higher his position, the greater his responsibilities, and the more he will regard Daxia as his home. Luo Yuan initially intended to weaken Chen Han's influence in the northern region, but instead, he inadvertently aided him. Di Qingtian had already begun rallying support. I've said my piece. Anyone in favor can now raise their hand to vote. Yu Wuyun was the first to raise his hand. I agree. Sensing the shift in momentum, the opportunists quickly sided with Chen Han. I support the enfeoffment. I agree too. In the blink of an eye, the votes in favor reached 12. Ding Mushuan, the highest authority in Daxia, watched the scene unfold and felt relieved that he hadn't acted against Chen Han earlier. Understanding the intricacies of political maneuvering, he naturally chose to continue supporting Chen Han. I, Ding Mushuan, agree to Chen Han's enfeoffment. This crucial vote meant the proposal had passed, and even if the remaining 11 opposed it, they couldn't change the outcome. Luo Yuan watched helplessly, letting out a resigned sigh. Very well. Bestowing a title of king is possible, Emperor Qingtian said slowly. Before he could finish, Yu Wuyun interrupted with a mocking tone. Of course it's possible, but does it matter if you say it's not now? Luo Yuan's expression turned grim, but he suppressed his anger and continued. Bestowing a title is possible. But who can guarantee Chen Han's true intentions in the northern territory? If he harbors rebellion, we won't even have a chance to defend ourselves. I suggest dispatching 2 inspectors to monitor Chen Han's every action in the north. Hearing this, Emperor Qingtian hesitated. In theory, Luo Yuan's proposal was indeed unassailable. The newly appointed king of the north should be subject to oversight. He instinctively looked at Yu Wuyun, as if seeking his opinion. Before Yu Wuyun could voice his opposition, Luo Yuan initiated a vote in Emperor Qingtian's manner. Soon, Half of the 24 highest authorities of Dixia cast their votes in favor. The attitude was clear. The title could be bestowed, but it must come with supervision. I'll personally select these 2 inspectors. Yu Wuyun, you shall not interfere. Luo Yuan sneered as he left the Privy Council. Although Yu Wuyun was displeased, he was helpless. To reject the inspectors would be to reject Chen Han's title as King of the North, which was Luo Yuan's overt strategy. Reluctantly, Yu Wuyan had to inform Chen Han about the bestowal of the title and the inspector issue, so he could prepare in advance. Upon receiving the news, Chen Han was initially delighted. No one had ever received such an honor since the new calendar began, not even the founding heroes Han Haoren and Yu Wuyun. He understood that this was both a reward for reclaiming lost land and an increase in his responsibilities in building the Northern Territory. However, upon seeing the matter of the inspectors, his brow immediately furrowed. It was obvious that this was a precaution by the families against him. Chen Han could accept increased responsibilities, but he couldn't tolerate being hindered at every turn in the north. More importantly, Qin Xingbian was about to make a breakthrough, and this intelligence could not be leaked to Dixia prematurely, or they would be at a disadvantage. After a moment of thought, a smile appeared on Chen Han's lips. She had already devised a countermeasure. The next day, 2 imposing uninvited guests arrived in North Town, immediately attracting the attention of the city's residents. Their prowess was astonishing, and their every movement exuded the strength of martial masters. This caught the eye of Liao Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaolong, who were involved in the city's construction. Normally, martial masters of their caliber were not allowed to enter the Northern Territory. This was because Dixia had not seen a martial god in a decade, and each martial master was a potential candidate for becoming a martial god, not to be risked lightly on the northern battlefield. However, these 2 had come with documents from the 24 Privy Council, both to crown Chen Han as King of the North and to serve as Luo Yuan's personally selected inspectors, overseeing the new king's every move. Before long, the 2 martial lords arrived at the Grand Hall of Jinbei City. Chen Han had already received news from Yu Wuyun and was waiting inside with his generals. He sat confidently in the commander's seat, while the recently victorious Zhaolinger, Lu Zixing, and other officers were lined up according to their ranks on either side. As the 2 inspectors entered the hall, their eyes were filled with disdain. One of them, Chu He, immediately began to mock. Oh, the Marquis of Champions has quite the presence. Such a grand hall for a small city like Xinbei. Even ancient emperors might not have had such grandeur. His words implied that Chen Han's command post was more imposing than the esteemed 24 secretaries, suggesting a hint of overstepping his bounds. The generals frowned at this, but, given the inspector's authority and the royal decree they carried, had to suppress their anger and remain courteous. Standing beside Chen Han, Zhao Yufei stepped forward to introduce them. These 2 are from the Chu family in the capital. The one who just spoke is Chu He, and the other is Chu Yang. Both are well-known martial lords with considerable influence in the capital. He continued to explain that the Chu family's standing in the capital was largely due to their hereditary special ability. This unique talent made their bodies as strong as steel, with fists and feet as powerful as divine weapons, providing both formidable attack and defense capabilities, with the only notable weakness being against those with lightning abilities. Chen Han nodded slightly in understanding. Chu He, hearing Zhao Yufei's introduction, looked pleased with himself and said, "Ah, young Zhao, your abilities might be lacking, but you do work hard. I'll make sure to praise you when I visit your family." Zhao Yufei furrowed his brow. He knew well that although the Chu family was a martial lineage, they had become subservient to the Luo family for political gain, holding a position in the capital but at the lower end of the social ladder. Luo Yuan had indeed invested heavily by sending these 2 skilled martial lords. At this moment, Chu He arrogantly addressed Chen Han, "Marquis of Champions, come and receive the decree. The entire 24 secretaries have agreed to appoint you as the King of Zhenbei." Ordinarily, it would have been appropriate for Chen Han to rise from his seat to accept the decree. However, Chen Han suddenly commanded coldly, "Kneel." These 2 words instantly froze the atmosphere. After all, Chu He and Chu Yang were prominent figures in the capital, and despite Chen Han's impressive battlefield achievements, it was unexpected for him to demand such a gesture from them. Chu He was taken aback at first, but then he flashed a mocking smile. "Ha ha, truly, the fearless spirit of youth. I've heard tales of your arrogance, champion Marquis, but this is beyond belief. Do you really think you can make Chu Yang and me kneel? Do you even have the right?" Chu He understood that Chen Han was trying to intimidate him, but he remained unfazed. As an inspector personally sent by Luo Yuan, he and Chu Yang were among the top in Jinbei City, with no possibility of being suppressed. If they could provoke the martial god behind Chen Han, it would be even better an opportunity to report back to Daxia about the situation in the northern frontier. Zhao Yufei initially wanted to dissuade Chen Han, given the esteemed status of Chu He and Chu Yang. However, upon seeing Chen Han's solemn expression, he quickly grasped the deeper meaning. "The champion Marquis orders you both to kneel. Don't you understand? Zhao Yufei shouted sternly. Chu couldn't help but laugh at this. To him, Chen Han clearly didn't understand the situation. As inspectors, they had the authority to act first and report later. Luo Yuan sent them specifically to deal with Chen Han. In the blink of an eye, Chu appeared beside Chen Han. Chen Han, in the Privy Council, Yu Wuyan cut off half of Mr. Luo Heng's arm. Today, I'll take half of your arm, so you understand who not to provoke. Before he finished speaking, Chu's right hand transformed into a knife hand, striking towards Chen Han's shoulder. Everyone was shocked, given that there was a whole major level difference between the two, not to mention Chu's family heritage. This strike was enough to destroy half of Chen Han's shoulder. In the shadows, Lu Yufeng had already gripped the flying immortal blade, but seeing Chen Han's calm demeanor, she forcibly restrained her urge to intervene. Chu's seemingly unstoppable knife hand only managed to cut through Chen Han's clothing, revealing the muscular physique beneath, without leaving a scratch on his skin. Instead, a cracking sound came from Chu's hand, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. "What kind of monster are you?" Chu exclaimed in shock. Little did he know, this was the power of the heavenly dominance body. Not only was it impervious to blades and bullets, but it also nullified all talents below SS level. The Chu family's proud talent, merely SS level, was utterly suppressed upon contact with Chen Han. Without the support of his talent, even a martial master's attack couldn't harm Chen Han in the slightest. Only then did Chu realize why Chen Han was so arrogant. In the face of such a physique, he, a martial master, was like paper. The next moment, his knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. This humble one was blind. "Please, Lord of Zhenbei, do not hold it against me." Previously, Chu had believed that Chen Han's arrogance was solely due to Yu Wuyan's protection. After all, with the backing of the Grand Marshal of Daxia, even the gravest mistakes wouldn't lead to death. But now, witnessing Chen Han's display of strength, Chu realized how wrong he had been. No wonder this man had earned the favor of the military and political giants alike. Chen Han glanced down at Chu, who was kneeling at his feet, then calmly turned to his subordinates. "How much is this military uniform?" "Champion Marquis, it's a custom piece, 10,000 each." Chen Han nodded slightly. Having navigated the intricacies of Kyoto for years, Chu immediately understood and quickly smiled obsequiously. I'll compensate. Don't worry, I'll pay for 10 of them." His fawning demeanor was a stark contrast to his previous arrogance. Chen Han finally understood why Zhao Yufei held the Chu family in such contempt in front of the Luo family. Chu must have also shown this servile attitude. At that moment, Chu took a decree from Chu Yang and respectfully placed it on Chen Han's desk. "Champion Marquis Chen Han, by the decision of the entire Council of 24, you are granted the title of King of the North, with command over the northern territories. May you bring prosperity to Daxia." Chen Han stood and picked up the decree, officially becoming the ruler of the northern lands. The audience below shouted in unison, "Congratulations to the King of the North," and saluted in perfect synchronization. At this moment, Chen Han's status surpassed that of Han Haoren and Yu Wuyun, becoming the foremost military figure of Daxia. Chen Han gestured for them to lower their arms, marking the end of the simple conferring ceremony. For Chu and his son, it was as if they had lived through a nightmare. "King of the North, may we leave now?" Chu asked cautiously, even expressing gratitude. Chen Han did not respond, merely stretching his limbs. Just as Chu thought he had escaped punishment, Chen Han suddenly spoke. "There's no need to thank me for sending you on your way. Zhao Yufei, take note." Zhao Yufei immediately took out a notebook, while Chen Han's voice was calm yet authoritative. "Chu, the inspector of Daxia, showed disrespect to me and even attempted to attack. Such insubordination warrants execution. In self-defense, I have killed him on the spot." Before the words had fully settled, Chen Han delivered a whip-like kick to Chu's head. With a loud crash, Chu was sent flying, slamming into a supporting pillar of the hall before collapsing to the ground, spitting blood. This martial arts master could not even stand, and Chen Han had severely injured him with a single unarmed kick, a scene that shocked everyone present. And this is another layer of the power of the celestial overlord physique. Chu lay on the ground, blood continuously flowing from his mouth. The primal force of heaven and earth contained within the celestial overlord physique allowed even Chen Han's most ordinary attacks to have lethal effects. The Chu family's proud talent of transforming the body into a blade, which greatly enhanced defense, was rendered useless in the face of the unique penetrating power of the celestial overlord physique, unable to protect the fragile internal organs. What seemed like an unremarkable kick from Chen Han had actually inflicted fatal damage on Chu. Everyone present gasped in shock at the sight. Chen Han's martial skills were considered average, yet he was able to severely injure Chu, a martial master, with such a simple attack. The potential power when combined with a weapon was unimaginable. Lu Zixing watched the scene and couldn't help but remark, It seems the power champion marquee gained from the world tree's sap far exceeds our expectations. Chen Han didn't give Chu He any chance to recover. The Overlord's spear appeared in his hand at some point, and with a lightning-fast thrust, he pierced Chu He, pinning him to a supporting pillar. Chu Yang had no time to intervene and could only watch helplessly as his brother was killed. Chen Han, what do you mean by this? Chu Yang cried, pointing at Chen Han with tears in his eyes. Murdering a supervisor in public, are you rebelling? Do you know the crime you've committed? However, the hall remained silent, with everyone casting cold, warning glances at Chu Yang, as if to silently warn him. Say another word, and you'll end up like Chu He. This was the oppressive aura of the Northern Regiment. Such was the reality. At most, Chen Han would receive a mild reprimand from the 24 secretaries, followed by the appointment of a new supervisor. Meanwhile, the bodies of Chu He and Chu Yang might not even be claimed. This was the iron fist of power. Ji Yun suddenly broke the silence. Supervisor Chu Yang, you can't speak recklessly. Everyone saw it. Chu He attacked the Northern King first, and the Northern King was merely defending himself. Chen Han then removed his blood-stained military uniform and tossed it in front of Chu Yang as the best evidence. Realization dawned on Chu Yang. They had fallen into Chen Han's trap. Chen Han's previous demeanor was clearly an attempt to provoke Chu He into attacking. If they continued to argue, not only would they fail to threaten Chen Han, but they might also bring disaster upon the Chu family. Take him away, Chen Han said nonchalantly. Escort Supervisor Chu Yang to rest and keep a close watch on him. His reports on the southern region will be handled by those assigned to guard him. Two soldiers immediately stepped forward to escort Chu Yang away. As he was taken away, Chu Yang was on the verge of a breakdown. He had been sent to monitor the Northern King, but now he found himself being monitored instead. A situation so ironic it nearly brought him to tears. Watching Chu Yang being taken away, Ji Yun frowned slightly and turned to Chen Han, asking, Young Master Chen, why didn't you deal with Chu Yang as well? Leaving someone like him in Zhenbei City is like letting the Southern Territory plant a thorn here, isn't it? Zhao Yufei smiled and jumped in to explain. Ji Yun, do you think Captain Chen is some kind of bloodthirsty person? If Chu Yang were killed, the capital would just send someone new. But by keeping him, we can manipulate the intelligence flowing from the north to the south. Besides, Chu Yang's mind is far less sharp than Chu He's. Keeping someone like him in the north actually works to our advantage. Chen Han nodded silently. He had a specific reason for sparing Chu Yang firstly. Chu He was too flashy and hard to control, and killing Chu He served to intimidate Chu Yang. This would make him realize the consequences if he dared to act rashly. Moreover, the 24 secretaries had already approved the dispatch of a monitor to the north. Regardless of how many are killed, the South will continue to send people. It's better to keep someone manageable and silence those old guys at the secretaries. Ji Yun suddenly understood and gave a thumbs up, praising, Young Master Chen, brilliant. Truly brilliant. Chen Han glanced at him and shook his head with a hint of helplessness. You should learn from Zhao Yufei. Zhao Yufei, being from the capital, did indeed have a natural advantage in political strategy. However, there was one thing Zhao Yufei hadn't noticed. Chen Han held evidence of the Chu family's assassination attempt, which kept Chu Yang in check and compelled him to assist Chen Han in most situations. At this moment, Zhao Linger suddenly asked, Champion Marquis, with a monitor dead, how should we report this? Chu Yang made a valid point. The monitors represent the 24 secretaries, and you killed one as soon as you arrived. How will you explain this? Chen Han seemed confident. Just report it truthfully. His confidence came from the support he had among the esteemed scholars within the 24 secretaries. The news quickly reached the 24 secretaries in the capital. After reading the report, Luo Yuan was furious and slammed the document onto the table, exclaiming, This Chen Han, how dare he? He even dares to kill someone sent by the 24 secretaries. He turned to Di Qingtian, shouting angrily, Can such a person remain in power? He should be immediately dismissed and brought back to the capital for punishment. Chu He and Chu Yang had always been Luo Yuan's trusted lieutenants and were rare martial masters. Chen Han's decisive action was like cutting off one of his arms, so his anger was understandable. However, surprisingly, most of the highest authorities in the 24 secretaries displayed meaningful expressions, and not one of them spoke up for Luo Yuan. Even Di Qingtian and Yu Wuyun showed signs of impatience. Luo Yuan became even more furious at this point. He slammed the table and shouted, Didn't you hear? Chen Han is rebelling. Today he dares to kill the inspector. Tomorrow he might flatten the 24 secret councils. Aren't you afraid? Yu Wuyun sneered, picked up the report filled with dense writing, and pointed heavily at the paper. Old fool. It's written in black and white here that Chu He tried to kill Chen Han, and Chen Han had no choice but to kill in self-defense. Self-defense? Are you so senile that you need me to explain what self-defense means? Luo Yuan was left red-faced and speechless. Even Di Qingtian joined in criticizing Luo Yuan. as he was never keen on placing an inspector over Chen Han. Di Qingtian asked gravely, Luo Yuan, let me ask you, what is Chu He's level? Martial Venerable. And what about Chen Han? Martial Emperor, first stage. News just returned from the northern border that this kid got lucky and broke through again in such a short time. That's exactly why he's even harder to control. Luo Yuan desperately tried to play on Di Qingtian's fears. But as the highest authority in Xia, Di Qingtian was not so easily swayed. Instead, he sternly rebuked Luo Yuan. I don't have time to argue with you. Just tell me, isn't a martial venerable to a martial emperor like a butcher to a chicken? What exactly did Chu He do to force the mighty king of the north to kill in self-defense? Yu Wuyan immediately chimed in, as if in perfect sync with Di Qingtian. Now Chen Han is the king of the north, with power equal to the highest authorities of the 24 secret councils. Chu He's level clearly indicates an assassination attempt on the king of the north. He then turned to one of the highest legal authorities within the secret council, Old Wang. Chu He, a mere inspector, dared to assassinate the king of the north, who reclaimed territories for Xia. According to our laws, what should be his punishment? Old Wang, who was not particularly prominent among the 24 secret councils, broke into a cold sweat. Caught in the crossfire of two powerful factions, he hesitated for a long time before tremblingly saying, the death penalty. Yu Wuyun raised an eyebrow. The death penalty? I think that's too lenient. Why not wipe out the entire Chu family? Who gave them the audacity to attempt to assassinate the first Duke of Xia? Di Qingtian played the conciliator. Old Yu, it's not that serious. Families shouldn't be implicated. Let's end it here. I believe Chu He just made a foolish mistake. What do you say, Luo Yuan? Luo Yuan was seething with rage but helpless. With Yu Wuyun and Di Qingtian clearly intent on protecting Chen Han, any further insistence might endanger the Luo family. Adding to his frustration was the fact that Chu Yang was now detained in the northern border, unable to deliver any intelligence. Grinding his teeth in anger, Luo Yuan could only leave in defeat. Meanwhile, the central figure of this storm, Chen Han, was on the training grounds watching new recruits drill, listening to his subordinates' reports, with a slight smile playing on his lips. Normally, someone of Chen Han's status wouldn't need to personally visit a place like the recruit camp. However, two reasons brought him here. First, Lei Wan and Lei Wu had yet to report any news from Eagle Head Bear Demon City, which was understandable. That city was located at the border between the Northern Sovereign's territory and the Dark Sovereign's domain, over 3,000 kilometers from Jinbei City, making it the farthest city in the Northern Sovereign's land. The army had to travel such a long distance and conquer the city, so it was natural that no news had arrived yet. The second reason was his sister, Qin Shui. After much persuasion, Chen Han finally agreed to let her join the recruit camp. Today happened to be the day of the recruits competition, a preliminary test to assess the strength of all the new recruits. Chen Shui gracefully leaped onto the stage, facing an opponent who was a burly man standing at 1.9 meters tall. The man clasped his fists in salute and said, Pei Yuan, warrior level 4, I apologize in advance. Chen Han was familiar with Pei Yuanhe had a talent in the enhancement category. Although only at warrior level 4, his strength was equivalent to warrior level 8. Chen Shui, on the other hand, was only at warrior level 2, which didn't give her an advantage against him. However, Chen Shui showed an impatient expression. Why is everyone so polite? Didn't I say not to treat me as the champion Marquis's sister? Before her words were fully spoken, she had already made her move. With a sharp cry, she stomped her right foot heavily on the ground, instantly sending countless ice spikes shooting towards Pei Yuan. Though powerful, Pei Yuan was clumsy and found himself at a loss against the dense assault of ice spikes. He could only grit his teeth and endure it. His fists could shatter one ice spike, but many more accurately struck his vital points, forcing him to retreat repeatedly until he was driven off the stage. Recruit competition, Chen Shui wins. The subsequent matches ended similarly, Chen Shui wins. Among these 50,000 recruits, Chen Shui's strength was unmatched, with few capable of challenging her. If this continued, she was destined to become the top recruit. Chen Han turned to his excited mother, Lu Yufeng, and said softly, Mom, I want to take Chen Shui to Dark Bat City to help her reclaim her power. He had already explained to his mother about their innate, unique bodies. Lu Yufeng pondered for a long time before ultimately shaking her head. Xiao Han, I've thought about what you said for a long time, but I still don't want Xiao Shui to take the risk. You know that changing the talent of someone with an innate, unique body will bring about a thunder tribulation. Last time you were lucky. Your father happened to awaken, but what if Xiao Shui doesn't have that luck? How dangerous would that thunder tribulation be? Her mother's concern was evident. She didn't want Chen Shui to regain her power out of fear that something might happen to her. In fact, if Lu Yufeng had known about the condition of being born with a unique constitution beforehand, she probably wouldn't have allowed Chen Han to enter the World Tree Sap pool at all. It was simply too dangerous. Even Chen Xingbian, while in a state of divine wandering, wasn't always fully conscious, and his success was a rare stroke of luck. The situation now was even more precarious. Chen Shui's unique spiritual body couldn't withstand a lightning tribulation. Even a single strike would be fatal. Letting her enter the sap pool was tantamount to gambling with her life. Chen Han, of course, understood Lu Yufeng's concerns. In fact, it was precisely because he had considered these factors that he confidently proposed a solution. He suddenly opened the imperial weapon box and took out a shield, none other than the artifact crafted by a divine artisan, capable of withstanding attacks from martial gods, the Xingtian shield. Since arriving in the northern region, this artifact hadn't been used. But now, it would become the strongest safeguard against the lightning tribulation. After all, if it could withstand martial god-level attacks, a mere lightning tribulation was nothing. It's worth noting that when Chen Xingbian helped Chen Han withstand a tribulation, he hadn't even reached martial god level yet. What is this? Lu Yufeng asked, looking at the shield with a face full of astonishment. Chen Han's lips curled into a smile. This is what will help Xiaoxue regain her power. He then explained the function of the Xingtian shield to his mother in detail. What? Liang Yutian was willing to give you such a treasure? A sly glint appeared in Lu Yufeng's eyes. Son, did you make some kind of secret deal with him? I've heard that Liang Yutian has some peculiar tastes, especially a fondness for young men. Chen Han felt a vein pop on his forehead. Mom, what are you talking about? Liang Yutian was conducting experiments on those with unique constitutions, and it got twisted into something like this. It's decades-old gossip, and you still remember it. Watching his mother awkwardly scratch her head and explain that she used to enjoy reading about martial god gossip when she was younger, Chen Han couldn't help but chuckle. These baseless stories, from the rumors about Han Haoren and Yu Wuyun to Luo Heng's civilian romance, were fabricated tales for a niche audience. He never expected his own mother to be among them. However, this also indirectly proved that Lu Yufeng's memories of human society were stuck 20 years in the past. Realizing this, Chen Han decided not to dwell on the topic and instead began explaining the specifics of dealing with the lightning tribulation. My previous experience revealed a characteristic of the lightning tribulation for those with unique constitutions. The heavenly thunder in the storm clouds doesn't scatter but focuses on one point, where the unique spiritual body is located. Even if we can't see the spiritual body, we can use this to determine Chen Shui's position. It's like a loophole in the tribulation. Even if Chen Xingbian doesn't awaken, we can enter the storm clouds and use the Xingtian shield to help Chen Shui withstand the tribulation. This time, with thorough preparation, it's absolutely foolproof. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yufeng nodded in agreement with Chen Han's proposal. She had witnessed the formidable power Chen Han possessed after regaining his strength, where martial masters like Chu He and Chu Yang were no match for him, akin to helpless chicks. She understood that to inflict any real harm on Chen Han, it would take someone of at least a demigod level like her or Chen Xingbian. All right, but son, we need to get Xiaoxue's consent on this matter, Lu Yufeng emphasized. Of course, Chen Han replied with a shrug and a smile. If she doesn't agree, I won't force her. Having lived in the Qin family for 18 years, he despised how the elders never gave him any choices, not even basic kindness. He vowed not to treat Chen Shui in the same way. Soon, Chen Shui was called in. As Chen Han expected, his strong-willed sister immediately agreed. Brother, of course I want to go. If there's a way to gain more power, why not try it? Chen Shui said without hesitation. Xiaoxue, this could be dangerous, Chen Han reminded her. No problem. Chen Shui interrupted with a wave of her hand. Even if it means facing great danger, I want to go. My dream is to become a vanguard general under your command, just like Sister Zhaolinger. Hearing Chen Shui mention Zhaolinger again, Chen Han couldn't help but ask, Xiaoxue, you seem to really admire Zhaolinger? Absolutely, Chen Shui said, puffing out her chest, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Sister Zhaolinger is an idol for all female warriors in Daxia. It's incredibly difficult for a woman to become a vanguard general in the army, let alone being the great general of the northern frontier. Zhaolinger became a vanguard general purely due to her capabilities, not her gender, Chen Han remarked. Suddenly, Chen Shui gave him a meaningful look that sent a shiver down his spine. She pulled out a magazine from her pocket, the cover featuring a cleverly edited photo. Chen Han in his military uniform alongside Zhaolinger holding a rifle, both exuding a heroic aura. The photo was indeed well taken, though the headline made Chen Han roll his eyes. Military camp romance. Champion Marquis meets the beautiful instructor for the first time. Chen Han looked at the magazine in his hand, his mouth twitching involuntarily. Even I have tabloid news now? Who wrote this? Beside him, Chen Shui seemed completely at ease. Brother, what's so strange about that? You're a prominent figure in Daxia now. The students in the capital are all shipping you and Sister Zhaolinger. She added with a laugh. This news is actually quite normal. You know, there's even a story about a love triangle between Brother Ji Yun, Brother Zhu Ming, and Brother Zhao Yufei. Chen Han's initial annoyance quickly dissipated, and he almost burst out laughing. The imagination of the current netizens was indeed both amusing and bewildering. Just then, Lu Yufeng suddenly snatched the magazine from Chen Shui's hands, flipping through it with interest. She laughed as she read and turned to Chen Han, saying, "Xiao Han, what's wrong with Linger? Why are you so dismissive? If you ask me, Linger is wonderful." What started as a casual chat with his sister had now turned into a mother-daughter team effort to give Chen Han some relationship advice. Just as Chen Han was feeling overwhelmed by the chatter, Liao Xiaohu rushed over, his face full of urgency. Reporting to Champion Marquis, Commander Lei Wu and Commander Lei Wan have returned. This should have been good news, indicating that the North Expedition Army had recaptured the city of the Eaglehead Bear Demon, and a grand celebration could be held. But seeing Liao Xiaohu's hesitant expression, Chen Han's heart sank. Did something happen? Yes, Liao Xiaohu hesitated for a moment before continuing. Both commanders are severely injured. Please, Champion Marquis, go and see them quickly. This news shocked Chen Han greatly. After all, Lei Wu and Lei Wen led a formidable force equipped with 10,000 Type 4 laser cannons. Given their exceptional abilities, capturing the city, even if the Eaglehead Bear Demon leader was still alive, shouldn't have been too difficult. Chen Han quickly made his way to the newly built First People's Hospital in Jinbei City. In the ward, Lei Wu's condition seemed relatively optimistic, suffering only from external injuries, but Lei Wen's situation was worrying. His skin appeared as if it had been scorched by fire, and even his throat was damaged, leaving him nearly unable to speak. Seeing Chen Han arrive, Lei Wu immediately struggled to get out of bed to kneel and plead for forgiveness. Champion Marquis, I failed in my duties and nearly caused the complete destruction of the North Expedition Army. Please punish me. I am willing to accept military justice. As Lei Wen also attempted to rise, Chen Han promptly stopped him. Don't move. He then turned to Lei Wu and asked, what exactly happened? Tell me in detail. Lei Wu let out a long sigh and revealed the shocking truth. After attacking their respective beast cities, they regrouped, believing that with their elite forces, capturing the Eaglehead Bear Demon City would be easy. However, they encountered terrifying beast shaman-like creatures with jet-black skin and black, pupilless eyes, the most frightening of which had 4 or even 6 wings. Just 2 of these beings created vast dark swamps outside the city, causing significant losses to the North Expedition Army. At that moment, Lu Yufeng interjected. Those are the fallen angels, part of the Northern Territory's 3 sovereigns, the Dark Sovereign. You didn't lose unfairly. Dark Emperor? Chen Han murmured, turning to Lu Yufeng and asked, Mom, didn't Dad say there was a non-aggression pact among the 3 emperors of the Northern Territory? And according to Lei Wu, it seems there is more than one fallen angel appearing. Lu Yufeng gave a cold laugh. Beasts have never been known for keeping their promises. The agreements made by humans mean nothing to them. A trace of worry flashed in her eyes. I'm afraid that the last time an alliance of 8 different beast species didn't encounter your father, the news must have reached the Dark Emperor's ears, which is why it dared to intrude into the human emperor's territory so recklessly. Seeing the puzzled expressions of those around, Lu Yufeng explained the situation of the 3 emperors in the Northern Territory in detail. Unlike the human emperor, the Dark Emperor and the Dragon Emperor do not refer to specific individuals, but represent entire species: the fallen angel race and the Tyrannosaurus race. These 2 species are the most powerful among the northern beasts, far surpassing other species. Each member possesses strength comparable to a human martial sovereign. Before your father came to the Northern Territory, Lu Yufeng continued, these 2 races controlled the eastern and western regions respectively. But Chen Xingbian fought his way through, claiming over 3 million square kilometers of land and successfully persuading over 30 beast species originally under their control to switch sides. She explained that it was Chen Xingbian's individual strength and wisdom that made these 2 races wary. For nearly a decade, the Northern Territory had been relatively peaceful because Chen Xingbian occupied a central position, forming a strategic buffer zone. But now, seeing that Chen Xingbian is absent and humans are returning to the Northern Territory, these 2 races naturally become restless. After all, their leaders have strength comparable to Chen Xingbian, but they are unwilling to engage in a deadly battle with him. Lu Yufeng then introduced the characteristics of the fallen angel race. These beasts, born from human fantasy, are categorized by the number of wings they have. 2-winged fallen angels are only at the level of high-ranking martial generals, 4-winged ones are close to martial sovereigns, and 6-winged ones reach high-ranking martial sovereign levels. Their leader, Lucifer, is the only 8-winged fallen angel in the race. At this point, Jiyun curiously asked, Aunt Lu, what name did the leader of the Tyrannosaurus race choose for himself? Lu Yufeng furrowed her brow, seemingly reluctant to mention it. Under Ji Yun's persistent questioning, she reluctantly said, he was tricked by your Uncle Chen into naming himself Long Outyin. As soon as she said this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Although the situation was serious, they all struggled to hold back their laughter. Chen Han cleared his throat and turned his gaze to Lei Wu. With a grave expression, Lei Wu reported the battle situation. Just two fallen angels had brought the army to a standstill, unable to approach the city of the eagle-head bear demon. The mysterious substance in the dark swamp could erode any soldier who came near into ashes. Lei Wen was injured in this way, thinking his light-based powers could counter the darkness. He forced his way into the swamp, only to nearly lose his life, saved by Lei Wu's desperate rescue. The terror of those two fallen angels goes far beyond that. Lei Wu's voice trembled. Once they breached our ranks, they slaughtered at will, their attacks almost unstoppable. My dark-based abilities were useless against them, unable even to slow their murderous advance. More shocking was that, even with the entire army's assault, the damage to the fallen angels was minimal. It was only with the aid of 3,000 Model 4 laser cannons that they barely managed to hold the enemy back and retreat to Jinbei City. Champion Marquis. In this battle, 10,000 were killed, and 19,000 were severely wounded. Lei Wu slapped himself twice. Just two beasts, and I am powerless. I beg you to spare my brother. Chen Han shook his head. According to the description, there was a four-winged and a six-winged fallen angel, equivalent to a high-level and a low-level martial lord, respectively. Such royal beasts were far stronger than ordinary ones, and the gap in power with the Dark Emperor was too vast. Defeat was inevitable. Rest well, there's no need to worry about the eagle-head bear demon city anymore, Chen Han reassured. At this moment, Lu Yufeng's words made everyone present gasp. Honestly, you're lucky. That kind of dark swamp is just the most basic attack method of the fallen angels. If they had used their full strength, you likely wouldn't have had the chance to return. 50,000 troops against two beasts, and yet such a dire outcome, with the enemy not even going all out. For the first time, everyone truly felt the immense gap between the human army and high-level beasts. It seems we still have a lot to train, Lu Zixing murmured. Seeing everyone deep in thought, Chen Han suddenly smiled and said, "Don't lose heart. Remember, we've only been in the northern frontier for a short time, while those beasts have been entrenched here for a century." These words reinvigorated the group's confidence. Lu Yufeng continued, "The champion Marquis is right. Besides, such royal beasts are rare even in the northern frontier." As for high-level combat power, she patted Chen Han's shoulder. "We're not lacking either." Her implication was clear. Although Chen Han was a martial emperor, he already possessed the strength to overpower martial lords. Not to mention herself, the Dark Emperor and Dragon Emperor were wary not only of Chen Xingbian, but also of the mysterious woman by his side. With Lu Yufeng's words, everyone's confidence received a significant boost. Everyone present was well aware that the two fallen angels were no match for Lu Yufeng. This was precisely why Chun Xing had Lu Yufeng accompany the army. Apart from the Dark Emperor Lucifer and Dragon Emperor Long Outyen, few creatures could rival Lu Yufeng. Chen Han pondered for a moment and said to his mother, "Mom, it looks like retrieving Xiao Shue's power will have to wait a few days." He then turned to Ji Yun and decisively ordered, "Ji Yun, notify the entire army immediately. Prepare to march towards the western eagle-head bear demon city." Although retrieving Chen Shue's power could be done at any time, they could not ignore the fallen angels' interference in the central territory. Clearly, their ambitions extended beyond just the eagle-head bear demon city. Since the Dark Emperor had made a move, as the commander of the northern territory, Chen Han had to personally respond. Lu Yufeng agreed, believing this would be a good opportunity for Chen Shue to solidify her training foundation. Soon, the Northern Expedition Army gathered in the Jinbei City Square and set out in an orderly march towards the eagle-head bear demon city. Remarkably, under Chen Han's command, the Northern Expedition Army completed full mobilization in less than half an hour, including the deployment of weapons and equipment. During the journey, Chen Han closed his eyes in the vehicle, conserving energy for the upcoming battle. However, Lu Yufeng seemed at ease, smiling as she said, "Don't worry, Xiao Han. Unless Lucifer himself shows up, I can handle those two with ease." Chen Han, however, remained cautious. "Mom, you're now at the demigod level. Didn't you say you shouldn't act recklessly in the northern territory? Let me deal with those two fallen angels." To his surprise, Lu Yufeng gave a knowing smile. "Even if it draws out the Forbidden Zone entities, it doesn't matter. The Eaglehead Bear Demon City is close to the Dark Emperor's territory and far from Daxia. If we do draw them out, we can just lead them into the Dark Emperor's domain." Only then did Chen Han realize her strategy and couldn't help but be impressed by his mother's foresight. "Mom, shouldn't those western beasts be grateful to you?" "Grateful for what?" Lu Yufeng waved her hand dismissively. "I'm not a demon. I'm just letting the Forbidden Zone entities help them find peace." As Chen Han gave his mother a thumbs up, Lu Yufeng took out a tabloid magazine about Chen Han and Zhaolinger and began to read. Not long after, Chen Han suddenly heard sobbing beside him. "Mom, why are you crying?" Chen Han asked in confusion, turning to see Lu Yufeng with tearful eyes. "Son, how did you become like this while I wasn't watching over you?" Lu Yufeng sobbed. "How could you let Linger get pregnant and then abandon her? Why did you do that?" Chen Han was puzzled and about to explain when he noticed the magazine in his mother's hand and suddenly understood everything. Mom, it's all made up, do you really believe it? Chen Han said helplessly. But Lu Yufeng was already engrossed in the magazine, narrating its contents to herself. The magazine described how Chen Han fell in love at first sight with the beautiful instructor Zhao Linger after joining the army. After persistent pursuit, the two became a couple. However, the good times didn't last long. After Zhao Linger became pregnant, Chen Han, who had been promoted to champion marquis, wanted to abandon his wife. Mom, do you really believe this cliché plot? Want me to guess what happens next? I bet I come to my senses and desperately seek Zhao Linger's forgiveness, Chen Han said, rolling his eyes. Lu Yufeng skeptically flipped through the pages and found that the plot was indeed as Chen Han described. She looked at her son in surprise. Could it all be true? What true? It's completely made up, Chen Han said, a vein throbbing on his forehead. But Lu Yufeng was utterly captivated, even moved to tears, and started reading aloud. Under the dim streetlights outside the barracks, the chiseled features of the champion marquis made Zhao Linger's heart race. He braced his hands against the wall, stepping closer to her. Woman, forgive me. The champion marquis flashed a devilish smile and kissed her forcefully. Stop. If you're going to read, just read silently, okay? Chen Han said, shivering. Only then did he understand why there were rumors about Liang Yutian liking young men and a love triangle with Zhao Yufei. People were just too imaginative. Yet Lu Yufeng laughed and said, son, I didn't know you were so domineering. As Chen Han hoped to reach their destination soon, the military vehicle suddenly stopped. Champion Marquis, we've arrived, a soldier reminded him. Their expressions immediately turned serious as they got off the vehicle and witnessed a shocking scene. Around the Eaglehead Bear Demon City was a terrifying, pitch-black swamp, barren for miles. The two fallen angels, one with 4 wings and the other with 6, who had caused significant damage to the Lei Wu army, sat fearlessly on the swamp, staring directly at the human army. Champion Marquis, these 2 fallen angels are too arrogant, clearly provoking us. Liao Xiaohu snorted coldly. Lu Yufeng had already taken out 2 gleaming, immortal-slaying flying knives, ready to strike when a perilous aura suddenly descended. A figure appeared like lightning in front of the Northern Expedition Army, arms crossed and eyes full of disdain. The man, similar in appearance to the other fallen angels, had 8 wings behind him according to Lu Yufeng. Only the leader of the Dark Emperor's clan, Lucifer, possessed 8 wings. There is an inherent difference between royal beasts and ordinary beasts, and this can be discerned from their demeanor. The fallen angels hovering above the battlefield exuded a chilling aura, and their leader, Lucifer, was particularly imposing, radiating a sense of noble authority. Lucifer looked down coldly at the densely packed Northern Expedition Army below, a hint of disdain in his expression. So, you are the human army that's supposed to reclaim the northern territories? Where is Chen Xingbian? Is he here? Bring him out. The probing intent was unmistakable. At this time, only a few, including Chen Han, knew that Chen Xingbian was in seclusion, attempting to break through to the martial god realm. Both the northern beasts and the southern great Xia were unaware of this fact. Why did he come personally? Lu Yufeng suddenly spoke, her tone showing no sign of tension, but rather a hint of impatience. This surprised Chen Han, who stood beside her. Lucifer's power had reached the level of a forbidden existence, and his sudden arrival put immense pressure on everyone present. What was even more surprising was that he spoke as fluently as any human, in stark contrast to other beasts who often spoke in strange, incomprehensible ways. Seeing no sign of Chen Xingbian, Lucifer sneered, Chen Xingbian, if you don't show up, I'll kill all your people. Lu Yufeng sighed helplessly, turning to Chen Han and saying, son, when I fight Lucifer later, I might not be able to look after you. You'll have to deal with those 2 fallen angels. Okay, be careful, Chen Han replied, though his concern for his mother's safety grew. In the next moment, Lu Yufeng appeared in front of Lucifer, shouting sternly, Lucifer, Xingbian isn't here, and you dare invade his territory. Are you ignoring my presence? However, what happened next was unexpected. Upon seeing Lu Yufeng, Lucifer's eyes showed an unusual glimmer, and his tone softened immediately. Sister Yufeng, you're here? This abrupt change in attitude left everyone present stunned. Ji Yun couldn't help but whisper into Chen Han's ear, Chen, do you think this Lucifer might be infatuated with Aunt Lu? Shut up, Chen Han rebuked softly, though even he hadn't anticipated such a situation. In fact, since the fallen angels were similar to humans, their aesthetic standards were almost identical to those of humans. Lucifer was a prodigy among the fallen angels, born with 8 wings, a rarity in their history. Most fallen angels are born with 2 wings, and through long evolution, a select few might develop 4 or 6 wings. Those born with 4 wings are often seen as gifted nobility, receiving special attention within the clan, as they hold the potential to evolve into powerful 8-winged rulers. However, Lucifer was different. Born with 8 wings, he was destined to be a king among fallen angels, with the potential to evolve into a being of forbidden power. Such talent shook the entire fallen angel clan. After Qin Xingbian and Lu Yufeng arrived in the northern region, a chance visit led them to the fallen angel territory. During this encounter, Lucifer fell in love with Lu Yufeng at first sight. Even after becoming the king of the fallen angels, his feelings did not wane. This was not without reason. Lu Yufeng had been the object of many geniuses' affections at Starry Sky University. Her beauty stood out even among many beauties, and time seemed to favor her, as she appeared only about 10 years older than Chen Han. Knowing I'm here, and yet you don't retreat. When did the human emperor's territory become your playground? Lu Yufeng said coldly. In response to her rebuke, Lucifer was not angry but smiled and said, Sister Yufeng, if you're willing to come back with me, not only this small territory of Qin Xingbian but even the western lands, I could give you. Seeing this, Chen Han finally understood why Lu Yufeng looked impatient. Such pestering was indeed annoying. Lu Yufeng said no more as 2 throwing knives shot through the air like lightning towards Lucifer's throat. However, Lucifer was exceptionally powerful, and with his hands still in his pockets, 2 dark shields blocked the knives. Sister Yufeng, let's talk this out. No need for violence. Enough talk. Lu Yufeng shouted sharply as 10 more knives flew out. She followed with a palm strike. Ding Cho, Bing Wu, Earth Dragon devours the sun. The ground shook violently as a massive dragon made of rock emerged, its gaping maw aimed at Lucifer. This was Chen Han's first time witnessing Lu Yufeng's full power 12 immortal slaying, throwing knives coupled with the Earth Dragon devours the sun formation, an awe-inspiring display. Lucifer dared not be careless. He used a dark energy shield to block the knives while leaping into the air to avoid the Earth Dragon. This played right into Lu Yufeng's hands, moving the battle to the sky, away from the Eaglehead Bear Demon City. Jia Chun, Wu Cho, binding cage formation. Instantly, an invisible giant net formed in the air, trapping Lucifer. Jia Zi, Yi Cho, blazing inferno. In a flash, the invisible net ignited into roaring flames, turning half the sky crimson. The flames, along with the Earth Dragon rising from below, attacked the immobilized Lucifer. This was the power of the first-ever half-step Valkyrie in history. The so-called 5 elements array is fundamentally based on the 5 elements of nature: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These elements are the cornerstone of all formations. In today's Dixia, it is extremely rare to find formation masters who have perfected a single elemental attribute. Even rarer are those who can master 2 elemental attributes simultaneously. There are only about 20 such masters in all of Dixia, and they live reclusively within top families, seldom making public appearances. As for those who can manipulate 3 elemental attributes at once, the undisputed leading formation master of Dixia is the mentor of Lu Yufeng. This extraordinary talent is unparalleled in the realm of formations, yet he broke convention when it came to taking on disciples. To have Lu Yufeng as his apprentice, this proud master remarkably followed her for half a month, ultimately sealing the apprenticeship with just a cup of hot milk tea. Today, Lu Yufeng has surpassed her mentor. She can control all 5 elemental attributes simultaneously, a talent that even her late mentor could not match. Her claim to be the foremost formation master in Dixia is no exaggeration. As she recited incantations, 3 different elemental formations were unleashed towards Lucifer in the center of the array. But she didn't stop there. She quickly shouted, Jiayin, Gungding, water river wall. Before she finished speaking, a massive torrent of water had formed above the Northern Expedition Army, enveloping the entire battalion in an instant. The soldiers, taken aback, feared it was some kind of flood spell. Don't panic, Chen Han quickly explained. This water wall is to protect us from the aftermath of the battle. The soldiers calmed down, and some even marveled. This is like a battle of the gods. When will we ever reach such a level? Ji Yun turned to Chen Han, giving a thumbs up. Young Master Chen, Aunt Lu is incredible. Chen Han nodded in agreement. This was indeed his first time witnessing Lu Yufeng in full combat, and her power far exceeded his expectations. He suddenly remembered that Commander Yu once mentioned Lu Yufeng and Qin Xingbian were top figures at Xingkong University. Qin Xingbian set a record of 33 consecutive victories, while Lu Yufeng had 32, her only loss being to Chen Xingbian. However, that match was under numerous restrictions. In a life-and-death battle, the outcome might have been different. Chen Xingbian's victory was largely due to his unparalleled technological intellect and the rare bow and arrow weaponry, which barely gave him an edge over Lu Yufeng. Later, the two got married, and Chen Xingbian became a typical henpecked husband. Despite this, neither of them could ever truly outdo the other. Their skills were always evenly matched. That is, until Chen Xingbian broke through to the level of a martial god, creating a fundamental gap in their abilities. At this moment on the battlefield, Lucifer was enduring the fierce assault of the 5 elements formation. Zhao Yufei, witnessing the astonishing scene, whispered to Chen Han, Captain Chun, The power of these formations could really peel a layer off Lucifer. Chen Han shook his head with a smile. Not 3 types, but 4. To those present, Lu Yufeng appeared to be using the wood, water, fire, and earth attributes of the 5 elements. The wood attribute transformed into a massive cage formation. The water attribute formed a protective flood over the Northern Expedition Army. The fire attribute ignited flames in the sky, and the earth attribute coalesced into a majestic rock dragon. However, they all overlooked a crucial detail: the 12 immortal slaying flying daggers encircling Lucifer. Typically just hidden weapons, these daggers represented the metal attribute when the formation was activated. This meant Lu Yufeng was simultaneously controlling all 5 elements, and not a drop of sweat could be seen on her forehead. Her prowess was truly astounding. The 5 elements formation roared continuously in the sky, with violent explosions painting the heavens in an apocalyptic hue, smoke billowing everywhere. At this moment, Zhu Ming suddenly remarked, "Could it be all smoke but no harm?" His words drew glances from everyone, and Ji Yun glared at him angrily. "Shut your crow's mouth." When the smoke cleared, Lucifer was revealed to be severely wounded. His body was covered in injuries, his head bloodied, and even 2 of his 8 wings were half severed. Ji Yun couldn't help but sneer. "Oh wow, acting so tough earlier, but turns out to be nothing much. Got beaten down by Aunt Lu?" He even shouted up to Lucifer, "Lucifer, did you get a new floor installed at home? You know why? No stones, buddy." In the Northern Expedition Army, no one could rival Ji Yun's sharp tongue. However, seeing Lucifer gravely injured did not ease Lu Yufeng's expression. Instead, she became even more serious. Chen Han also warned gravely, "Ji Yun, don't celebrate too early. The fallen angels are the royal family among the beasts. They won't be dealt with so easily." According to Lu Yufeng, they have a trait: the more injured they are, the stronger they become. It's either a one-hit kill or extreme caution, otherwise their strength will increase exponentially with their injuries. This explained why the severely injured Lucifer remained unfazed. He glanced at the noisy Ji Yun below, and a shadow whip appeared in his hand. With just a gentle wave, a vast amount of dark energy surged towards the Northern Expedition Army. If not for Lu Yufeng's water barrier, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Boom! In an instant, the area not protected by the flood was scarred with dozens of trenches, each several meters deep, and even a mountain was split in half. Ji Yun, terrified by the overwhelming force, fell to the ground and muttered awkwardly, "Big brother. Even though your floor is new, there are stones beneath it." Lu Yufeng watched Lucifer's actions and coldly said, "Lucifer, can't we resolve this without collateral damage? Xingbian hasn't harmed any of your people before." Her words acted like an invisible barrier, halting Lucifer in his tracks. He turned to Lu Yufeng, a hint of urgency in his eyes. "Sister Yufeng, I just need you to tell me where Qin Xingbian is." In reality, Lucifer's purpose was straightforward: needed to uncover Qin Xingbian's whereabouts. This information was crucial for the Dark Emperor and the Dragon Emperor, as it determined whether they would launch an attack on the Human Emperor's territory. As long as Qin Xingbian remained, they could not fully control the land. Even if some exotic beasts joined them, they would be called back by the man known as the Mountain Spirit Master. These words carried immense weight among the northern exotic beast tribes. Ji Yun, seeing Lucifer stop, let out a long breath and then knelt in front of Chen Han. He slapped himself hard. "Young Master Chen, please punish me by military law. It's my loose tongue that almost got the brothers killed." Chen Han looked at this scene, a bit helpless. "Stop acting. Kneeling won't get you out of punishment. But this isn't your fault. Even if you hadn't spoken, Lucifer would have acted against us." He knew well that Lucifer would use any means to force out his father's whereabouts. Ji Yun's words were just an excuse. Ji Yun slowly got up, sighing, "Young Master Chen, have we become a burden to Aunt Lu?" Before he finished speaking, the battle in the sky had reached a fever pitch. Lu Yufeng shouted sternly, "Enough talk. Figure out Xingbian's whereabouts on your own." Her figure flashed in the air, and 12 immortal slaying flying knives whistled towards Lucifer. Dark spheres of light appeared around Lucifer. "Since you won't tell me, don't blame me for taking you back and seeing if Qin Xingbian will show up." The spheres transformed into countless dark beams, attacking Lu Yufeng. Lu Yufeng's flying knives were not only formidable offensive weapons, but also excellent for defense. The knives deftly changed direction in the air, colliding with the beams. In an instant, the two had exchanged over 100 moves in the sky, their speed so fast that the Northern Expedition soldiers could only see blurred shadows. However, the effects of the battle were clear, with the surrounding ground nearly flattened. Chen Han truly witnessed the power of the fallen angel. That dark swamp was just a basic move. In a short time, Lucifer displayed over a dozen different attack techniques. Fortunately, Lu Yufeng's strength was on par, handling Lucifer's relentless attacks with ease. Due to the unique abilities of the fallen angels and Lu Yufeng's lack of a powerful killing move like the Xinghe Luotian arrow, it was difficult to defeat Lucifer quickly. Both sides understood that it would take days and nights of fierce battle to determine the winner. Lucifer began to lose patience and ordered the two fallen angels in front of the eagle-head bear demon city. Go and kill all those humans. Let's see if Qin Xingbian will come out. As the leader of his clan, his orders were immediately carried out, and the two fallen angels charged straight at the Northern Expedition Army. Seeing this, Lu Yufeng quickly threw two flying knives, but they were intercepted by Lucifer. Sister Yufeng, have you forgotten your own words so soon? Why involve the innocent in our fight? Lucifer sneered. Lu Yufeng looked helpless and exchanged a glance with Chen Han on the ground. Understanding his mother's current inability to manage the ground battle, Chen Han drew the Overlord spear from the Imperial weapon box and loudly ordered, "All troops, retreat immediately, as quickly as possible." The attack range of the fallen angels' dark swamp extended for 10 miles, and once trapped inside, most soldiers of the Northern Expedition would struggle to survive. Reluctantly, the troops had no choice but to retreat. Champion Marquis, be careful, the soldiers shouted in worry as they withdrew. Only Chen Han moved in the opposite direction, facing the two fallen angels directly and entering the center of the dark swamp. The terrifying dark energy immediately surrounded him. The two fallen angels looked at him disdainfully. This human looks weak, but has quite the nerve. Hell turned to ashes in no time. Lucifer noticed the similar aura between Chen Han and Lu Yufeng and quickly guessed his identity. Sister Yufeng, you really don't hold back. That's your son, right? With such strength, isn't he just sent to his death? Better have Qin Xingbian show himself. Lu Yufeng spat dismissively. Since you know he's my son, you should realize those two punks of yours are no match for him. The fallen angels on the ground soon noticed something unusual. Instead of being eroded, Chen Han at the center of the dark swamp caused the pure dark energy to retreat. In an instant, a 3-meter protective circle formed around him where the darkness could not penetrate. This was the powerful effect of the celestial overlord body. At that moment, the overlord spear in Chen Han's hand suddenly emitted a red glow. He knew the most effective way to deal with fallen angels was with a single, lethal strike. Although he mastered several powerful martial techniques, the one that could guarantee hitting and destroying the heart was the first one he learned, the piercing death thorn spear. While its power might not match the sun-destroying god-slaying spear, the imperial shock spear, or the Xinghe Luotian arrow, its guaranteed killing effect was unparalleled. And since fallen angels shared the same body structure as humans, with only one heart, destroying it would be fatal. The piercing death thorn spear, originally in S-rank martial skill, was elevated to SS-rank with the enhancement of the warrior soul's sacred body. However, when Chen Han acquired the celestial overlord body, everything changed dramatically. The extraordinary effects of the celestial overlord body can elevate any martial skill to SS rank, and with the further boost from the warrior soul's sacred body, it reached an unprecedented SSS rank. At this moment, Chen Han was using the piercing death thorn spear for the first time since acquiring the celestial overlord body. Instantly, the space before the eagle-head bear demon city was filled with blood-red lightning, casting a crimson glow on the faces of two fallen angels. It was only then that these two fallen angels realized how extraordinary their seemingly low-level opponent was. The overwhelming killing intent felt as if it could end their lives at any moment. Sensing the lethal threat, the two fallen angels launched a frenzied counterattack. They unleashed Lucifer's signature shadow beams, with power rivaling that of a fourth-type laser cannon, and the attack intensity of the six-winged fallen angels even surpassed that. Boom, boom. The shadow beams blasted deep craters into the ground, but strangely, these powerful attacks were deflected by a mysterious force the moment they touched Chen Han's skin. Apart from leaving a few holes in his clothing, they caused him no real harm at all. The two fallen angels rubbed their eyes in disbelief, shocked by this unprecedented scene. Unwilling to give up, they then summoned shadow whips, but the result was even more despairing. The shadow whips couldn't even get within 3 meters of Chen Han before disintegrating in midair. This all stemmed from the attack methods of the Dark Emperor lineage of fallen angels, which primarily use dark elements. While dark elements are among the most destructive and are a source of pride for fallen angels, they are rendered ineffective against the celestial overlord body, which can completely nullify elemental attacks. If they had chosen close combat, they might have had some success, but unfortunately, fallen angels are not adept at the brute force combat style favored by the Tyrannosaur tribe. Within a mere 10 seconds, the two fallen angels clearly understood Chen Han's terrifying power and found themselves in a dilemma, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Is this really the son of the human emperor? Before the two fallen angels could finish their exclamation, Chen Han's piercing death thorn spear was already poised to strike. The power of 1,000 blades converged at the spear's tip, emanating a chilling intent to kill. Run! Lucifer, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Chen Han, urgently warned his kin below, but it was already too late. In an instant, Chen Han appeared before the six-winged fallen angel. His overpowering spear thrust effortlessly pierced the angel's heart. The still-beating heart hung from the spear's tip, blood dripping down. Even a formidable fallen angel couldn't survive without a heart. Nearby, the four-winged fallen angel's face turned pale. The fallen angels prided themselves not on their dark attributes' destructive power, but on their innate ability to grow stronger in battle. Yet, this man gave them no chance to showcase their strength, delivering a fatal blow from the start. Lucifer's expression darkened as he hovered in the sky. This young man, whom he initially dismissed, had managed to kill a high-ranking six-winged fallen angel in one strike. If allowed to grow, he would pose an even greater threat than Chen Han. Just as Lucifer was about to intervene personally, 12 flying knives suddenly closed in on him. Lu Yufeng sneered. What? Planning to harm my son? Lucifer quickly retreated, forcing a smile. Of course not. Your sister Yufeng. I just wanted to take him to the fallen angel territory to treat him well. Enough nonsense. Your opponent is me. Lu Yufeng declared coldly, simultaneously unleashing a 5 elements formation at Lucifer. The mother and son coordinated seamlessly. Though Lu Yufeng was fully engaged, she managed to keep Lucifer from interfering with the battle below. The four-winged fallen angel soon met the same fate, its heart also impaled by Chen Han's spear. With the fall of the 2 fallen angels, the dark swamp covering a 10-mile radius vanished instantly. The Northern Expedition Army's morale soared. Chanting the name Champion Marquis, Chen Han flicked the heart off his spear and immediately ordered his troops, advance into the Eaglehead Bear Demon City. For each enemy head, a bottle of the latest blood spirit elixir will be rewarded. For 10 heads, you'll gain permanent residency in the Northern Territory, with permission to bring your family. Enticed by the rewards, the Northern Expedition Army charged towards the city with high spirits. Without the fallen angel's protection, the city's defenses were virtually non-existent. Chen Han did not continue to command but looked up at Lucifer in the sky, red light gathering at his spear's tip. He wanted to test whether the piercing death thorn spear could harm the king of the fallen angels. Lucifer, entangled in a fight with Lu Yufeng, sensed the killing intent from below and was alarmed. Already struggling against Lu Yufeng, the situation would become even more dangerous with Chen Han joining in. As Lucifer contemplated retreat, a powerful aura suddenly approached from the east. Sensing this, Chen Han paused, while Lu Yufeng frowned. Lucifer, isn't that big oaf usually at odds with you? Did you call him here too? Lu Yufeng referred to the big oaf as Long Outyin, the leader of the Dragon Emperor clan. A thunderous dragon roar echoed through the battlefield before the Dragon Emperor himself appeared, with the sound waves causing everyone's ears to ache. The terrifying presence put everyone on edge, their expressions serious. Chen Han gripped his spear tightly, scanning the surroundings cautiously, prepared for any sudden attack from Long Outyin on him or the Northern Expedition Army. However, to everyone's surprise, Long Outyin descended from the sky, and his first target was shockingly his own ally, Lucifer. With a resounding crash, Lucifer, who had been confronting Lu Yufeng in midair, was caught off guard and sent plummeting to the ground, carving a trench hundreds of meters long before embedding deeply into the mountainside. This unexpected turn of events left everyone present stunned. Who would have thought the Dragon Emperor would first strike his own ally? Only Lu Yufeng, familiar with Long Outyen's character, commented calmly, "Big guy, looks like he didn't call you here." At this moment, Long Outyen's true form was revealed to the crowd. As the leader of the Tyrannosaurus clan, he was a humanoid monster who had inherited pure dragon blood. His massive frame, nearly 3 meters tall and weighing about 400 to 500 pounds, was not bulky but packed with explosive muscles, covered in deep green dragon scales. Most striking was his enormous dragon head, a perfect blend of a 5-clawed golden dragon and a dinosaur. This appearance was more of a beast than anything remotely human. Lucifer, having been knocked down, quickly emerged from the rubble. The usually image-conscious Dark Emperor abandoned elegance, cursing at Long Outyin. "Long Outyin, damn you! Can't you tell who's a friend and who's a foe?" Lucifer's reaction provoked laughter from those present. Clearly, the relationship between the Dragon Emperor and the Dark Emperor was far from harmonious. This stemmed from their rivalry over different northern territories before Chen Han united them. They only allied temporarily against the common threat of the human emperor. The differences between the two clans were evident in many ways. The fallen angels valued lineage, with more wings signifying higher status. Lucifer was born a king, exuding noble elegance in every gesture. In stark contrast, the Tyrannosaurus clan revered strength above all, with leadership determined by combat prowess. Any clan member who could defeat Long Outyin would become the new leader. This survival philosophy bred an extremely bloodthirsty nature within the Tyrannosaurus clan. In Long Outyin's eastern domain, even the exotic beasts under his rule lived under the constant threat of being devoured by the Tyrannosaurus. This was why many such species sought refuge in the human emperor's territory. These fundamental differences between the races were the reason why Lucifer and Long Outyin were perpetually at odds. Lucifer and Long Outyin stood face to face, their eyes filled with disdain for each other. The noble and elegant Lucifer clearly looked down on Long Outyin's rough background, while the violent Long Outyin was extremely annoyed by Lucifer's pretentious demeanor. Although Long Outyin's punch had landed on Lucifer, he wasn't trying to help the humans. He was merely venting his anger. He had one true purpose for being there: to find the whereabouts of Qin Xingbian. You're nothing but a despicable creature lusting after my sister-in-law. I can't be bothered with you. Long Outyin cast a contemptuous glance at Lucifer, snorted, and turned his attention to Lu Yufeng. Sister-in-law, let's cut the crap. Where exactly is brother Xingbian? Tell me the truth. Watching Long Outyin's behavior, Chen Han finally understood why his mother called him a big fool. He truly was a simple-minded, brawny man. No wonder his father named him that. Lu Yufeng certainly couldn't reveal that Qin Xingbian was in seclusion on the sacred mountain. He was at a critical moment of breaking through to become a martial god, and also at his most vulnerable. If this information leaked, these two beast leaders would stop at nothing to eliminate him. Big fool. Lu Yufeng coughed lightly, her tone serious. Xingbian had an agreement with you. The three emperors' territories are not to be invaded. Are you planning to openly defy him? Don't say I didn't warn you. If Xingbian decides to go to war, I won't be able to stop him. These words left Long Outyin momentarily speechless. With his intellect, he couldn't figure out how to respond immediately. In the end, he could only utter, sister-in-law, as long as brother Xingbian is around, I, Long Outyin, guarantee not to invade any of your territories. But if brother Xingbian never shows up, according to our agreement, we can reclaim these territories. Lucifer had somehow moved next to Long Outyin, sneering, oh, haven't seen you for a while, and you've grown a brain. Facing the relentless pressure from the two beast leaders, Lu Yufeng found herself in a dilemma. She might be able to handle them individually, but taking on both would put her at a disadvantage. Although she could escape anytime, the fate of Chen Han and the Northern Expedition Army would be uncertain. Just as Lu Yufeng hesitated, a warm hand suddenly rested on her shoulder. Mom, I'm here. It's not 1 against 2, it's 2 against 2. Chen Han had somehow positioned himself beside his mother. Lu Yufeng smiled with relief. Although her husband couldn't be present at the moment, having her son by her side was reassuring. She also assumed a battle stance. All right, Xiao Han, today we fight together as mother and son. Come what may. Chen Han took a deep breath, gripped his spear tightly, and signaled to Ji Yun below to retreat the Northern Expedition Army. So your brother Xingbian's son? All right, you've got guts. Long Outyin, like a predator spotting new prey, stared excitedly at Chen Han. As a battle enthusiast, he recognized Chen Han's level but did not underestimate him. Some instinct told him this would be an exhilarating battle. Just as the battle was about to erupt, an unexpected change occurred. Cold sweat suddenly appeared on the foreheads of Lucifer and Long Outyin, and their bodies seemed frozen, unable to move. Then, both began to tremble simultaneously, their eyes fixed on the direction of the sacred mountain. Seeing the look of terror on Long Outyin and Lucifer's faces, Chen Han and Lu Yufeng exchanged glances. Mom, what's happening to them? Chen Han noticed that both of them were staring intently in the direction of the sacred mountain. They look like they've seen something terrifying. Could it have anything to do with Dad? Lu Yufeng frowned thoughtfully for a moment before explaining, beasts have a unique sense for human power. It's possible your father is on the verge of breaking through to the martial god level, which would explain their fear. The difference between a martial god and a half-step martial god is like comparing conventional weapons to nuclear bombs. If your father reaches the martial god realm, it will completely change the power dynamics in the Northern Territory. Could it be that Dad is really about to break through to become a martial god? Chen Han's face lit up with excitement. Lu Yufeng quickly gestured for silence. Sure, don't get too excited just yet. Although your father can be a bit absent-minded, he's always serious about important matters. He mentioned needing 2 months to achieve the breakthrough, at the very least a month and a half. It's only been a month, so it can't happen this quickly. She deliberately lowered her voice, not wanting Long Outyin and Lucifer to overhear. Just then, a brilliant golden light erupted above the sacred mountain, as dazzling as a rising sun. So bright that it was hard to look at. The light coalesced into a massive humanoid silhouette, towering 100 meters high, like a celestial deity descending to earth. A suffocating pressure emanated from the figure, making Chen Han and Lu Yufeng feel a tightness in their chests and difficulty breathing. While the pressure's impact on them and the Northern Expedition forces was relatively minor, the reaction from the beasts was extreme. Lucifer and Long Outyin were frozen stiff, sweating profusely. Zhao Lingers with spirit troops were cowering on the ground, trembling. I understand now. Lu Yufeng suddenly realized and whispered to Chen Han. Your father is constructing the martial god's golden body. Martial god's golden body? What's that? It's a necessary stage in the breakthrough to becoming a martial god. Because you're not yet at that level, Commander, you didn't tell you about it, Lu Yufeng explained in a hushed tone. The so-called martial god golden body refers to the spiritual construct achieved by a martial artist at the 8th level of martial sovereign as they break through to become a martial god. This golden body is not only a prerequisite for becoming a martial god, but also the source of the power that influences the balance of the world. At this moment, 100-meter martial god golden body appeared in the sky over the northern territory, leaving the beasts, including Lucifer and Long Outyen, in awe. The overwhelming pressure it emitted was unbearable, forcing them to kneel involuntarily and cry out, "Hail the human sovereign." In the Southern Territories' 24 Privy Council, Luo Hong gazed at the towering martial god golden body in the distance and remarked to Yu Wuyun, "Martial Yu, my breakthrough was only a 30-meter golden body. Your 50-meter one already shocked the world. Even the late General Han Howren managed only 70 meters. This 100-meter body must possess unimaginable power." Yu Wuyun, still harboring past grievances, responded with a cold stare, "Flattery won't work." Yet, internally, he was secretly pleased, knowing that the one about to break through was none other than Qin Xingbian. Emperor Qing Tian, unable to contain his curiosity, whispered to Yu Wuyun about the origins of this northern territory martial god. Yu Wuyun feigned ignorance, loudly proclaiming, "Who said I know? Who's spreading rumors? Come out and fight if you dare." At this time, Qin Xingbian's power had reached its peak, causing even Long Outyen and Lucifer to fall from the sky. Long Outyen couldn't help but ask Lu Yufeng, "Sister-in-law, what exactly is Brother Xingbian doing? How has his power surged so much?" Lu Yufeng, not wanting to reveal that Qin Xingbian hadn't truly broken through yet, teased, "Big guy, don't you love fighting? Why not go challenge Xingbian now?" Long Outyen awkwardly scratched his head, "Sister-in-law, I love fighting, not seeking death." It's important to note that constructing the martial god golden body doesn't mean an immediate breakthrough to the martial god realm. Depending on individual strength, it takes from 3 days to half a month to consolidate the power from constructing the golden body to truly breaking through. During this time, the practitioner's body is at its weakest. Nevertheless, the mere ability to construct a martial god golden body signifies possessing martial god level power, which is the fundamental reason why the beasts are so terrified. Having never encountered human cultivation methods, let alone witnessed a martial god, these creatures of the Northern Territory naturally feel fear in the face of such unfathomable power. The colossal golden figure of the martial god radiated a dazzling light, constantly reminding the northern beasts of the overwhelming power unique to the human emperor. Lu Yufeng's gaze was as sharp as a knife as she coldly glanced at Long Outyen. "Get lost if you don't want to die." Long Outyen exchanged a look with Lucifer, both inwardly cautious. The seemingly carefree Qin Xingbian, who had seized 300,000 square kilometers of territory from the fallen angels and Tyrannosaurus clans, was no ordinary individual. Even when he was just a step away from becoming a martial god, his tactics were ruthless. Now that he had reached the martial god realm, neither Long Outyen nor Lucifer dared to act rashly. Long Outyen already had thoughts of retreat, but Lucifer was not willing to give up and probed, "Sister Yufeng, since Qin Xingbian is here, why don't we take this opportunity to discuss the division of territories? After all, it's been a long time since the 3 emperors have met." Before he could finish, Chen Han had already pointed his gun at Lucifer's forehead. "Do you think you're worthy of meeting my father?" This mocking statement clearly emphasized the vast difference in power between Lucifer and Qin Xingbian. Although Lucifer was furious, he could only force a smile in the face of Chen Han, who was at the martial emperor level. "It's a misunderstanding. I just wanted to meet." Slap. Lu Yufeng interrupted him with a slap. "You tried to bully us while Xingbian wasn't here. If you really saw him, how many lives do you have to spare?" Chen Han's heart sank. His mother's words inadvertently exposed a flaw. If Qin Xingbian were truly here, Lucifer and Long Outyen would have been dead already. The shrewd Lucifer immediately caught on to this flaw. Sensing something amiss, Long Outyen turned to flee. "I'm leaving. See you later, sister-in-law." With his ally gone, Lucifer gritted his teeth and suddenly dashed toward the sacred mountain. "Since Qin Xingbian refuses to show himself, I'll pay him a visit, personally." Lu Yufeng and Chen Han exchanged a glance and immediately gave chase. They couldn't let Lucifer discover the truth, even if it meant risking their lives. However, Lucifer was already at full speed, moving with astonishing swiftness, and was about to reach the sacred mountain's range. Just 100 miles from the sacred mountain, Lucifer felt a sudden chill in his heart as the golden statue of the god of war on the mountain began to stir. This seemingly minor change was enough to alarm him. In the next moment, a massive golden hand appeared out of nowhere, striking directly at Lucifer. Lu Yufeng and Chen Han stopped in their tracks simultaneously, filled with confusion. By all logic, this should be Qin Xingbian's weakest moment. How could he possibly have the strength to make a move? Great heavenly dragon! The familiar roar echoed through the heavens and earth. The golden hand struck Lucifer heavily, sending him flying hundreds of miles away, crashing into a mountain. Who else could the voice belong to but Chen Xingbian? Chen Han was about to ask a question when Lu Yufeng gestured for silence. Years of marital understanding allowed Chen Han to instantly grasp that there was more to this than met the eye, so he observed quietly. Meanwhile, Lucifer was having a rough time. First, he was slammed into a mountain by Long Outyin, and now Chen Xingbian's golden statue had sent him crashing into the mountain again. But it wasn't over yet. Great Luo incantation. Chen Xingbian's voice rang out once more. Before the words had fully dissipated, Lucifer was pulled out of the mountain by a powerful force. Revered Xidagarba? Another mighty shout, accompanied by an earth-shattering crash, sent Lucifer back into the mountain. This scene repeated dozens of times, leaving Lucifer battered and bruised, his consciousness beginning to blur. Witnessing this, Long Outyin was secretly relieved that he hadn't become Chen Xingbian's enemy. Both he and Lucifer realized that Chen Xingbian indeed possessed overwhelming power at this moment. After some deliberation, Long Outyin rushed into the mountain to rescue the barely alive Lucifer. After all, their fates were intertwined. If Lucifer died, Long Outyin wouldn't survive either. In an instant, the two figures vanished into the distance. Once they were confirmed to be gone, Lu Yufeng spoke to the golden statue. All right, stop pretending. Are you okay? Wife, you know me too well. Chen Xingbian's weak voice replied. That was just my spiritual projection. I have some power, but I couldn't actually kill them. Lu Yufeng easily saw through her husband's bluff. If Chen Xingbian truly had the strength, he would have killed them without hesitation instead of merely toying with Lucifer. Nevertheless, being able to unleash such power in his current state was enough to prove Chen Xingbian's formidable strength. Sigh. Chen Xingbian sighed deeply. This move has probably delayed my breakthrough to the god of war by another month. It's a pity. Those two will soon realize and likely come to attack us. If only I could encounter a tribulation like our sons again. Being struck by a few more bolts of lightning would temper my golden statue and help me break through to the god of war realm sooner. Upon hearing Chen Xingbian's words, Chen Han and Lu Yufeng exchanged a knowing glance, their lips curling into a meaningful smile. The smile made Chen Xingbian inexplicably uneasy, and he instinctively touched the Wuxian golden body on him, puzzled as he asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? Did I have a wardrobe malfunction? That can't be. I'm the Wuxian golden body now." "Stop flattering yourself," Lu Yufeng retorted irritably. "Who cares if you have a wardrobe malfunction? Anyway, Xiaoxue has recently been brought to the northern territories by Xiao Han, and she might be facing a tribulation soon." Chen Han then explained Qian Shui's situation to Chen Xingbian in detail. After listening, Chen Xingbian first clenched his fists in excitement, then pouted. Wait, why do I feel like I've finally become a Wuxian? Only to end up as a tool to shield Xiao Han and Xiaoxue from lightning tribulations? As a father, what else can you do besides taking the hit? Lu Yufeng glared at him. Weren't you the one who enjoyed getting struck by lightning, dancing naked in the sky? Isn't this right up your alley? These words left Chen Xingbian speechless. Blushing, he complained to Chen Han. Xiao Han, why do you have to tell everything? Where's your dad's dignity? Father, Chen Han chuckled. You might have forgotten that your voice is being broadcasted through the Wuxian golden body, audible for miles around, including to the Northern Expeditionary Army in the distance. Chen Xingbian froze for a moment and turned to look into the distance. Sure enough, the entire city of Eaglehead Bear Demons, with over 500,000 people, was looking up at the Wuxian golden body, their faces amused. Realizing his embarrassment had spread far and wide, he promptly shut his mouth. In the distance, the Northern Expeditionary Army erupted in laughter, easing the tension on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Chen Han and Lu Yufeng began discussing their next plan. With Lucifer's cunning, he would soon realize this was the best opportunity to eliminate Chen Xingbian and reclaim the Central Territories. It was foreseeable that the next invasion would not only involve Long Outyin and Lucifer, but also the main forces of the Dark Emperor clan and the Dragon Emperor clan, possibly even including the beast armies from the Eastern and Western Territories. Such a large-scale assault would be difficult to handle. Chen Han had to find a way to hold out until Chen Xingbian completed the Wuxian golden body and officially broke through. Once Chen Xingbian ascended to Wuxian, the situation would be entirely reversed. To this end, Chen Han decided to mobilize all the northern armies to concentrate near the Divine Mountain, equipping every soldier with the most advanced weapons and armor, and even deploying all Type 4 laser cannons there. However, even with these preparations, the existing 500,000 troops of the Northern Expeditionary Army seemed insufficient to contend with the overall war power of the Eastern and Western Beast forces, and even facing the elite troops of the Dark Emperor clan and Dragon Emperor clan alone was quite a challenge. Fortunately, Chen Xingbian's divine martial form managed to intimidate all the beasts in the central region. At this critical moment, the loyalty of these beasts was at its most stable. Besides the Northern Expedition Army, Chen Han needed to mobilize these beasts to jointly defend the sacred mountain. Mom, given the current situation, How many Central Region beasts can you mobilize? Chen Han asked Lu Yufeng. After a moment of thought, Lu Yufeng replied, we can mobilize forces from about 20 different beast species. Most of these species fled from the eastern and western regions. If Long Outyin and Lucifer launch an attack, they will definitely fight back with all their might. She then detailed the strength of these beast species. A total force of over 2 million, with 1.5 million being low-level beasts, capable of serving only as cannon fodder on the battlefield. Only 3 or 4 species, comparable to the white-fanged saber-toothed tiger, are high-level beasts, just below the rank of tyrannosauruses and fallen angels, and are the main force of the Central Territory. Most importantly, these beasts are all fiercely loyal to Chen Xingbian. Chen Han couldn't help but smile wryly after hearing this. Mom, this means Dad's territory is indeed weaker in overall strength compared to Long Outyin and Lucifer. How have you managed to hold the northern frontier for so many years? On one hand, the Dark Emperor and Dragon Emperor have been in long-term conflict, needing the central region as a buffer zone. On the other hand, Lu Yufeng smiled slightly, though I hate to admit it, your father does have some skills and holds significant influence among the tyrannosauruses and fallen angels. You saw it yourself. How both the big guy and Lucifer respect and fear him. Chen Han nodded, recalling his father's usually playful demeanor, almost forgetting that this was the same man who once planned to annihilate the Northern Expedition Army's 100,000 soldiers with a beast army. Such audacity was indeed extraordinary. He quickly mapped out a deployment plan near the Sacred Mountain. 1.5 million cannon fodder beasts would patrol the outskirts to delay the enemy. 500,000 main force beasts and 500,000 Northern Expedition troops would be stationed on the eastern and western flanks to jointly defend the center of the Sacred Mountain. After finalizing the battle plan, Chen Han handed the map to Lu Yufeng. Mom, I'm entrusting you with on-site command. Besides me, only your strength can simultaneously intimidate both the Northern Expedition Army and the main beast forces. I need to take my sister to Dark Bat City. Lu Yufeng took the map, somewhat apprehensive. Xiao Han, I've only ever commanded a small team in Bureau 869. Is this really appropriate? I don't have a military position in Xia, nor do I have the experience, and I'm afraid of making mistakes. Chen Han smiled. Mom, don't worry. With your and Dad's achievements, Emperor Qingtian will definitely grant you a noble title when we return to Xia. As for experience, if I'm not around, only you can keep both the Northern Expedition and the Beast Army in check. Otherwise, our own forces might end up fighting each other. Reassured by Chen Han's words, Lu Yufeng confidently accepted the command. As Chen Han anticipated, Long Outyin had just arrived at the Fallen Angel's territory with the unconscious Lucifer when she suddenly awoke. As soon as she regained consciousness, she angrily rebuked Long Outyin. Why did you save me? We've been tricked. That was the best chance to eliminate Chen Xingbian. You should have charged forward. Long Outyin was about to argue back when Lucifer continued to scold him mercilessly. Are you thinking at all? Do you really believe that if Chen Xingbian could have killed us, he would have let us go? Long Outyin was bewildered and furious as Lucifer scolded him. Clenching his fists, he roared, Lucifer, I risked my life to carry you back. What the hell do you mean by this? Lucifer, undeterred, retorted coldly, I'm saying you're a fool. As tensions escalated between the two, fortunately, an elder from the fallen angels intervened to mediate. Had Chen Han witnessed this scene, he would have secretly rejoiced. If most of the mythical beasts were as reckless as Long Outyin, reclaiming the northern territories would be a breeze. Once Long Outyin calmed down, he rubbed his temples and pondered for a moment before suggesting, how about we go back again? Hearing this, Lucifer nearly fainted from frustration. He rubbed his brow in exasperation. If you go back now, they'll have an army ready for you. Without reaching the level of a martial god or an existence in the forbidden zone of mythical beasts, there's no way to handle being outnumbered. Despite his dissatisfaction with Long Outyin, he had to rely on the strength of the Tyrannosaurus clan and softened his tone. Hurry back and gather as many troops as you can from your territory. As Lucifer predicted, the Dark Emperor and Dragon Emperor would inevitably mobilize their forces to attack the Divine Mountain, with their sights set on the human emperor, Chen Xingbian. Fortunately, Chen Han was prepared. As the two began their maneuvers, he had already assembled all the forces from the central region. After the Northern Expedition Army's 500,000 troops captured the Eaglehead Bear Demon City, they did not return to Jinbei City but instead marched directly toward the Divine Mountain, taking strategic positions. Moreover, even the new recruits from Jinbei City were mobilized. Although they didn't participate in the fighting, they were responsible for transporting military supplies, including 150,000 Type 4 laser cannons and various weapons and armor. Eugene Zhang looked at the neatly arranged laser cannons on the trucks and couldn't help but remark, looks like we're gearing up for a major battle. The champion marquis has emptied the treasury. Someone nearby chimed in, yeah, but the higher-ups haven't disclosed the specific battle plan, probably because they don't want us on the front lines. The new recruits all turned their attention to Chen Shui, hoping to glean some inside information from her. Feeling a bit uncomfortable under their gazes, Chen Shui quickly waved her hand. Don't look at me, I don't know either. My brother just told me to stay at the Divine Mountain once I got there and not to return with you. Thanks to Lu Yufeng's efforts, one mythical beast battalion after another was assembling en masse at the Divine Mountain. This massive mountain range, spanning over 800 miles, was filled with both humans and mythical beasts. Members of the Cold Night team and Chen Han, along with senior officers of the Northern Expedition Army, gathered at the final line of defense, safeguarding Qian Xingbian's safety. In addition to various other high-ranking mystical beast leaders, the area was home to creatures like the Miao Miao Mimis. Ji Yun stood at the entrance of the cave, peering into its seemingly endless depths, and casually greeted one of them. Hello, Mimi? No sooner had he spoken than a five-meter white saber-toothed tiger let out a thunderous roar, startling Ji Yun into a hasty retreat, his face turning pale with fear. Whoa, why is this tiger so temperamental? The white saber-toothed tiger held its head high, looking down at Ji Yun with disdain, and declared, in the presence of the mountain god, you may call me Mimi without consequence. But in the absence of the mountain god, you must address me as King Tiger. What nonsense! Who taught you to speak like that? Ji Yun rolled his eyes, prompting laughter from those present and easing the tense pre-battle atmosphere. Just then, Lu Yufeng arrived after escorting Chen Shui, and seeing Ji Yun's discomfiture, she laughed and explained. This is the most noble bloodline among the white saber-toothed tigers, the Tiger King, with the power of a martial sovereign. Ji Yun finally realized the level of existence he had casually called Mimi, and his face turned even paler. Brother. Chen Shui greeted Chen Han as well. With preparations complete, it was time to set out for the Dark Bat City. However, Chen Han hesitated, recalling a crucial issue. Although past experience suggested that Chen Xingbian could withstand the innate tribulation, Chen Shui's potential seemed higher, possibly leading to a stronger tribulation. Moreover, having already expended significant energy against Lucifer, Chen Xingbian's current state was weaker, casting doubt on his ability to fully withstand the tribulation. To be safe, the Xingtian shield had to be used. The problem was that the tribulation occurred at an altitude of 10,000 meters. While martial emperor level could fly, they couldn't sustain it for long, unlike the martial god level who could navigate the skies freely. In the flurry of preparing troops, Chen Han had forgotten about the need for an aircraft. Zhu Ming, return to Jinbei City immediately and bring a fighter jet, Chen Han ordered Zhu Ming, who had talent for control. Unexpectedly, Zhu Ming burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, a fighter jet? Finally, this feature can be used. Everyone was puzzled by Zhu Ming's unusual behavior. Ji Yun grumbled, Mengzi, what's up with you? Did you take the wrong medicine? Zhu Ming grinned and approached the Hongshan mech, raising his hands. Brothers, this is Uncle Chen's masterpiece. Did you think he only added a few laser cannons? He suddenly shouted to the sky. Autobots, transform! Under the astonished gaze of everyone, the Hongshan mech rapidly transformed into a formidable-looking large aircraft, the Hongshan fighter jet. Wow, a transformer! Ji Yun exclaimed in awe at the spectacle before him. In just 2 days, Chen Xingbian had accomplished an incredible transformation, not only upgrading the Type 3 laser cannon to a Type 4, but also converting the Red God mech into a versatile war machine capable of operating on land, sea, and air. Every modification on the mech's surface was precise and perfect, like a breathtaking work of art. Zhu Ming explained to the group, Uncle Chen said that apart from the star crystal drive and cockpit, the other parts of the Red God mech are easily detachable. He had this idea from the start, and it's amazing that he actually pulled it off. Hearing this, everyone instinctively looked up at the sky at the martial god statue, raising their thumbs in admiration. Even Chen Han, who had always advocated for martial arts, had to reconsider his views. He used to believe that technology was merely an external force and that true power lay in martial arts training. This notion stemmed from the current limitations of technology. Even the most advanced Type 4 laser cannon struggled to inflict fatal damage on beasts of the martial sovereign level. However, Chen Xingbian was different. His technological expertise was far ahead of his time, and he was also potentially the strongest martial god. Lu Yufeng once revealed that Chen Xingbian initially wanted to attend Beijing Institute of Technology for research, but due to family funding constraints, he had to choose Xingkong University. In a way, his pursuit of martial arts was initially driven by the need for funds to conduct research. Stop flattering him. Lu Yufeng suddenly interrupted. If you keep it up, he'll get too full of himself. She turned to Chen Han. Xiao Han, you guys go ahead. I'll handle things here. Stay safe. Chen Han nodded in agreement, then boarded the Red God warplane with Xiao Shui, heading straight for the Dark Bat City. In reality, they wouldn't be in any danger, as all the beasts' attention was focused on the direction of the Divine Mountain. Soon, they reached their destination. Chen Han instructed Zhu Ming to keep watch outside the city and took Chen Shui underground once again. Brother, is this the World Tree Sap Pond you mentioned? Chen Shui asked. taking a deep breath as she gazed at the pond emitting a green glow. It smells so good. Last time, when Chen Han drew power from here, he had nearly drained the pond's spiritual energy, turning it from green to white. Over the past few days, the new sap from the world tree has continuously flowed into the pool, restoring its spiritual power. Chen Han stood before the world tree, his gaze fixed on the prominent gash in the trunk, his thoughts swirling. This gash was undoubtedly caused by the statue of the zombie ancestor, the so-called Forbidden Zone deity, at the center of the trunk. However, according to Lu Yufeng, the sap of the world tree is useless to the Forbidden Zone deities. So why would such a powerful being go to such lengths to leave behind a pool of sap that serves no purpose for him? Brother, what's wrong? Chen Shui gently tapped Chen Han's shoulder, pulling him out of his reverie. Nothing. Chen Han turned to his sister with a smile. Just go ahead and enter the sap pool. Don't worry, I'm here. Chen Shui nodded in agreement and leapt into the pool to soak. While waiting for the tribulation lightning to arrive, Chen Han jumped onto the gash to inspect it closely. The wound was over a dozen meters long, with smooth, even edges. This precise destruction demonstrated that the zombie ancestor's power far exceeded that of the world tree. As Chen Han reached out to touch the wound, the scene before him suddenly changed. He found himself in a pure white space, vast and empty. Even more astonishing was the presence of a figure resembling the zombie ancestor from the statue, sitting cross-legged before him. The creature suddenly opened its blood-red eyes, which were electrifying but devoid of murderous intent. It gazed at Chen Han with an unexpected look of delight. A human! I haven't seen a human in nearly 50 years. Its voice was clear and articulate, and if not for its terrifying appearance, it would be hard to associate it with the zombie ancestor. Are you the Forbidden Zone deity? Where is this place? Chen Han steadied himself and inquired. Forbidden Zone deity? The figure chuckled lightly. I understand now. You're from Earth. A fragment of my consciousness there brought you here. Hearing the word Earth, Chen Han was taken aback. The figure continued, in truth, I'm not some Forbidden Zone deity. I was originally human. You can call me by my real name, Yiming. With that, Yiming waved his right hand, and the space transformed again. Astonished, Chen Han found himself in a vast starry sea, surrounded by countless meteors and planets. Yiming stood up and stretched, his tone tinged with nostalgia. Yiming, it's been so long since anyone called me that, I've almost forgotten my own name. It's funny, my subordinates gave me a rather pretentious nickname, the Emperor of the Galaxy. Staring at the vast expanse of stars before him and then at Yiming, who claimed to be the celestial emperor of the Milky Way, Chen Han found himself overwhelmed by the sudden influx of information. Yiming didn't allow him much time to process. He turned and asked, What's your name? Is Earth doing well? Senior Yi, I am Chen Han, he replied respectfully, recognizing the unfathomable power of the being before him. As for Earth's situation, which aspect would you like to know about? Yiming was about to inquire further, but then waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. The fact that you've made it here means Earth hasn't perished. He gazed at Chen Han, a peculiar glint in his eyes, then smiled meaningfully. A heavens anomaly. Fascinating, truly fascinating. You came through that tree, didn't you? If you're referring to the world tree, then yes, Chen Han confirmed, understanding that he referred to the divine world tree in the restricted zone. It seems the seeds I sowed back then have indeed borne fruit, Yiming mused. That a heavens anomaly could find it is surprising. This revealed that the pool of world tree sap was no mere battlefield remnant, but a deliberate creation by him. Chen Han didn't fully grasp the term heavens anomaly, but he guessed it related to those with unique innate bodies. Since Yiming had intentionally left an opportunity for people like them, Chen Han felt indebted. Thank you, Senior Yi. It was just a casual act, Yiming said with a wave of his hand. The previous generation plants the trees, the next enjoys the shade, especially since we are all from the Great Xia. It's unfair you heavens anomalies are born with seals. As he finished speaking, the space around them began to distort, and Yiming's figure blurred. It seems time's up, he said softly, then reached out to touch Chen Han's forehead. A golden light burst from Chen Han's forehead, forming a swastika-shaped golden mark. I hope this helps you. We will likely meet again. Chen Han felt a wave of dizziness, and when he regained his senses, he found himself lying beside the world tree's wound. Glancing at the time, he was shocked that it was 10:50. Chen Shui had entered the world tree sap pool at 10:48. In just 2 minutes of real time, he felt as if he'd experienced half a day. Was it a dream? An illusion left by the zombie ancestor? He wondered aloud. But the sudden itchiness on his forehead reminded him of Yiming's final gesture. Chen Han immediately grabbed a mirror and reflected it towards his forehead. In the mirror, a golden swastika mark appeared, flickering faintly on his brow. Even more astonishing was that when this golden light shone on the trunk of the world tree, the enormous trunk instinctively recoiled as if it was terrified of the mark. This scene forced Chen Han to accept the reality before him: cosmic space, the galactic emperor, and the anomalies all indeed existed beyond ordinary logic. Thinking of the mysterious Yiming, Chen Han couldn't help but secretly admire him as an unfathomable master. He gently tapped his forehead, and the glow of the swastika mark vanished, sparing him from further trouble. Although its specific purpose was still unclear, since Yiming had specially given it to him, it must be extraordinary. After experiencing this bizarre event, Chen Han dared not casually touch anything in this space. He quietly sat cross-legged in front of Chen Shui, waiting for the impending thunder tribulation. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Chen Han, an earth-shattering battle was brewing. Long Outyin and Lucifer had completed the assembly of the Eastern and Western Beast factions. At the intersection of the territories of the Human Emperor, Dark Emperor, and Dragon Emperor, a dense army of beast creatures was arrayed, even making the typically massive beasts seem as small as ants in this grand formation. Chen Han's Northern Expedition Army and the Beast Alliance numbered 2.5 million, but this figure seemed insignificant compared to the enemy. The long-standing Dark Emperor and Dragon Emperor in the northern border had amassed a colossal army of 8 million beasts. The scouts, witnessing this sight, gasped in shock. They immediately sent word, "Quickly report to Champion Ho. The Dragon Emperor and Dark Emperor's forces are advancing towards the Sacred Mountain. Evacuate the civilians along the way at once." Lucifer and Long Outyin paid no heed to the scouts' presence. Confident that no one in the Human Emperor's central territory could rival their massive army, Long Outyin let out a deafening dragon roar that sent chills down spines. Instantly, 4 million beasts surged towards the Sacred Mountain like a tidal wave, guided by the beacon-like presence of Chen Xingbian's martial god form. The high-ranking officers of the Northern Expedition Army, upon hearing the news, wore grave expressions and climbed to the highest treetops around them. This was both to observe the battlefield and to follow Lu Yufeng's strategic formations against potential ambushes by Long Outyin and Lucifer. Soon, the enemy forces came into view of the Northern Expedition Army, their overwhelming presence suffocating. Long Outyin glanced disdainfully at the low-level beasts opposite, sneering, "Do they think these cannon fodder can stop us? Brothers, feast away today." The Tyrannosaurus clan immediately eyed the low-level beasts hungrily, viewing them as mere delicacies. At that moment, dark clouds rapidly gathered on the horizon, accompanied by thunderous roars, as if heralding the imminent outbreak of a monumental battle. This unusual celestial phenomenon caused both armies, who were on the brink of battle, to pause simultaneously. In a matter of just 10 minutes, the sky over the northern region underwent a dramatic transformation. What was once a clear blue sky under the blazing sun was suddenly engulfed by a massive storm cloud. This cloud spread across thousands of miles, its vastness astonishing. Within these clouds, deafening thunder roared, as if the gods themselves were expressing their wrath. Everyone could feel the terrifying power contained within this thunderstorm. As Chen Han had predicted, the lightning tribulation Chen Shui faced was far more formidable than what he had experienced. Looking back, the lightning tribulation Chen Han encountered when reclaiming his power was only on par with the celestial phenomenon during Chen Xingbian's breakthrough to martial god. But now, Chen Shui's tribulation completely overshadowed Chen Xingbian's, its overwhelming force even reaching the southern region. Zhong Guo, a lightning affinity user, shivered as he gazed at the rolling thunderclouds in the sky. This unprecedented phenomenon prompted him to immediately order all troops to halt their training and seek shelter in their quarters. The residents of the capital were also gripped by panic, with schools and major institutions issuing temporary closure notices. The atmosphere within the 24 Privy Council was even more tense. The usually composed Di Qingtian couldn't help but ask Yu Wuyun, "Old Yu, what exactly is happening in the north?" First, there was the anomaly with the martial god's breakthrough, and now this lightning tribulation covering half of Xia. What is the situation in the north? Feigning indifference, Yu Wuyan replied, "Why ask me? Chen Han hasn't contacted me since he went to the north." Yet, the worry in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. In reality, Chen Han hadn't informed Yu Wuyan about Chen Shui reclaiming her power or the attacks by the Dark Emperor and Dragon Emperor on the Human Emperor's territory. This wasn't due to a lack of trust, but rather concern that Yu Wuyan, upon learning the truth, might recklessly head to the north, drawing more attention from the Forbidden Zone beasts. Seeing no answers from Yu Wuyun, Di Qingtian turned to Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan, with a sigh, handed over a report filled with bureaucratic jargon, stating that the north is safe, order is maintained, and the people are well. As the leading political figure, Chen Han's report, filled with sugar-coated depictions, gave Di Qingtian a familiar feeling. Wasn't this the very tactic he used to rely on? With things like this, how can we talk about the people's happiness and well-being? Di Qingtian shook his head helplessly. Do I have to wait for lightning to strike from the heavens to know the real situation in the northern region? The secretary beside him gave a wry smile. Chen Han's report is even more fake than the news broadcast. Everyone exchanged glances, fully aware of the urgency of the situation, yet feeling helpless. Meanwhile, the battle in the northern region had erupted in full force. Although the sky was filled with terrifying storm clouds, neither Lucifer of the Dark Emperor clan nor Long Outyin of the Dragon Emperor clan showed any fear. Seeing the lightning hesitate to strike, both issued the order simultaneously. Everyone, charge. Capture the sacred mountain immediately. Lucifer chose to stay in the central command, displaying caution. In contrast, the battle-mad Long Outyin led the charge, his massive body like a runaway chariot, capable of toppling a large portion of the beast army with a single punch. These weaklings. Not even a challenge. Long Outyin laughed wildly, grabbing a few severely injured beasts and shoving them into his mouth, blood and bones splattering from his fangs. The gruesome scene sent shivers down the spines of the Northern Expedition soldiers. Long Outyin is too cruel, Ji Yun watched in horror. I'd rather die outright than be eaten alive like that. The brutality of the Tyrannosaurus clan wasn't limited to Long Outyin. Their entire race was notorious for their love of battle. Under their assault, the Eastern Front was quickly breached by dozens of miles, contrasting sharply with Lucifer's slower advance in the west. The Northern Expedition was in a state of panic, as no one but Lu Yufeng could stop the Dragon Emperor. However, Lu Yufeng was overwhelmed, having to manage the overall strategy and hold the final line of defense. Haha, is there no one stronger to fight? Long Outyin rampaged through the lower-level beast horde. I should have come alone. In a short time, tens of thousands of beasts met their end in his maw. This sight enraged both the Northern Expedition forces and the Central Beast troops. Zhao Linger transformed into the primordial Elf King and requested to intercept him. Commander Lu, let me stop him. But Lu Yufeng knew even the primordial Elf King would struggle against Long Outyin and refused firmly. As everyone was at a loss, a light suddenly appeared in the distance, speeding toward Long Outyin like a meteor. Instinctively sensing danger, Long Outyin raised his hand to block. Boom. With a loud crash, an arrow struck Long Outyin's arm precisely, shattering half of his fist. This type of star crystal arrow was all too familiar to Long Outyin. After countless battles with Chen Xingbian, he had experienced the power of these arrows firsthand. However, he knew clearly that this time, the arrow was not shot by Chen Xingbian. Even with half of his fist shattered, no hint of pain showed on Long Outyin's face. He let out an earth-shattering roar, venting his anger at such a sneaky attack. As a battle fanatic, he despised this kind of underhanded assault. What happened next left everyone in shock. Within just 10 seconds, Long Outyin's shattered fist completely regenerated, with flesh and bone growing back to normal. What the heck? Did his fist just heal like that? Ji Yun rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Lu Yufeng quickly explained, the Tyrant Dragon clan is different from the Fallen Angel clan. Both are royal beast clans, but while the Fallen Angels grow stronger the more they're injured, the Tyrant Dragons are known for their insane defensive and regenerative abilities. As the leader of the Tyrant Dragons, Long Outyin's strength surpassed that of ordinary dragons. The arrow that could shatter half of his fist had already demonstrated tremendous destructive power. Who? Long Outyin shouted angrily, searching for the source of the arrow, and soon locked onto his target Chen Han, standing in the sky thousands of meters high with the Longyin bow. Even amidst the lightning and thunder, Chen Han's expression remained calm and composed. No wonder you're Xingbian's son. I didn't misjudge you. Long Outyin laughed excitedly. This guy has the strength to fight me. Before he finished speaking, the commander of the Eastern Army leaped up and charged towards Chen Han. Boss, where are you going? His subordinates asked in confusion. Don't worry about me. You keep moving forward. Long Outyin left these words and disappeared from their sight. Seeing his goal achieved, Chen Han turned his gaze to Chen Xingbian's martial god golden figure not far away. Dad, keep your voice down. Have you found Xiao Shui's spiritual form? Found it. Chen Xingbian replied. Though I'm not sure of the exact location, she should be close to me. Don't worry. I'll protect her the moment the thunder tribulation hits. But why did you bring Long Outyin here? A smile played on Chen Han's lips as he took out the Xingtian shield. Xiao Shui's thunder tribulation is extraordinary. The more people to withstand it, the better. Long Outyin's physique is perfect as a shield. Just as he finished speaking, a gigantic figure appeared before Chen Han, delivering a violent punch. With a loud bang, Chen Han blocked the punch with the Xingtian shield, standing firm on the Hongshan warplane without budging an inch. This was the power of the legendary artifact crafted by the divine craftsman among the top 10 martial gods. Not a single mark was left on the shield, even when facing a half-step martial god like Long Outyin. Mr. Liang truly gave me a treasure, Chen Han remarked with a slight smile as he held up the shield. Although his celestial overlord physique could resist pure physical attacks, he wisely chose not to directly confront Long Outyin, whose level was far beyond his own. Long Outyin eyed the Xingtian shield with curiosity. Nephew, your shield is quite intriguing. Instead of retreating after his attack was blocked, He became even more excited, rubbing his hands together. Since you brought me here, you should be prepared to be beaten to death by me, shouldn't you? Seeing that Long Outyin had taken the bait, Chen Han whispered to Chen Xingbian, Father, when the first bolt of lightning strikes, let this big oaf test its strength first. Chen Xingbian immediately understood his son's intention and thought to himself, young people these days are truly cunning. This scene was observed by the Northern Expedition's High Command and Lucifer, who were stationed by the sacred mountain cave. Lucifer cursed, what an idiot! So easily led by the nose. He should be called a raging dog instead of a raging dragon. In reality, Lucifer had a different plan. He understood the simple-minded and physically strong nature of the Raging Dragon clan and originally intended for them to charge into the sacred mountain first, exhausting the Northern Expedition forces and high-level beasts, while weakening the old rivals of the Dark Emperor clan. However, Long Outyin's rash departure disrupted everything. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Lucifer ordered, prepare the whole clan, use the dark swamp to pave the way, and advance towards the sacred mountain immediately. On the eastern battlefield, the 4 million-strong beast army fell into chaos without Long Outyin as their backbone. At this time, the Raging Dragon clan encountered their nemesis, the white-striped saber-toothed tigers. The Tiger Kings, Meow, Mew, and Woof, led their tiger forces to suddenly appear, and the tense atmosphere instantly enveloped the battlefield. The two clans were evenly matched in strength, but Long Outyin's personal power was overwhelmingly strong, forcing the white-striped saber-toothed tigers to ally with Chen Xingbian. Otherwise, they would have faced extinction, which is why they were so loyal to Chen Xingbian. Protect Lord Mountain God, Mew roared, eyes wide with anger, unleashing a deafening tiger's roar. Instantly, all the white-striped saber-toothed tigers, with bloodshot eyes, charged at the raging dragons. Even though they had restrained their killing intent in Chen Xingbian's territory, their ferocity remained unchanged. The battle between the two clans was so fierce that other lower-level beasts fled in all directions. The battlefield turned into a hellish scene, with blood and flesh flying everywhere, and corpses strewn across the ground. The scene on the eastern battlefield was shocking, with blood and flesh flying everywhere, and thousands of beasts falling every minute. The heavy scent of blood even drifted to the center of the sacred mountain, affecting everyone's nerves. However, thanks to Chen Han leading Long Outyin away in time, and the white-browed saber-toothed tigers holding the front line, the initial momentum of the 4 million beast army in the east was halted. Seeing this, the senior officials of the Northern Expedition Army guarding the center of the sacred mountain finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the previous rate of advance, the center of the sacred mountain would have been flattened by the beasts in less than 20 minutes. Champion Ho is truly a genius, Linda remarked sincerely. Every move of the enemy is within his calculations. Indeed, everything happening in the eastern battle zone was anticipated by Chen Han. Whether it was Long Outyin's surprise attack or the tactic of the Tyrannosaurus leading the charge, he had discussed and analyzed these possibilities with the senior officials of the Northern Expedition Army in advance. He had already devised a counter-strategy. If Long Outyin proved unstoppable, he would personally distract him. As for the remaining Tyrannosaurus tribe, they were to be handled by the white-browed saber-toothed tigers positioned strategically. This arrangement minimized the casualties of the beast troops. Even though Lu Yufeng was the temporary commander, she only needed to hold the line, as everything else was under Chen Han's control. With a general like this, victory is possible, Raven exclaimed. Anyone else would have been at a loss, facing a disadvantage of 2 million against 8 million. Not only that, Lei Wu chimed in. Remember, there are no defensive structures around the sacred mountain, making this the toughest open field defense. Ji Yun looked toward the direction where Chen Han and Long Outyin were battling, now shrouded in dark clouds, obscuring the view of the fight. I wonder how young Master Chen is doing. He's up against the leader of the Dragon Emperor clan. Everyone showed concern at these words. Long Outyin's strength was well known. Even Lucifer suffered losses against him. At this moment, Chen Han might be in the most perilous situation. Unexpectedly, Chen Han stood calmly on the war machine, his expression serene. The one who appeared restless was Long Outyin. In a short time, he had launched over 100 fierce attacks, yet Chen Han remained unmoved, standing firm like a monument on the red god war machine. Kid, your shield is so annoying. Long Outyin shouted in frustration. Take it down. Let's have a real fight, just you and me. Bring out your spear. This leader of the Dragon Emperor clan was indeed straightforward. Seeing Chen Han defending with a shield, he only knew to attack Hedon, without changing his angle of attack or employing any strategy. Chen Han initially thought dealing with him would require some effort, but it turned out to be surprisingly easy. The nickname Big Oaf was quite fitting. At this moment, Chen Han looked up at the roiling thunderclouds above, silently calculating that the time for the lightning tribulation was near. Long Outyin, how about we switch positions? Chen Han's suggestion immediately caught Long Outyin's attention. Long Outyin thought Chen Han was about to put down the Xingtian shield, and he was excited, eager to get started, with a look of anticipation on his face. Among the Northern Expedition Army, only Lu Yufeng remained calm. She seemed to have already seen through Chen Han's intentions, knowing he could easily handle the straightforward Long Outyin. Since Xiao Han has chosen to lead Long Outyin away, he must have his reasons. Lu Yufeng addressed the group with a serious tone. Although we've temporarily held back the beasts in the east, we can't let our guard down. Don't forget, there's still Lucifer in the west. Mentioning Lucifer instantly tightened everyone's expressions. As expected, after Chen Han led Long Outyin away, Lucifer's tactics immediately changed. Previously, the beast army he led advanced slowly, at a pace much less than a tenth of Long Outyin's. But now, the fallen angel army behind Lucifer suddenly dispersed, charging towards the front lines. The scale of this fallen angel army was terrifying. Unlike the dinosaur clan, which numbered only in the thousands, the fallen angel clan, due to its strict hereditary hierarchy, had almost no internal strife. Combined with their position at the top of the food chain in the Western territories, the clan quickly grew. Lucifer alone brought 100,000 high-ranking fallen angels, all of whom had at least 4 wings. 100,000 fallen angels simultaneously unleashed the Dark Swamp, a force far exceeding that of the 2 fallen angels that previously troubled Lei Wu and Lei Wan. The dark power covered the entire western side of the Divine Mountain, forming a dreadful dark ocean that instantly swallowed a large number of beasts. Lucifer sat on the fallen angel throne, letting out a cold snort. That fool is indeed unreliable. Looks like I'll have to deal with Chun Xing myself. Faced with this overwhelming darkness, Lu Yufeng made a swift decision. Order all Northern Expedition and Beast forces in the west to retreat immediately, without delay. In fact, all of this was within Chen Han's expectations. He had already positioned a large number of Northern Expedition troops in the west, but not to send soldiers to their deaths. From Lei Wan and Lei Wu's previous failure, they discovered an important fact. Type IV laser cannons have a deadly effect on fallen angels. Although fallen angels have special abilities, their defense is far inferior to that of the dinosaur clan, and once heavily damaged, they can be easily killed. For this reason, Chen Han brought in all the weapons and equipment from Jinbei City. At this moment on the Divine Mountain, the dark barrels of a full 300,000 Type IV laser cannons were aimed at the unsuspecting, advancing fallen angel army. Lucifer laughed with abandon as he gazed at the army of fallen angels surging like a black tide before him. Faced with this terrifying force, the Northern Expedition Army and the Central Beast Corps were in complete disarray, with none daring to stand against it. The entire Western Front was a one-sided affair, and he was already calculating that in 10 minutes, he would breach the sacred mountain and claim the head of Chen Xingbian. However, Lucifer was unaware that he had already fallen into the carefully laid trap by Chen Han. The terrain of the sacred mountain was vastly different on its eastern and western sides. The east was flat and open, while the west featured a crescent-shaped valley with steep cliffs predominantly on the western side. These geographical features provided a perfect advantage for the deployment of Type 4 laser cannons. As Lucifer led his army deeper, they were actually walking into a massive encirclement. Everyone, listen up. Lu Zixing gripped the radio tightly, his voice tinged with barely concealed tension. Responses came swiftly from various positions. Position 1. Ready? Position 2. Ready? For this decisive battle, Chen Han had allocated the entire output of star crystal mines from the northern region to the military, even without reporting to the 24 conclaves. In his view, as long as it helped Chen Xingbian break through to the martial god realm, the cost was worth it. Even if they ultimately fell, these resources would eventually end up in enemy hands. Once Lucifer's army was fully encircled, Lu Zixing gave the command, "Fire." In an instant, countless black beams of light rained down from all directions. These silent rays of death covered the entire battlefield as 300,000 Type 4 laser cannons fired simultaneously, turning the western side of the sacred mountain into scorched earth. Countless beasts were reduced to ashes under this terrifying firepower, their anguished cries echoing through the skies. Even Lucifer's throne was shattered by a laser. Although he, as the leader of the fallen angels, was not physically harmed, the humiliation enraged him. What kind of weapon is this? He growled through gritted teeth. Lucifer, ever arrogant, had never regarded humans with any significance, except for Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng. To him, other humans were mere ants. It was this disdain that left him ignorant of human technology. Today, these ants taught him a costly lesson in a short time. His army of 4 million beasts had suffered heavy casualties, far exceeding the losses of Long Outyin's forces in the east. At this moment, a 6-winged fallen angel approached Lucifer. Lucifer, still holding onto a sliver of hope, asked, "I see this beam is dark. It should be the power of dark elements, right? This kind of power shouldn't affect our people, correct?" The 6-winged fallen angel shook his head heavily, letting out a long sigh. That dark beam doesn't have any elemental properties. As long as the attack is dense enough, our people will die too. So far, we've lost 10,000 elite fallen angels. This number made Lucifer instantly furious, his eyes bloodshot, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. At this moment, he truly realized the terrifying power of Chen Han. What angered him even more was that, in some way, he had lost to Long Aotiana man who seemed to lack any strategy and didn't even manage his troops, yet suffered fewer losses than he did. In stark contrast to Lucifer's rage, the senior officers of the Northern Expeditionary Army in the center of the Divine Mountain were filled with laughter that echoed in the command room. Champion Marquis is a genius. Lei Wu laughed heartily, without even being there in person. He used 200,000 troops to hold off an encirclement of 800,000. Ji praised repeatedly, Chen Shao is truly remarkable. 200,000 against 800,000. The advantage is ours. The enemy's 800,000 is like half-cooked rice. Zhao Yufei chimed in. It may be half-cooked, but they have to swallow it. However, Lu Yufeng maintained a serious expression. Don't celebrate too early. The real brutal battle is just beginning. Chen Han's deployment has temporarily blocked the enemy, but it's only temporary. From now on, both sides will enter the most savage hand-to-hand combat phase. Just as Chen Han predicted, Lucifer did not choose to retreat. He ordered the six-winged fallen angel, have all our people withdraw from the dark swamp and engage the humans on the cliff directly. They can't use laser cannons on their own people. Lu Yufeng immediately picked up the radio and issued a command to the entire army. Abandon all Type 4 laser cannons. Champion Marquis asked me to tell everyone. We are warriors, we are soldiers. Now is the time to test us. Fight to the death, never retreat. The future of the North lies in our hands. These words stirred strong reactions among the troops. The soldiers exchanged words. If you're afraid of dying, you wouldn't have joined the Northern Expeditionary Army. Death is scary, but it's worth it. Thanks to Champion Marquis, we have the chance to do something big. When I make it to the hero wall, don't forget to bring a bottle of wine. Someone sheepishly admitted, actually, I didn't report it, I have a wife, and she's about to give birth. Ladies, you should retreat first. A male soldier shouted. Stop showing off. The female soldiers immediately retorted. We are all human warriors, regardless of gender. Women fight too. Fight to the death. No retreat. Chen Han's words were like a powerful shot of adrenaline, instantly igniting the fighting spirit of the Northern Expedition soldiers. Before Lucifer's beast army could charge up the cliffs, countless soldiers, fueled by rage, were already rushing down to meet the beasts in a deadly confrontation. Charge! Kill! The battle cries echoed thunderously as the soldiers of the Northern Expedition engaged the beasts with a near-suicidal ferocity. Although Lucifer's beasts generally had superior skills, they were intimidated by this fearless assault and struggled to unleash their full potential. This scene left Lucifer astonished. In the fallen angel's understanding, humans were known for their fear of death and internal strife, their nature far more complex than that of beasts. Yet here, the Northern Expedition soldiers displayed a heroic spirit that completely overturned its perception of humanity. What Lucifer didn't realize was that it was precisely because of such warriors, willing to sacrifice for the future of their kind, that humanity continued to thrive in this world. Brothers, let us repay our leader's trust with our lives. The Champion Marquis has treated us with such honor. How can we fail his expectations? Liao Xiaohu roared as he charged into the enemy lines, taking on 10 beasts at once, oblivious to the wounds inflicted by the creatures. Zhang Xiaolong was equally relentless, fighting on despite being covered in blood, driven solely by his fervor. Scenes like this were common across the battlefield. Every one of the 500,000 Northern Expedition soldiers fought with extraordinary strength, far surpassing their usual capabilities. Witnessing this, the senior officers at the center of Shanshan were moved to tears, yearning to join the fray but knowing they had to hold the last line of defense. Lei Wu gazed at the statue of the god of war above and sighed. I wonder how long it will take for Uncle Chen to break through to become a god of war. Beside him, Lu Yufeng watched the battles on both fronts, also hoping Qin Xingbian would achieve a breakthrough soon to reduce the soldiers' casualties. At that moment, a deafening explosion erupted from the direction of the Dark Bat City, bringing the entire battlefield to a halt. Everyone looked up to see a terrifying bolt of lightning striking down from above the city, its power far surpassing the last tribulation Chen Han had triggered. Even from a distance, the awe-inspiring force sent a shiver through Lucifer's heart. Lucifer felt a twinge of fear in his heart. He knew that he would likely struggle to withstand the divine lightning strike from the heavens, let alone his army of mythical beasts. At that moment, a figure fell from the sky amidst the lightning. The beasts from the east exclaimed in unison, "It's the Dragon Emperor." Only then did everyone realize that the falling figure was Long Outyan. His massive body had been charred black by the lightning, emitting black smoke, resembling a piece of coal. Several dinosaurs, who were fighting with the white four-headed saber-toothed tigers, immediately abandoned their opponents and rushed to catch Long Outyin. They had never seen the Dragon Emperor suffer such a severe injury, their expressions filled with terror. Long Outyin was barely conscious, pointing to the sky and muttering to himself. One of the dinosaurs leaned in and finally made out his repeated words. No, no honor in fighting. High above in the sky, Chen Han watched the scene in shock. Given Long Outyin's defensive and regenerative abilities, it was astonishing that a single bolt of lightning could leave him in such a state. If it weren't for the Xingtian shield and the elemental resistance of the celestial body, his fate might have been even worse. Just moments ago, Chen Han had used the Xingtian shield to lure Long Outyin into the path of the lightning, with both of them sharing the brunt of the divine strike. Chen Han glanced at his father, Chen Xingbian, with a slight twitch in his expression. Dad, can you withstand this lightning? Maybe you should use the shield first? No problem. Chen Xingbian replied confidently. If it didn't kill Long Outyin, it won't kill me. Put down the shield and watch me. With some hesitation, Chen Han lowered the Xingtian shield. The second bolt of lightning struck immediately. With a loud crash, the lightning halted 3 or 4 meters away from Chen Han and gradually dissipated. It was Chen Xingbian's spiritual form that had absorbed the impact, with Chen Shui standing behind him. However, the power of the lightning directly affected Chen Xingbian's golden war god form. The once brilliant golden form dimmed considerably, indicating that Chen Xingbian had suffered significant injuries, a stark contrast to his previous calm demeanor when dealing with Chen Han's lightning tribulation. Dad, are you okay? Chen Han asked worriedly. Chen Xingbian grunted. I'm fine, just a minor setback. Xiaohan. Xiaoxue. Remember, a true warrior dares to face a bleak life and bloodshed. Before he finished speaking, a cry of pain echoed for miles around. It hurts so much. Unexpectedly, his previously dim golden war god form suddenly erupted with an even more dazzling golden light. Chen Xingbian's cry of "it hurts" brought a triumphant smile to Lucifer's face. Earlier, witnessing Long Outyin's unprecedentedly miserable fall from the sky had left him momentarily shocked. After all, the Tyrannosaurus clan, inheriting the dragon lineage, boasted indestructible dragon scales that were known as the ultimate defense. Initially, Lucifer thought Chen Xingbian had caused such injuries, but it turned out to be the work of heavenly lightning. Chen Xingbian's cry of pain, coupled with the dimming of his war god's golden body, indicated that he too was undergoing the trial of lightning. Chen Xingbian, I never expected you'd face this day. Lucifer rejoiced inwardly, thinking that the heavenly lightning might just eliminate this formidable foe for him. But his smile quickly froze. Chen Xingbian's war god's golden body suddenly erupted with blinding light, so intense it almost seared Lucifer's eyes. This was more than just a superficial change in brightness. The war god's golden body exerted a formidable aura against mythical beasts, and even in its normal state, resisting this pressure required significant effort. The sudden burst of golden light made the mythical beasts present acutely aware that Chen Xingbian's power had grown even more terrifying. Some lower-tier beasts were already panting heavily before any confrontation. Lucifer quickly realized the truth. Chen Xingbian was using the heavenly lightning to temper his body. His expression shifted from triumph to terror in mere seconds. This revelation also explained why the humans and mythical beasts guarding Chen Xingbian were so fearless. Charge! Don't retreat. If we don't kill Chen Xingbian, we all die. Lucifer roared, unleashing his full strength as he lunged towards the human army. Seeing this, Lu Yufeng took a deep breath and turned to Lu Zixing, saying, Captain Lu, you have the most experience in Xiaohan's Northern Expeditionary Army and are best suited to command. I now, on behalf of the Champion Marquis, temporarily hand over command to you. I need to deal with Lucifer. She understood that with Lucifer's power, if he broke through their ranks, the damage would be catastrophic. Since Long Outyin was already engaged by Chen Han, it was up to her to handle Lucifer. Of course, the senior officers of the Northern Expeditionary Army still needed to stay at the center of the Sacred Mountain to guard the final line of defense and be ready for any unforeseen events. Auntie, be careful. Leave this to me. Lu Zixing solemnly agreed. In truth, by this point, the Northern Expeditionary Army and the Central Mythical Beast Army were fully embroiled in battle, with the Sacred Mountain surrounding hundreds of miles turned into a battlefield, requiring little further command. With Lu Zixing's assurance, Lu Yufeng immediately headed towards Lucifer. She unleashed 12 immortal-slaying flying knives, saving hundreds of soldiers with her initial strike. Go elsewhere. Leave this to me, she said coldly. The Northern Expeditionary Army and Lucifer's subordinates present sensed the unusual aura of these two and retreated, clearing a space for their battle. Now it was Lucifer's turn to be anxious. The usual calm smile on his face gave way to a hint of panic as he shouted at Lu Yufeng, who stood in his path. Sister Yufeng, Step aside. I don't want to hurt you. Lu Yufeng let out a cold laugh, a glint of frost in her eyes. Hurt me? With just you? Looks like we both have to show our true skills this time. Unlike their previous encounters, both of them had reached the point where they had to go all out. Lu Yufeng no longer needed to protect the soldiers of the Northern Expedition, and Lucifer was ready to risk everything to kill Chen Xingbian. At this moment, Lu Yufeng was finally about to reveal her ultimate weapon, poison. Though she had previously showcased her fearsome 5 elements formation and the immortal slaying flying daggers, those were not her strongest abilities. 20 years ago, she had completely deconstructed Hompa's venomous curses, which was her true ace in the hole. Suddenly, an eerie purple hue emanated from Lu Yufeng, and tendrils of deadly poison mist slithered around her like living creatures. Seeing this, Lucifer gritted his teeth and said, "Sister Yufeng, it seems I have no choice but to use my full strength too." Before he finished speaking, he lunged forward with a powerful punch aimed directly at Lu Yufeng's face. However, as soon as his fist entered the range of the poison mist, a severe corrosive sensation spread through his entire arm. Flesh and blood decayed visibly, rapidly reaching his shoulder in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, Lucifer severed his own arm. Had he been a moment slower, the poison would have spread throughout his body, killing him within 10 seconds. Such was the terrifying nature of Lu Yufeng's poison arts. Hompa's venomous curses were limited in effect against those above the rank of Martial Emperor, and even her prized venomous creatures were easily incinerated by Chen Han's Qilin flame. But Lu Yufeng's lethal poison could instantly dissolve the flesh of a half-step martial god. Lucifer looked at his skeletal stump, cold sweat pouring down his face. "Sister Yufeng, all these years, I've never seen you wield such power. You've hidden it well." This was exactly what Chen Xingbian had taught her: always keep a trump card. Over the years, she had fought alongside Chen Xingbian, but never once revealed her mastery of poison in front of others. Lu Yufeng's lips curled into a slight smile. "That's because I don't like being called a venomous woman." Before she finished speaking, 12 immortal slaying flying daggers were already embedded in Lucifer's body. The tips of the daggers were coated with purple poison, easily piercing through Lucifer's prized dark barrier. The Northern Territory was meant to have 4 emperors, and this 4th one was none other than the Poison Empress, Lu Yufeng. The moment the 12 celestial slaying daggers pierced Lucifer's body, Lu Yufeng's deadly poison began to spread with overwhelming force. Accompanied by Lucifer's agonizing screams, his flesh corroded at a visibly rapid pace until only a skeletal frame remained, which then crumbled to the ground. This astonishing scene left the Northern Expedition soldiers, who were locked in combat with the beasts, utterly shocked. Not long ago, Lu Yufeng and Lucifer were evenly matched in battle. Yet now she had managed to kill him in an instant. The stark contrast in her power was hard to believe. "Brothers, the enemy commander is dead. Attack? Don't let a single one escape." Lu Yufeng's command immediately ignited the fighting spirit of the Northern Expedition soldiers. The loss of their leader threw the 4 million-strong beast army into chaos. Lucifer's fallen angel clan was especially panic-stricken. In their strictly hierarchical society, Lucifer was not only their king but also the embodiment of their collective hope. With their spiritual pillars suddenly gone, these once formidable fallen angels found themselves overwhelmed by the Northern Expedition forces, unable to mount any effective resistance. The tide of battle shifted dramatically as the 500,000-strong Northern Expedition army pushed the 4 million beast army into retreat. However, this advantage came at a heavy cost. Within a short period, the Northern Expedition had already suffered the loss of 30,000 to 40,000 soldiers, with over 100,000 wounded. Lu Yufeng glanced at Lucifer's skeletal remains on the ground, her brow furrowed. As the leader of the Northern Dark Emperor clan, Lucifer was no ordinary foe and could not have been defeated so easily. Yet with the current high morale of the Northern Expedition, she chose to bury her doubts for the time being. Meanwhile, high above Darkbat City, Chen Han and Chen Xingbian had devised a strategy to endure the heavenly tribulation, taking turns to withstand the strikes of heavenly lightning. Although each strike inflicted excruciating pain on Chen Xingbian, the subsequent surge in power made the suffering worthwhile. Chen Han's Xingtian shield had its limitations, as it would temporarily shatter after enduring a certain amount of attacks, requiring time to recover. This necessitated their rotation strategy to cope with the onslaught. He wielded the Xingtian shield, taking turns with Chen Shui to withstand the heavenly thunder. Through this intense trial, Chen Xingbian's war god golden body continued to strengthen, its golden light becoming ever more dazzling. The brilliant glow enveloped the entire divine mountain, forcing even the senior officers of the Northern Expedition Army in the mountain center to wear sunglasses for protection. "Uncle Chen is going to blind me with that light." Ji Yun, closest to the golden body, couldn't help but exclaim. While the golden light was uncomfortable for the Northern Expedition officers, it was far more devastating for the beast troops. The lower-level beasts from the Eastern and Western divisions lost their combat abilities, either becoming easy targets or fleeing in panic. However, just as the battle seemed to be turning, Chen Han faced trouble again. Long Outyan's terrifying regenerative abilities were astonishing. One moment he was charred by the thunder, with his proud dragon scales rendered ineffective, and the next, he was back on the battlefield, full of vigor. Surprisingly, he seemed to have forgotten his initial goal of killing Qin Xingbian and instead harbored a grudge against Chen Han for plotting against him to resist the thunder. "You're even craftier than your father, nephew," Long Outyan roared, flying above the Darkbat city. This time, he was smarter, keeping his distance and preparing to launch a sneak attack while Chen Han was busy resisting the thunder. "Don't blame me, nephew. Since you like playing dirty, I'll play along." Long Outyan smirked, revealing a smug smile. Chen Han immediately saw through the simple-minded Long Outyan's plan and kindly warned, "Long Outyan, I advise you to leave quickly." "Huh, trying to trick me again? You really think I'm that stupid? The thunder only strikes where you are." Long Outyan's words were barely out when a bolt of thunder struck down from above. With a boom, he was once again reduced to charcoal, crashing down in a repeat performance. "Why won't you listen?" Chen Han shook his head. The brute didn't realize that the thunder's target followed Chen Shui's movements, so his action inadvertently shielded Chen Han and Qin Xingbian from a bolt, serving as perfect support. At that moment, an anomaly erupted at the base of the mountain, hundreds of miles away. A female fallen angel let out a piercing scream as her abdomen suddenly split open, and a blood-soaked figure emerged. Lucifer. He looked at the distant, war-torn divine mountain with lingering fear. "Good thing I had this backup plan, or I would have died just now." Lucifer glanced at the deceased female, fallen angel, and commanded the other fallen angels hidden nearby, "Bury her well. From today, she shall be the queen mother of fallen angels." The surrounding fallen angels showed no dissent to the gruesome scene and respectfully replied, "Yes, it seems almost impossible to take down Qin Xingbian in a short time. Better order a retreat." Lucifer was muttering to himself when he suddenly sensed something, quickly turning northward. He appeared to see something terrifying, cold sweat breaking out all over him, his face showing fear, and his legs trembling uncontrollably. These fallen angels had never seen Lucifer so out of sorts. Their eyes were filled with confusion, unable to comprehend why their usually composed king was now showing such panic. "What did you see, my lord?" they asked cautiously. Lucifer's face was contorted, and his voice carried an unprecedented urgency. "Quick, get everyone to retreat. If we're a minute late, no one will escape. Forget about Qin Xingbian. With this thing coming, he can't protect himself. Hurry." Although the fallen angels still didn't understand, a king's command was not to be defied. They immediately dispersed to relay the order to retreat. Meanwhile, the sacred mountain was resplendent with golden light. According to Chen Han's calculations, Chen Shui's heavenly tribulation would end in about 20 minutes. The entire mountain was enveloped in a golden glow, and even Qin Xingbian's golden body, tempered by hundreds of heavenly thunders, seemed encased in a golden shell. Clearly, these trials had refined his spiritual form to an unprecedented level. Chen Han took the opportunity to survey the battlefield, feeling a slight sense of relief. Despite the heavy price paid in this battle, the victory was undoubtedly worth it. This battle would secure the human race's position in the Northern Territories, and reclaiming lost ground was only a matter of time. The north bank of the Long River, occupied by beasts for over a century, would eventually return to the rule of Xia. Though this scene was not broadcasted live, it would surely be recorded in writing for posterity, ensuring that the bravery of the Northern Expedition soldiers would be remembered forever. At the same time, Yu Wuyan at the 24 secret chambers sensed something. Qin Xingbian's dazzling martial god form gave him insight. Xingbian must be breaking through to a martial god. Chen Han didn't tell me, probably because the situation in the north is dire, and he didn't want me to worry. Although he felt a bit reproachful of Chen Han's secrecy, Yu Wuyan quickly understood since Chen Han hadn't asked for help, the situation was likely still under control. Even so, he couldn't help but worry about his most cherished foster son and valued heir. He rushed out of the 24 secret chambers. Empyrean Sky asked in confusion, "Old Yu, where are you going?" "I'm finding a different place. This 24 secret chambers is too stifling." Yu Wuyan arrived at the peak from where he usually gazed towards the north, only to find Liang Yutian already there waiting. Liang Yutian tossed him some dried sweet potatoes with a smile. "Old Yu, you came after all?" Yu Wuyan took a bite of the dried sweet potato. "You always understand me, old friend." Liang Yutian sighed. "Old Yu, this martial god form is truly formidable. I fear this newly ascended martial god will surpass old Han without a doubt." Of course, Yu Wuyan didn't hide his pride in front of his old friend. However, in the next moment, both of their expressions turned serious and frightened. "Old Yu, Did you see that thing? Liang Yutian suddenly stood up from the ground. Yu Wuyun's gaze also shifted in the same direction, his eyes filled with shock. The expressions on Yu Wuyun and Liang Yutian's faces mirrored that of Lucifer's. Although there was a significant disparity in power, their faces were marked more by deep concern than fear. At that moment, the battlefield around the sacred mountain suddenly underwent a dramatic change. The beasts on the western front seemed to receive some invisible command, abruptly abandoning their fight with the Northern Expedition Army and scattering in a frenzy. Then, the ground started to shake violently, making it difficult for anyone to stand firm. Lu Zixing was completely at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. However, Zhao Linger seemed to have foreseen something and urgently shouted, "Commander Lu, order all troops to converge on the sacred mountain immediately." Her decisiveness stemmed from having previously witnessed a similar scenario and omen of the appearance of the indestructible golden crow from the Forbidden Zone. Lu Zixing hesitated, briefly. Retreating now would give the enemy a chance to break through, potentially nullifying all their efforts. Nevertheless, he quickly gave the command, "Everyone, cease fighting and regroup at the sacred mountain. This is a mandatory order. Anyone who disobeys will face martial law." As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. This decision could have led to Chen Han punishing him under military law, but he would soon be grateful for the choice he made. For the entity from the Forbidden Zone that even Lucifer feared, and that put Yu Wuyun and Liang Yutian on high alert, had finally appeared. Mu, a colossal bull, as massive as a mountain, materialized in the sky. Its body was so large that it blocked out the sun, even overshadowing the golden light emitted by Qin Xingbian's divine form. Despite its enormous size, it moved with astonishing speed, charging fiercely towards the sacred mountain. What was even more terrifying was that although the giant bull galloped through the air, each step left a huge footprint on the ground. Any unfortunate beasts caught within these footprints were instantly crushed into pulp, with each step claiming the lives of thousands of beasts. That's the Kuei bull from the Forbidden Zone. Zhao Yufei recognized this terrifying entity and fell to the ground in fright. As a well-read scholar, he vividly remembered the records of the Kuei bull. It had appeared only once before, turning several states of the United States into ruins. Not only was it immune to all thermal weapons, but it also possessed the terrifying ability to manipulate gravity. However, the disaster was far from over. Suddenly, two earth-shattering roars came from the eastern sky, dyeing half the sky in rainbow colors while the other half was completely enveloped in blood-red hues. It was clear that two new forbidden entities were closing in on them. Fate seemed to be playing a cruel joke, sending even greater trouble at such a critical moment. Lu Yufeng's formation could barely hold off one Kuei-nyo for 20 minutes, allowing Chen Xing to complete his breakthrough. But now, the oppressive presence of three forbidden entities weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. At that moment, a clear and melodious deer cry echoed across the sky. The sound should have been refreshing, yet everyone present looked on in despair. The eastern sky was enveloped in a rainbow-like glow as a gigantic flower deer revealed itself. It radiated a seven-colored divine light, exuding a suffocating aura of godly power. A nine-colored deer, Zhao Yufei exclaimed in shock. This nine-colored deer was unique among forbidden entities. Unlike others, it wasn't bloodthirsty, but its danger could be even greater. It was obsessed with absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, with a particular fondness for the earth's energy. In the 3 recorded appearances, it hadn't directly caused any casualties, but the aftermath was even more terrifying. Wherever it passed, spiritual energy vanished, vegetation withered. The land would become barren for 50 years, a true wasteland. Without water or plants, entire ecosystems collapsed, forcing humans to flee. Its previous appearances resulted in the loss of 1/3 of the world's grain-producing areas, with countless people starving in shelters. Now, having accumulated so much spiritual energy, its power was unimaginable. Even more frightening was the appearance of the third forbidden entity. Most people present recognized it was the blood demon. This name was infamous in textbooks. It had once wreaked havoc in Western Europe, not only destroying several small countries, but also devouring the entire population of the 5th most powerful nation in the world. The blood demon, as the name suggests, is a feared entity that survives by consuming the life force from blood. Its massive skull is enveloped in a constantly flowing fountain of blood, and any living creature with blood in its veins cannot escape its clutches. What makes it even more terrifying is its laughter, eerily similar to a human's, echoing through the silence. This dreadful being nearly caused the downfall of Daxia. Years ago, when the Daxia military first detected the blood demon in the southern seas, panic spread across the nation. At that time, Daxia had no warrior of the martial god level to defend against the blood demon, and despair loomed large. At this critical juncture, Han Haoran, the first martial god of humanity, emerged. He rushed to the southern border alone, and engaged in a life-and-death battle with the Blood Demon for 2 days and nights. In the end, although Han Howren managed to drive the Blood Demon away, the battle was a Pyrrhic victory. Han Howren took a year to recover his strength and was left with internal injuries that were almost impossible to heal. This monumental battle showcased the godlike power of warriors to the world, leading to the establishment of the martial god level above the martial sovereign level. Undoubtedly, the Blood Demon is the most formidable of the 3 feared entities, and its ability to fight the strongest warrior of Xia to a standstill is proof of its strength. Now, the appearance of the Blood Demon has plunged the Northern Expedition Army into deeper despair. 3 forbidden entities are facing the Northern Expedition Army, and they don't even have a single martial god on their side. Typically, to deal with these 3 entities, at least 6 martial god level warriors, including those like Han Howren and Yu Wuyun, would be needed for a chance at victory. As the Thunder Tribulation neared its final stage, Chen Han seemed to make a resolute decision and suddenly ordered Zhu Meng inside the Red God battlecraft. Zhu Meng, as soon as the Thunder Tribulation ends, transform the Red God battlecraft back into the Red God mecha and take Chen Shui back to the southern border. Zhu Meng detected the determination in Chen Han's words. With the sacred mountain surrounded by the 3 forbidden entities, survival seemed impossible for anyone stranded there. Although the direction of the Darkbat City was temporarily safe, Chen Han was clearly determined to stay behind and hold off the entities. Captain Chen, let me stay with you. Your sister is safe here. Zhu Meng pleaded urgently. Stop talking nonsense. Someone must inform the southern border of what's happening here. Even if we fall, others will come after us. But execute the order. With a choked voice, Zhu Meng replied, yes. Meanwhile, Yu Wuyun also sensed the urgency of the situation. He pulled out the black communicator that symbolized the life and death of Desiath last time it was used was when the Fire Chelan attacked from the western regions. Although the 3 entities currently targeted the Sacred Mountain, it was not far from Xia. Once they accomplished their goal, they would inevitably turn their sights on Xia, the most densely populated area. Yu Wuyun's voice resonated throughout Xia via the communicator. I, Yu Wuyun, the first marshal of Xia, address all of you. This is a critical moment for our nation's survival. Let us set aside past grievances, unite against the national crisis, and repel the foreign invaders. Please gather at Dock 30 on the southern bank of Long River as swiftly as possible. As a true martial god, Yu Wuyun swiftly stood on Pier 30 on the south bank of the Long River within just a few breaths. Almost simultaneously, Liang Yutian followed closely, only a step behind him. Oh Liang, why did you come over too? Yu Wuyun asked, frowning. Liang Yutian pulled out his black communicator and retorted, damn it, I'm a martial god too. Yu Wuyun knew well about Liang Yutian's situation. Years of modifications had taken a toll on his body. Without his martial god level skills, he would have long reached his limits. Old Liang, you should sit this one out. The glory from the battle against the Fire Chelan is enough for you to live out your days peacefully in Xia. Old Yu, are you looking down on me? Liang Yutian snapped angrily. Do you want to fight me first? Even if I can't kill you, I'll make you suffer. As the two argued, other martial gods of Xia began to appear at the pier. Although their status was equal to Yu Wuyun, they all addressed him as General Yu, while those closer referred to him as Old Yu. General Yu, long time no see. You're still as robust as ever. Old Yu, just tell us what's up. Are we heading to the northern borders to intercept those 3 Forbidden Zone creatures? Yu Wuyun scanned the surroundings, calculating quickly in his mind. Xia currently had 26 martial gods, including the 8 survivors from the battle against the Fire Chelan. At this moment, 20 were present, and the 6 absent were all heads of prominent families. Still thinking about conserving strength at a time like this, Yu Wuyun thought with a cold smile, but seeing 20 martial gods gathered was already a rarity. Don't say I didn't warn you, this mission is a deadly one. Reaching the martial god level is no easy feat, so those afraid of dying can leave now, Yu Wuyun stated bluntly. Luo Hung from the Luo family stepped forward. General Yu, enough with the formalities. We're here, just tell us what needs to be done. I ignored even the clan leader's threats just to follow your command. Yu Wuyun's plan was simple: gather the martial gods present and head north to intercept and kill the 3 Forbidden Zone beasts. On the surface, 20 martial gods against 3 Forbidden Zone creatures, with only the Blood Demon posing a slight challenge, seemed like a sure win. However, it was, in reality, a path with little chance of survival. Someone immediately raised a concern. General Yu, have you thought this through? It's one thing for us to die, but what if we attract more Forbidden Zone creatures? This was precisely Yu Wuyun's greatest concern. If all 20 martial gods went to the northern borders and attracted more Forbidden Zone creatures after eliminating their targets, their deaths would be a small matter, but the potential destruction of Xia would be the biggest threat. While the martial gods present were not afraid of death, none wanted to be the cause of Xia's downfall. Yu Wuyun could only sigh at this point. The situation had reached a critical juncture, and the only option was to take a desperate gamble. Allowing these three forbidden creatures to rampage unchecked and turn Xia into a battlefield was equally unimaginable. At this moment, the sacred mountain in the northern region was on the brink of life and death. The three forbidden creatures had formed a pincer movement, steadily advancing towards the mountain. The surrounding area had been ravaged, reduced to a sea of corpses, with the ground littered with the bodies of Long Outyen's and Lucifer's beast troops. Long Outyen's losses were particularly severe. Unlike Lucifer, he failed to react in time, and by the time he came to his senses, the nine-colored deer and the blood demon were already at the gates. Although he was known for his love of battle, he understood that fighting Hedon at this point was tantamount to suicide, and he had no choice but to order his troops to scatter and retreat. Unfortunately, this command came too late, and his beast troops bore the brunt of the frontal assault from the two forbidden creatures, suffering heavy casualties. However, it was Long Outyen's and Lucifer's troops' fierce resistance that bought precious time for others. Now, the central beast troops and the soldiers of the northern expedition had gathered in the center of the sacred mountain, looking up at the hovering forbidden creatures above them with eyes full of despair and sorrow. The soldiers of the northern expedition were filled with grief. It was not death they feared, but the fate of humanity. After struggling to reclaim this northern territory, was it all to be lost again? If the entire army were annihilated, with Yu Wuyan being advanced in age, who knew how long it would take to launch another northern expedition? Let's hope the champion Ho doesn't come, someone murmured. As long as he's alive, there's still hope for the northern expedition. Even Lu Yufeng was silently praying, hoping that Chen Han and Chen Shui would remain safe in the Darkbat City. However, at that moment, everyone suddenly noticed a figure rushing from the direction of Darkbat City. It was Chen Han. He soared straight above the sacred mountain, wielding a spear, facing the three forbidden creatures that even the martial gods struggled to handle. The scene brought tears to the eyes of the northern expedition soldiers, moved by his courage to live and die together, yet saddened by the potential loss of humanity's last hope. The three colossal beasts roared thunderously at Chen Han, mocking the audacity of this insignificant human daring to challenge them. The roar shook the mountains and the earth, changing the color of the sky. Suddenly, Chen Han's forehead began to itch, and a golden light shot into the sky. A massive golden swastika seal instantly enveloped the entire sacred mountain, its brilliance even surpassing the splendor of Chun Xingbian's martial god's golden body. A voice suddenly echoed through the heavens and earth. With me, Yi Ming. Who dares to tread upon Xia? The echoing call, though brief, resonated like the chant of an ancient deity, shaking the very core of those who heard it. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, as everyone stood transfixed, eyes fixed on the source of the reverberating voice. With me, Yi Ming. Who dares to tread on Xia? The reaction from the three forbidden entities was the most intense. They wavered in the sky, even the most arrogant blood demon hastily retreating its skull, the core of its being, into the churning sea of blood. Strangely, this was merely a voice. Yi Ming himself did not appear. Chen Han furrowed his brow, puzzled as he looked up at the inexplicably activated golden swastika seal above him. Having once seen Yi Ming in person, he knew that if Yi Ming were present, he would definitely feel that unique aura. Senior Yi, he called out into the surroundings, but received no response, further confirming that Yi Ming was indeed not there. At that moment, the phrase echoed once more in the air. With me, Yi Ming. Who dares to tread on Xia? This seemingly simple repetition sent the three nation-destroying forbidden entities retreating 100 miles in terror. They could only gaze from afar at the golden swastika seal in the sky above the sacred mountain, not daring to make a move. Yi Ming's might was beyond ordinary comprehension. Chen Han quickly deduced the situation. The voice was likely stored within the golden swastika seal, much like a recording. As for when Yi Ming left this message, it was probably during some previous activation of the seal. It was certain that Yi Ming had once lived in Xia, but later ventured into the stars for some reason. Judging by the beast's reaction to the voice, Chen Han surmised that Yi Ming was a figure from the early days of spiritual awakening. During that chaotic era, countless humans perished or disappeared, and many important records were lost, explaining why this powerful figure's deeds were not documented in the current textbooks. Though the crisis was temporarily averted, Chen Han was unaware that with his current level as a martial emperor, he couldn't unleash the full power of the golden swastika seal. This supreme weapon was a gift from Yi Ming, and if Chen Han's level were higher, the three forbidden entities might have already been reduced to dust. For now, the seal could only halt their advance. The protection offered by the golden swastika seal was not solely for Chen Han and the northern expedition soldiers below the sacred mountain. From the moment Yi Ming placed his finger on Chen Han's head, this divine artifact had already acknowledged its new master. Among the 20 Xia martial gods preparing to head north from the southern region, Yu Wuyun ultimately decided that they must deal with the three Forbidden Zone beasts. However, just as they were about to set off, An astonishing scene stopped them in their tracks. The grand swastika golden seal was intimidating the three creatures, preventing them from advancing even a step. What on earth is that power? Luo Hung exclaimed in disbelief. Another martial god chimed in. Even General Han Howren at his peak probably couldn't achieve this. For these renowned martial gods to be so awestruck, it was clear that the grand swastika golden seal was extraordinary. Yu Wuyan was caught in a dilemma. The three creatures were neither eliminated nor fully retreated, making the situation more complex. Old Yu, what should we do now? Do we charge or not? Liang Yutian asked. Yu Wuyun pondered deeply. His greatest concern was that moving north might attract more Forbidden Zone beasts, causing greater chaos. After careful consideration, he decided to contact Chen Han. Chen Han, what's the situation in the north? I have 20 martial gods on the southern bank of the Long River. If you need support, we'll move out immediately. 20 martial gods. Chen Han was startled, realizing that Yu Wuyun had mobilized almost all of Desia's martial gods. But after observing the three creatures intimidated by the golden seal, he thought for a moment and replied, Marshal Yu, hold your position for now. I'll notify you immediately if support is needed. This statement caused the martial gods present to burst into hearty laughter. Marshal Yu, your successor sure has guts. Making us stand by, huh? Old Yu, your successor is even bolder than you were back in the day. In a nation with only 26 martial gods, Chen Han's confident yet respectful attitude earned the admiration of these unruly veterans. Had he been overly humble, it might have cost him their respect. Liang Yutian casually sat down on the ground. All right, since young Chen Han says so, I'll just wait here. At that moment, a powerful aura suddenly surged from the north, sending a tremor through the hearts of all the martial gods present. This was not a new Forbidden Zone creature, but a distinctly human energy. A new martial god was about to be born in the north. Under the grand swastika golden seal on the sacred mountain, the eggshell-like structure enveloping Qin Xingbian's martial god golden body shattered with a thunderous crash, and his golden body vanished into thin air. Before anyone could react, the three creatures suppressed by the seal let out panicked howls, as if sensing something terrifying was about to happen. The disappearance, rather than the destruction, of the martial god's golden body marked Qin Xingbian's successful breakthrough to the martial god level. At that moment, a figure appeared in the sky above the sacred mountain, radiating a dazzling golden light. It was a young man in his 20s, bare-chested, displaying a perfect muscular physique. His sharp brows and bright eyes, combined with chiseled features, made him extraordinarily handsome. This stunning appearance immediately caused a stir among the Northern Expedition Army, with many female soldiers unable to hold back their admiration. So handsome! They exclaimed involuntarily. Ji Yun's eyes widened in confusion. Who is this handsome guy? Where's Uncle Chen? Chen Han was equally surprised and immediately used his long-distance vision to search for his father's whereabouts, but to no avail. It wasn't until Lu Yufeng rubbed her nose and softly said, Son, stop looking. That man up there is your dad. What? Chen Han was too shocked to speak. In his memory, his father had always been a disheveled wild man. Since coming to the northern frontier, Qin Xingbian had become even more unkempt, with a scruffy beard, appearing more ragged than any wild man. Ji Yun was even more skeptical. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Aunt Lu, you must be kidding us. She pointed at the carcass of a giant centipede beast on the ground. If he's Uncle Chen, I'll eat this thing right here. Lu Yufeng laughed and explained. If your Uncle Chen didn't look like this, how do you think I married him back then? Besides, look at how handsome Xiao Han and Xiao Shui are, but how much do they resemble me? This revelation made Ji Yun realize the truth. Indeed, Chen Han and Chen Shui didn't have much resemblance to their mother. Their striking looks came from their father, though Qin Xingbian's usual scruffy appearance had made everyone forget this fact. At that moment, the figure enveloped in golden light opened his eyes. His calm gaze swept across the distance, causing three powerful beings 100 miles away to shudder and roar in terror. Ha ha ha! Hu Han-san is back. Hearing this familiar phrase, Chen Han helplessly covered his forehead. He finally confirmed that this extraordinarily handsome martial god was indeed his quirky father. On the southern bank of the Long River, the eyes of 20 martial gods were all fixed on Qin Xingbian. They were stunned. This newly ascended martial god appeared to be only in his 20s, yet he exuded a profound and restrained aura, suggesting that his power far surpassed theirs. Standing among the crowd, Yu Wuyun was already in tears. It was the first time in years he had seen Qin Xingbian in person, and the sight of him was just as he remembered from their first meeting at Xingkong University, stirring up countless memories. At this moment, Qin Xingbian hovered above the sacred mountain, his gaze first sweeping over the three creatures in the restricted zone in the distance, then focusing on the large swastika-shaped golden seal above. With a serious expression, he addressed Chen Han. Xiao Han, did you set up this swastika seal? Remove it. The power of this seal is too mysterious. Even I can't discern its origin or break it. This statement was like a thunderclap, shocking everyone present. If even the newly ascended martial god Chen Xingbian couldn't break through the seal, it was no wonder the three creatures in the restricted zone couldn't approach the sacred mountain. In the distance, the roars of the three creatures continued unabated. Father, Chen Han hesitated. If the seal is removed, those three creatures will surely invade. Chen Xingbian responded with a calm smile, conjuring a bow and arrow out of thin air. What? Don't trust your father? While I can't break the seal, those three creatures are nothing but paper tigers. His tone was calm yet filled with arrogance, his gaze full of disdain for the three gigantic beings. Sensing this disdain, the three creatures grew even more enraged. In their eyes, Chen Xingbian was as insignificant as dust compared to their massive forms. Besides, Chen Xingbian added, you need to rest. Leave the rest to me. Indeed, maintaining the large swastika seal had exhausted Chen Han. Even though he possessed blood and energy comparable to a martial god, capable of continuously using SS-level martial techniques, he was now completely drained. As he removed the seal, he was drenched in sweat. The three creatures immediately roared and charged forward, the sky and earth changing color as if the entire space would collapse under their pressure. The martial gods of Daxia held their breath, and even the strongest among them, Yu Wuyun, dared not claim he could face all three. Yet in the next moment, everyone was stunned. Chen Xingbian, with a calm expression, drew his bow and nocked an arrow, his movements too fast to capture. In an instant, a massive void appeared in the blood fountain of the blood demon, and the hidden skull within was reduced to dust. The power of this arrow astonished everyone present. Chen Xing didn't even use his most powerful technique, the Galaxy Falling God arrow. With just an ordinary arrow, he caused the formidable blood demon to collapse instantly. As the blood demon's skull disappeared, its massive blood-red body crumbled and turned into a pool of blood on the ground. Such combat prowess was unbelievable. This was a creature that once fought to a standstill with Han Hauren, a legendary battle in its own right. Even though Han Hauren had just ascended to the rank of martial god and wasn't at his peak, the blood demon's ability to contend with him was a testament to its strength. Over the years, rather than weakening, the blood demon had grown even stronger by dwelling in the forbidden zone. The 20 martial gods on the south bank of the Long River were particularly stunned. Unlike the young soldiers of the Northern Expeditionary Army, most of these martial gods had witnessed the epic battle between Han Hauren and the blood demon. That battle became a classic confrontation between the first martial god of Daxia and a forbidden zone entity and served as a practical lesson for future martial gods. Through that battle, martial gods learned the key to defeating forbidden zone entities: a single, decisive strike. These beasts not only possess impenetrable shells, but also have incredible regenerative abilities and powerful vitality. Every martial god must master at least one extraordinarily powerful martial technique to inflict effective damage on such creatures. Han Hauren's Imperial World-Shocking Spear and Yu Wuyun's Dominating Blade are prime examples of such devastating techniques. Complex and varied moves are ineffective against forbidden zone entities, which is why Yu Wuyun later abandoned his intricate Yu family spear technique in favor of developing the Dominating Blade. This shift allowed him to become Daxia's top martial god after Han Hauren's death. The Blood Demon is one of the most challenging adversaries among Forbidden Zone entities. It not only has the typical formidable vitality and defense, but also possesses a unique advantage: almost no discernible weak points. Its blood spring covers a range of over 100 miles, and its true form, the skull, is as elusive as a grain of sand in the ocean. Eliminating the Blood Demon is fraught with difficulties. First, one must withstand the endless erosion of the blood fountain, a challenge that deters most warriors. Then, the true form must be accurately located within the turbulent sea of blood and destroyed using the most formidable martial techniques. Even Han Hauren, in his previous battle with the Blood Demon, barely managed to strike its skull with all his might, and even that blow was insufficient to annihilate the demon completely. The Blood Demon fled in fear of his presence. However, Chen Xingbian defied these established rules entirely. He not only pinpointed the demon's true form hidden within the blood fountain with a single glance, but also shattered its skull with a single arrow. Such an astounding display of power left the 20 martial gods present in awe. Luo Hong couldn't help but ask Yu Wuyun, "You, Commander, with your current strength, can you defeat the Blood Demon?" Gazing towards the northern frontier, Yu Wuyun replied resolutely, "I can win, but it won't be easy. If faced with 3 opponents, I might struggle." His words were not an exaggeration. Han Hauren was only a newly ascended martial god when he faced the Blood Demon. Although Yu Wuyun had mastered the technique to kill the Blood Demon, achieving a one-hit victory against the Blood Demon, Kuei Nyo, and the 9-colored deer simultaneously, like Chen Xingbian did, was beyond his capability. Ha ha ha. Yu Wuyun laughed heartily. It seems I have to give up my position as the greatest martial god of Xia. The crowd was surprised to hear Yu Wuyan admit that the person opposite him could be considered the greatest martial god of Xia. He had held this title for 40 years, yet his tone was unusually lighthearted. Someone joked, "Old you. You're getting old. That martial god looks no more than 50, and you've conceded so easily?" Yu Wuyun was unfazed by the teasing. What others didn't know was that his relationship with Chen Xingbian was almost like that of father and son. Besides, with the strength Chen Xingbian had demonstrated, it was no longer up to Yu Wuyun to decide whether to give up the title or not. With the blood demon fallen, the nine-colored deer and Kuei-Nyo, who were poised to attack, were filled with fear. Although they were also Forbidden Zone beasts, their strength was still inferior to the blood demon. Seeing the blood demon slain with a single arrow, they immediately halted and fled. But Chen Xingbian wouldn't let them escape. These two Forbidden Zone beasts had caused massive destruction in the central northern frontier, claiming countless lives of his subordinates. Without hesitation, he drew his bow again, and two arrows pierced through the vital spots of the beasts. In an instant, the massive creatures collapsed, their life forces utterly destroyed by the arrows. From afar, Long Outyin and Lucifer witnessed everything, their expressions changing drastically. Chen Xingbian's power had reached such an overwhelming level. "Run. Order everyone never to step into the human emperor's domain again." They were grateful that the three Forbidden Zone creatures had drawn Chen Xingbian's attention. Otherwise, it would have been them lying on the ground. Chen Xingbian noticed the fleeing Long Outyin and Lucifer, but by then they had already reached the eastern and western borders. Although he had the power to eliminate them, doing so would undoubtedly cause even greater trouble. It was already a stroke of luck to have eliminated three Forbidden Zone creatures without alerting others. Extending his reach to the east and west would be unimaginable. Realizing he could no longer stay in the northern region, Chen Xingbian leapt from the sacred mountain, landing in front of Chen Han and others. "Xiao Han, I can't stay in the north any longer. I'll leave the aftermath to you. Return to the southern region as soon as you can." He glanced southward, a slight smile on his lips. "I'll go greet Yu Shuai and the others." Before he finished speaking, Chen Xingbian transformed into a streak of golden light and vanished from sight, leaving his companions dumbfounded. Chen Han shook his head in resignation. Understanding Chen Xingbian's predicament, his current strength made staying in the north even a second longer an unnecessary risk. The most dissatisfied was Lu Yufeng, who, hands on her hips, shouted furiously at the spot where Chen Xingbian had disappeared. "Chen Xingbian!" Her thunderous voice caused those around to cover their ears. Ji Yun couldn't help but quip, "That was like a lion's roar. Uncle Chen is in for it when we get back to the south." Meanwhile, Chen Xingbian, feeling a sudden chill but ignoring it, had already arrived on the south bank of the Long River, standing before Yu Wuyun and 20 other martial gods. He had noticed them while dealing with the three Forbidden Zone creatures. "Yu Shuai, long time no see. How have you been?" Chen Xingbian clasped his hands in greeting, smiling warmly. Yu Wuyun, moved, embraced him tightly. "It's good to have you back. It's good to have you back." This display of camaraderie surprised the martial gods present, none of whom anticipated such a deep bond between the first and second martial gods of Xia. Simultaneously, the soldiers of the northern expedition on the sacred mountain were immersed in the joy of victory. Chen Han surveyed the area, his gaze sweeping over the numerous beast corpses and the faces of soldiers still marked with blood and fatigue. He raised his right fist, solemnly announcing to all, "Brothers, I hereby declare that we have won the battle of the sacred mountain. I, Chen Han, King of the North, promise you all, everyone will be rewarded for their merits and promoted." This statement marked the end of the battle of the sacred mountain. The ground was littered with countless beast corpses, interspersed with the bodies of fallen soldiers. These brave warriors had forged a wall of flesh and blood with their lives. Hearing Chen Han's promise, the surviving soldiers were moved to tears, embracing in celebration. They all understood that with this battle, humanity had finally secured a foothold in the north. Let's set aside the east and west for now. The central 3 million square kilometers of land have been completely reclaimed. This vast expanse will once again become the homeland of the Xia people, and the soldiers who fought bravely for this cause will forever be remembered as heroes of humanity in the annals of history. Suddenly, the soldiers surged forward, ignoring Chen Han's surprise, and shouted "Champion Marquis" in unison, lifting him high into the air. The cheers echoed across the plains, deafening in their intensity. "Hey, don't overdo it." Chen Han laughed helplessly as he was tossed into the air again and again. At that moment, Lu Yufeng suddenly asked, "Xiao Han, where's Xiao Shui? Where did you leave her when you came over?" Only then did the soldiers put Chen Han down. He immediately took out his communicator, intending to contact Zhu Ming, who had been ordered to escort Chen Shui back to the southern border. By now, they should have reached the vicinity of Jinbei City. "Zhu Ming, Zhu Ming," Chen Han called several times, but received no response. Given Zhu Ming's usual cautious nature, he would never disobey orders, and this abnormal situation made Chen Han uneasy. Mom, I'll go pick up Xiao Shui first. Leave this to you. Have everyone return to Jinbei City. Chen Han instructed briefly before rushing towards the direction of Darkbat City. Although Chen Han didn't state it explicitly, Lu Yufeng sensed trouble from his serious expression. As she hesitated, Zhao Linger volunteered, Aunt Lu, you should go too. Leave the task of directing the troops to clean up the battlefield and return to the city to me. Lu Yufeng looked at the girl who had always tried to please her, feeling gratified. She thought, what an understanding girl. If only you were this sincere with my Xiao Han. Then she handed over command to Zhao Linger and left quickly. Watching Lu Yufeng's departing figure, Zhao Linger blushed, thinking, Annie says that, but Chen Han and I are just in a superior subordinate relationship. Yes, yes. The domineering champion Marquis and his gentle female vanguard, Ji Yun teased. Of all the aunties in Jinbei City's logistics department, you prefer to be with Aunt Lu. Instructor Zhao, you just fancy young Master Chen. Why not admit it? No sooner had the words left Ji Yun's mouth than he felt a murderous aura. I'll kill you, Zhao Linger said through gritted teeth. Zhao Yufei helplessly patted Ji Yun's shoulder. You kid. Every slap from Instructor Zhao before wasn't undeserved. Meanwhile, Chen Han had reached the underground of Darkbat City, and the sight before him shocked him. The entire underground space had turned into a world of ice and snow. The exposed trunk of the world tree was completely encased in ice, exuding a chilling cold that even he, with his formidable physique, found biting. The whole space seemed devoid of life, leaving only endless frost. Zhu Ming, Xiao Shui. Chen Han's calls echoed in the frigid air, but no response came. When he rushed to where the world tree's sap was located, an even more horrifying discovery made his heart sink. Zhu Ming and the red god mech had been frozen into ice sculptures. Zhu Ming. Chen Han was startled and quickly approached the human-shaped ice sculpture. As he got closer, he keenly sensed a faint trace of life within it. Zhu Ming was still alive. Without hesitation, Chen Han focused his strength into his right fist and shattered the ice sculpture with a single punch. Zhu Ming fell to the ground, enveloped in a biting cold, his teeth chattering. In his daze, he recognized Chen Han's figure and said with a trembling voice, Thank you, Captain Chen, for saving my life. Seeing his condition, Chen Han immediately summoned the Qilin flame, the intense heat swiftly dispelling the cold from Zhu Ming's body. Once Zhu Ming was fully conscious, Chen Han quickly inquired about the whereabouts of Chen Shui. Zhu Ming shook his head, indicating he knew nothing. He explained that he had come to support Chen Shui as ordered, but was suddenly attacked by a freezing frost upon arrival. Before he could activate the red god mech to escape, his legs were already frozen. He couldn't even abandon the mech to flee and was directly turned into an ice sculpture. From Zhu Ming's account, Chen Han deduced that no man-made threats had occurred here, and Chen Shui was likely still in this space. This realization provided some relief, but he soon noticed a more troubling situation. The frost in the underground space was able to rival his Qilin flame and was even slowly melting the protective fire around Zhu Ming. This was a divine fire that not even the half-divine martial artist Chen Xingbian could extinguish. Realizing that Zhu Ming could no longer remain there, Chen Han briefly informed him of the Northern Expedition Army's victory and advised him to return to Jinbei City with the main forces. This time, Zhu Ming wisely refrained from being stubborn and, before leaving in the red god mech, reminded Chen Han, Captain Chen, be careful. Chen Han continued his exploration inward. The closer he got to the world tree's sap pool, the denser the frost became, forcing him to use all his strength to maintain the Qilin flame for protection. When he finally reached the world tree sap pool, the sight was horrifying. The once green sap had turned pitch black, as if all the spiritual energy had been drained, and the entire surface was covered with a thick layer of ice. Chen Shui sat with her back to him at the world tree's breach, emanating an aura far beyond the warrior realm. Xiao Shui, Chen Han called out tentatively. However, instead of turning around, Chen Shui suddenly waved her left hand, sending an ordinary flame shooting toward Chen Han. Caught off guard by his sister's attack, Chen Han did not react in time and allowed the seemingly unremarkable flame to hit him. This ordinary flame, surprisingly, displayed incredible power. It not only instantly consumed the sacred fire Qilin flame on Chen Han's chest, but also began to burn fiercely at the spot. A searing sensation spread throughout his body, not fatal, but enough to make this formidable martial emperor frown. Chen Han was taken aback by this discovery. His sacred fire Qilin flame, being a top-tier flame, combined with the heavenly dominance physique's strong resistance to elements, should have been immune to any fire damage. Yet this seemingly ordinary flame could inflict real harm on him. If not for Chen Shui's limited cultivation, this flame might have caused him more trouble. Angered, Chen Han decided to hold nothing back, fully unleashing the sacred fire Qilin flame within him. In an instant, the mighty sacred fire surged toward the seemingly weak flame on his chest. After a brief struggle, the ordinary flame was finally consumed. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Chen Han's ear. Congratulations! Your sacred fire Qilin flame has successfully devoured the primal flame, gaining some of its abilities. Primal flame? Chen Han murmured in surprise, then checked the description of this flame. When he saw the brief yet awe-inspiring description, born from the chaos at the dawn of the universe, possessing the power to destroy worlds, he was stunned. This flame, originating from the very beginning of the world, was on a level far above the sacred fire Qilin flame. Before he could recover from the shock, a fierce chill suddenly swept over him. However, the sacred fire Qilin flame, having absorbed the primal flame's power, easily dispelled this cold. Chen Han immediately realized that this must be the primal water, corresponding to the primal flame. Even more astonishing was the relentless onslaught that followed. Sudden vines wrapped around him layer by layer, and then a barrage of flying earth fragments surrounded him. Primal wood, primal earth. In mere moments, Chen Han was assailed by two elemental forces. When a sharp metal weapon thrust toward him, Chen Han finally understood completely Chen Shui had somehow mastered the primal 5 elements of the universe. A warrior-level cultivator could make him an extraordinary martial emperor, so beleaguered. Forced to unleash his full power, Chen Han roared, activating the extreme strength of the heavenly dominance physique, instantly shattering the vines and earth around him, while firmly grasping the blade imbued with metal element energy. What's happening with Xiao Xue? Chen Han frowned deeply, even beginning to doubt whether the person in front of him was truly his sister. At this moment, Lu Yufeng arrived belatedly and witnessed part of the battle scene. She gasped in shock and blurted out, "Could it be the primal demon body?" "This can't be," Lu Yufeng exclaimed. "How could the primordial demon body appear on Xiao Xue?" She murmured to herself and suddenly turned to Chen Han, shouting, "Xiao Han, stop! Otherwise, Xiao Xue could be in danger." This timely warning made Chen Han halt his attempt to subdue Chen Shui. Chen Han quickly moved to Lu Yufeng's side. He noticed that Chen Shui only attacked within a specific range and stopped once she left it. "Mom, what is this primordial demon body you're talking about?" Chen Han asked urgently. Lu Yufeng swallowed hard, her voice trembling. "I'm not sure if Xiao Xue's change in abilities is truly the primordial demon body. It's just a rumor." At the mention of rumor, Chen Han immediately thought of the internal archives of Bureau 869. As one of the largest intelligence agencies in Daxiar, Bureau 869 not only investigated the northern beasts, but also held all known records related to extraordinary creatures, including precious data from the early days of spiritual resurgence. The first 20 years of spiritual resurgence, known as the blank 20 years, were a chaotic historical period. Most records from that time were fragmented until Daxia was established, marking a new era. Although today's textbooks glorify this history as the heroic tale of Han Haoren and Yu Wuyun, the Empire's twin pillars who saved humanity, the truth is much more complex. In reality, the dark turmoil ended only after Han Haoren became the martial god, and they were recognized as the Empire's twin pillars 2 decades later. Yu Wuyun gathered extensive data on the blank 20 years for Bureau 869, including official records and folklore. While these records are detailed, their authenticity is questionable. Among them, the account of the primordial demon body is particularly dubious. It said that in a certain refuge, there once appeared a human with a terrifying SS-level talent. This person was the first in history to possess an SS-level talent, known as the primordial demon body. When this news spread, almost all of humanity was ecstatic. During a time when a comprehensive cultivation system had yet to be established, the primordial demon body demonstrated overwhelming power, could simultaneously control the elemental forces of the primordial 5 elements, and effortlessly eliminate beasts that even tanks and artillery couldn't handle. Under his leadership, the sanctuary developed rapidly, with its population reaching an astounding 2 million, becoming the largest human settlement of its time. This number was extremely rare during the apocalyptic period, as places with even tens of thousands of people were considered small cities. However, the good times didn't last. The sanctuary soon discovered a horrifying anomaly. Thousands of people were mysteriously disappearing every day. Upon investigation, the truth was shocking. It was all the doing of the primordial demon body possessor. It turned out that this powerful individual would periodically lose consciousness and enter a terrifying state. During these episodes, he didn't just exhibit ordinary brutality. He would completely annihilate all life around him. Any living creature entering his vicinity would be utterly destroyed, as if a cold, destructive machine was returning everything to void and chaos. The military's attempts to contain him ultimately failed, and he escaped the sanctuary, roaming around the globe. Wherever he appeared, he caused mass casualties, instilling fear even greater than that of the beasts, earning him the name Human Demon. The situation became so dire that the two superpowers, Xia and the Beautiful Country, had to join forces to capture him while he was still conscious, imprisoning him beneath a volcano in the Small Days country. However, this imprisonment didn't last long. After losing consciousness again, he escaped after killing a large number of Small Days people, causing Lu Yufeng to chuckle as she recounted the story. So, does that make him a national hero? Chen Han laughed as well. Lu Yufeng sighed. If only it ended there. The problem is, after escaping, he returned to Daxia. Then how was the primordial demon body finally dealt with? Chen Han asked with a frown. Lu Yufeng's expression turned incredulous. Strangely enough, the primordial demon body wasn't dealt with by humans, which is why the file is considered fabricated. According to the records, after returning to Daxia, he encountered a zombie beast and was killed by it during a fierce battle. A zombie? Chen Han suddenly realized something, shivering. He began to believe that this seemingly absurd file might actually be true. At that moment, Chen Shui suddenly turned around, her eyes as black as ink, fixating on Lu Yufeng and Chen Han. Her face was covered in eerie patterns, completely different from the mischievous girl next door she usually appeared to be, now exuding a chilling, demonic aura. Her gaze wandered through the space, as if searching for prey. Suddenly, she locked onto Chen Han and Lu Yufeng's positions, raising her hand to unleash a fierce blast of primordial fire. Son, move! Lu Yufeng shouted urgently. The mother and son swiftly dodged the deadly attack with ease. Yet, the power of that primordial fire was terrifying. It landed on the branches of the world tree and continued to burn, unyielding. Fortunately, Chen Shui's current strength was only at the warrior level, far below that of Chen Han and Lu Yufeng. If she had reached the emperor level, this underground space might not have been able to withstand her power. Just recalling how she had turned Zhu Ming and the Red God Mech into ice sculptures with a single strike highlighted the terrifying nature of the primordial demon body. Son, we mustn't use force on Xiao Shui. Lu Yufeng warned with a frown. Violence will only provoke the primordial demon body's resistance. But if we don't use force, how long will it take for her to return to normal? Chen Han scratched his head in frustration. Lu Yufeng's heart sank. The 869 Bureau's records indicated that the consciousness of the primordial demon body was completely uncontrollable, with the worst incident lasting an entire month and causing countless casualties. If this problem couldn't be resolved, even if Chen Shui regained her senses, she would be doomed to remain a caged bird, with her cultivation severely restricted. How did it come to this? Lu Yufeng mused, momentarily forgetting to dodge Chen Shui's attack. Fortunately, Chen Han protected his mother just in time with the Qilin flame, narrowly avoiding Chen Shui's primordial water attack. Mom, don't space out. I'm just worried. Xiao Han, you have to find a way to save your sister. Despite having the 869 Bureau's records, aside from killing her, there seemed to be no solution for the primordial demon body. Of course, Lu Yufeng wouldn't even consider that option. Don't worry. A glint of determination appeared in Chen Han's eyes, as if he had found a way to deal with the situation from the records. He swiftly moved forward, appearing right in front of Chen Shui. Her expression grew even more menacing, as if his proximity only intensified her murderous intent. In an instant, the primordial demon body controlled Chen Shui to unleash a 5-elements attack, sending 5 colorful beams toward Chen Han. However, these elemental attacks were merely a minor nuisance to Chen Han, who had already adapted to them. Faced with this situation, Chen Han immediately deployed his trump card, the Great Swastika Golden Seal. If his hypothesis was correct, and if Senior Yi had indeed vanquished the primordial demon body in the previous century, then this seal should have a special effect on it. As the golden light flickered, a massive swastika seal formed above Chen Shui's head. Indeed, the primordial demon body, despite being in an unconscious state, exhibited intense anger upon seeing this seal, as if encountering a nemesis. It immediately redirected all attacks toward the golden seal, while the seal emitted purifying light in response. Chen Han noticed that Chen Shui's eyes began to clear, but an unexpected event occurred. The great swastika golden seal lost its light under the primordial demon body's frenzied assault and shattered in midair. This caught Chen Han off guard, but on second thought, it made sense. First, he had no intention of killing Chen Shui, which weakened the seal's power. Second, he wasn't yet skilled enough in wielding this artifact. At that moment, Chen Shui suddenly lunged at him, her slender fingers gripping Chen Han's neck tightly. Her arms glowed with a kaleidoscope of colors, seemingly attempting to inject this power into Chen Han. The primordial demon body was evidently clever. Knowing it couldn't breach the celestial overlord body's defenses from the outside, it sought to dismantle it from within. Just as Chen Han was about to break free, a mysterious force surged within him. A new golden seal appeared on his forehead, a unique mark belonging to the celestial overlord body, displaying a streamlined symbol. As soon as this mark appeared, Chen Shui's expression turned to one of sheer terror. She let out a piercing scream, the strange patterns on her body rapidly receding, and her eyes returned to normal before she fainted. Chen Han quickly caught her falling body. Everything happened so swiftly that even Chen Han hadn't fully grasped the situation. But one thing was clear. He didn't need to use the great swastika golden seal against the primordial demon body. The seal was effective simply because Yiming had once defeated the primordial demon body, prompting the latter to seek a rematch. The celestial overlord body was the true counter to the primordial demon body, like a natural predator-prey relationship between a cat and a mouse. After a while, Chen Shui finally regained consciousness. As she awoke, the surrounding ice gradually melted, and the underground space returned to its original state. Chen Han and Lu Yufeng immediately rushed to her side, asking with concern, "Xiao Xue, are you okay?" Instead of answering right away, Chen Shui shot an annoyed glance at Chen Han. "Brother, you scared that lady?" "Lady?" Chen Han looked puzzled as he glanced around. "Apart from Lu Yufeng, there's no other woman here." "A really beautiful lady," Chen Shui insisted. "She was locked up in a cell." Chen Han rubbed his temples. "Let me get this straight. You're saying there's a woman locked in a cell who said I scared her?" Seeing Chen Shui nod vigorously, Chen Han and Lu Yufeng exchanged a shocked look and said in unison, "Primordial demon body?" This discovery left them both stunned. The primordial demon body, which was supposed to be just a high-level talent, turned out to be a conscious being residing within Chen Shui. "Brother, you really frightened her." Chen Shui continued to accuse. "She said you're just like her brother, and she never wants to come out again." Chen Han secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but then considered a chilling possibility. Could his celestial overlord body also possess consciousness? "Xiao Xue, did that woman say anything else?" Chen Shui shook her head, showing sympathy in her eyes. "She said her family is all gone, and she's all alone." "Brother, don't scare her anymore." Hearing this, Chen Han felt reassured. It seemed the primordial demon body was a unique case. As for feeling sorry, thinking about the millions of deaths recorded in the 869 Bureau's files, Chen Han couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "That woman didn't do anything to you, did she?" Chen Han asked again, "Like blocking your abilities or setting restrictions?" "No, not at all." Chen Shui replied with a smile. "I really hit it off with that pretty sister. She said I resonate with her." As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Shui opened her palm, and the 5 elemental forces of the primordial 5 elements began to flow in her hand. Chen Han and Lu Yufeng were pleasantly surprised. Chen Shui mastering the 5 primordial elements meant she had fully harnessed the power of the primordial magical body. The recent battle had already demonstrated the terrifying nature of this power. Zhu Ming, who was near the level of a martial general, and the red god mech were instantly frozen, and her elemental power could even affect Chen Han, who was at the level of a martial emperor. It's important to note that Chen Shui was currently only at the warrior level, and this kind of combat power, capable of effectively harming a martial emperor, was something even Chen Han hadn't achieved before acquiring the Sky Overlord body. Now, Chen Shui was not just the star of the recruit camp, but could also be considered a major figure in the entire Northern Expedition Army. "Mom, brother, I'm hungry." Chen Shui suddenly pouted playfully. "I want barbecue. I want steak." Chen Han looked at his sister indulgently. "All right, when we get back to Jinbei City, I'll have the chef make it for you." "Great. I love the chef's cooking in Jinbei City." "Don't just think about eating," Lu Yufeng reminded. "You need to apologize to Brother Ming when we get back. You almost killed him." "What? He'll definitely apologize." Chen Shui quickly agreed, then asked, "By the way, Mom, where's Dad? Why didn't he come?" "Don't mention your father," Lu Yufeng said irritably. "All he cares about is his Yu Wuyun, the Grand Marshal." When the 3 returned to Jinbei City, under Zhao Linger's command, most of the Northern Expedition soldiers had already returned to the city, except for those left behind to clean up the battlefield. Many exhausted soldiers rested under the newly built houses. Chen Han intended to slip by quietly, but someone recognized him. "Champion Marquis." At the shout, all the soldiers immediately stood at attention. "Why are you resting outside?" Chen Han asked. "These houses are fully furnished. You just need to get some bedding from the supply office, and you can move in." "Champion Marquis, these houses are too nice," a soldier replied. "Back home, only wealthy families live in such houses. We're afraid of dirtying them." "Yes, this is all thanks to you. These are your houses." "Champion Marquis, don't worry about us. We're used to roughing it outdoors." Hearing these words, Chen Han seemed to understand why Yu Wuyun, as the top marshal of the Great Xia, always stood with the common people. He must have seen many such scenes. "That's nonsense." Chen Han laughed and scolded. "You are national heroes now, not commoners. Since you're my soldiers, I won't let you sleep poorly. Everyone, immediately go to the logistics office to get bedding and sleep indoors. These houses, sooner or later, will be yours." Just then, Chen Han sensed a presence approaching. Turning around, he saw Ji Yun standing behind him with a smile, holding a steaming, bloody piece of internal organ. "Young Master Chen, hurry up and eat. It's fresh Kuei cow entrails." Chen Han looked at the bloody organ in Ji Yun's hand with furrowed brows, his face full of disdain. The dark red, soft tissue not only looked repulsive, but also made him skeptical of its effectiveness. Seeing his reaction, Ji Yun chuckled and quickly explained. This was personally ordered by instructor Zhao to be sent over. When she was leading the team to catalog the bodies of the Kuei-Nyo and the 9-colored deer, she asked me to bring this to you immediately upon seeing it. According to her, this is the essence of the Kuei-Nyo's strength. As she spoke, she mimicked Zhao Linger's tone. Tell Chen Han, this wasn't prepared especially for him, it just happened to be dissected. Chen Han smiled wryly and took the organ from Ji Yun. He had to admit, Zhao Linger had a keen eye. Although the greatest significance of the Battle of the Sacred Mountain was reclaiming over 3 million square kilometers of land for humanity in the Northern Territory, the real treasures were the corpses of these 3 forbidden creatures. Every part of these mythical beasts was precious, from their horns to their bones, each containing incredible medicinal value. For example, the antlers of the 9-colored deer could bring the dead back to life, and he himself had gained the sacred fire Qilin flame thanks to the Qilin bone. Just as Chen Han was about to force himself to swallow the organ with his eyes closed, Lu Yufeng stopped him abruptly. Wait. She looked anxiously at Ji Yun. Xiaoji, you almost killed Chen Han. She quickly explained. The Kuei-Nyo's organ contains an extremely domineering gravitational force. If you swallow the whole organ directly, even the internal organs of a martial god-level warrior couldn't withstand it and might burst. While items from forbidden creatures are precious, they should never be consumed recklessly. Ji Yun deflated. So it was a wasted trip then? Not entirely, Lu Yufeng smiled. While you can't consume it whole, you can eat it in small portions. She turned to Qin Shui. Since Xiao Shui is hungry, how about I play the role of the barbecue master? After all, this is Linger Girl's kind gesture and shouldn't be wasted. So the group headed to a barbecue shop in Jinbei City, where Chen Han asked the chef to take the night off. After all, the Kuei-Nyo organ was no ordinary ingredient and required special handling. Soon, only Lu Yufeng, Chen Han, Qin Shui, and Ji Yun remained in the shop. Ji Yun rubbed his hands together eagerly, exclaiming, this trip was totally worth it. Getting to taste Aunt Lu's cooking is a huge blessing. Though Ji Yun is usually sharp-tongued, he didn't hold back on the flattery, making Lu Yufeng beam with delight. She then began to handle the Kuei-Nyo's inner organ, only to find that it was surprisingly tough despite its soft appearance, and ordinary knives couldn't cut through it. Forced to use her immortal slaying flying knife, she finally managed to slice it. For safety, she carefully divided the organ into dozens of pieces and placed them on the grill alongside other ingredients. Xiao Han, could you lend me a flame? Lu Yufeng asked, reminding him, keep the temperature in check, not too high. Chen Han immediately understood her intention. Ordinary flames wouldn't do for this special ingredient. It required his Qilin flame. With a snap of his fingers, the charcoal under the grill burst into vibrant Qilin flames. Under Lu Yufeng's expert cooking skills, the blood-red organ began to change color. The perfect blend of chili powder, fine salt, and cumin powder released an irresistible aroma, sizzling enticingly. Mom, can we start eating? Chen Shui asked eagerly, her mouth watering with anticipation. Lu Yufeng laughed as she brought the grilled food to the table, teasing, only for you guys. If your dad wanted some, he'd have to beg me first. Chen Han took a bite, feeling an intense heat surge straight to his stomach, as if he'd downed the strongest liquor. Fortunately, he could handle it, and even found it exhilarating. He was glad he hadn't been greedy enough to eat the entire organ, as the consequences would have been severe. Seeing Ji Yun's eager expression, Chen Han quickly advised, Ji Xiao, with your constitution, it's best not to try this. You might not be able to handle it. But Ji Yun, tempted by the aroma, insisted on taking the smallest piece, muttering, just a little piece should be fine. Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed onto the table, likely needing 2 days and nights to fully digest it. Always striving, Jigu. Chen Shui shook her head with a smile and tried to piece herself. Surprisingly, she handled it much better than the warrior-level Ji Yun, praising the taste enthusiastically. Mom, that pretty sister said this is delicious. Can I have more? At the mention of the pretty sister, Chen Han and Lu Yufeng exchanged looks of surprise. The primordial demon body showing interest in the Kuei-Nyo's organ. Seeing his sister's pleading eyes, Chen Han shared his portion with her. After the siblings finished all the organ pieces, something extraordinary happened. Their bodies began to rise, surrounded by waves of heat. Lu Yufeng was startled, but Chen Han was thrilled. He felt the power of the Kuei-Nyo's gravity manipulation and could now fly without any cultivation, gaining an ability comparable to a martial god at the martial emperor level. Chen Han wasn't the only one to gain this ability. At the same moment, Chen Shui was also floating in the air, her face glowing with joy, clearly reveling in the wondrous sensation of manipulating gravity. It turned out that she had consumed the other half of the Kuei-Nyo's inner core, acquiring the same abilities as Chen Han. Xiao Han, Xiao Shui, what's happening to you? Don't scare your mom. Lu Yufeng exclaimed, her face filled with worry as she looked at her two children suspended midair. Chen Han smiled slightly and slowly returned to his seat. It's nothing, Mom. Xiao Shui and I just gained some of the Kuei-Nyo's abilities, he said, a hint of regret in his voice. I wish I'd saved some of the Kuei-Nyo's inner core for you too. To Chen Han's surprise, Lu Yufeng's response was unexpected. Before serving the dishes, she had secretly tasted a small piece of the Kuei-Nyo's inner core to test for any toxicity. Just that tiny piece had made her feel dizzy, and if it weren't for her strong cultivation suppressing the effects, she might have ended up unconscious like Ji Yun. Surprisingly, she hadn't gained any gravity control abilities, just a slight increase in her basic strength. It seems that only you two, brother and sister, can acquire the Kuei-Nyo's abilities, Lu Yufeng remarked softly. This made Chen Han's skin tingle with unease. He couldn't help but recall his experiences after being identified as having a natural anomaly. Acquiring the sacred fire of the Qilin after a bone transplant, mastering martial techniques and skills with ease, and possessing the celestial overlord body and the primal demon body, both far beyond SS-level talents. Now, he could directly gain gravity manipulation from the Kuei-Nyo's inner core. Liang Yutian referred to it as a natural anomaly, while the mysterious Galactic Emperor Yi Ming called it a heavenly deviant. Regardless of the terminology, such abilities that nearly defy the laws of nature left Chen Han in awe. Meanwhile, Chen Shui began to change subtly. The distinctive patterns of the primal demon body started to spread across her skin, though luckily not reaching her face, preventing Chen Han and Lu Yufeng from noticing anything unusual. After returning to her seat, she suddenly displayed an astonishing appetite, quickly devouring over 5 pounds of food left on the table. Normally, her appetite was quite small. Mom, is there more food? I'm hungry. Chen Shui asked. Looking up, Lu Yufeng assumed her daughter was genuinely hungry and hurried back to the kitchen, even grilling 3 large steaks especially for her. Originally, Lu Yufeng planned for each of the 3 to have 1 steak, but things took an unexpected turn. As soon as the 3 steaks and side dishes were served, Chen Shui devoured everything at an astonishing speed before anyone else could even begin. Lu Yufeng stared in shock at the empty plates and apologized to Chen Han. Xiao Han, I'm sorry, one of the steaks was meant for you. Who could have guessed Xiao Shui would? However, Chen Han's expression had already turned serious. Mom, something's not right. It was then that Lu Yufeng took a closer look at Chen Shui and gasped patterns characteristic of the primal demon physique had appeared on Chen Shui's neck. Mom, is there anything else to eat? Chen Shui asked calmly, clearly still conscious. Chen Shui had consumed nearly 10 pounds of meat, and as Lu Yufeng was at a loss, an even more shocking scene unfolded. Chen Shui suddenly rushed to the barbecue restaurant's cold storage and began devouring raw ingredients. In the blink of an eye, she had cleared out the contents of the cooler, and her face was now fully covered with the primal demon physique patterns. Xiao Han, what's happening? Lu Yufeng asked in panic. Didn't Xiao Shui say that the female demon wouldn't come out anymore? Chen Han frowned and analyzed. Mom, I suspect the Kuei Ox's inner core stimulated the primal demon physique. Now, the relationship between Xiao Shui and the primal demon physique is nearing stability. It's likely that Xiao Shui released it voluntarily, but she can't keep eating like this. She'll get sick. Lu Yufeng said urgently. Chen Han reassured her. Mom, don't worry, we're martial artists. Ordinary food can't harm us. Despite his words, he decided to intervene with the primal demon physique, and a golden mark of the celestial overlord physique appeared on his forehead. At that moment, the primal demon physique darted behind Chen Han. There's something tasty here. She grabbed 2 star crystal arrows from Chen Han's quiver and, to everyone's shock, bit off and swallowed the arrowheads. This scene was astonishing. No one or beast had dared to eat star crystals for a century, as they were considered ominous even by beasts. Yet, Chen Shui not only ate them but enjoyed them, swallowing several more star crystal arrowheads. Finally, she seemed satisfied and turned to Chen Han, saying, Don't hit me, okay? I'll give your sister back to you right away. As she spoke, the patterns on her body gradually faded, and her eyes regained their usual clarity. The scene left Chen Han and Lu Yufeng stunned. Chen Shui looked at them with an innocent expression. Mom, brother, what's wrong? Chen Han shrugged helplessly. He finally understood the truth behind Chen Shui regaining her power. It was actually the awakening of the primordial demon within her, reclaiming its consciousness. Now, Chen Shui had 2 personas within her, her own and that of the primordial demon. This situation was very similar to the primordial demon that appeared at the beginning of the spiritual energy revival. What shocked Chen Han the most was the primordial demon's reaction to the star crystal. The crystal was consumed just like that, and the primordial demon seemed to relish the extraordinary delicacy. Xiao Shui, are you really all right? Lu Yufeng asked worriedly, scrutinizing her daughter, unable to believe that a human body could withstand such violent star crystal energy. Absolutely fine, Chen Shui replied energetically, waving her fists to show her healthy state. A thought suddenly struck Chen Han. Mom, in the records, how exactly did the people killed by the primordial demon die? Lu Yufeng recalled. The records were quite brief. The deceased seemed to have been drained of all spiritual energy, eventually becoming mummified corpses. It all makes sense now, Chen Han realized. The primordial demon's nature might not be to kill but to feed. It doesn't require ordinary food but pure cosmic energy. This would explain its fascination with star crystals as the most powerful energy source of the new era. Star crystals contain immense energy, which even modern technology cannot fully harness. Thinking about this, Chen Han couldn't help but feel sorrow for the millions who died. If the primordial demon's characteristics had been discovered earlier, perhaps the tragedy could have been avoided. He looked at the sleeping Chen Shui and sighed deeply. The existence of the primordial demon was like a ticking time bomb, but at present, there was no safe way to deal with it, and forcibly separating it could cause irreversible harm to Chen Shui. Mom, for now, we can only wait and see, Chen Han told Lu Yufeng. Fortunately, he still had the powerful Sky Sovereign body as a trump card, enough to deter the primordial demon and prevent it from losing control. After settling Chen Shui, Chen Han didn't rest. The 300,000 square kilometers of the Northern Territory awaited his management, and Chen Xingbian had already returned to Daxia. Time was of the essence, and he needed to quickly handle affairs in the Northern Territory and lead the Northern Expedition Army back to the capital. The aftermath of the battle at the Sacred Mountain continued to ripple through the land, as nearly every mythical beast witnessed the astonishing scene of Chen Xingbian transforming into a martial god and slaying 3 Forbidden Zone entities. This feat saved Chen Han considerable trouble, as the beast within the human emperor's territory no longer harbored any thoughts of resistance. Chen Han promptly returned to the city lord's mansion to begin planning, while Chen Xingbian, the human emperor who had kept the northern territory in turmoil, leisurely caught up with Yu Wuyun. The two conversed like father and son, sharing many past memories, including the time when Chen Xingbian was betrayed. As Yu Wuyun recalled how Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng nearly lost their lives in that battle, his expression darkened. His gaze swept coldly over the martial gods present, and he asked, Xingbian, can you recognize the person from back then among these people? He was referring to the martial god who ambushed Chen Xingbian's group on their return to Daxia. With only 26 martial gods in Daxia, identifying the traitor was not difficult. Chen Xingbian shook his head and replied, Martial Yu. Although the person was masked back then, I remember his aura clearly. If he's here, I will recognize him. This statement implied that the culprit was among the 6 martial gods absent, including those from the prominent families like Zhong Go and Ouyang Quan. Yu Wuyan felt a bit relieved but was also frustrated by the absence of Generals Zhong Go and Ouyang Quan during the nation's crisis. At this moment, a commotion arose in the distance. Looking up, they saw Daxia's highest authority, Di Qingtian, arriving late with his personal guard. As soon as he arrived, Di Qingtian began to complain. Old Yu, you're trying to get me killed. You may have the authority to mobilize martial gods, but you should at least inform me in advance. The 24 Privy Council chambers are in an uproar, and I've borne a lot of pressure for you. According to protocol, mobilizing the nation's martial gods indeed required prior notification to the Privy Council and approval from over half of them. Yu Wuyun, however, was unrepentant, saying, in urgent matters, we must act with discretion. If you want to punish someone, take my head. Di Qingtian was too exasperated to respond and turned his attention to Chen Xingbian beside Yu Wuyun, the true purpose of his visit being to meet this mysterious and formidable martial god. Old Yu, who is this? Sensing the right moment, Yu Wuyun decided to reveal Chen Xingbian's true identity to everyone. He solemnly announced, this is my subordinate, Colonel Chen Xingbian. 16 years ago, he was ordered to the Northern Territory, where he has been in deep cover for a long time. Now, having secured 3 million square kilometers of land in the north, he has finally returned to Daxia. Upon hearing this, everyone present was shocked to their core. The martial gods present had already suspected that Chen Xingbian was a subordinate of Yu Wuyun, but hearing it confirmed left them utterly shocked. All eyes turned to the young martial god, who appeared to be in his 20s. They understood that his youthful appearance was merely the result of reaching the martial god realm, which rejuvenates one's looks. Based on various clues, they deduced that Chen Xingbian was actually in his early 40s. This revelation left each martial god gasping in disbelief, as the earliest any of them had become a martial god was after the age of 65. Even more astonishing was that this young martial god had survived alone in the perilous northern territories for 16 years. Not only did he endure, but he also managed to conquer 3 million square kilometers of land. Such achievements, even to these seasoned martial gods, were nothing short of legendary. Di Qingtian's reaction was the most intense. As the head of the 24 Privy Council, this seasoned politician suddenly broke down, crying out and gripping Chen Xingbian's hand tightly, What a tragedy! 16 years behind enemy lines, and we almost lost a national hero of Xia. His outburst carried a deeper meaning. Firstly, Chen Xingbian had gone to the northern territories on Yu Wuyun's orders, and his 16-year perseverance was essentially a sacrifice for the nation. As the leader of the highest authority, Di Qingtian had to express his stance. Secondly, having witnessed Chen Xingbian's incredible feat of eliminating 3 Forbidden Zone entities with 3 arrows, he recognized him as Xia's foremost martial god, deserving of such commendation. Chen Xingbian, usually carefree, felt awkward in the face of Di Qingtian's exaggerated display, and could only respond with a forced smile. Mr. Di, you're too kind? Too kind? No, I think I've understated it. Di Qingtian continued passionately. If something had happened to you in the northern territories, it would have been an immeasurable loss for Xia. These words made Yu Wuyan frown. He had refused to join the 24 Privy Council because he was tired of such insincerity. Stop pretending, he said helplessly. There's hardly anyone watching. I revealed Xingbian's identity to see what you would offer. Hearing this, Di Qingtian composed himself and solemnly replied, a national hero of this magnitude should be celebrated among the people and granted the title of Marquis. I will convene a meeting as soon as I return. Xia never neglects its heroes. His tone was firm and genuine. Emperor Qingtian understood well that if talents like Chen Xingbian were not adequately rewarded, no one in Xia would be willing to serve the country anymore. At this moment, Yu Wuyan added timely, by the way, besides General Xingbian, his wife Lu Yufeng has also been steadfastly defending the northern frontier. A heroine indeed. Emperor Qingtian nodded repeatedly. I will issue commendations for both. Before he finished speaking, Emperor Qingtian's expression suddenly froze, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. As the highest authority in Xia, he instantly connected the dots between Chen Xingbian and Chen Han. May I ask, how is the northern king Chen Han related to you? Emperor Qingtian's voice trembled slightly. Chen Xingbian straightened his back, a trace of pride appearing on his face. He is my son. This statement was like a thunderclap, plunging everyone present into stunned silence. The man before them, the greatest martial god of Xia, was actually the father of the current prominent figure, Chen Han. It was known that Chen Han was not only Yu Wuyun's successor but also regarded as the hope of humanity, even becoming a symbol of faith for saving mankind. Emperor Qingtian's expression was indecisive. Although he maintained a look of being moved on the surface, his mind was in turmoil. He originally thought that Chen Han, even with Yu Wuyun's support and an army of 500,000, wasn't enough to pose a real threat to Xia. But now, with a powerful martial god as a father, this combination could shake the entire Xia. What Emperor Qingtian didn't expect was that Chen Han had anticipated all of this long ago, which is why he waited until Chen Xingbian broke through to martial god before returning to Xia. The 3 million square kilometers of northern territory and the army of over 1 million beast soldiers were also under Chen Han's control. The fate of Xia now rested on the whims of this young man. Thinking of this, Emperor Qingtian couldn't help but express a heartfelt admiration. The Chen family, a family of unparalleled loyalty and valor. This statement was indeed from the heart. Chen Xingbian and his wife had endured hardships in the northern frontier for the sake of humanity, even having to leave their own children behind. Their son, Chen Han, took up the mantle of leading the northern expedition, becoming the supreme commander of the northern frontier, tirelessly striving for the future of humanity. Such a family truly deserved the praise of being a family of unparalleled loyalty and valor. Emperor Qingtian scanned the crowd, his brow furrowed slightly. Where is Chen Han? Why isn't he here? Chen Xingbian smiled. Xiao Han is currently busy overseeing the reclamation of 3 million square kilometers of land in the northern territory. He should be returning to Xia in a few days. These words struck Emperor Qingtian like a bolt of lightning, causing his eyes to widen. What? Are you saying all 3 million square kilometers are being recovered? Although he knew Chen Han was reclaiming lost territory in the north, the scale was beyond his imagination. It was important to note that the entire current territory of Xia was only about 3 million square kilometers. Due to some mysterious spatial phenomenon, the central lands of the northern territory had expanded to rival the current southern lands of Xia. More importantly, unlike the resource-depleted southern region, the northern territory had remained undeveloped since the resurgence of spiritual energy. The meteorites had brought countless mineral resources, making this land the hope for humanity's future. Thinking of this, Emperor Qingtian was moved to tears. Wonderful. This is incredible. The people of Xia are saved. His emotions were genuine. This new territory of 3 million square kilometers was nothing short of a rebirth opportunity for Xia. Although Xia currently had a population of 600 million, the resources of the southern region were already overburdened. As a true statesman dedicated to his country and people, Emperor Qingtian was acutely aware of this. It was also why he initially agreed to the northern expedition. Despite the casualties and military resources consumed by war, The rich land gained made these sacrifices seem insignificant. He grasped Qin Xingbian's hand firmly, his voice trembling with emotion. Comrade Qin Xingbian, you've worked hard. These words moved Qin Xingbian as well, reminding him of the 8 comrades who hadn't returned with him. Emperor Qingtian then announced, to celebrate this victory, all institutions nationwide will have a 7-day holiday. The 24th Secret Council will host a 7-day banquet in the capital, and everyone must join in the celebration. He turned to Chen Xingbian. Your and your wife's commendation ceremony will be held as soon as Chen Han returns. Meanwhile, in the Northern Territory, Chen Han was leading the Northern Expedition Army, and all the soldiers from the new recruits camp in the busy task of reclaiming land from various B cities, a task that had continued for several days. This is a massive undertaking, requiring both precision and efficiency in handling the cities of the mythical beasts. Special breeding areas have been designated next to each city, and thousands of warriors work tirelessly day and night to relocate the beasts in an orderly fashion. Under Chen Han's iron-fisted policy, most of the mythical beasts cooperated, and the few that resisted were quickly subdued through forceful means. His stance was clear. From now on, mythical beasts must live under human rule, and those who defy will be killed. It was this decisive approach that allowed the immense project to be more than half completed in just a few days. Meanwhile, the southern region was in an uproar. As soon as Di Qingtian's decree was issued, the entire southern region erupted in celebration. Streets and alleys were adorned with festive decorations, and the sounds of firecrackers and drums filled the air. Brilliant fireworks lit up the sky almost continuously, visible even to the warriors in the northern region. Many citizens spontaneously gathered at the Tongtian Wall, hanging banners that read "Welcome Home, Northern Expedition Warriors," adding warmth and humanity to the cold walls. The discussion in the 24-member Privy Council about rewards was exceptionally smooth. Unlike previous doubts about Chen Han, this time almost no one raised objections. The achievement of reclaiming 3 million square kilometers was too dazzling, and any dissent would go against the jubilant public sentiment. Even Luo Yuan, who harbored resentment towards Chen Han, could only grit his teeth upon learning that Chen Xingbian was Chen Han's father. The final decision on rewards was unprecedented. Lu Yufeng was conferred the title of Marquis of Loyalty, becoming the first female marquis in the new era, with her military rank being exceptionally promoted from captain to lieutenant general. Chen Xingbian received even greater honors, being named Marquis within the passes and awarded the title of Prince of Pacifying the North, becoming the second prince of the Grand Xia after Chen Han. Additionally, he was exceptionally elevated to the rank of general, and if not for his dislike of commanding troops, he might have even been appointed as the third marshal of the Grand Xia. Thus, the Chen family father and son created an unprecedented miracle in the history of the Grand Xia. A family with 2 princes and 3 marquises, unmatched in the nation. Among everyone, the most relaxed person was probably Chen Xingbian. Ever since returning to the capital, he had been staying temporarily at Chen Han's champion marquis residence. Because Chen Han had specifically instructed that the investigation of the traitor should wait for his return, Chen Xingbian's work these days was unusually simple, entertaining the endless stream of nobles and officials. The news that the Chen family had 2 kings and 3 marquises had already spread throughout the capital. Although the 24 secret chambers had not officially announced it, they were just waiting for Chen Han to return to hold the conferment ceremony. The major families in the capital understood clearly that the Chen family was about to become the most powerful family in the Xia dynasty, unmatched by any. As a result, a crowd of people eager to curry favor flooded towards the champion marquis residence, many with intentions of marriage alliances. The threshold of the champion marquis residence was even worn down, and this was no exaggeration. An elderly man with white hair led a beautiful young woman forward, fawningly saying, "General Chen, this is my youngest daughter, graceful and intelligent, understanding and considerate. I wonder if you or the champion marquis would be satisfied?" Chen Xingbian merely glanced casually and bluntly replied, She looks fine, but she's a bit too flat. My son wouldn't like that." Next. Immediately, someone else stepped forward to introduce, "General Chen, this is my eldest daughter, who stays mostly at home, cultured and refined. Surely the champion marquis would be pleased." Chen Xingbian frowned and shook his head. "She looks like a bore. My wife wouldn't like her." Next. These flippant comments sparked a wave of discussion among those present. Standing by and observing, Yu Wuyun could no longer hold back. Although this was a family matter of the Chens, Chen Xingbian's way of speaking might end up offending everyone in the capital. "Xingbian," Yu Wuyun advised kindly, "if you think these girls aren't suitable for Chen Han, just send them back. There's no need to be so blunt." Chen Xingbian looked innocently at Yu Wuyun. "Marshal Yu, I'm just speaking my mind, aren't I?" Yu Wuyun was at a loss for words, only grateful that Chen Han's temperament was not as brash as his father's. Just then, a dozen people suddenly entered through the door, and Chen Xingbian's expression immediately darkened. The newcomers were from the Chen family, including the current head, Chen Shiming, and the elder, Chen Muhu. Chen Xingbian's change in expression was justified. Before he knew about the hardships Chen Han faced within the Chen family, he had been grateful, thinking that Chen Han's growth from a nobody to the champion marquis, leading the Northern Expedition Army, was all thanks to the Chen family's nurturing. However, after learning the truth, that gratitude had turned into overwhelming rage. Before leaving, he left a full 2,000 kilograms of star crystals, yet he couldn't secure any rightful protection for Chen Han. And now, these people have the audacity to visit the champion marquis's residence in person. Chen Xingbian smirked inwardly, fully aware of the reason for their sudden visit. News from the capital takes time to reach Hanwu City, and it seems the news of his and Liu Yufeng's impending titles has just reached the Qin family, prompting them to hurry and mend relations. With 2 kings and 3 marquises in one family, if they could reconcile with Chen Xingbian, Liu Yufeng, and Chen Han, the Chen family would undoubtedly secure their position as the foremost family in Daxia. As soon as Chen Shiming entered the door, he dropped to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Seventh brother, you're alive. This is wonderful. His display of emotion was even more exaggerated than Di Qingtian's insincere act. Chen Muhu assumed the demeanor of a benevolent elder. Xingbian, seeing your achievements now, your great-grandfather is truly proud. The insincerity of this scene only made Chen Xingbian feel disgusted. He had long experienced the Chen family's hypocrisy. Unlike Chen Han, who chose to sever ties with the family, he once sought the approval of the family's elders. For this, he even gave up his beloved scientific research career, entered Shinkong University, and later joined the 869 Bureau. Aside from his beliefs, he also wanted to prove himself to these elders. However, the Qin family only used him. After he went missing in the northern frontier, they treated Chen Han like trash. Now, when he looked at these elders he once respected, he saw them as nothing more than garbage. Steward, see them out, Chen Xingbian said coldly. Not killing them on the spot was already his greatest tolerance. Refusing to give up, Chen Muhu pulled out a yellowed family genealogy from his coat, with the words, Qin family genealogy, written on it. He smiled as he opened to the latest page. Xingbian, your achievements must have pleased our ancestors. The family has dedicated a page just for you and Xiao Han to record your accomplishments. Chen Shiming quickly chimed in. Yes, seventh brother. This is an honor no one has had in 100 years. We've even held an ancestral ceremony. Come home. Chen Xingbian glanced coldly at their sycophantic faces and snorted. If the Qin ancestors had any spirit in heaven, why didn't they take away shameless people like you? With these words, the onlookers burst into laughter. The usually amiable Chen Xingbian actually said such things, leaving Chen Muhu and Chen Shiming speechless. What shocked them even more was that Chen Xingbian suddenly unleashed his power, shattering the Chen family genealogy into dust with his martial god-level strength. From today onwards, I, Chen Xingbian, and my eldest son Chen Han, have no further ties with the Chen family of Hanwu. Chen Xingbian tore the family genealogy into pieces with a ripping sound. The members of the Chen family present gasped in shock, their expressions changing dramatically. In a family like the Qins, which placed great importance on ancestral heritage, this act was tantamount to committing a grave disrespect, punishable by severe family rules. However, as the foremost martial god of Daxia, Chen Xingbian's status left the family with no choice but to swallow their anger. Chen Muhu stepped forward, his face stern, and reprimanded, Xingbian, you're over 40 and a father of 2. It's one thing for young Chen Han to act foolishly, but how can you join in such nonsense? Upon hearing this, Chen Xingbian turned sharply, his gaze piercing Chen Muhu like a blade, filled with contempt and rage, as if looking at a repulsive insect. Despite being a high-ranking official in the capital, Chen Muhu instinctively recoiled, unable to muster a response in front of the King of the North and Marquis of Guan. You say Chen Han is just a child? Chen Xingbian sneered, looking around at the Qin family members. Let me ask you, as elders, have you ever fulfilled even a fraction of your duties? During the years I fought in the northern frontier, do you know the hardships my son endured? These words caused many nobles in the capital to shake their heads and sigh, casting disdainful glances at the Chen family. Someone voiced, Chen Muhu, after all your years in the capital, you've been a disgrace. You squandered the opportunity of having 2 kings and 3 marquises in one family. You deserve this. From today, I will no longer associate with the Chen family. Chen Xingbian's gaze swept over the crowd, and he stated firmly, since you are all here, I ask you to bear witness. From this day forward, my Chen family will sever all ties with the Hanwu Chen family and start a new genealogy. Today is rushed, so we can only offer a simple meal. Please stay and join us. These words struck Chen Muhu and his associates like a heavy blow, sinking their spirits. Starting a new genealogy meant completely severing all ties with the Hanwu Chen family, leaving no room for reconciliation. Finally, Chen Xingbian turned to the Chen family members, exuding a suffocating aura of menace. Those who know what's good for them should leave now. I won't stop you. But if anyone dares to interfere with our banquet, they will face death. This palpable threat chilled the Chen family to their cores, leaving them cold from head to toe. With his current strength, Chen Xingbian found it effortless to eliminate the dozen or so people. Sensing the unfavorable turn of events, the Chen family members scrambled out of their home in a disheveled state, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Nobles nearby immediately approached, offering warm congratulations. Congratulations, General Chen. By reopening the family registry today, we all share in your good fortune. Yes, indeed, sharing in the joy, others echoed. However, after accomplishing all this, Chen Xingbian did not display the satisfaction of avenging a deep grievance. Instead, his face showed a hint of melancholy. Yu Wuyun, perceptive to his emotional shift, smiled and asked, Xingbian, you've reopened the family registry, yet you don't seem very happy. Why is that? Chen Xingbian sighed deeply. Xiao Han has suffered so much over the years. As his father, this is all I can do for him. What's there to be happy about? Yu Wuyun's expression turned somber. Ultimately, it's my fault, this old fool. If I hadn't sent you to the Northern Territory back then, let's not talk about that, Commander Yu. Let's have a drink tonight. Meanwhile, as the two shared drinks, Chen Han had just completed his tasks in the Northern Territory. To his astonishment, the resources across the 3 million square kilometers of the region far exceeded expectations. 12 large star crystal mines, 35 small ones, not to mention countless metal deposits. These treasures, left by meteorites during the spiritual energy resurgence, were valuable enough to purchase the entire daxia. After settling the central beasts and establishing a management system, Chen Han assembled the Northern Expedition Army at the central square of Jinbei City, preparing to return to Daxia. The well-equipped army set off in grand style, soon reaching the foot of the Tongtian Wall. A massive banner hung from the city walls, with the words, "Welcome home, Northern Expedition warriors," prominently displayed. At the officer's command, a deafening salvo of ceremonial cannon fire erupted. The scene beyond the Tongtian Wall was even more breathtaking. Citizens lined the roads leading to the capital, welcoming the troops with spontaneous celebrations. Along the way, fireworks burst into the sky, and cheers resounded. Unlike his previous triumphant return, Chen Han was now the Northern Territory's commander, yet he appeared less exuberant. Citizens lining the streets eagerly shook his hand, including families of fallen soldiers. Touchingly, these families did not blame him. Instead, they pressed generous compensation money into Chen Han's hands, calling him Commander Chen. Commander Chen, we don't need this money. Our son may have sacrificed his life, but it was worth it. Use this money to equip the army and win more battles. Our pensions are enough for us. At that moment, Chen Han deeply understood Yu Wuyun's feelings. Being a marshal was indeed a heavy burden. Filled with remorse, he immediately instructed Zhang Xiaolong, who was in charge of compensation, to ensure its proper implementation, even allowing him to draw from his personal account if necessary. The army finally reached the capital. Unlike before, not only were the city gates wide open, but even the highest authorities of the Daxia's 24 Privy Council stood at the entrance to welcome them. Sitting proudly on his horse, Chen Han surveyed the scene before him, even seeing the first authority of Daxia, Emperor Qingtian, bowing to him. Welcome back, triumphant Northern Expedition Army. The unified shout echoed in front of the city gate. As Emperor Qingtian shouted, the core of the 24 Privy Council, along with officials and nobles of the capital, all bowed in unison to welcome the triumphant return of the Northern Expedition Army. The city was immediately filled with the sound of celebratory cannons, and fireworks lit up the sky, spelling out "Welcome home, Northern Expedition Army." In preparation for this grand event, the 24 Privy Council ordered the closure of all establishments in the capital and cleared the main streets. Yet, this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the masses, as cheers erupted continuously and resounded throughout. Chen Han, as the commander of the Northern Expedition, was naturally the center of attention. In the new calendar era, no one had ever commanded such deference from the 24 Privy Council, not even Yu Wuyun or Han Haoren. The champion Marquis had been away from the capital for only a few years, yet he had achieved such a remarkable feat, becoming the commander of the northern frontier before the age of 20 and reclaiming 3 million square kilometers of lost territory, a singular achievement in Daxia. On the streets, people buzzed with conversation. He's so handsome. Imagine marrying the champion Marquis. You're dreaming. I want to marry him too. Look in the mirror and wake up. The 24 highest-ranking officials had no choice but to follow behind Chen Han, a gesture of respect. Before long, the procession reached Yunlong Square below Yunlong Terrace. Due to the large number of people, the banquet was set up there. The square was teeming with people, and the city's elite were all present. These seats were supposed to be randomly allocated, but the powerful families had purchased them at great expense just to make an impression on the future first family of Daxia. For Chen Han, this was perfect timing, as the announcement he was about to make would have the most impact in such a setting. In the center of the square, The altar for the heavenly sacrifice was ready, a place of honor prepared specifically for the Chen family. At this moment, Chen Xingbian was sitting with the 20 martial gods invited by Emperor Qingtian, occupying the main seat, and merely gestured casually to Chen Han, Lu Yufeng, and Chen Shui. Chen Han smiled wryly and said, "My father always forgets past lessons." Before he could finish speaking, a terrifying aura of killing intent surged from behind him, forcing even the mightiest martial god of Daxia to bow his head. In a blink, Chen Xingbian vanished from the astonished eyes of the martial gods and appeared beside Lu Yufeng, grinning sheepishly. "Honey, there are so many people here. Give me some face." "Chen Xingbian, do you think becoming a martial god makes you invincible? Do you think I can't deal with you anymore? Keep pretending." Lu Yufeng's angry voice echoed beneath the sacrificial altar. "My dear, that's not what I meant. Please listen to me." Chen Xingbian's forehead was dotted with cold sweat, and he looked extremely uneasy under the watchful eyes of the crowd. If it weren't for the many people present, he might have already knelt down to beg for forgiveness. Chen Han witnessed the scene and couldn't help but smile. The three of them then ascended the solemn and majestic sacrificial altar. Although Chen Han had already been titled Champion Marquis, with no higher titles left, his remarkable achievements in the Battle of the Sacred Mountain and his quelling of the Northern Beast Rebellion were undeniable. To gain public approval, the 24 Privy Council decided to reward him with a military accolade. On the altar, the 24 highest authorities of the Privy Council were seated on either side. Emperor Qingtian stood at the center, beginning to announce the honors. Even though the dignitaries and nobles below had been informed in advance, witnessing the birth of the most prominent family in the Grand Xia firsthand filled them with excitement. Chen Xingbian, Lieutenant Colonel, who has endured hardship for 16 years and reclaimed lost territory in the north, Emperor Qingtian's voice was strong and clear. By unanimous decision of the 24 Privy Council, is hereby appointed as Marquis of the Pass, King of the North, and promoted to General. "General Chen, mighty and brave," someone shouted, sparking a wave of cheers throughout the crowd. Such honor was unparalleled in the Grand Xia, being both a Marquis of the Pass, King of the North, and a General, as well as the foremost martial god of the era, a true guardian of the Grand Xia. Next, Emperor Qingtian announced Lu Yufeng's honors. Lu Yufeng, Captain, a heroine among women, is hereby appointed as Marquis of Loyalty and promoted to Lieutenant General. As the first female Marquis and Lieutenant General in recent history, Lu Yufeng's accolades were met with enthusiastic applause, especially from the female audience. Finally, all eyes turned to Chen Han. The 24 Privy Council had kept his reward a closely guarded secret, known only to the highest authorities. Some speculated it would be a material reward, while others hoped he might become the youngest general in history. However, Emperor Qingtian's next announcement left everyone in shock. Chen Han, Champion Marquis, for his outstanding contributions in reclaiming the northern territories, by unanimous decision of the 24 Privy Council, is hereby appointed as the 4th Marshal of the Grand Xia, with the rank of Marshal. Marshal! A gasp erupted from the crowd. This appointment took everyone by surprise. Chen Han, a soldier who had served in the army for just a year, had risen from the lowest rank to become a marshal. Even more astonishing was his appointment as the 4th Marshal, following Yu Wuyun, Zhong Guo, and Ouyang Quan. The representatives of the prominent families in the capital exchanged uneasy glances, cold sweat soaking their garments. As seasoned political veterans, they understood the deeper implications of this appointment. Since the establishment of the 3rd Marshal decades ago, the 24 Privy Council had not created a new marshal position, yet they made an exception for Chen Han. The history of the evolution of the marshal position in the military flashed through everyone's minds. Initially, Yu Wuyun held sole power. To prevent excessive concentration of power, the 24 Privy Council established the 2nd and 3rd marshal positions, held by Zhong Guo and Ouyang Quan, to balance Yu Wuyun. Although they held the same title, Zhong Guo and Ouyang Quan's power was far less than Yu Wuyun's. 7 significant decisions like deploying the Great Xia's martial gods required Yu Wuyun's prior approval. Now, Chen Han's appointment undoubtedly disrupted this delicate balance. It was clear to the discerning eye that Chen Han was aligned with Yu Wuyun. This made the families, who had been relieved to see military power dispersed by Zhong Guo and Ouyang Quan, uneasy. In fact, all of this was the result of Emperor Qingtian's careful consideration. Over the years, Zhong Guo and Ouyang Quan had performed mediocrely. Although most of the new talents in the military were assigned to them for training, the results were minimal, with their subordinates being mostly inept. In contrast, under Yu Wuyun, capable officers like Lu Zixing and Zhao Linger emerged continuously, with the Kuei Battalion maintaining its reputation as the most elite unit of Great Xia for 10 consecutive years. Chen Han's rise further eclipsed Zhong Guo and Ouyang Quan. At less than 20 years old, Chen Han's achievements already surpassed the combined accomplishments of the two marshals. Even if they were dissatisfied with Chen Han's appointment, they were powerless to change the established fact. At today's ceremony, both Zhong Guo and Ouyang Quan were absent, citing severe illness. likely unable to face such a situation. Chen Han's elite subordinates have become his trusted confidants, a fact well known throughout the military camp. The soldiers are acutely aware that in the camps of Zhongguo and Ouyangquan, they might remain in the same position for their entire lives with no hope of promotion. In contrast, after the battle at Shinshan, not only were all members of the Northern Expedition Army promoted, but they also received a substantial amount of attribute potions, a stark difference that speaks for itself. The second reason Emperor Qingtian decided to appoint Chen Han as marshal was due to his keen political instincts. The return of Chen Xingbian and Chen Han to Daxia, combined with Yu Wuyun's recent irritable behavior at the 24th Privy Council, left the most powerful person in Daxia feeling uneasy. In the past, he could suppress Yu Wuyun and Chen Han with his existing methods, but the emergence of Chen Xingbian completely disrupted this balance. He knew well that if these three intended to take action, he would be powerless to stop them. Although he had people monitoring around the Champion Marquis mansion and found that both Yu Wuyun and Chen Xingbian were behaving calmly, this calmness only made Emperor Qingtian more anxious. The appointment of Chen Han as marshal was, in fact, a conciliatory strategy he felt compelled to adopt in this situation, hoping to stabilize Chen Han and, in turn, Yu Wuyun and Chen Xingbian. Seeing Chen Han accept the appointment document, Emperor Qingtian breathed a slight sigh of relief. Thunderous applause erupted in the hall as everyone congratulated the newly appointed Marshal Chen Han. Although the families in the capital didn't genuinely support this decision, they still put on a show of it. Once the banquet began, the true intentions of the families quickly emerged. Many approached Chen Han to toast and inquire about various business opportunities in the northern region. Some asked about the locations of metal mines, others wanted plots for factories, and some even directly requested prime land. In the face of these greedy demands, Chen Han let out a cold laugh. Thinking of the victory won with the lives of soldiers in the Battle of Shanshan, and how these families were eager to claim a share, anger rose within him. Many of the fallen soldiers were landless and propertyless commoners, their bodies not yet cold. At this moment, Chen Han looked towards Yu Wuyun and Chen Xingbian. With their silent approval, he stood up and solemnly announced to everyone, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have something to say. Marshal Yu established a secret department decades ago, the Northern Beast Investigation Bureau, also known as Bureau 869. My father, General Chen Xingbian, now the foremost martial god of Daxia, once served in this bureau. 16 years ago, he and my mother were ambushed on the south bank of the Long River, involving over 100 people from more than 80 families, including individuals of martial god rank. Do you all remember this incident?" As soon as Chen Han spoke, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. The thousands of high-ranking officials and nobles from the capital, who had been wearing flattering smiles, suddenly changed their expressions. Among them were surely many who had once participated in the attack against the 869 Bureau. The long-buried secrets of that event had been laid bare by Chen Han's blunt words. Though the seasoned politicians quickly adjusted their expressions, the brief moment of panic and fear betrayed them. Some turned pale, some had trembling fingers, and some instinctively lowered their heads, fearing their unusual behavior would be noticed. These subtle reactions confirmed their involvement in the incident. Emperor Qingtian looked the most troubled. As a seasoned ruler, he immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. This was no longer just a matter of revenge. It was a brewing storm of epic proportions. Over 80 families had directly participated in the ambush, and those who provided intelligence and strategies numbered at least 800. These families were the backbone of the capital. At this moment, Chen Xingbian stood up. His formidable martial aura swept across the entire Yulong Plaza, and the golden martial god figure behind him exerted a pressure that even the 20 martial gods present felt deeply. Ordinary family members found it hard to breathe under this oppressive presence. Chen Xingbian's voice was deep and clear as he recited 8 familiar names: Gu Qiao, Gu Yun, Xiafeng, Zhou Kun, Qian Shan, Li Li, Hu Tianqing, Gu Shuming. As he spoke each name, his voice trembled, and his eyes grew increasingly red. These 8 were my brothers, heroes who fell in that ambush. Finally, he gritted his teeth and uttered 4 words: "I want revenge." These simple words, coming from a martial god, instantly made everyone present feel the threat of death. If an ordinary person had said this, it might not have caused a ripple, but from a powerful martial god, it was a veritable death sentence. However, the person speaking now is the most powerful martial deity of Daxia. Just moments ago, he effortlessly eliminated 3 terrifying entities from restricted zones, showcasing overwhelming strength. To him, the entire Daxia is like fish on a chopping board, ready to be sliced at will. The chilling aura of killing intent lingered in everyone's hearts. Under this oppressive atmosphere, another martial deity's golden form suddenly appeared. Although slightly smaller than Chen Xingbian's, it exuded the indomitable strength of a diamond refined through countless trials. This was Yu Wuyun's martial deity form. Yu Wuyun spoke, his voice eerily calm. "When I established Bureau 869, I recruited over 1,000 elite warriors from various regions. After secret training, they were dispatched to the northern borders on intelligence missions. From its inception to closure, almost none of these brave souls survived. Xingbian was not the only victim. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept across the room. The pressure was so intense that no one dared to meet his eyes. This time, I will investigate thoroughly, leaving no one behind. There will be no leniency for confessions. You will all die. For those who confess now, I will at least leave you a complete corpse. The crowd was so intimidated by this domineering declaration that they trembled. Yet no one dared to confess. Each person was gambling, hoping Yu Wuyan wouldn't trace it back to them. At this moment, Di Qingtian finally spoke to ease the tension. Old Yu, if you want to investigate, then do so. Give us a list, and the 24 Privy Council will fully cooperate to severely punish the traitors. Though these words sounded supportive, the true intention was to shift control to the 24 Privy Council. Eventually, only minor figures would be dealt with, and the matter would be brushed aside. After all, if Yu Wuyan truly left no one behind as he claimed, it would shake the foundations of Dixia. Yu Wuyun's long-suppressed anger erupted at this moment. He pointed at the highest authority of Dixia and shouted furiously, Di Qingtian, don't you dare give me that bureaucratic nonsense. You've always pulled this crap. I'm not as hypocritical as you. It's my subordinates who died, and of course, you don't care. But don't forget, they sacrificed themselves for Dixia, and yet died at the hands of their own people. The atmosphere froze instantly. No one expected Yu Wuyun to dare confront the supreme authority of Dixia so directly. Di Qingtian's face turned pale because he realized Yu Wuyun was determined to get to the bottom of this. At this point, Luo Yuan, the second in command of Dixia, seemed unaware of the situation and was about to reprimand Yu Wuyun for his insolence when a cold warning stopped him. Luo Yuan, if you utter a single word, no one will be able to save you today. Di Qingtian suddenly spoke, saying something that shook Yu Wuyun. Comrade Yu Wuyun, have you forgotten your faith from back then? This statement seemed to strike a chord, and Yu Wuyun looked at Di Qingtian with a mix of melancholy and mockery in his eyes. At the dawn of the resurgence of spiritual energy, 3 young men with dirt-smudged faces sat atop a small hill, the golden morning sun casting a glow on their youthful faces. Behind them, a red flag, symbolizing victory, fluttered in the breeze, marking the end of a small-scale battle against mythical beasts. The 3 gazed at the rising sun, their expressions resolute as they made their vows. I, Han Howren, vow to become the strongest in Dixia, to pave the way for humanity. I, Di Qingtian, vow to restore social order and maintain national stability, to create an unprecedented era of prosperity. I, Yu Wuyun, vow to become the first marshal of Dixia, ensuring national security, to drive out all these damned beasts. The veterans behind them laughed at these bold declarations, clearly not taking the newcomers' ambitious words seriously. Yet, no one expected that these 3 would indeed fulfill their promises step by step and become pivotal figures in Dixia. At this moment, Di Qingtian was using this past event to try to persuade Yu Wuyun. In his view, Yu Wuyun's current actions were tantamount to disrupting the hard-won stability of Dixia. Seeing Yu Wuyun's emotions slightly calm, Di Qingtian immediately said, Old Yu, don't you understand the saying? When water is too clear, there are no fish? His voice carried a note of earnestness. Do you know how many people would die if we did as you suggest? How many would be implicated? Those workers live on their wages. Your actions would surely cause panic across Dixia, making everyone fearful. Could society still function? Wouldn't it be the downfall of the nation? Di Qingtian knew well how to press Yu Wuyun's weaknesses, often using national security and the people's well-being to persuade him. But this time, he clearly underestimated Yu Wuyun's determination. Yu Wuyun's long-suppressed anger had now transformed into an unusually calm demeanor. Faith. Yu Wuyun looked Di Qingtian directly in the eye, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Di Qingtian, do you still think you're fit to talk to me about faith? His gaze swept over the gathered family members, his tone full of melancholy. Dixia has 600 million people, 500 million of whom are at the bottom. In this world where martial artists reign supreme, life is already hard for them. But after all their sacrifices, what have they nurtured? Yu Wuyun mercilessly pointed at those present. They've raised nothing but useless gluttons. They've raised nothing but incompetent soldiers. His words were like a heavy blow, shattering the dignity of those present. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and stood up. Marshal Yu, you can't say that. A family representative stood up, suppressing his discontent as he spoke. I believe the benefits and security we provide our employees are quite adequate. Before he could finish, a horrifying scene unfolded. Several people who had just spoken exploded into a mist of blood, the crimson droplets splattering across the pristine tablecloth. Guests screamed in terror, some frantically trying to flee. Sit down, all of you. Yu Wuyun's thunderous shout echoed through the banquet hall. Listen to me. If anyone dares to leave, I'll kill them. A chilling aura of menace emanated from the battle-hardened general, paralyzing everyone in the room. The once amiable and revered Grand Marshal of the Great Xia now resembled a deity of death, instilling in them the same fear mythical beasts felt before him. You Wuyun. Di Qingtian's eyes burned with fury. Don't forget who you are. You are the Grand Marshal of the Great Xia. Do you really think I won't hold you accountable? Without a word, Yu Wuyan tore off his marshal's cloak and hurled it at Di Qingtian's face. I've long been done with this worthless title. Di Qingtian, you say I've forgotten my beliefs, but who is it that truly has? He turned to the assembled families, his voice trembling with emotion. Why is it that their children can enter officialdom at adulthood, while commoners' children are sent to die? Why do their kids get the best training resources, while ordinary people's children must risk their lives for a little bit of potion? As his passion rose, Yu Wuyun's breathing became unsteady. Chen Han moved to support him, but you waved him off. Di Qingtian, do you dare to step out of the capital and see for yourself? Yu Wuyun continued his indictment. How many are unemployed? How many are starving? How many have become prey for mythical beasts? Is this the prosperity you speak of? 40 years have brought us to this point. What will the future hold if this continues? Confronted with these questions, Di Qingtian was left speechless. Yu Wuyun's voice gradually calmed, but carried an unyielding resolve. The Great Xia needs salvation. These parasites must be purged. If you won't do it, I'll take the blame. From now on, the capital is under lockdown. Not even a fly gets out. The declaration was like a bomb, sealing the fate of 20 million residents of the capital in an instant. Panic-stricken, they looked to Di Qingtian, hoping he could save them. Di Qingtian's face was ashen, his voice cold. And if I say no? The confrontation between Di Qingtian and Yu Wuyun has finally become fully public, and the powerful figures of the 24 Privy Council can no longer remain silent. Yu Wuyun, do you think becoming the Grand Marshal of Daxia gives you the power to cover the sky with one hand? Luo Yuan glared coldly at Yu Wuyun, his voice laced with threat. The 24 Privy Council exists to keep people like you in check. We can draft a decree at any time to strip you of your marshal title and bring charges against you. Don't think you can make Daxia your personal domain. Another high-ranking member of the Privy Council stood up and shouted angrily, the 24 Privy Council is the highest authority in Daxia. Just as everyone in attendance breathed a sigh of relief after the council rejected Yu Wuyun's proposal, a voice shattered the brief peace. What crime are you planning to charge Marshal Yu with? Some baseless accusation? Chen Han stepped forward, his gaze icy as he surveyed the members of the Privy Council. It's a pity that today's Daxia is no longer the Song dynasty of old. Even 12 imperial edicts would be meaningless. He emphasized each word. Marshal Yu's intentions are the intentions of my father and me, and they are the intentions of the Northern Expeditionary Army. Before he finished speaking, Lei Wu suddenly stood up. Lei Wu, commander of the 1st Corps of the Northern Expeditionary Army, is ready for battle. Awaiting champion marquee orders. Kill. The soldiers of the Northern Expeditionary Army outside shouted in unison. Following this, other corps commanders stood up one after another. Linda, Lu and I, Lei Wan, Zhao Linger, from the 2nd Corps to the vanguard camp, each expressed their stance, and the repeated calls for the champion marquee orders echoed throughout the hall. Amidst the thunderous cries, the faces of the family members turned ashen, some even trembling. Though there were experts among them, they had never faced such a terrifying military aura. If these Northern Expeditionary troops really decided to act, they could be dead within 3 minutes, regardless of their involvement in past incidents. Di Qingtian looked at Chen Han with a complex expression, forcing a bitter smile. Well, the marshal I personally appointed is now standing against me, he said, slamming the table as he stood up. Chen Han, are you trying to force a coup? In response to Di Qingtian's questioning, Chen Han merely met his gaze coldly. His silence was the best answer. Even so, Di Qingtian's appreciation for Chen Han restrained his anger, preventing further reproach. Chen Han, do you realize how history will remember you for this? You will be labeled a traitor, a rebel. Di Qingtian's voice echoed across the Yulong Square, each word resonating with undeniable authority. The scene fell into a tense silence, the air thick with apprehension. Just then, Ji Yun's typically flippant voice broke the quiet. No, history will record us as those who rid the people of their woes, Mr. D. This almost joking remark caused Di Qingtian's heart to skip a beat. Slowly, he raised his hand to wipe his forehead, his voice turning calm. Everyone, come out. As soon as he spoke, Zhongguo's figure emerged from the eastern side of the capital, followed by countless Thunder God soldiers, forming ranks to confront the Northern Expedition Army. Yu Wuyun watched the scene unfold without a hint of surprise and remarked to Di Qingtian, "Seems like you anticipated my actions." Di Qingtian nodded slightly, his tone tinged with helplessness. "I guessed a little, but I didn't expect you to go this far. Old you overstepped. I just want stability. For now, I am still the highest power in Dixia. The nation cannot falter under my watch. Chen Han surveyed the advancing Thunder God soldiers with disdain in his eyes. Do you think these useless soldiers stand a chance against my Northern Expedition army? Indeed, despite their superior training conditions, the Thunder God soldiers, accustomed to the comforts of the capital, were no match for the battle-hardened Northern Expedition army in terms of morale. Di Qingtian chuckled softly. Chen Han, I have to admit you're right. They are indeed a bunch of worthless soldiers, so I haven't counted on them for much. His gaze shifted to the 20 martial gods observing the situation. But I have the highest authority to command all martial gods. Martial gods of Dixia. Capture these people immediately. Before the words finished, Chen Xingbian had already raised his bow, aiming at the 20 martial gods. As the true strongest warrior of Dixia, his presence alone was a significant deterrent. Together with Yu Wuyun, they could hold their ground even against 20 martial gods. Just as tensions were about to boil over, an unexpected twist occurred. I agree with Commander Yu's actions. A voice suddenly rang out from the martial gods' seats, followed by a chorus of agreement. Anyone who disagrees can step over my dead body. Chen Han is the only one I've seen capable of breaking the genetic lock. Anyone who tries to harm him will deal with me. These voices made it clear to everyone that the martial gods were not just strategic weapons but individuals with their own thoughts and feelings. This was the critical aspect Chen Han had not anticipated. Out of the 20 martial gods seated, more than half unexpectedly declared their support for Yu Wuyun, catching Chen Han completely off guard. Although he had anticipated that Di Qingtian would hold the ultimate authority over the martial gods and was prepared for Chen Xingbian and Yu Wuyun to face all the martial gods together, the current situation was beyond his expectations. The martial gods chose to support Yu Wuyun not out of fear of Chen Xingbian or Yu Wuyun's strength. Most of them had experienced the chaotic era at the onset of spiritual energy resurgence, having fought alongside Yu Wuyun against the Fire Qilin. Even the others had various connections with Yu Wuyun. It was Yu Wuyun's compelling charisma that convinced these fearless warriors to stand by him. Among the remaining 7 or 8 martial gods who hadn't taken a stance, it wasn't due to a lack of recognition of Yu Wuyun. Rather, their deep ties with their respective families made it difficult to determine if their family members were involved. However, their stance was no longer crucial. The martial gods who had already switched sides, along with the power of Chen Xingbian and Yu Wuyun, were sufficient to handle any situation. The most surprising turn of events was Luo Hong, a martial god representing the second power of Daxia, also choosing to support Yu Wuyun. This enraged Luo Yuan, who furiously questioned, Luo Hong, what are you doing? You're part of the Luo family. Luo Hong calmly replied, Luo Yuan, you are my kin, and I will protect you under Commander Yu's leadership because of our blood ties. But this does not mean I condone your actions. This time, I believe Commander Yu is right. These words made Luo Yuan so furious that he was almost physically ill, yet the most disheartened was Di Qingtian. The 20 martial gods were his carefully prepared trump card, intended to establish a tripartite balance with Chen Xingbian and Yu Wuyun. However, reality shattered his hopes, with more than half the martial gods defecting and the rest choosing neutrality. Di Qingtian seemed to age decades in an instant, slumping heavily into his chair and closing his weary eyes. Seeing this, the family members with guilty consciences began to panic. Mr. D, are you really going to do nothing? He's pushing us to a dead end. Di Qingtian weakly waved his hand. Let him be. I can no longer manage this. To be honest, at that moment, Emperor Qingtian also breathed a sigh of relief. If a fight had really broken out just now, the recently established Dixia would not only revert to the chaos of the early days of spiritual revival, but the situation might have been even more severe. At this moment, Yu Wuyun's expression suddenly turned stern. The usually amiable commander now exuded an unprecedentedly fierce aura. Champion Marquis Chen Han, step forward. Yu Wuyun suddenly commanded sharply. Here. Chen Han immediately stood straight and responded. Yu Wuyun tossed the Grand Marshal's token to Chen Han, his voice cold. Take my Marshal's token and immediately mobilize all available forces of the Northern Expedition Army, the Fire God Army, and the Water God Army. Fully arm and guard all key routes into the capital. No one is allowed in or out of the city. Anyone who disobeys will be executed on the spot. The old general, who had battled for a century, unleashed his full aura, intimidating everyone present into silence and immobility. Yes. Chen Han took the token and replied solemnly. Yu Wuyun's gaze swept over the representatives of the families present, delivering a heavy blow with his words. All families in the capital, whether present today or not, must recall all their members from outside within 3 days. All projects and factories must be halted immediately. If any family members attempt to enter the city after 3 days, regardless of the reason, the entire family will be eradicated. Upon hearing this, many family members felt their legs go weak. They hadn't expected Yu Wuyun to not only kill, but also summon family members from other regions to deal with them all. Commander Yu, We have nothing to do with what happened back then. Halting the factories will cause huge losses. My youngest son has difficulty walking. There's no way he can return in 3 days. Faced with their pleas, Yu Wuyun merely cast a cold glance at them. I am not negotiating with you. This uncharacteristic attitude only heightened their fear, afraid they might end up like those who had been reduced to blood mist earlier, so they could only shrink back into their seats. Next, Yu Wuyun issued an even more shocking order. All families in the capital must submit their genealogies within 1 day. The room erupted in uproar. People exchanged looks and whispered among themselves, trying to guess Yu Wuyun's intentions. Only Emperor Qingtian understood Yu Wuyun intended to eradicate these families completely. Sure enough, Yu Wuyun continued. In this case, if anyone is found to be involved, their entire family, everyone listed in the genealogy, will be executed without exception. Beneath the calm tone lay a ruthlessness capable of annihilating entire families. To follow the genealogy and kill indiscriminately, regardless of involvement, was to completely destroy the foundation and heritage of these families. This is no small matter. The faces of the members of the great families turned ashen in an instant. They looked at Yu Wuyun in utter shock. Years of hard work and legacy were about to be reduced to ashes overnight. What terrified them even more was that Yu Wuyun intended not only to destroy their foundations, but also to annihilate their entire clans. 16 years had passed, and many new children had been born into these families. These innocent children knew nothing of the past events, yet according to Yu Wuyun's intentions, even they were to be buried alongside. Who could have imagined that Yu Wuyun, who fought for humanity for a century, would make such a ruthless decision? Brutal and inhumane. An elderly man with white hair stood up trembling, pointing at Yu Wuyun. Have you no humanity left? Immediately, another old man staggered to his feet. Yu Wuyun, don't forget, during the dark turmoil, it was I who supported you in building the combat equipment. Are you now turning on us after we've outlived our usefulness? These elders, already with one foot in the grave, no longer feared death. Yet, Yu Wuyun's coldness was still hard for them to accept. Yu Wuyun let out a cold laugh. You can cry injustice now, but to whom can my fallen comrades cry injustice? His words left the elders speechless. Yu Wuyun turned to Di Qingtian, a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. Do you know? I miss the early days of the spiritual awakening when we stood united against our enemies. Why is it that now that Xia is stable, things have become like this? As he spoke, he pointed at the family members present. You don't realize your mistakes. You just realize you're going to die. Everyone pinned their last hope on Di Qingtian. However, to everyone's surprise, Di Qingtian took a pair of shackles from the guards and handcuffed himself. This scene struck the family members like a bolt from the blue. Luo Yuan asked in disbelief, Di Qingtian, what are you doing? Di Qingtian gave a mocking smile. Don't worry, you'll be wearing them soon too. Then, he clasped his hands in a gesture to the crowd. Everyone, take care of yourselves. Just as he predicted, Yu Wuyun's next step was to restrict the freedom of everyone in the 24 Privy Council. Faced with absolute power, those who held supreme authority could only bow their heads silently, allowing Yu Wuyun to take control. No matter how powerful they are, they cannot withstand the collective decision of more than half of the martial gods of Xia, let alone face Chen Han's army of 500,000 on the northern expedition. Yu Wuyun stood beside Di Qingtian, who was shackled, and his demeanor was completely different from the tense atmosphere earlier. He spoke calmly, Di Qingtian, rest assured, I know you won't interfere with this case. We'll just detain you for a while until the investigation is clear. You're still the highest authority in Xia. Di Qingtian looked down at the cold shackles on his wrists, a bitter smile forming on his lips. He directed his gaze towards Chen Han, who was commanding the troops, and spoke in a low voice, highest authority? I'm afraid your successor is the true power in Xia now. Di Qingtian was no longer angry as he turned to Yu Wuyun, his eyes complex. Old you know, I've often envied you. Your life is almost flawless, and even though you taught someone like Hong Pa, no one blames you. Centuries from now, people will still remember you as the national hero Yu Wuyun. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, but no one will remember me, Di-chan. Suddenly, Di Qingtian changed the subject. It's a pity. If you hadn't gotten involved in this matter, your perfect image could have remained intact. This affair is too bloody, and it might tarnish your reputation. Is it worth it? We are both old, and eventually we have to step down. So why bother? Yu Wuyun pondered for a moment, then looked up with a faint smile. I'm not afraid of being shattered into pieces. Some things just need someone to do them. If I don't take the blame, it might fall on that young one. His gaze rested on Chen Han. You and I, with our old bones, why should we care about our posthumous reputation? Let's use this last bit of light to pave the way for those who come after us. As they conversed, many family members began to leave, as everyone knew the capital was about to face an unprecedented storm of blood and violence. By this time, Chen Han had completed the deployment of the Northern Expedition Army and was preparing to dispatch the Fire God Army and Water God Army to key points across the capital. Before heading to the military station, his gaze fell on the 20 martial gods still seated. Father, is the martial god from back then among these people? Chen Han asked Qin Xingbian. It was rare to see so many martial gods gathered, and he thought it was a perfect opportunity to identify them. Qin Xingbian shook his head. He had already checked carefully. That martial god was not among them. Just then, as Qin Xingbian glanced around, he happened to see Zhong Go, who was directing the retreat of the Thunder God Army. His expression shifted from confusion to shock, then to intense anger. Having joined the military and gone straight to Bureau 869, he had never met Zhong Go. So he asked, "Son, who is that man?" "That's Disia's second, no, third marshal, Zhong Go." "Why?" Chen Han noticed the rare anger on his father's face and was secretly surprised. Could it be that Zhong Go, now Disia's third marshal, was the martial god from back then? The clockwork figure also noticed the gaze from Chen Xingbian, a hint of confusion flashing across his face. Ever since he learned of Chen Xingbian's identity as Chen Han's father and a subordinate of Yu Wuyun, Zhong Go's demeanor had been gloomy. As the second marshal of the Great Xia, he was well aware that his career had reached its end. Therefore, when faced with Chen Xingbian's probing gaze, he merely sneered dismissively. "Father, could Zhong Go really be that legendary war god from back then?" Chen Han asked in a lowered voice. He found it hard to believe this conjecture, although he didn't like Zhong Go. As the second marshal of Great Xia for nearly 40 years, Zhong Go should clearly understand that intercepting members of the 869 Bureau amounted to treason. Even if he represented a certain family faction, as a significant figure in the military, he shouldn't have such audacity. However, from another perspective, if the war god truly was Zhong Go, it made sense. His position as a marshal allowed him to easily uncover the secrets of Yu Wuyun's department, and his status equal to Yu Wuyun made it plausible for him to temporarily disappear from the others' view. After all, his existence was intended to counterbalance Yu Wuyun, the first marshal of Great Xia. "I can't be entirely sure," Qin Xingbian said slowly, "but he does have that familiar aura." Just as Zhong Go was about to leave, he was stopped by a stern shout from Chen Xingbian. Chen Xingbian instantly appeared in front of Zhong Go, while the latter merely shrugged lazily, shaking his marshal's cloak. "General Chen," Zhong Go said coldly, "you're just a newly appointed general, while I am a marshal, a rank above you. What kind of attitude is this?" Chen Xingbian became more convinced of his suspicion and directly questioned, 16 years ago. On the night of October 24th, new calendar year 86, where were you?" Zhong Go's pupil shrank sharply, his tone growing more hostile. "General Chen, I've already told you, I'm higher in rank. If anyone should be questioning me, it should be Yu Wuyun or Emperor Qingtian, not you." Boom, boom, boom. The tension between the two created an astonishing aura, causing the tiles of Jade Dragon Plaza to be overturned in circles around them. The clash of the two war gods' presence immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Even Yu Wuyun, who was conversing with Emperor Qingtian, was stunned, had not anticipated Qin Xingbian to suddenly clash with Zhong Go. Yet, facing Qin Xingbian's aggressive momentum, Zhong Go remained unfazed, showing no sign of panic. "General Chen, in the future, please address me by my title." Zhong Go spoke coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. "Don't think that just because you're the so-called top martial god of Daxia, you can do whatever you please." Qin Xingbian ignored Zhong Go's arrogance and demanded coldly, "Answer my question. Where were you on the night of October 24th, in the year 86 of the new calendar?" Zhong Go turned away dismissively, intending to leave. This action ignited Chen Xingbian's fury. Without even drawing a weapon, he swung a slap towards Zhong Go. In an instant, a colossal martial god's golden form appeared behind him, its terrifying aura sweeping across the entire Yulong Square. The mere aftermath of this power nearly leveled the square. Fortunately, there were 21 other martial gods present, including Yu Wuyun, who quickly joined forces to stabilize the situation and protect the crowd that had not yet evacuated. Yu Wuyun hurried over to Chen Han's side, puzzled. "What's going on with Xingbian? I've never seen him so furious." Chen Han, who had already summoned the Xingtian shield, replied helplessly, "Zhong Go is very likely the martial god who ambushed my father and his companions back then." "What?" Yu Wuyun was so shocked that his expression froze. Although he had been rivals with Zhong Go for years and knew of his misconduct, he had never believed Zhong Go would commit treasonous acts. The other 20 martial gods on site were equally astonished. They had thought they understood Chen Xingbian's strength, but they hadn't expected that just a trace of his power would force them to activate their martial god forms for defense. Amidst everyone's shock, Chen Xingbian's slap descended on Zhong Go's shoulder. Cold sweat poured down Zhong Go's back as he immediately employed a thunderous defense, with countless electric arcs crackling through the air, reducing everything in their path to dust. However, even the most refined combat experience cannot bridge an absolute power gap. Zhongguo's thunder defense crumbled like paper before Chen Xingbian. With a loud bang, the esteemed second marshal of Daxia, the renowned martial god Zhongguo, was slapped into the ground, creating a deep pit. His shoulder blades were nearly shattered, several teeth spilled from his mouth, and he was rendered powerless to retaliate. Clearly, another strike from Chen Xingbian would spell death, even for a martial god like Zhongguo. This scene shocked all present, especially the 20 martial gods. They knew Zhongguo's strength ranked mid-level among them, yet he was subdued so effortlessly, causing them to gasp in disbelief. Zhongguo, ranked 14th on the Great Xia martial god list, couldn't even withstand a single slap from Chen Xingbian. This scene left everyone present utterly shocked. Silently, they all calculated in their minds that if Chen Xingbian were to draw a weapon, it would be even harder for anyone to match him. However, they didn't realize that although Zhongguo had been a martial god for many years and had rich combat experience, Chen Xingbian's 16 years in the northern frontier had been true life and death trials. In that perilous land, every day could be one's last. Over those 16 years, Chen Xingbian grew through countless tests of life and death, honing his combat skills to perfection. Beneath his seemingly playful and carefree demeanor lay strength far beyond that of ordinary people. More importantly, the northern frontier was full of opportunities. Just like how Chen Han obtained the sap of the world tree in a few short months, comprehending the celestial overlord physique, making it hard for any martial artist below the level of a martial god to harm him at all. Chen Xingbian's 16 years in the north likely brought him countless fortuitous encounters, unimaginable to those martial gods training safely in Great Xia. Emperor Qingtian looked at Zhongguo, who lay motionless on the ground, his pupils contracting. He had thought that 20 martial gods would be enough to restrain Chen Xingbian and Yu Wuyun, but now he realized how laughable that was. Only now did he understand how shallow his comprehension of the way of the warrior was, naively believing that the gap between martial gods wasn't significant. What's even more unbelievable is that Chen Xingbian had just recently advanced to the first rank of martial god, while Zhongguo had reached the 8th rank 20 years ago. This stark contrast finally made Emperor Qingtian realize that if a real fight broke out, victory would belong to Chen Xingbian and Yu Wuyun. Their previous restraint was merely to avoid involving the citizens of the capital. As Emperor Qingtian sighed inwardly at his near-disastrous mistake, Chen Xingbian suddenly stopped his actions. He neither continued to question Zhongguo nor took further action, but instead thoughtfully put his hand in his pocket and said something that left everyone stunned. With just a slight move, I already know the limits of the Great Xia martial gods. Back then, with my hands in my pockets, Marshal Zhong, I got carried away just now. Please get up. Before he could finish, Lu Yufeng, standing nearby, noticed something amiss and whispered to Chen Han, "Your father has mistaken the person, the legendary warrior from back then. There's no way he was a lightning attribute talent." Chen Han's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing Lu Yufeng's words. At that moment, he finally understood that Chen Xingbian's earlier bragging was a cover for his embarrassment. After all, Zhongguo was officially appointed as a marshal by the 24 Privy Council, a position one rank higher than Chen Xingbian's. Yet, he was nearly incapacitated by a single slap, which was indeed hard to justify. Chen Han glanced at Zhongguo, who was sprawled on the ground, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. The plight of the second marshal of Daxia was truly lamentable. First, he had half his shoulder sliced off by Yu Wuyun in Blackstone Prison, then was humiliated by Di Qingtian and Yu Wuyun. Just as his shoulder healed, it was shattered again by Chen Xingbian's slap. Twice beaten and never gaining an advantage, his luck was undeniably poor. Chen Xingbian coughed lightly and reached out to help Zhongguo up. "Marshal Zhong, I apologize. Please stand up." Amusingly, Zhongguo instinctively took a step back from the proffered hand, clearly still frightened by the earlier slap. This scene was observed by the 20 martial gods present, who struggled to suppress their laughter at the marshal's predicament. To mask his fear, Zhongguo raised his voice, "Chen Xingbian, I'm not as skilled as you. Do what you will, kill me if you must, but do not insult me. I became a marshal not because I fear death." His impassioned speech, juxtaposed with his earlier retreat, appeared particularly comical. Zhongguo continued to defend himself. "You want to know if I was the traitor back then? I'll tell you, in the year 86 of the new calendar, I was secretly training an elite unit to compete with Yu Wuyun's Kuei battalion. So I had no time to go to the south bank of the Lunghe River. Mr. D can testify to this." He turned to Di Qingtian, who nodded in acknowledgement. It made sense that the military would want to develop a new unit to balance Yu Wuyun's influence. However, this only deepened Chen Han's confusion. Why did Chen Xingbian claim to feel a familiar aura from Zhongguo? Zhongguo continued indignantly, "Yes, I did suppress your son, but that's because he was loyal to Yu Wuyun. If he were under my command, I would have promoted him to his current position too. I admit I don't accept Yu Wuyun because I believe I can be the first marshal myself. But to say I betrayed the country is absolutely impossible." Chen Xingbian was momentarily speechless. having not expected Zhong Go to think he was seeking revenge for Chen Han. At this point, Di Qingtian stepped in to mediate. All right, Zhong Go, stop airing your grievances here. You're making a spectacle of yourself. Let's do this. I'll reinstate you as the second marshal of Daxia. The previously tense Di Qingtian had clearly come to terms with the situation since it couldn't be prevented. It was better to cooperate and minimize the impact of this turmoil. Amusingly, Yu Wuyan walked up to Zhong Go with a lighthearted tone and said, Zhong Go, you're being a bit too petty, aren't you? This statement was like pouring oil on a fire. Zhong Go, who had just been calmed by Di Qingtian, exploded with rage, his face turning bright red. He awkwardly got up from the ground and yelled at Yu Wuyun. Why don't you go take a slap? Feeling humiliated by his own disheveled state, Zhong Go was even more frustrated. The force of the slap had left him no chance to retaliate. What shocked him even more was the realization that Chen Xingbian's strength had far surpassed that of Yu Wuyun. Yu Wuyun, however, seemed unconcerned, casually shrugging his shoulders. Xingbian is my adopted son. He wouldn't hit me. This statement completely shattered Zhong Go's last defense. Looking at Yu Wuyun, Chen Xingbian, and Chen Han, he bitterly realized that as the second marshal of the Great Xia, he was powerless against any of them. He could only snort coldly, consoling himself with the thought that at least the slap had secured him the position of second marshal. After Zhong Go left, the 20 martial gods who had been seated stood up, rushing to ingratiate themselves with Chen Xingbian. Brother Xingbian, you're so young yet possess such strength. It's truly astonishing. The future of Great Xia needs martial gods like you. The scene was quite ironic. Although these martial gods had previously known of Chen Xingbian's exceptional strength, it wasn't until they witnessed it firsthand that they truly understood the terrifying prowess of the first martial god of Great Xia. Among the 26 martial gods present, few could defeat Zhong Go, and those who could would pay a heavy price. Chen Xingbian's performance was far beyond the realm of a top master. Marshal Yu, this matter doesn't concern me, so I'll take my leave. If anything arises, just let me know. The martial gods all asked to be excused, clearly unwilling to get involved in the upcoming investigation. After the 20 martial gods had departed, Yu Wuyun and Chen Han exchanged a knowing smile. The biggest obstacle had been removed. Now it was time to thoroughly investigate the case. Yu Wuyun affectionately patted Chen Han on the shoulder. Kid, who would have thought that what you said in the northern frontier would come true today? Without your efforts, we might have faced total destruction today. I've been fighting battles all my life, yet I'm outdone by a young lad like you. As he spoke, Yu Wuyun suddenly patted his chest and suggested, how about taking over my position as the first marshal? From now on, whether it's the southern or northern troops, you'll be in charge. His words were not a test but a sincere offer. However, Chen Han chuckled and shook his head. Come on, Marshal Yu. You're only 126 years old, the prime age for striving. Retirement is still far off. You little rascal. Yu Wuyun playfully scolded. At that moment, Chen Han didn't notice the faint trace of bitterness that flashed across Yu Wuyun's lips as he replied. Watching Chen Han's figure as he went off to coordinate the Fire God Army and Water God Army, Yu Wuyun murmured to himself, if I could, I'd wish to die on the battlefield like old Han, fighting for the human race. Chen Han's actions were swift and decisive. In less than a day, he completed the deployment of 500,000 Northern Expedition troops, along with the combined forces of 1 million from the Fire God Army and Water God Army. The troops were organized into multiple 3-battalion formations, tightly guarding all routes leading out of the capital. Any strong individual attempting to escape by flight would face the merciless fire of the soldiers' Type 4 laser cannons, truly achieving Yu Wuyun's demand that not even a fly can escape the capital. These unprecedented iron-fisted measures threw the capital's 20 million residents into panic. Fortunately, since the operation was led by Yu Wuyun, no riots broke out within the city. Even a half-day of such extensive lockdown could have incited public outrage, and the relative calm was solely due to the respect Yu Wuyun had earned over a lifetime. As Di Qingtian had said, Yu Wuyun was indeed sacrificing his lifelong reputation. As Chen Han patrolled various areas, he frequently heard discussions about Yu Wuyun from the streets. Has General Yu gone senile after fighting wars his whole life? Sealing off the entire capital? What's he trying to do? Our businesses can't operate at all. Hearing these comments, Zhao Linger, who was accompanying him, could barely contain herself and prepared to confront them. Who do these people think they are? Don't they know General Yu has spent his life defending the country? It's just a few days of business loss. I'll tear them apart. Stand down. Chen Han sternly ordered. He's just a small-time vendor. You can silence him, but can you silence the entire world? Zhao Linger's voice was choked with emotion. But, General Yu has suffered so much. Chen Han paused for a moment, then slowly said, since General Yu decided to do this, he has thought everything through. He doesn't need everyone's understanding. As his subordinates, it's enough for you and me to understand him. After dispatching Zhao Linger's vanguard battalion to block the last main road, the entire capital was finally sealed off. At this moment, Yu Wuyun, accompanied by the grave-looking Qin Xingbian, approached Chen Han. Chen Han, is the task of sealing off the capital nearly complete? Yes, Chen Han nodded in response. Good. Come with me to meet someone. This person is closely related to the case from back then, and he's the only one from Bureau 869 who returned alive from the Northern Territory. Is there really someone who returned alive from the Northern Territory back then? Chen Han asked in surprise, locking eyes with Yu Wuyun. This information truly shocked him, as Yu Wuyun had never mentioned that anyone from the 869 Bureau had survived the Northern Territory. Yu Wuyun nodded slowly. He is the only one. After a pause, he explained, Chen Han, this is classified information. Not telling you before wasn't due to mistrust, but because the 869 Bureau, as my secret department, wasn't under your jurisdiction, so I couldn't disclose everything. I hope you understand. Chen Han nodded slightly, not feeling any resentment. In fact, Yu Wuyun had previously hinted at it when he described the 869 Bureau as having almost no one returning safely from the Northern Territory. The word almost implied that survival wasn't impossible. However, Yu Wuyun had always kept the identity of the sole survivor a secret. So why are you willing to tell me now? Chen Han asked with a knowing smile. Yu Wuyun glanced at him sideways. With your intelligence, you must have guessed, right? Chen Han smiled knowingly. Before Chen Xing revealed the information about an ambush, any 869 Bureau elite who returned safely from the Northern Territory was considered a national hero. But once there was information about an ambush, anyone who returned safely became suspicious. Given the style of those families, they would understand that assassinating members of the 869 Bureau was a grave crime. One mistake could lead to the extermination of their entire clan. So if they acted, they would ensure no one was left alive. The 869 Bureau elites would be thoroughly eliminated. Those families weren't fools. Any survivor could cause great trouble. The fact that there was a survivor wasn't a lucky escape, but rather someone who had been bought off as a mole. Therefore, this traitor was undoubtedly the best entry point to break open the case from back then. Before long, the three of them arrived at Blackstone Prison. This was Chen Han's second visit to the place, and the last time he nearly turned it upside down. Seeing Chen Han, the prison guards trembled with fear, more terrified than when facing Yu Wuyun. Greetings, Champion Marquis. The guards knelt down, speaking with difficulty. The warden, who had previously offended Chen Han, was even more exaggerated, sliding to his knees and beginning to flatter him excessively. Long time no see. Champion Marquis, you are still as handsome and impressive as ever. My admiration for you is like the endless river, flowing continuously, like the dragon river, unstoppable. Such flattery was something Chen Han had rarely encountered. He could only say helplessly, enough with the nonsense. Open the door. The warden, still chattering as he opened the door, said, Champion Marquis, I am eager to improve. If you have any positions available by your side, I am willing to serve loyally. After enduring this round of sycophancy, the three finally entered the prison's interior. Led by Yu Wuyun, they headed straight down to the lowest level of Blackstone Prison. This level of the prison is named Wujin Hell, a name derived from the deepest layer of the 18 levels of hell, which is chilling just to hear. As the largest prison in the capital, Blackstone Prison holds countless inmates, but the most dangerous criminals are confined in this Wujin Hell. Located 100 meters underground, this prison is constructed with the most robust alloy metals, making it nearly impossible for even a martial emperor-level warrior to break through. However, what truly terrifies these vicious criminals is its guardian Wei Yitian, one of the 26 martial gods of Daxia, who was also among the 10 martial gods who fought against the Fire Qilin. At a martial god gathering 10 years ago, Liang Yutian whimsically ranked the Daxia martial gods by strength. Although the martial gods had never truly competed, this ranking was widely accepted. Yu Wuyun, who could take on 3 opponents at once, unsurprisingly topped the list, while Wei Yitian was ranked 5th. In today's Daxia, only 5 people are considered stronger than him. With such a martial god guarding the prison, even the most formidable inmates dare not act recklessly. After all, being imprisoned in Wujin Hell at least offers a glimmer of hope for survival, but provoking Wei Yitian guarantees a path to death. When Yu Wuyun summoned the martial gods, Wei Yitian did not appear, but Yu Wuyun was not surprised. He knew that if Wei Yitian left his post, the entire capital could descend into chaos. On the way to the prison, Yu Wuyun specifically warned Qin Xingbian, be careful. Wei Yitian is a martial arts fanatic who loves to spar. He guards this place because he lost to Han Howren 60 years ago. With your current strength, he will certainly want to challenge you. Qin Xingbian simply replied, okay. Facing the traitor from Bureau 869, his mood was particularly heavy. Otherwise, he might have been excited under different circumstances. Just as the 3 of them arrived at the entrance of Wujin Hell, Chen Han sensed a gust of wind, and a powerful presence suddenly appeared behind them. The person's speed was astonishing, and by the time Chen Han turned around, he saw a disheveled, scarred man pointing a golden mace at his father. Old you, since when did the continent have such a master? Why didn't you tell me sooner? The man's excitement was like a starving wolf spotting prey. Even more chilling, his free hand was gripping a human head, with his 5 fingers deeply embedded in the skull. Wei Etian casually tossed the head onto the ground, a calm smile playing on his lips. This guy caused trouble a few times in there. He's a real troublemaker. You came just in time, so I took care of him. The word casually made Chen Han's mouth twitch involuntarily. Just for causing some chaos in prison, Wei Etian had executed him with ease. His methods seemed excessively ruthless. Yu Wuyun stared at the head on the ground and suddenly exclaimed, I remember this guy. He's the SS level wanted criminal, the bomb demon. He had the talent to create all sorts of strange explosives. Di Qingtian kept him here instead of executing him to utilize his ability to make explosives, and you just killed him? Wei Etian sneered dismissively. So what? Since he's locked up here, he's under my control. Whether he lives or dies depends on my mood. I promised Han Howren to guard this place. He never said I couldn't kill anyone. Although Wei Etian gave off an eerie, grim reaper-like aura, his dedication to keeping his promise to Han Howren by guarding this dark underground for years made him quite admirable. To enter the abyssal prison, one must get Wei Etian's approval. In the past, when Yu Wuyan visited, Wei Etian would open the door readily. But this time was different because Yu Wuyan brought Chen Xingbian. Wei Etian eagerly eyed Chen Xingbian. How about it? Want to have a match with me? Yu Wuyan was clearly impatient with Wei Etian's antics. Hurry up and open the door. I'm not in the mood to waste time with you today. Wei Etian ignored him and lay down at the entrance of the abyssal prison. This mountain I opened. This tree I planted. If you want to pass. He glanced at Chen Xingbian. He must have a match with me. I sense a stronger aura from him than from Han Howren. Facing such an unreasonable demand, Chen Xingbian surprisingly remained composed and respectfully said to Wei Etian, Elder Wei, I'm really not in the mood today. You can pick any place another day, and we'll have a good fight then. Wei Etian was unmoved and turned to Yu Wuyun. Yu Wuyun, haven't you always wanted my living breath technique for your successor, Chen Han? Normally, I would never teach it to anyone. But if you can get this guy to fight me and I lose, I'll give you the living breath technique. The living breath technique? Chen Han couldn't help but look at Yu Wuyun upon hearing this. Yu Wuyun was intrigued and explained to Chen Han. The living breath technique is hailed as the strongest breathing technique in the world today. It's a unique method created by Wei Etian, completely different from other breathing techniques. The basic method of cultivation involves regulating one's breath to extract the essence from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Different qualities of breathing techniques can yield varying purities of this essence. Among them, the starry sky breathing technique mastered by Chen Han is considered top tier, capable of drawing the purest spiritual power directly from the vast cosmos. In contrast, the living being's breathing technique takes a completely different approach. Its most astonishing feature is the ability to directly absorb the refined spiritual essence from other living beings. To put it metaphorically, if the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is like murky water, each creature filters it into pure water to sustain life. Ordinary breathing techniques aim to perfect this filtration process, whereas the living being's breathing technique simply seizes the already purified, pure water from others. This method is remarkable when considered alongside a well-known axiom. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is finite, and each individual's capacity to absorb it is limited. Under this premise, a person can only filter a fixed amount of water source daily, losing a significant amount of spiritual energy in the process. However, practitioners of the living being's breathing technique can directly acquire the refined spiritual power from others, allowing them to surpass ordinary individuals in basic attributes. The case of Wei Etian illustrates the power of this technique. As a martial god, his talent was the lowest among his peers, rated only as a level, and his martial skills were unremarkable. Yet, through his self-created living being's breathing technique, he forced his way into the 5th position on the martial gods ranking. In a realm dominated by martial gods with S-level and SS-level talents, his achievements within a level talent are legendary. However, this powerful technique harbors a fatal flaw. Yu Wuyun pointed out the key issue: demonic possession. Prolonged practice of the living being's breathing technique turns individuals bloodthirsty, driven by a meaningless desire to kill. This explains why Wei Etian is perceived as terrifying, earning the nickname Death God in Disya for his indiscriminate killing, making him a figure of widespread fear. Han Howren chose to battle him largely to confine him underground. This environment could suppress his murderous impulses, and since the prisoners in this hell were already doomed, Wei Etian's decades-long stay there was, in a way, a voluntary choice. Despite knowing the terrifying side effects of the living being's breathing technique, Yu Wuyun still sought this opportunity for Chen Han. This was because he had witnessed Chen Han perform miracles on multiple occasions, and he believed that Chen Han could overcome the inner demons that even the technique's creator could not avoid. Indeed, that's the case. Chen Han's natural talent not only enhances other martial techniques, but also allows him to surpass Han Howren in the Beidou Howren spear technique, Huangji shocking spear, and even the Yu family spear technique. This unique talent can completely counteract the bloodthirsty impulse brought by the breathing technique of life. So, what do you say, old Yu? A sly glint appeared in Wei Etien's eyes. Just this once. If you come again, I won't offer it next time. The temptation was simply too great. Yu Wuyun's attitude visibly softened. After all, the breathing technique of life is the most powerful breathing technique in existence today. Every year, countless families send people to the deepest level of Blackstone prison, trying to trade rare treasures for it. Yet, this martial arts fanatic, Wei Etienne, had no interest in such things. He only sought powerful opponents. Although he had already fought with the top 4 on the martial god list, in his heart, only Han Howren truly earned his respect. He even believed he would eventually reach Yu Wuyun's level. Yu Wuyun turned his gaze to Chen Han. There, that's Chen Han. Only then did Wei Etienne notice the unassuming young man standing between Chen Xingbian and Yu Wuyun. Dressed in a black robe, Chen Han's eyes were sharp, and suddenly a fierce killing intent was directed at him. However, facing this deathly pressure, Chen Han remained motionless, instead smiling and nodding. Senior Wei, you truly honor me by using such killing intent on someone like me. Wei Etienne immediately withdrew the killing intent. A promising talent. No wonder old Yu has asked me several times for you. It's a good thing to give you the breathing technique of life. He turned to Yu Wuyun. Shall we fight? This time, before Yu Wuyun could respond, Chen Xingbian interjected, let's fight. Senior Wei, you set the terms. After being provoked several times, Chen Xingbian was also eager to fight, especially since it concerned Chen Han obtaining the breathing technique. All right, Wei Etienne pointed into the distance. There's a vast wasteland on the road from the capital to Beishuang City, uninhabited and perfect for a battlefield. If I leave for a while, the folks in the prison shouldn't notice. Let's go. Before the words had finished, Wei Etienne's figure had already vanished. Chen Xingbian followed closely, and their explosive fighting spirit instantly caught the attention of the Daxia martial gods who had already left. Huh. This aura seems like Chen Xingbian's. Looks like a fight is about to happen. Interesting. The one fighting Chen Xingbian should be Wei Etienne. This old guy hasn't left in years, and now he's causing such a stir right away. Driven by human curiosity, these martial gods headed to the wasteland north of the capital leading to Beishuang City. Among the martial artists observing the fight, Chen Han had the lowest level of skill, far from matching the martial gods present. However, these martial gods didn't mind, as they all believed that Chen Han would one day reach their level. Yu Wuyun timely advised Chen Han, watch closely the duel between your father and Wei Etienne. It's rare to witness a battle between martial gods, and it will greatly benefit you. Before Yu Wuyun could finish, Liang Yutian came over to Chen Han, giving Yu Wuyun a disapproving look. Old man, stop talking so much. Chen Han, if you're interested, I can demonstrate every match from 26th to 1st on the martial god ranking for you. Liang Yutian's bold offer made Chen Han smile, prompting him to ask, Mr. Liang, what rank are you on the martial god list? Scratching the back of his head sheepishly, Liang Yutian replied, I'm not that good at fighting, barely making it to 6th place. Chen Han was taken aback that someone not that good could be ranked 6th. Having seen Liang Yutian in action before, Chen Han realized that if Liang Yutian claimed to be 6th, he indeed wasn't a match for Wei Etienne. This piqued Chen Han's curiosity about Wei Etienne even more. Meanwhile, at the mountain peak, Wei Etienne and Chen Xingbian began their confrontation. Wei Etienne produced 2 golden maces from nowhere, holding one in each hand, his black robe flapping in the mountain wind. He pointed a mace at Chen Xingbian. Young man, draw your weapon so I won't be accused of bullying the younger generation. Chen Xingbian simply shrugged. Elder Wei, I left in a hurry today and didn't bring any weapons. I dare to face you empty-handed. Are you looking down on me? Wei Etienne frowned, and then a powerful force erupted from his golden mace, creating a tremendous wind that swept through the valley. The crowd was shocked to see that this single force was enough to cut a distant river in half. Yu Wuyun couldn't help but comment, Wei Etienne has improved again. The life-breathing technique, known as the strongest breathing method, enhances a martial artist's fundamental attributes. He chooses maces to maximize his power. Liang Yutian agreed. For those of us who have reached the 8th stage of martial god, improving our basic attributes is extremely slow. Unless we break the genetic lock, it's hard to bridge the power gap. But Wei Etienne is an exception. Even at the 8th stage, his basic attributes are still rapidly improving. As the foremost martial god of Daxia, Chen Xingbian wasn't underestimating his opponent. Although proficient with a bow and unmatched at long distances, his close combat skills were lacking. To compensate, he mastered a supreme art called national arts. From Pai Gua Palm to Bejiquan, from Tai Chi to Xing Yi, he achieved mastery in all. He had previously shattered Zhong Gou's shoulder with a single palm using this art. Forgive me, elder. Chen Xingbian suddenly shouted, assuming the most powerful killing move in Xing Yi, the half-step crushing fist. The half-step collapse fist, the most powerful strike in Xing Yi Quan, demonstrated its formidable might in the hands of Chen Xingbian. He used his exquisite footwork as a foundation, channeling all his strength into a single point, unleashing a punch of earth-shattering force. In a battle at the level of a martial god, close combat is typically a foolish choice. The hallmark of reaching the martial god realm is the possession of a golden body, complemented by protective energy that makes close quarters fighting extremely dangerous. Approaching recklessly often results in self-injury before harming the opponent. However, Chen Xingbian was an exception. His various encounters in the northern regions endowed him with not only a towering 100-meter golden body, but also a physique far surpassing that of ordinary people. At this moment, his powerful punch seemed to harness the airflow for miles around, concentrating incredible destructive power at the point of impact. Wei Yitian, witnessing this, dared not be careless. Ignoring his earlier boast that Chen Xingbian should take up a weapon, he hastily raised his golden mace to block. As fist met mace, the immense force sent Wei Yitian staggering backward, his hand trembling violently, with a faint ache in his palm. Boom! The impact's power was far more than it appeared. Shockwaves rippled outward, causing the ground behind Wei Yitian to crack instantly, with fissures extending for miles. This is why martial god-level fighters in the capital always exercise restraint. Such exploratory exchanges alone possess city-destroying potential. Yet, just as Chen Han was feeling proud of his father's strength, Yu Wuyan revealed an even more astonishing truth. Wei Yitian's cultivation has increased significantly. This left Chen Han puzzled. My father used a simple punch to push back Senior Wei. So how can you say his cultivation has increased? Liang Yutian chuckled softly. Child, you haven't reached the martial god level, so you can't see the subtleties. For people like us, your father is like an insurmountable mountain. You must know, when your father first broke through to the martial god, all 20 martial gods of the Great Xia unanimously recognized him as the #1 martial god in the world. That was no coincidence. Facing such a formidable opponent, Wei Yitian grew more and more spirited, laughing heartily. Interesting. Just as I expected, young man, you've already surpassed Han Haoren. With that, his eyes gleamed with intensity as he swung his twin maces toward Chen Xingbian, the shadows of the maces dancing like twin dragons playing with a pearl, leaving onlookers dazzled. Then, something astonishing happened. Wei Yitian's double maces suddenly exploded into action in the blink of an eye, striking Chen Xingbian's shoulder with a force too fast for the naked eye to catch. Boom! The entire mountain shattered into fragments under the impact, with debris flying everywhere. This was Wei Yitian's self-created Wei-style mace technique. As the most inspirational martial god, Wei Yitian was renowned not just for his great talent, but because he achieved everything through his own hard work, without any fortuitous encounters. All his martial arts, skills, and breathing techniques were developed from scratch. Through sheer determination, he fought his way to the 5th position on the Daxia martial god list. The brilliance of the Wei-style mace technique is akin to Yu Wuyun's Yu family spear technique. Its moves are unpredictable and versatile, making it difficult for opponents to anticipate. However, unlike the spear that focuses on accumulating power for explosive strikes, each blow of the mace is immensely powerful, like a tidal wave. This trait perfectly complements Wei Yitian's terrifying basic attributes, and even Chen Xingbian was forced to grunt from the impact. You're indeed formidable, senior, Chen Xingbian politely remarked as he retreated to create distance. Facing Wei Yitian's ferocious style, he chose to counter with the even fiercer Bejiquan. In this era dominated by superhuman martial artists, those who persist in using traditional martial arts are few and far between, with none reaching the level of a martial god. Yet, Chen Xingbian's martial arts were a sight to behold, thanks to his body strength, considered the strongest among the Daxia martial gods. With a powerful shout, Chen Xingbian launched himself like a cannonball, executing the Bejiquan killer move Yang Shanding with lightning speed. His elbow struck Wei Yitian heavily, sending him flying. Wei Yitian's body crashed into a distant peak, causing a cataclysmic explosion that pulverized the entire mountain. Bravo! The watching martial gods couldn't help but applaud. Guys, we haven't had a good workout since becoming martial gods. Why don't we pick a place to spar every year, just like the legendary duels on Mount Hua? Seeing Chen Han's astonishment, Yu Wuyan explained with a smile. Do you think Wei Yitian lost out? Actually, these two are just warming up. In a match between martial gods, if they are evenly matched, it could take days to determine a winner. Your father didn't use his bow and arrows, giving Wei Yitian an advantage. But Wei Yitian hasn't shown his true skills yet. Just as he finished speaking, a shadow emerged from the rubble. Wei Yitian, apart from being covered in dust, was completely unharmed. His appearance had transformed dramatically. His pupils were blood red, his hair and beard turned silver, and with those eerie red eyes, he looked like a grim reaper. This was Wei Etian's trump card that Yu Wuyan mentioned the derivative technique of the living being breathing method, the god of death transformation. The deadly side effect of the vital breath technique lies in its ability to awaken the user's bloodthirsty instincts, plunging them into a state of frenzied slaughter. However, Wei Etian has managed to transform this fatal flaw into a source of power, creating an even more terrifying technique known as the God of Slaughter transformation. Once the God of Slaughter transformation is activated, the user's bloodlust is pushed to its limit, seeing all living beings as prey. In this state, not only are their attributes enhanced to terrifying levels, but they can also strengthen themselves by absorbing the life force of their enemies. Yet, the cost of this power is equally dreadful. Even Wei Etian himself cannot control his actions and only regains his sanity after killing enough creatures or being beaten to the brink of death. The last time Wei Etian used the God of Slaughter transformation was during Han Howren's lifetime. At that time, the southern coast of Xia was suddenly invaded by deep-sea beasts, forcing Wei Etian to activate his transformation. The result was that the entire South Sea was stained red with blood, a sight that lingered for 3 months. Ultimately, only Han Howren, the greatest martial god of Xia, had the strength to subdue the frenzied Wei Etian. Even Yu Wuyun could only hope to defeat him by sacrificing himself in the process. At this moment, Wei Etian activates the God of Slaughter transformation again, as he senses a similar power emanating from Chen Xingbian. Young man, you better give it your all next. Don't hold back, even if it means killing me. Before he finished speaking, Wei Etian's figure flashed like a phantom. In the blink of an eye, Chen Han saw that Wei Etian's iron mace had already landed 3 heavy blows on Chen Xingbian's body, one on the chest, another on the waist, and a third on the head. Phew! Yu Wuyun exhaled deeply. Xingbian's physical resilience is beyond my imagination. If those 3 strikes landed on me, I'd be seriously injured. Indeed, Luo Hong said with self-mockery. Who dares to withstand Wei Etian's mace without protective energy? That's courting death. Commander Yu, you can withstand 3 strikes, but I fear just one would finish me off. From everyone's reactions, Chen Han realized how astonishing it was for Chen Xingbian to withstand such an assault with sheer physical strength. Looking around, the ground within a 100-mile radius was covered with fissures dozens of meters deep, all marks of Wei Etian's attacks. One crack even extended to less than a mile in front of their vantage point, despite them being a full 100 miles from the battlefield. Guys, let's all use the martial god golden body. Otherwise, we'll all get caught in the crossfire. A startled cry pierced the air. In a flash, the surrounding martial gods simultaneously activated their golden auras, filling the area with shimmering golden silhouettes of various sizes. Their vigilance was extraordinary almost at the moment their protective shields formed. Wei Etian's mace, charged with ferocious power, swept through. Although numerous martial gods joined forces to fend off the attack, Chen Xingbian, relying solely on his physical strength, was showing signs of fatigue against Wei Etian's relentless onslaught. At that moment, the largest golden aura among martial gods appeared atop the mountain, standing tall and proud. Chen Xingbian then employed the Tai Chi technique. Facing Wei Etian's fierce attack, he opted for a strategy of using force against force. This decision proved immediately effective. He is a direct descendant of the Tai Chi lineage. The technique displayed astounding power in his hands. Chen Xingbian moved with agility, seizing the opportunity to grasp Wei Etian's golden mace and, with a deft push, followed by a seemingly gentle palm strike that landed squarely on Wei Etian's chest. With a splutter, Wei Etian spat a mouthful of blood. Chen Xingbian pressed his advantage, launching continuous attacks with his exquisite Tai Chi maneuvers. Though Wei Etian's speed was supposed to be superior, every one of his attacks was effortlessly neutralized and countered by Chen Xingbian. In the blink of an eye, Wei Etian's body was covered with Chen Xingbian's fist marks, the sound of bones cracking incessant. Amazing! Truly amazing! The onlookers marveled. We've never seen a martial god of this caliber wield the national art to such an extent. Liang Yutian, however, sneered, "Come on, this requires exceptional skill. If it were any of you, you'd have been smashed to pulp by Wei Etian's mace already." No one dared to argue, as Han Howren's spear, Yu Wuyun's sword, and Wei Etian's mace were long considered the 3 pinnacles of the martial god realm. In just a few minutes, the barren land for miles around had been leveled by their fierce battle. Yet, the outcome was still undecided. Thanks to the nature of the killing god transformation, its vitality only grew stronger with battle. Despite being heavily injured, Wei Etian's recovery rate was increasing, resembling a tireless war beast. Yu Wuyun furrowed his brow. Wei Etian is nearly beyond reason. If we delay any longer, it will be difficult to bring him back. Xingbian, use the bow and arrow. Unless you strike him down, he won't regain his senses. Understood. Commander Yu. Chen Xingbian finally drew his weapon. Though Wei Yitian ranked 5th, currently, there were indeed fewer than 3 martial gods who could surpass him. However, his opponent was the strongest martial god of the era. The moment Chen Xingbian wielded his bow and arrow, the outcome was sealed. This was truly like an ephemeral mayfly confronting the vast sky. Suddenly, the entire sky darkened in an instant. It was noon, with the sun high in the sky, making this sudden phenomenon all the more startling. The strange sky quickly spread to the capital city, where it seemed to the people as if the sky was split into one side day, the other night, creating a stark contrast. The capital was already unsettled due to Yu Huiyan's lockdown order, and this unusual sky only heightened the public sphere. The streets buzzed with anxious whispers. What is happening? Is it a heavenly calamity? I've lived in the capital for over 20 years and never seen anything like this. Martial artists with slightly higher cultivation levels instinctively turned their gaze to the northern outskirts of the capital. A terrifying aura was sweeping in from that direction. However, these ordinary martial artists could only vaguely sense the aura's power. Only the great summer martial gods present could truly grasp its fearsome nature. Chen Han noticed that beside him, Yu Wuyun and Liang Yutian were trembling. Yu Wuyun was only shaking slightly, but Liang Yutian's clenched fists were visibly trembling, clearly overwhelmed by the aura. Strangely, Chen Han himself felt only a chill from the shock, far less intense than the reactions of the 2 martial gods. General Yu, Mr. Liang, what's going on with you? Chen Han asked in confusion. Liang Yutian swallowed and turned to Yu Wuyun. Old Yu, this should be the martial skill we saw that day on the mountain, right? Yu Wuyun nodded in confirmation. Indeed, Xingbian's martial skill is truly astonishing, affecting such a vast area of the sky. He explained that once a martial artist ascends to the level of a martial god, they are repelled by the heavens, and each move carries immense destructive power. Especially those skills that consume a significant amount of vital energy can even alter the sky and disturb the balance of heaven and earth. Star River Falling God Arrow. Chen Han named the martial skill based on his father's stance. The martial gods marveled. What a formidable name. After Yu Wuyun's sword, Han Haoran's spear, and Wei Yitian's mace, Chen Xingbian's arrow will become another insurmountable peak. At that moment, a discordant female voice suddenly interrupted. Chen Xingbian's arrow? That's right, he is indeed quite annoying. Everyone turned in surprise to see a graceful woman approaching. It was Lu Yufeng. Yufeng, you're here. Yu Wuyun spoke slowly, with a hint of helplessness in her voice. In the entire daxia, besides her, there was probably no one else who dared to criticize Chen Xingbian so openly. Lu Yufeng looked at Chen Xingbian from a distance, her eyebrows knitted tightly. I heard about the commotion in the northern suburbs when I was in the capital and knew it was him causing trouble again. Commander Yu, what rule has he broken this time? Let me deal with him. Chen Han watched this scene, his mouth twitching slightly. Judging by his mother's practiced demeanor, his father must have gotten into trouble numerous times during his tenure at Bureau 869. No worries, Yu Wuyun said with a smile, waving her hand. This duel was for Chen Han. You've come at the right time. As the deputy leader of Bureau 869, you should be informed. We'll go meet someone together in a bit. With Yu Wuyun's words, Lu Yufeng glanced at Chen Han, and her anger subsided slightly. At that moment, a sudden exclamation erupted from the crowd. He's making his move. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the scene. Chen Xingbian had already dodged Wei Yitian's continuous attacks and had distanced himself from his opponent. This was the perfect moment to unleash the Starfall arrow. In an instant, a blinding silver light burst forth, forcing everyone present to squint. As Chen Xingbian released the arrow, silver-white points of light flickered across a 100-mile radius, transforming the dark night into a vast starry sky. His arrow was the brightest star in this celestial expanse. Although there was only one arrow, it formed a massive silver sphere with a diameter of 100 meters as it flew, reducing everything in its path to dust. Wei Yitian, who had lost consciousness and was acting purely on combat instinct, chose a defensive stance, raising his twin maces to block. However, those maces, known as the strongest in the world and crafted by Feng Yufeng, shattered the moment they touched the arrow. Even more terrifying, the power of the Starfall arrow remained undiminished, subsequently destroying Wei Yitian's martial god physique and protective energy. Wei Yitian spat out a mouthful of blood as his consciousness finally cleared. But it was too late. The arrow was unstoppable and about to pierce his chest. Although life-and-death battles were common in the arena, no one wanted to see this old martial god, who had guarded the abyssal prison for life, fall. Not even Chen Xingbian wished for such an outcome. This is bad. Old Wei will be killed if this continues, Yu Wuyun murmured, and his figure suddenly vanished. In the next instant, he appeared like a phantom, wielding a guandao that precisely struck the deadly arrow. Ba Tianyi Dao. Liang Yutian's exclamation shattered the tense atmosphere. Facing Chen Xingbian's Xinghe Luotian arrow, Yu Wuyun dared not be careless. He summoned all his strength to unleash his ultimate technique, Batian Yi Dao, which he had only mastered in his later years. Chen Han was familiar with this move, having witnessed Yu Wuyun use it to slice off half of Zhongguo's shoulder in the Blackstone prison. However, the power back then was nothing compared to now. As the blade light flashed, the pitch-black sky was split open, revealing a crack. Golden sunlight poured through, like the first ray of dawn. At this moment, Yu Wuyun demonstrated why he had held the title of the greatest martial god in Xia for decades. The collision of these two formidable martial techniques created a cataclysmic energy storm, causing the ground within dozens of miles to sink by tens of meters. Even martial gods watching from 100 miles away had to fully activate their martial god golden bodies to withstand the shockwave. With a powerful shout from Yu Wuyun, the arrow of the Xinghe Luotian arrow was cut in half by his Guan Dao. Wei Yitian was saved, and everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. After the battle, Yu Wuyun sat on the ground, panting heavily, and gave Qin Xingbian a helpless smile. Xingbian, you really know how to challenge me. At my age, I still have to exert myself like this. Chen Xingbian hurried forward to help him up, apologetically explaining, Marshal Yu, my bow and arrow are not ordinary weapons. It's hard to hold back their power. If I don't use my full strength, it's difficult to awaken Elder Wei. Yu Wuyun, full of gratitude, replied, You're right. We old folks should step aside and let the younger generation take over. You and Chen Han never ceased to amaze me. The watching martial gods were abuzz with discussion. Although this wasn't an official duel, the outcome was clear. Chen Xingbian's arrow had already been weakened significantly by Wei Yitian's double maces and martial god golden body, yet Yu Wuyun had to be at his peak to counter it. This undoubtedly cemented Chen Xingbian's status as the top in Xia. Among the crowd, a martial god voiced comfort. Fortunately, judging from the exchange just now, Martial Yu and Chen Xingbian's strengths aren't too far apart. As long as we train diligently like Wei Yitian, we might have a chance to catch up. At that moment, Chen Han's calm voice resonated. Esteemed seniors, the Xinghe Luotian arrow consists of 3 arrows, each stronger than the last. That was just the first arrow my father used. Chen Han's voice resonated in the arena. As the inheritor of the Star River Falling God arrow, his words immediately captured the attention of all the martial gods present. The martial gods exchanged glances, deeply shocked. Just the first arrow had nearly taken the lives of the first and fifth of the Great Xia. The potential power of the second and third arrows was unimaginable. For a moment, the entire place fell silent, and everyone realized that Chen Xingbian's position as the top in Great Xia would likely remain unchallenged for a long time. I'm not so sure about that, Liang Yutian suddenly said, breaking the silence with his hands on his hips. Luo Heng mocked him disdainfully. Oh, come on, Liang Yutian. With your skills, you can't even keep up with Wei Yitian, let alone Chen Xingbian. I never said it was me. Liang Yutian chuckled, patting Chen Han on the shoulder. Old Luo, you give me too much credit. It won't be long before this top position in Great Xia belongs to Chen Han. Even after witnessing Chen Xingbian's impressive strength, Liang Yutian remained confident that Chen Han would eventually surpass his father. Faced with such high expectations, Chen Han could only respond humbly, Mr. Liang, you're too kind. When the group reached the battlefield, Wei Yitian had already regained consciousness. Yu Wuyun immediately approached him to demand the life breath technique, saying, Wei Yitian, a bet is a bet. Hand it over, will you? He then turned to the other martial gods present, and you spectators, it's about time you contributed something, don't you think? Despite Yu Wuyun's rather shameless demeanor, the martial gods reluctantly left behind some rare treasures. Although these items were of little use to Chen Han, they were more than sufficient to equip the senior officers of the Northern Expeditionary Army. Wei Yitian retrieved a memory chip from his pocket and tossed it to Chen Han, saying, Kid, all the insights into the life breath technique are in there. How much you can comprehend depends on your own talent. Remember the side effects old you mentioned, and decide for yourself whether to practice it. The martial gods present eyed the chip with greed, but with 2 of Great Xia's strongest martial gods there, no one dared to make a move. Chen Han took the chip and, after a brief moment in virtual space, fully grasped the life breath technique thanks to his innate extraordinary talent. Immediately, the system chimed in, Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the life breath technique. This technique is compatible with all other breathing techniques, so your starry sky breathing technique does not need to be replaced. Chen Han was pleasantly surprised to discover that the Shangling breathing technique could coexist with other types. Previously, he had been hesitant about choosing a breathing technique, as higher quality ones typically replace existing ones, differing from innate talents and ordinary martial arts techniques. Although the Shangling breathing technique is extraordinarily powerful, Chen Han's current starlight breathing technique is also at an SSS level. Both techniques are of similar quality, differing only in their operation. If he had to choose one, it would indeed be a difficult decision. But now that both techniques can be compatible, it changes everything. As a fundamental aspect of martial arts, Having an additional breathing technique means his strength could double. On reflection, it makes sense that the Shangling breathing technique can be compatible with others, as it stands apart from all other techniques, directly drawing spiritual energy from the natural world. Chen Han carefully reviewed the description of the Shangling breathing technique. This mysterious technique not only enhances the foundation of cultivation and significantly boosts basic attributes with time, but it also has the unique ability to increase cultivation speed based on the strength of the surrounding life forms. Although it has a powerful side effect of inducing a bloodthirsty impulse, this is negated by the effect of the celestial overlord physique. Additionally, after practicing for a certain period, one can comprehend a special technique called God-Slayer transformation, though he has not yet mastered it. This unique effect thrilled Chen Han. The stronger the life forms in the area, the faster the cultivation speed and the greater the boost to basic attributes. For someone commanding a 500,000 strong Northern Legion, this was a match made in heaven. No wonder all the powerful figures in Xia sought after this technique, as Wei Yitian's creation was indeed extraordinary. It's a pity that Wei Yitian's talent level was too low. Otherwise, he might have already secured the top spot in Xia. In this era where talent reigns supreme, no amount of effort can bridge the natural gap between prodigies like Han Haoren and Chen Xingbian. After collecting the tickets from the martial gods watching the battle, Yu Wuyun unceremoniously issued an eviction order. All right, there's nothing more to see, everyone leave. What? You take our stuff and then kick us out? Marshal Yu, isn't that a bit heartless? Old Yu, when did you become like this? A miser? The martial gods laughed and joked before leaving. Yu Wuyun ignored the teasing, tossing the collected treasures to Chen Han, and then with a serious expression, said, Wei Yitian, can you open the gate now? Wei Yitian nodded calmly, gently brushing the dust from his clothes. The deadly crisis of moments ago seemed never to have happened, and within minutes, he appeared completely unfazed. Wei Yitian was unusually excited and immediately proposed a rematch with Chen Xingbian. Such a fearless and passionate attitude towards martial arts is rare these days. Soon, the group arrived at the gates of the infernal prison. This gate had only one key, which was personally held by Wei Yitian. Even figures as prominent as Yu Wuyun and Di Qingtian had no authority to open it without permission. As Wei Yitian turned the key, he said to Yu Wuyun, Old Yu, the traitor from Bureau 869 that you brought last time has suffered a lot these days. Although you specifically instructed to keep him alive, if you had come a few days later, I couldn't guarantee his survival. As the gate opened, a strong stench of blood hit them, making them feel nauseous. The scene before them was terrifying. The prison, holding the most vicious criminals of Xia, was filled with signs of brutal fights. Dismembered body parts were scattered everywhere, and the prison was filthy. On this level, no torture devices were needed. The cruelty inflicted by the prisoners on each other surpassed any punishment. Although there were cells, the walls were meaningless in the face of these powerful prisoners. There were no rules here, and death was commonplace. Wei Yitian's duty was merely to prevent escapes. He usually did not interfere in the conflicts between prisoners unless specifically instructed by the 24 Secret Court or Yu Wuyun. Just as Chen Han and his group stepped into the prison, a blazing fireball suddenly came at them. Hey guys, new arrivals, a prisoner sneered, mistaking Chen Han for a new inmate. Little did he know, he had provoked someone whom no one in Xia dared to offend. With a mere wave of his hand, Chen Han dispersed the fireball. This display of power immediately intimidated the prisoners present, especially the one who had attacked. When he realized Chen Han was wearing a marshal's cloak, he swallowed hard in fear. A 20-year-old marshal that spoke volumes to everyone present. However, it was too late. Wei Yitian's iron fist had already smashed down on the prisoner's head. Under the terrifying power of a martial god, the prisoner's head exploded like a watermelon, and he was reduced to a bloody pulp. Despite his defeat in the duel with Chen Xingbian, Wei Yitian remained the fearsome reaper of the infernal prison. Been a while since I taught you a lesson, huh? Tired of living? You dare touch my guests? Wei Yitian snorted coldly, and the prisoners around immediately fell silent in fear. At this moment, Chen Xingbian and Yu Wuyun also entered. Their presence further terrified the prisoners. As the first marshal of Xia, Yu Wuyun's reputation was well known. At least half of the prisoners were directly or indirectly put there by him. And with Chen Xingbian in his general's attire, those with some strength felt an even stronger aura from him than from Wei Yitian and Yu Wuyun. A 20-year-old marshal and a 40-year-old martial god, such a combination was unprecedented in the history of Xia. The prisoners in the jail started whispering among themselves, speculating about the identities of Chen Han and Chen Xingbian. Their discussions were filled with disbelief. A marshal at 20? When has the Daxia army ever had such a thing? I haven't even seen a general that young. Who exactly are these people? Some even stared at Chen Xingbian, lowering their voices to say, look at that middle-aged man. He's scarier than death itself. Due to her hasty arrival, Lu Yufeng was only wearing civilian clothes, not her military uniform. The prisoners mistook her for a maid, and seeing such a stunning beauty suddenly appear among them, they became agitated. Some started whistling at her flirtatiously, unaware that they were provoking the last person they should. For Chen Han and Chen Xingbian, Lu Yufeng was both a mother and a wife, and such disrespect was intolerable. In a flash, the heads of those whistling prisoners fell to the ground before they even had a chance to react. Chen Han calmly wiped the blood off himself and turned away Etienne, asking, "Senior Wei, killing a few beasts here shouldn't be a problem, right?" Wei Etienne nonchalantly waved his hand. "No big deal, even if they're all killed, it's just a matter of getting a new batch. Besides, there are too many people here lately. It's time to clear things out." Although these prisoners weren't supposed to be executed so easily, Chen Han's status as a marshal made it inconsequential. After witnessing this bloody scene, the other prisoners cowered like frightened quails, lowering their heads. Lu Yufeng's comment only added to their terror. Why bother with killing? Poisoning them would be much easier. This made the prisoners realize that while Chen Han and his companion might have limits to their killing, if Lu Yufeng were to poison them, the entire prison might not survive. Considering this was Wei Etienne's territory, the prisoners quickly became exceptionally obedient, volunteering to lead the way. The group arrived at a cell in the deepest part of the prison, only to find it empty. Wei Etienne frowned and turned to a prisoner beside him, his presence imposing. "Where is he? I specifically ordered that he be kept alive." The prisoner, overwhelmed by the pressure, knelt down and quickly explained, "Mr. Wei, rest assured, we wouldn't dare disobey your orders. That guy had such delicate skin. The brothers found it amusing and weren't done with him. I'll go get him right away." Soon, several prisoners dragged out a man covered in wounds. He was shirtless, with hardly an inch of unscathed skin, his fingers all deformed, eyes vacant, and drool dripping from the corner of his mouth, having been tortured beyond recognition. Skilled martial artists often possess a certain degree of self-healing ability, capable of regenerating even a severed finger. Yet, the man before them had fingers that, though intact, were grotesquely twisted and deformed, clearly the result of numerous breaks and improper healing. Even more chilling was the fact that he was dragged out wearing only a pair of shorts, his legs so tortured they could no longer close naturally. Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng only needed a single glance to recognize the pitiful figure. Both of them shuddered and exclaimed in unison, "Brother Huang Xing." This term brother revealed their connection. Huang Xing had once been their instructor at Bureau 869, guiding them through various tasks. This was why Chen Xingbian felt so conflicted upon hearing he would meet him. Who would want to believe their teacher could be a traitor? Yu Wuyan then recounted Huang Xing's story. He had arrived in the Northern Territory 2 years before Chen Xingbian. Members of Bureau 869 typically operated in groups of 10, but a year after Chen Xingbian went north, Huang Xing returned alone to the Southern Territory. That day in the capital, Huang Xing had appeared before Yu Wuyun. As the only one to return from the Northern Territory after the dissolution of Bureau 869, his presence brought tears of joy to Yu Wuyun. Yu had intended to celebrate his heroic deeds, but Huang Xing modestly declined, wishing to keep a low profile. Furthermore, Huang Xing expressed a desire to live in seclusion, away from military affairs. Though he found it puzzling, Yu Wuyan respected his decision, gifting him most of his wealth and securing a large estate for him in the outskirts of the capital. If not for Chen Xingbian revealing the truth, Yu Wuyun might never have doubted Huang Xing. But the reality was, if there was a traitor within Bureau 869, it could only be him. What was more despicable, Huang Xing had betrayed them and then remained close to Yu Wuyun as a spy for his family's enemies. With the lesson learned from Hong Pe, Yu Wuyun looked at the traitor lying like a dead dog, devoid of any sympathy, and said coldly, "Huang Xing. Oh Huang Xing. 15 years. It's been 15 years since you joined the army until your so-called retirement, and yet it feels like I've never truly known you." Huang Xing, still in a daze, mumbled pleas for mercy, until a prisoner splashed him awake with filthy water from a chamber pot. Upon waking and seeing Yu Wuyun, Huang Xing desperately begged, "Marshal Yu, please let me go. I truly did nothing wrong. You once called me a hero of Daxia, so why don't you trust me now?" Yu Wuyun remained silent, merely shifting his gaze to Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng. Following his line of sight, Huang Xing's pupils dilated in shock, his face filled with disbelief. His first words revealed the truth. "Impossible! Xingbian, Yufeng, you're still alive." The moment the words left his mouth, Huang Xing's expression changed dramatically, realizing he had made a fatal mistake. He quickly forced a smile at Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng, trying to salvage the situation. "Xingbian, Yufeng, it's so good to see you both alive." But his panicked reaction had already given everything away. Chen Xingbian slowly closed his eyes, as if unwilling to face the harsh reality. "Brother Huang Xing, why did you do this?" His voice was eerily calm, yet filled with endless despair. Huang Xing continued to resist. "I didn't do anything. Why should I play dumb?" Yu Wuyun crouched down, looking down at the blood-stained Huang Xing on the ground, his voice icy. "In that case, Tell me how you returned safely from the Northern Territory? Before Huang Xing could concoct an excuse, Yu Wuyun suddenly shouted sharply, "You Feng, turn around!" Even before the words were fully spoken, a powerful force had gathered at his fingertips, aimed directly at the only intact part of Huang Xing's shorts. A harrowing scream echoed around, and Huang Xing's lower body became a bloody mess. The pain left him unable to maintain his facade any longer. "Commander Yu, I don't want to die. They forced me. You finally admit you're a traitor?" Yu Wuyun's voice was as cold as ice. "Commander Yu, I had no choice. Everyone fears death." Huang Xing's voice trembled with pain. "I've been with you for 15 years, if not for merit, at least for hard work. Please spare me." Yu Wuyun suddenly gave a chilling smile. "Huang Xing, since you've been with me for 15 years, you should know me well. If you had merely returned alive out of fear, I might have forgiven you. I might have even sought justice for you, killing all those who threatened you." He paused, sneering. "But you didn't do that. And before you, there were others who went to the Northern Territory, and after you, there were others too. Yet only you returned. If I remember correctly, when I established the 869 Bureau, you were one of the original members." The implications of his words were terrifying. Chen Han quickly realized that Huang Xing was not coerced into becoming a traitor on his way back to the Southern Territory. He had been a family-planted spy from the very beginning, selling information for personal gain. This revelation was a heavy blow to Qin Xingbian and his wife. They exchanged a stunned look, unable to accept that someone they considered a brother had been deceiving them all along. Lu Yufeng wobbled slightly, nearly falling, but Chen Han caught her just in time. "Han, I'm fine, just need a moment to process this." Lu Yufeng slowly pushed Chen Han away, her eyes still filled with confusion. At this moment, Huang Xing, whose facade crumbled instantly after being completely exposed by Yu Wuyun, seemed to have resigned himself to his fate, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. "Ah, you, the great marshal. Your position as the top marshal of Daxia is truly well-deserved. I thought my disguise was flawless, yet you saw right through it." Huang Xing unabashedly admitted his true identity had been a plant placed by the influential families beside Yu Wuyun from the very beginning. These families were well aware that Yu Wuyun represented the civilian forces, and even with Zhong Guo and Ouyang Quan serving as checks within the military, they couldn't completely monitor Yu Wuyun's every move. Therefore, they exploited Yu's fondness for his subordinates, embedding this highly successful mole next to him. When the ultra-secretive Department 869 Bureau was established, apart from a few trusted confidants of Yu Wuyun, the entire Daxia military was in the dark about it. Huang Xing was, in fact, one of those few confidants. Consequently, every piece of intelligence from the 869 Bureau was continuously funneled into the hands of these influential families. From the moment the first unit set out to explore the Northern Territories, they were destined to become cold corpses, Huang Xing said coldly. Those families would never allow Yu Wuyun to advance north. This possibility had to be nipped in the bud. He continued, "Even the 10-man team I led didn't make it far from the dock on the southern bank of the Long River before they were completely dealt with by the families." At this point, Chen Xingbian keenly noticed a discrepancy. "This doesn't add up. How could you accurately predict each team's return time?" Huang Xing cast a disdainful glance at Chen Xingbian. "Xingbian, you're too naive. The method is simple. Just station people along the docks of the Long River, disguised as 869 Bureau personnel. You know that the 869 Bureau has specific communication codes. As long as you can use these codes, you'll be recognized as one of us." These words instantly reminded Chen Xingbian of his own encounter upon returning to the southern region, and he was immediately filled with rage. A powerful force surged within him, ready to crush Huang Xing. Fortunately, Yu Wuyun intervened just in time, blocking Chen Xingbian. "Xingbian," he shouted, "we can't kill him yet. We need more information from him." However, having confessed his identity, Huang Xing appeared fearless. Like a beaten dog, he lay on the ground, yet his eyes remained scornful as he surveyed the crowd. "Marshal Yu, I know what you want. It's nothing but the list of those families. But I won't say a word. The benefits they offer are enough to keep my mouth shut. Go ahead." Yu Wuyun glanced around at the surrounding prisoners and said calmly, "You all haven't had enough fun with this guy yet, have you?" At these words, excitement sparked in the prisoner's eyes. "Of course not. A pampered guy like this is the most fun. We've got a few guys here who just love messing with someone like him. Marshal Yu, can we do as we please with him now?" Hearing this, fear finally flickered across Huang Xing's face. Yet Yu Wuyun remained expressionless as he ordered, "Take him away." I have to admit, Huang Xing is truly a tough nut to crack, Yu Wuyun thought to himself, observing the man before him who managed to keep his wits even in the harshest of conditions. However, this resilience only lasted until the moment you had anticipated. As a few inmates prepared to take Huang Xing away, he suddenly rasped out, "Commander Yu, I'll talk. But you must promise not to reveal that I was the one who leaked the information." My entire family is in their hands. I'm begging you. Yu Wuyun's lips curled into a knowing smile, as if to say, why didn't you cooperate sooner? He immediately signaled his men to bring paper and pen, ordering Huang Xing to list all the families involved in the attempted ambush of the 869 bureau members. With trembling hands, Huang Xing slowly wrote down the family names and their respective regions. However, when the list was handed to Yu Wuyun, everyone present, including the couple Chen Xingbian and his wife, as well as Chen Han, displayed expressions of disbelief. Surprisingly, on the large sheet of paper, there were only 3 family names. It was known that over 80 families were involved in the ambush on Chen Xingbian alone, not to mention those involved in other attacks. Including indirectly involved families, one sheet wouldn't suffice. Huang Xing, at this point, you still dare to mock me? Yu Wuyun seethed with anger, his voice cold. Terrified, Huang Xing fell to his knees, kowtowing and pleading, Commander Yu, I wouldn't dare deceive you. Think about it, those families aren't foolish. Would they all have direct contact with me? They only need to send 2 or 3 people to liaise with me. Just as Yu Wuyun was about to order Huang Xing to be taken away, Chen Han intervened, Commander Yu, I believe Huang Xing is telling the truth. Chen Han then analyzed that the operation against the 869 Bureau was vast, involving numerous families forming a tight-knit organization. To avoid completely offending Yu Wuyun, these families would naturally plan meticulously. Huang Xing was merely an executor, needing contact with only a few families. Once exposed, sacrificing these few families would suffice to wrap up the incident. This was a common tactic throughout the history of the Xia dynasty. After Chen Han's analysis, everyone found it plausible. However, Lu Yufeng still frowned. After all this effort, are we only dealing with a few small fry? Chen Han shook his head, a confident smile on his lips. Mom, don't worry. Our greatest advantage now is that these families don't know how we will investigate. So, Huang Xing's information must be tightly sealed, and all communication channels from the capital to the outside world must be shut down. He looked down at the list, noting that 2 of the 3 families were from the same city, and a preliminary plan began to form in his mind. Hygiene City. Although this secondary city doesn't match the primary ones in size, it is renowned for its opulence. At the dawn of spiritual awakening, 2 meteorites containing rare metals fell on the outskirts of the city, bringing it immense wealth. Unlike Hanwu City, which developed around a transportation hub, Hygiene City rose to fame due to these metal resources, earning the nickname City of Metals. Most notably, the city produces the exotic Qijin metal, used even in crafting the heads of the mighty Bawang spear. This metal, more precious than star crystals, can fetch hundreds of kilograms of star crystals per gram, and its scarcity makes it priceless. Thanks to the metal industry, Hygiene City is home to several powerful families, with the Zhou and Wang families leading the pack. Ambitious and eager to expand their influence to the capital, these families maintain extensive connections with the major families there, showering the high-ranking officials of the 24 Privy Council with lavish gifts annually. Chen Han pondered silently. Since Hygiene City was Zhao Linger's hometown, she must be well acquainted with it. His plan was to have Yu Wuyun continue guarding the capital, as leaving it during such a major lockdown could plunge the entire city into chaos. To have Chen Xingbian investigate the families he had clashed with, leveraging his status and influence as the martial god of Daxia, and for himself, to focus on investigating the Zhou and Wu families of Hygiene City. Marshal Yu, father, what do you think of this plan? Chen Han asked. Yu Wuyun and Chen Xingbian exchanged a smile. Yu Wuyun praised, Xingbian, your son is truly remarkable. To devise such a detailed plan in such a short time, I must admit, I'm getting old. Indeed. Like father, like son. Chen Xingbian agreed. But he's even more impressive than I am. All I can do is lend him the name of Daxia's first martial god for support. To ensure everything was in order, Chen Han sought Yu Wuyun's opinion. Marshal Yu, to what extent can I proceed with this investigation? Chen Han, you are already the 4th marshal of Daxia, equal in rank to me. There's no need to ask me about such matters, Yu Wuyun replied. But I will give you this piece of advice. Go all out. I've got your back. With this reassuring promise, Chen Han smiled quietly and then turned to Huang Xing, ordering the removal of a prisoner from the infernal hell. Now you can take him away. No need to follow any formalities with him. These words sent a chill through Huang Xing, who had never taken Chen Han seriously, prompting him to shout, Marshal Yu, why are you not keeping your word? At this moment, no one paid any attention to Huang Xing's words. What awaited him next was the most tragic of the infernal hells. According to the plan, Yu Wuyun stayed behind in the capital to oversee the situation and maintain order within the city. Meanwhile, Chen Xingbian and Lu Yufeng began a detailed investigation into suspicious families. Due to the need for a large military presence to seal off the capital, Chen Han could only lead a vanguard camp of about 10,000 troops to Hygiene City. However, for Chen Han, this force was more than sufficient. There were few in the entire Great Xia who could threaten him, and he brought this many men mainly to increase the efficiency of wiping out families. The grand convoy set off towards Hygiene City. Although this city was 1,000 miles away from the capital, its proximity to the East Sea and its fame as the nation's metal capital made transportation very convenient, with smooth roads all the way. To avoid unnecessary attention, Chen Han's official reason for the trip was to procure military supplies. This excuse was perfectly reasonable. Hygiene City supplied 70% of the military's raw materials for weapons, and a large number of military personnel travel back and forth from there every year. By the time the convoy reached Hygiene City, it was already evening. The setting sun cast its glow on the many mines within the city, with special metals reflecting a dazzling array of colors, creating a unique cityscape. Wow, Sister Linger, it's so beautiful. Is this your hometown? Chen Shui excitedly asked Zhao Linger inside the vehicle. Initially, Chen Han didn't plan to bring his sister along, but she insisted on accompanying her brother and even requested to be appointed as Zhao Linger's deputy. The two women's chatter throughout the journey was a source of headache for Chen Han. However, Zhao Linger seemed uninterested in the beauty of her hometown, simply sighing. What's so great about it? Seeing it every day, it's just the same. Besides, this city isn't as good as you think. As the convoy was about to enter the city, the driver, Ji Yun, turned back to ask, Young Master Chun, should we go straight into the city? Chen Han nodded slightly in agreement. Although Hygiene City often had visits from the capital's elite, Chen Han's convoy still caught the attention of passers-by. As the fourth marshal of Great Xia, his vehicle was naturally extraordinary. Wow, guys, look at this car, it's impressive. It seems to be the latest model from the top car brand in Great Xia. The car isn't the point, look at that license plate. Anyone with that plate number holds significant sway in the capital. I wonder who's inside. I'd love to see for myself. Pedestrians on both sides of the road cast envious glances and engaged in lively discussions. Seeing the situation, Jian couldn't help but quip, looks like I've made something of myself, driving a big shot from the capital around. Chen Han gave an exasperated look and said, shut your mouth. However, an unexpected event quickly interrupted their banter. A nearly billion-dollar luxury car was coming toward them on the one-way street. Both convoys had to stop, leading to a standoff. A crowd quickly gathered at the roadside to watch. Hey, that black car belongs to Zhou Laosan, a middle-aged man shouted. Someone nearby immediately chimed in. This should be interesting. A bigwig from the capital facing off against the Zhou family from Hygiene City. Who's going to give way first? Place your bets, folks. Odds are 2-1. From the crowd's chatter, Chen Han quickly confirmed the identity of the other party. It was indeed the Zhou family, the target of their investigation. Before long, a man with a rat-like face emerged from the luxury car, dressed head to toe in designer brands. Young Master Chen, Ji Yun whispered, that guy's wearing a custom-made mink coat by Zhang Xinfit, worth at least 8 million. No sooner had he spoken than the man approached their window, speaking in a condescending tone, seeing as you're from the capital, I'll let this road blockage slide today. Move aside quickly. Remember, I'm Zhou Zhu from the Zhou family in Hygiene City, third in line, but you can call me Zhou Laosan. The surrounding crowd seemed accustomed to this arrogant attitude, confirming to Chen Han that Zhao Linger's previous assessment of the city was not unfounded. Ji Yun turned to Chen Han, waiting for instructions. Surprisingly, Chen Han simply said, Ji Yun, kill him? Ji Yun hesitated for a moment. Young Master Chun, while I have no problem doing that without a reason, it might tarnish your reputation in broad daylight. Chen Han thought for a moment and casually replied, well, let's call it driving the wrong way. Ji Yun's mouth twitched, but he still got out of the car promptly. Zhou Laosan immediately shouted, why are you getting out of the car? Reverse and make way. Don't think you're so great just because you're from the capital. My Zhou family. I'm here to send you on your way. Ji Yun interrupted, delivering a swift, fierce kick to Zhou Laosan's head. Zhou Laosan flew like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into a tree by the roadside, blood splattering across half the street. The scene left everyone around in shock. Gasps and murmurs erupted from the crowd. They had expected a tense standoff between Chen Han's convoy and the Zhou family, but were stunned by Chen Han's ruthless move, taking Zhou Laosan's life with a single strike. A piercing scream cut through the air, causing chaos to ensue. Most of the onlookers fled in panic, leaving only a few brave souls behind, disbelief etched on their faces. How could this happen? Someone whispered. Just a few days ago, the commander from the capital was treating the Zhou family with great respect. Zhou Laosan is supposed to be a big shot in Hygiene City. Ji Yun, the killer, remained unfazed, his eyes fixed on the Zhou family's vehicles. He understood Chen Han's intent clearly. No one in the car was to be spared. However, a woman stepped out of the car. Seeing the body on the ground, she let out a heart-wrenching cry, husband. She threw herself onto Zhou Laosan's body, weeping bitterly for a long time. Once she calmed down slightly, she turned to Ji Yun, her eyes burning with hatred. But she quickly realized he was just the executor and directed her fury at the car. "Get out of the car," she screamed. "Do you know who my husband is? Even the city lord of hygiene has to show him respect. Our Zhou family has countless connections in the capital." The car door slowly opened, and a young man in a black military uniform stepped out. The onlookers whispered among themselves upon seeing Chen Han's youthful face. So young? He doesn't look older than 20. How could he dare to kill Zhou Laosan? Chen Han walked up to Zhou Laosan's body and turned to Ji Yun. "Do you have any small change?" Ji Yun hesitated for a moment, then handed over the few $100 he had left. Chen Han took the money and threw it in the face of Zhou Laosan's wife. "Use this money to buy your husband a coffin?" This act was a massive insult to the Zhou family, who were known for their influence and ability to solve problems with money. After speaking, Chen Han turned to leave. Zhou Laosan's wife erupted in fury, ready to attack, but Ji Yun's sharp gaze stopped her in her tracks. Ji Yun pointed at Zhou Laosan's wife with a hint of sympathy in his voice. "Ma'am, I advise you not to act rashly. Do you know who stands before you?" Zhou Laosan's wife scoffed dismissively. "Who? I've seen plenty of high-ranking officials from the capital. What is this young man? Some kind of big shot?" A cold smile appeared on Ji Yun's lips as he raised his voice. "Standing before you is the commander of the 500,000-strong Northern Expedition Army of Xia, the youngest marquis in recent history, champion marquis, the first and youngest prince in new history, Prince of the North, the first Grand Marshal of Xia, appointed heir by Grand Marshal Yu, a hero of humanity, and now the fourth Grand Marshal of Xia, Grand Marshal Chen Han." This barrage of titles exploded like thunder around them, causing passers-by to stop in their tracks, staring in shock. Zhou Laosan's wife's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. Even in a remote place like Hygiene City, Chen Han's name was well known, though few had met him. Seeing this, Ji Yun added another blow. "Killing a mere Zhou Laosan is nothing. If Marshal Chen wished, he could wipe out your entire Zhou family." With that, Ji Yun and Chen Han turned and got into their car. The street erupted in cheers as the people, long oppressed by the Zhou family, clapped and shouted in approval. "Ha ha ha! So this is Champion Marquis Chen Han? This is justice. Who would have thought the Zhou family would see a day like this? Marshal Chen, you're my idol from now on." Ji Yun floored the gas pedal, pushing the Zhou family's car aside as they sped away. After driving for a while, he suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, that was amazing. Chen, what should we do next? How about crashing through the Zhou family's gates?" Chen Han shook his head helplessly. "Let's not rush. It's already late, and we've achieved our goal. Let's see how the Zhou family responds." He turned to Zhao Linger, his gaze intense, causing her to blush and lower her head. "It's night now, and we don't have a place to stay. Since this is Captain Zhao's hometown, she should play the gracious host. Let's visit Captain Zhao's house." Zhao Linger waved her hands frantically. "No, why would you go to my house? I haven't prepared anything." In truth, Chen Han had another purpose for this visit. Besides investigating the family rebellion, he sought to unravel the mystery of the ancestral elf king. "Isn't this inappropriate? I haven't even told my parents in advance," Zhao Linger said, looking flustered and bewildered. Chen Han remained calm and interrupted her. "This is an order from the superior. You." Zhao Linger was too angry to speak and could only reluctantly guide Ji Yun. The car soon drove to the outskirts of Hygiene City and finally stopped in front of a modest small house. This place was far from the city center, but for Zhao Linger's working-class parents, it was the best option. According to the information, her father, Zhao Shan, was a dedicated craftsman in Hygiene City, responsible for forging metals into various weapons, while her mother, Jiang Xian, was an ordinary office worker. Chen Han surveyed the simple and unadorned small house. Nodding to himself, Zhao Linger's background information seemed to be accurate. Zhao Linger gently knocked on the door, and soon a middle-aged woman with a weary expression opened it. Her eyes lit up with surprise and joy as soon as she saw her daughter. "Linger, why are you back? Is the army on leave?" She examined her daughter carefully, happily saying, "You look so well. The army must be feeding you well. You seem a bit chubbier." This comment left Chen Han and the others exchanging glances, knowing Zhao Linger's figure was nearly perfect. How thin must she have been before? Noticing Chen Han behind her, Zhao Linger's face turned red. "Mom, what are you saying?" Her bashful demeanor was a far cry from her usual confident self. "Ha ha ha. Who would have thought Instructor Zhao would be so humble in front of her parents?" Zhu Ming couldn't help but tease. Only then did Jiang Xian notice the people behind her daughter. Zhao Linger quickly introduced them. "Mom, these are my comrades." She specifically pointed to Chen Han, saying, "This is my superior." Hearing the word superior, Jiang Xian panicked, fearing her daughter had gotten into trouble in the army. She hurriedly bowed to Chen Han. "Sir, did our Linger make a mistake? Please don't be too hard on her." Seeing Jiang Xian's typical reaction, Chen Han judged that she was likely unrelated to the Spirit King ancestor. He quickly reassured her. Don't worry, ma'am. I'm just here for a visit. Ji Yun timely presented the prepared gifts. Jiang Exine finally breathed a sigh of relief and warmly invited them into the courtyard. Not forgetting to compliment, sir. You look so young, even younger than our Linger, and quite handsome too. At that moment, rhythmic hammering sounds came from the courtyard. Chen Han looked over and saw a muscular, middle-aged man working by the forge. Though he appeared only in his 40s, he had a dignified square face and an impressive aura. Suddenly, the man spoke in a deep voice. Linger. Zhao Linger trembled at the sound and obediently stood in front of the middle-aged man. Father. He was Zhao Linger's father, Zhao Shan. Zhao Shan put down his work and looked sternly at his daughter. A while back, you wrote saying you were joining the Northern Expeditionary Army and wouldn't be back for some time. It's been so soon. Tell me, did you desert? His voice carried an undeniable authority. Remember how I taught you? A soldier can die on the battlefield, but must never live in disgrace. Zhao Linger, usually fiery-tempered, was now as if frozen and didn't dare utter a word. Jiang Exine quickly stepped in to ease the tension. The child has finally come home. Can't you say less? But Zhao Shun was unmoved. If she really deserted, a few words from me would be nothing. Even if I gave her a beating, it would still be light. Chen Han had to step forward to explain. Uncle, I'm Zhao Linger's superior. We came to Hygiene City for official business. Zhao Shen cast a cold glance at Chen Han, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Superior? You? My Linger is an elite of the Kuei camp, with the rank of lieutenant. At your age, even becoming a sergeant is tough. From Zhao Shun's understanding of the military and his disdainful attitude towards Chen Han realized that this old man's identity might be extraordinary. Just then, his gaze fell on a tattoo exposed on Zhao Shen's back. It was a distinctive dragon tattoo, with a city character engraved on the dragon's back. This mark sent a shiver through Chen Han. This wasn't an ordinary tattoo, but rather highly confidential information accessible only to generals or above. While preparing to go to Hygiene City, Chen Han had reviewed some martial-level military secrets, which mentioned this tattoo. It belonged to a mysterious unit known as the Dragon City Imperial Guards, an elite force of only 20, answering only to the Grand Marshal of Daxia. To join the Dragon City Imperial Guards, one had to reach at least the 4th rank of Marshal Emperor and hold a Corps Commander-level military position. Their mission was to hold the Western regions, an area more perilous than the Northern Front. Unlike the Northern Front, the Western regions were almost entirely life-forbidden zones, where even Han Howren dared not tread lightly. The fire Qilin that nearly destroyed Daxia came from the Western regions. The Dragon City Imperial Guards were the last line of defense there, tasked not only with stopping powerful beasts from invading, but also with timely reporting to Daxia's high command if terrifying entities like the fire Qilin appeared. Because of this, although every member of the Dragon City Imperial Guards was a top fighter, their casualty rate was nearly 100%. The Dragon City Imperial Guard's record is nearly flawless, though not entirely perfect. Every member, whether they survived or fell in battle, is considered a true warrior of unwavering spirit. The brutality of this elite unit is shocking. Each member serves for 5 years, but the casualty rate in the first year alone is as high as 90%. Over the past 60 years, the unit has consistently maintained a roster of 20, with new recruits joining each year, totaling around 400. However, only 3 have lived to complete their service. What is even more admirable is that after enduring 5 hellish years, these 3 survivors chose a life of seclusion over fame and fortune. The military's confidentiality regarding them is so stringent that only Commander Yu knows their real names. Even in the records accessible to Chen Han, only their codenames and basic information are available. By comparing ages, Chen Han has essentially confirmed Zhao Shan's identity is likely the last surviving member, the former leader of the Dragon City Imperial Guard, codenamed Azura. Azura's combat achievements are terrifying. In his first year, he single-handedly slew over 100 beasts. It's important to note that the beasts in the Western territories are as formidable as the 4-winged fallen angels under Lucifer, and even 6-winged fallen angel-level beasts are not uncommon. Azura's most illustrious achievement occurred in his 3rd year of service. That year, a beast tide erupted in the Western territories, with numerous beasts attempting to cross the desert and invade Daxia. Without the protection of the Skywall, the Dragon City Imperial Guard had to rely on their own bodies to hold the line. In that battle, only Azura survived out of the 20-man team. He held his ground alone for 3 days and nights until Commander Yu's reinforcements arrived, finding him barely clinging to life. With this in mind, Chen Han immediately ordered, "Attention! Salute the hero, Elder Zhao." Although the others were puzzled, they followed the command and gave a standard military salute to Zhao Shan. This sudden gesture left Zhao Shan stunned, and even Zhao Linger, unaware of her father's true identity, showed a look of confusion. "Chen Han, what are you doing? What's with this salute to some old hero Zhao? Don't forget your own position." Zhao Linger quickly reminded him as she saw Chen Han suddenly salute her father. After all, in her view, it was quite inappropriate for Chen Han, the fourth marshal of Xia, to salute an ordinary citizen. Chen Han's lips curled slightly, his eyes filled with a knowing look. Zhao Linger, you really don't know your father well. He is the sole defense line guarding the western frontier of Xia, the commander of the Longqing Imperial Guards. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere turned silent. Zhao Linger's expression shifted from surprise to shock. The members of the Cold Knight squad exchanged glances, and even the usually composed Jiang Xian was wide-eyed. Zhao Shan was taken aback, staring at Chen Han in disbelief. How do you know? Could it be that you are the marshal? Don't I look like it, old hero Zhao? Chen Han replied with a question. Father, he's Chen Han. Zhao Linger couldn't help but interject. In her letters home, she often mentioned Chen Han, and Zhao Shan had always spoken highly of this young talent, even advising his daughter to learn from him. Suddenly, Zhao Shan slapped his thigh, his earlier demeanor vanishing instantly. I was blind. I should have guessed it. He realized that Zhao Linger's direct superior, apart from Yu Wuyun, had to be Chen Han, but he hadn't expected the young man before him to be the renowned fourth marshal. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Shan was already kneeling. Commander of the Longqing Imperial Guards, Shilua, pays respects to Champion Marquis Marshal Chen. I beg for the Champion Marquis's forgiveness for not recognizing you earlier. Chen Han hurriedly stepped forward to help him up. Please rise, old hero Zhao. You're making this junior feel unworthy. No, Zhao Shan insisted. You are not only a marshal but also Yu Shuai's successor. You deserve this kneel. Once emotions calmed, Zhao Shan looked at his daughter with pride. Linger has truly excelled. To be your direct subordinate. All these years of nurturing her have not been in vain. Looking at the father who had endured 5 years of hellish training with the Longqing Imperial Guards and was still willing to let his daughter join the military, Chen Han felt a mix of emotions. At this moment, the ones with the most complicated feelings were likely Zhao Linger and Zhao Shan's wife, Jiang Xian. They exchanged glances, filled with disbelief. In their understanding, Zhao Shan had always been an ordinary craftsman, a good-natured man who never quarreled with others. Even when he faced grievances at work, he would always laugh them off. The only time he was strict was in his seemingly harsh education of Zhao Linger. Father, what is this? Zhao Linger's voice trembled slightly. Zhao Shan looked at the shocked expressions of his wife and daughter and sighed deeply. Linger, Jiang Xian, I'm sorry for keeping this from you all these years. The identity as leader of the Dragon City Guards is too sensitive, and the fewer who know, the better. After those 5 years of living on edge, I just wanted a peaceful life. Taking this opportunity, Chen Han asked, Zhao, the hero, do you know the primordial elf king? If Zhao Shan truly was the leader of the Dragon City Guards, Shura, then he might have had contact with the legendary Forbidden Area deity. Although Chen Han had suspected Zhao Linger's parents had an extraordinary background, the level of the Dragon City Guards was beyond his expectations. The primordial elf king? Zhao Shan appeared puzzled. Who? Champion Marquis. It's not that I don't want to answer, but I truly don't know this person. Chen Han paused for a moment, then realized that matters regarding the Forbidden Area deities were scarcely known, let alone the primordial elf king, a name that only existed in the classified files of Bureau 869. He turned to Zhao Linger. Can you transform into the elf king's form now? Zhao Linger nodded, and in the next moment, she transformed into the stunningly beautiful elf queen. Jiang Xian watched, mesmerized. Linger, you're truly breathtaking now. Just don't speak, and it would be perfect. This remark nearly caused the members of the Cold Knight team to burst into laughter. However, Zhao Shan, upon seeing this scene, was taken aback. So that's who you meant. His voice carried a hint of excitement. I have seen her. She even saved my life. I always called her the red-haired woman. I didn't know she had the title of primordial elf king. What Zhao Shan revealed next left everyone present in shock because it pertained to Zhao Linger's true lineage. Linger is now in her 20s, and there are some things she should know. Zhao took a deep breath, his gaze serious. In fact, Jiang Xian is not Linger's biological mother. This revelation didn't cause much of a stir among those present, as even Chen Han had some inkling, and Zhao Linger herself seemed to have sensed it. However, Zhao's next words struck like a hammer, leaving everyone stunned. In actuality, in a certain sense, I cannot be considered Linger's biological father either. Seeing the shock on everyone's faces, especially Chen Han's furrowed brow, Zhao began to recount the long-buried story. The events trace back to many years ago when a gigantic sand scorpion breached the defenses of the Dragon City garrison. During the fierce battle, Zhao was unfortunately swept away by the massive creature into the depths of the western desert, a terrifying place that had become a death zone since the resurgence of spiritual energy. Even a warrior of the highest level would struggle to escape unscathed from there. In a life-or-death struggle, Zhao fought the sand scorpion. Though he eventually killed the beast, he found himself trapped in a dire situation. All around him were swirling black sandstorms, and the eerie howls of mythical beasts echoed in his ears. As a warrior of the 6th rank, Zhao should have been able to endure for a long time. However, this strange region seemed to drain all strength. In just 2 days, he was as weak as an ordinary person, teetering on the brink of death. In his moment of despair, a red-haired woman appeared. Her power was astonishing, and all the fearsome creatures that intimidated Zhao fled at the sight of her. She took the barely alive Zhao to a mysterious place called Yiming Residence, a hidden paradise seemingly separate from the world. This mysterious woman effortlessly healed Zhao's injuries, but remained silent throughout. As a price, she took a few drops of his blood. A few days later, she returned Zhao to the edge of the western desert. What seemed like a dream became reality when, 3 mornings later, Zhao found a swaddled infant by his pillow that was the future Zhao Linger. Even after more than 20 years, recalling this experience still sends chills down Zhao's spine. It was this encounter that led him, after fulfilling his duties with the Dragon City garrison, to choose a life of seclusion. For some reason, the moment Zhao Shun laid eyes on the baby, he felt an inexplicable connection with her. The feeling was so intense, it was as if she was his own flesh and blood. He looked around, pondering the origins of this mysterious infant. It was astonishing that someone could silently place a baby beside his pillow in the heavily guarded barracks of the Dragon City garrison. Surrounded by desolate lands for miles and living alongside mythical beasts, the soldiers of the garrison led monotonous lives. The arrival of this baby was like a ray of sunshine in their world. 3 months later, Zhao Shan took the baby to settle in Hygiene City. Hearing this, Chen Han understood. Zhao Linger is the baby you adopted and brought to Hygiene City, isn't she? Zhao Shen nodded in confirmation and continued. Seeing Linger now, I'm almost certain she's a descendant of that red-haired woman. He laughed at himself. What's more surprising is that Linger and I actually share a blood relationship. I secretly conducted a paternity test, and it showed that Linger is indeed my biological daughter. Zhang Exine scoffed. Maybe you had a fling with that red-haired woman and just forgot about it. Zhao Shen shook his head firmly. Absolutely not. During my 5 years in the Dragon City garrison, the most important thing I learned was to stay alert. Even after battling mythical beasts for 3 days and nights, my mind remained clear. If anything had happened, I wouldn't forget it, nor would I hide it. Chen Han looked at Zhao Shun's resolute expression, knowing this man of his word wouldn't lie. This made him contemplate the incredible abilities of the ancestor elf king who could create a baby with both human and elf blood in just a few days with only a few drops of blood. Though Zhang Exine's words were sharp, her love for Zhao Linger was genuine, and she hadn't had another child all these years. Zhao Shun, too, treated this mysterious child as his own, raising her with care for 20 years. Among those present, Zhao Linger was the calmest. Perhaps she had long sensed she wasn't Zhang Exine's biological child, but she hadn't expected that even Zhao Shun, whom she regarded as her true father, had such a mysterious connection to her. Everyone was silent for a long time before Zhao Linger slowly spoke, her voice filled with deep emotion. If you are born but not raised, a finger can be repaid. If you are born and raised, a head can be repaid. But if you are not born and yet raised, 100 lives cannot repay. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Linger was already in tears and suddenly knelt in front of Zhao Shan and Zhang Exine, saying, Father, Mother, thank you. Zhang Exine was already sobbing uncontrollably, and tears shimmered in Zhao Shan's eyes as he hurriedly helped his daughter up. Linger, it's not that I raised you. It's that you saved me. Zhao Shan choked up. If it weren't for you, I might have long lost the will to live and gone to join my old comrades. I wouldn't have met your mother, and we wouldn't have the life we have now. I don't have the courage to fight on the battlefield anymore, but now that you have become the commander of the vanguard camp in the northern expedition, it fulfills my wish. The family of 3 embraced and wept, a touching scene. The members of the Cold Night group watched this war moment with varied expressions. Ji Yun suddenly recited, searching and seeking, cold and desolate, sorrowful and mournful. With these words, the atmosphere became awkward. Chen Han frowned, a vein appearing on his forehead. You and your big mouth. Next time you should go on a mission with Zhang Xiaolong and Liao Xiaohu. Once Zhao Linger's family calmed down, Chen Han pondered the investigation results of the progenitor Elf King. To his surprise, the progenitor Elf King was somehow connected to Yiming. Yiming's residencia secluded, idyllic space demonstrated his astonishing power. Zhao Shan suddenly turned to Chen Han. Champion Marquis, may I ask what brings you to Hygiene City this time? Chen Han did not want Zhao Shan, who had already retired from service, to get entangled in the affairs of the Zhao and Wu families. Firstly, out of respect for his 5 years of dedication to the launching Imperial Guard, and secondly, due to concerns about potential retaliation from the local remnants. Zhao Linger seemed to understand Chen Han's concerns and quickly said to her father, Father, please don't ask. You know how military matters are. Zhao Shan nodded in understanding but showed a hint of embarrassment. Linger, let me be frank. It's rare to meet the successor of Commander Yu, but I really don't have anything worthy to give him. Money, the champion marquis surely doesn't lack, and I don't have much of it anyway. Those scraps of metal, he wouldn't be interested in. Chen Han smiled at these words. Uncle Zhao, there's no need. Your thoughtfulness alone will make Commander Yu in the capital happy. Zhao Shen suddenly seemed to think of something and slapped his thigh. Oh, I remember. You're here at just the right time. The decennial mining festival is about to be held in the city. During the festival, new mines will be opened, and there might even be unprecedented special metals. Commander Yu once showed me some of Feng Yufeng's insights on forging. I may not be good at much else, but I have some confidence in smithing and making weapons. How about I make a weapon for you? Weapons? Chen Han raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. At this moment, he already possessed the Overlord Spear and the Dragon Champ Bow, both of which were considered top-tier weapons in the entire Xia. He had heard a little about the mining festival in Hygiene City due to the revival of spiritual energy after the fall of 2 meteorites. The whole of Hygiene City now had over 1,000 mines. For sustainable development, the state had implemented strict mining policies. Within a decade, residents of Hygiene City could only mine a few dozen of these, and only after this period could new veins be developed. Even so, Hygiene City's ores were renowned nationwide. The mining festival marked the important occasion of developing new mines after the tenure period. These mines contained various rare metals, some with unknown elements similar to the head of the Overlord Spear. However, Chen Han had no need for new weapons, and besides, Hygiene City's ores might not even be able to forge supreme weapons. Senior, I currently don't need new weapons, but I appreciate your kind offer, Chen Han politely declined. Zhao Shen looked a bit disappointed but didn't give up. I heard from Linger that you currently use a spear and a bow? That's right, Chen Han admitted, and they're both supreme weapons. So I don't need new ones. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shen circled Chen Han thoughtfully, resting his chin on his hand. Champion Marquis, I'm a straightforward person. With your aura, a spear and a bow don't seem to be the best fit for you. They don't perfectly align with your presence. These words startled Chen Han, as it was the first time since embarking on the path of a warrior that he had received such an assessment. What do you mean by that? Zhao Shen smiled slightly. To be honest, I'm not flattering you. Just sitting next to you, I can sense an intimidating aura. You might not have noticed, but I practice the Azura path, the path of the Overlord, and even though I'm a first-tier martial venerable, higher in level than you, I'm still overwhelmed by your presence. I think you must also be on the path of the Overlord. Chen Han nodded silently, acknowledging that his SS-level celestial Overlord body talent was indeed a concentrated embodiment of the path of the Overlord. Seeing Chen Han agree, a light flashed in Zhao Shen's eyes, then it settled. For a warrior on the path of the Overlord, there's only one suitable weapon. He paused. You need a blade. The blade is the ultimate embodiment of the path of the Overlord among all weapons. Neither spears nor bows can truly showcase the aura of an Overlord. Only a blade, charging forward and cutting through obstacles, can display the commanding presence of an Overlord over the world. These passionate words indeed struck a chord in Chen Han's heart. Before this moment, he hadn't considered adding another weapon to his arsenal. Seeing Chen Han finally waver, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhao Shen's eyes. Hold on a moment, let me fetch a blade for you. You'll see just how perfectly it suits you, Zhao Shen said, quickly running into the house. Moments later, he returned with a hoe and began digging in the yard with practiced urgency. Everyone watched in stunned silence as Zhao Shen unearthed a rusty tang horizontal blade from the soil. Time had ravaged the blade, leaving it in a dilapidated state. Is this the legendary tetanus blade? Ji Yun couldn't help but joke. Zhao Shen chuckled dismissively. Don't be so quick to judge. This blade is a treasure given to me by Commander Yu. It just needs a little polishing. He grabbed a sharpening stone and began diligently honing the rusty long knife. Miraculously, as he worked, the rust receded, and the blade began to shine with a dazzling brilliance. A chilling aura of lethality emanated from the blade, filling the entire courtyard and causing Jiang Xian, who had no cultivation, to feel dizzy. Linger, support your mother. Zhao Shen instructed while continuing to sharpen the blade. Recounting the history of the Azura blade, it was a sword given to him by Commander Yu when he first joined the Dragon City Imperial Guards. Although it was originally a high-grade spiritual weapon, it had transformed into a supreme divine weapon, stained with the blood of countless exotic beasts from the western regions. As the blade regained its former luster, Zhao Shen's demeanor changed as well. No longer the humble farmer, he radiated the majesty of the former leader of the Dragon City Imperial Guards, the god of death Azura. His powerful aura made everyone present tremble, even causing the celestial overlord mark on Chen Han's forehead to appear involuntarily, as if to challenge it. I knew it. You are truly meant to wield a blade. Zhao Shen laughed heartily, handing the Azura blade to Chen Han. To everyone's astonishment, the moment Chen Han grasped the Azura blade, The lethal aura it emitted intensified even more than when it was in Zhao Shen's hands. The moonlight bathed Chen Han, clad in his black military uniform, highlighting an intimidating presence that sent shivers down spines. At this moment, he was more imposing than when wielding a spear or bow, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Under this formidable presence, members of the Cold Knight squad involuntarily knelt. Was the true aura of a sovereign. At this moment, Chen Han was neither Han Haoran nor Qin Xingbian. He was forging his path as the celestial overlord. In this moment of epiphany, Chen Han's cultivation broke through its constraints, advancing directly to the 4th rank of the martial emperor. Chen Han gave a slight wave of his blade. It seemed effortless, yet the air around him suddenly felt as if it had frozen, only to then vibrate violently. Zhao Shen's judgment was spot on. The short sword was indeed the perfect weapon for Chen Han. Unlike Yu Wuyun's Grand Guandao, the Azura Dao's restrained yet formidable Tang horizontal blade suited him best. Chen Han respectfully handed the Azura Dao back to Zhao Shen with genuine gratitude. Thank you, senior, for enlightening me. This gratitude came from the heart, as without Zhao Shen's guidance, it would have taken him much longer to grasp his path as a dominator. Zhao, the hero, Ji Yun interjected. Why not just give the Azura Dao to Chen? It would save so much trouble. Zhao Shen chuckled and shook his head. Though the Azura Dao isn't a top-tier weapon, it's been with me for so many years. I dare say no one can truly unleash its full power but me. So you're planning to have a sword custom-made for Chen? Ji Yun's eyes lit up. Exactly. So please stay in Hygiene City for a few more days. Chen Han readily agreed. They were planning to leave after the mining festival anyway, and dealing with the local bullies would take time. That evening, they settled down at Zhao Linger's home. The next morning, at the crack of dawn, Zhao Linger's loud voice echoed in the courtyard. Get up. Are you here for a free meal and stay? It's already 9. The group, rubbing their sleepy eyes, exchanged amused glances, reminded of their days in the recruit camp. Jiang Xian, unimpressed with her daughter's demeanor, glared at Zhao Shen who was starting the fire. It's all your fault. Look what you've turned Linger into. She's so pretty, but talks like Li Kuei. She's in her 20s and still doesn't have a boyfriend. Aren't you worried? Zhao Shen straightened up. A soldier's duty is to serve the country and consider dying on the battlefield an honor. Can't soldiers fall in love? Jiang Xian rolled her eyes, sneaking a glance at Chen Han. I think Chen Han is great, young and promising, and he's a marshal. Don't even think about it. Zhao Shen interrupted. Chen Han is the Grand Marshal of Daxia, and he's destined for the position of Marshal. He's too busy for romance. Despite his words, Jiang Xian's favoritism towards Chen Han at the breakfast table was obvious. While others had a simple meal, Chen Han had a fragrant bowl of chicken soup and dumplings made by Jiang Xian herself, a privilege even Zhao Shen and his daughter didn't enjoy. Ji Yun and the others couldn't help but chuckle as they glanced at Chen Han. Such blatant favoritism made even the usually composed Chen Han feel slightly embarrassed. Auntie, we have regulations in the military. There's no need for such special treatment, he said quickly. However, Jiang Xian's words caught everyone off guard. She bluntly declared, What rules? This is my house, and if I want to make exceptions, I will. Even if you call you Shuai, I'd still say the same. She then burst into hearty laughter. Her straightforwardness immediately electrified the atmosphere. Ji Yun, Zhu Ming, and Zhao Yufei all burst out laughing. Zhao Linger blushed deeply, burying her head into her shoulders. Amusingly, Zhao Shen was grinning foolishly at Chen Han, chiming in, Special treatment is great. After the meal, everyone collected themselves and drove to the Zhou family in Hygiene City. On the way, Chen Han gave Zhao Linger a meaningful look and, as her superior, asked seriously, earlier, it wasn't convenient to ask in front of your parents, but now I want to know if you can still carry on with the task? This question stemmed from concerns over the impact of the mystery surrounding Zhao Linger's background. Despite her outward cheerfulness, she was deeply sensitive. But Zhao Linger replied firmly, Please rest assured, Chen Shuai. I promise it won't affect the mission. Chen Han nodded in approval, then remarked, Honestly, it's a pity someone like your father can't continue to serve the country. This comment piqued the curiosity of everyone in the car. With Chen Han's current prowess, he was nearly unmatched below the level of a martial god, while Zhao Shen was merely a first-rank martial master who hadn't trained in a long time. Even Zhao Linger couldn't help but ask, Is my father really that strong? Chen Han's lips curled slightly, very strong. When he wielded the Shura blade, I even considered him a worthy opponent. This brief assessment was enough to highlight Zhao Shen's extraordinary strength. Among those below martial god level, only Lu Yufeng, who was half a step to martial god, and Zhao Shen could earn Chen Han's respect. The convoy soon arrived at the Zhou family estate. This mansion, built in a secondary main city, was impressively large and luxuriously decorated, rare even by the standards of the capital. At that moment, white banners fluttered outside. Wreaths were everywhere, and luxury cars gathered for the funeral of Zhou Lao San, who had been killed by Ji Yun the day before. When Chen Han and his group, dressed in military uniforms, stepped out of the car, they drew many speculative glances from the guests around. While the Zhou family was influential, they had no ties with the military. As everyone wondered, a few bold Zhou family members stepped forward to block their way. Everyone, today is a funeral for the Zhou family. Outsiders are not allowed. Before they could finish speaking, Chen Han merely raised an eyebrow, and Ji Yun and Zhao Yufei understood immediately. In a flash, the bodies of those few Zhou family members were sent crashing onto the plaque of the Zhou residence. The crowd was visibly shocked by the situation unfolding before them. Whispers spread through the gathering. This is the Zhou family of Hygiene City. Even the city lord shows them respect. They're practically the local emperors here. All eyes were on the young men in military uniforms. Despite their youth, they dared to commit murder right at the Zhou family's doorstep, a boldness that left everyone stunned. In over 80 years of Hygiene City's history, no one had ever dared to challenge the Zhou family so brazenly. The mourners included representatives from smaller families and some public officials who were usually under the Zhou family's protection. Among them, a burly middle-aged man stepped forward, showing his credentials as he stood in front of Ji Yun and Zhao Yufei. "How dare you?" the man shouted sternly. "Which unit are you from?" "As soldiers, to kill in public is a disgrace to the military." Ji Yun glanced at the man's ID and realized he was Fang Jun, the deputy director of Hygiene City's police department. Seeing a senior officer willing to serve a family, Ji Yun couldn't help but sneer. "Fang Jun, is it? With your rank, you're not qualified to speak to me. Move aside," Ji Yun said coldly. This remark clearly infuriated Fang Jun. As the deputy director, he was not accustomed to such disrespect, especially from someone who seemed barely in their 20s and likely no higher than a sergeant. Fang Jun, with a stern expression, said, "I advise you to take back what you said, or when your superiors find out, you'll be in serious trouble." Ji Yun chuckled softly. As a member of the Cold Night Squad, his only superiors were Chen Han and Yu Wuyun. He glanced back at Chen Han, who gave a slight nod, signaling his command. A glint of killing intent flashed in Ji Yun's eyes, and he delivered a swift, powerful kick towards Fang Jun. Although Fang Jun was a skilled martial artist, managing to block with his right elbow, the force of the blow pushed him back, nearly causing him to fall. Astonished by Ji Yun's strength at such a young age, Fang Jun shouted, "You dare assault the deputy director of the police department? Do you realize the gravity of this? Are you looking to be court-martialed?" However, Ji Yun and Zhao Yufei seemed utterly unfazed by the threat. Zhao Yufei curled his lips into a mocking smile and taunted Ji Yun, "Ji Yun, if you can't even beat him, you'll be disgracing Captain Chen." This remark immediately ignited Ji Yun's anger. His face turned red and veins bulged on his neck. "Who says I can't beat him? If I lose, I'll go back to the barracks tomorrow and train without stepping out again." Fang Jun, seeing that the two completely ignored his words, became even more furious and shouted, "Do you two even understand the rules?" Before he could finish, Ji Yun's powerful kick struck Fang Jun's chest, sending him flying into the threshold of the Zhou residence, breaking it on impact. In reality, Ji Yun was not the top fighter in the Cold Night Squad. Zhao Linger, who inherited the abilities of the Ancestral Elven King, was already in the top tier under Chen Han, second only to Lei Wu, the Dark Element user. Zhao Yufei's Thunder Cannon was as powerful as a Type 3 laser cannon, and even Zhu Meng, the manipulator, had the strength to fight with a martial emperor-level warrior thanks to the Red God mech. Comparatively, Ji Yun's only notable advantage was his speed. However, this didn't mean Fang Jun could match him. As a warrior who had fought alongside Chen Han in countless battles, Ji Yun had honed genuine strength, far beyond what Fang Jun, who indulged in pleasures, could compare to. After just 2 kicks, Fang Jun felt the vast difference in their abilities. Desperate, Fang Jun resorted to his last refuge, assaulting a public official. "Are you trying to overturn the heavens? I'll report you to the capital." He relied on his rank, assuming even military personnel would be somewhat intimidated. Ji Yun stopped and tossed his credentials to Fang Jun. When Fang Jun saw the words, "Ji Yun, Major, Northern Expedition Vanguard Battalion, Daxia" on the ID, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his voice trembling. He abruptly turned to Chen Han, finally recognizing his identity. "Are you the renowned champion Ho, Commander Chen Han?" Chen Han's expression was stern as he looked directly at Fang Jun. "Indeed, I am." He then coldly reprimanded, "Fang Jun, just look at your behavior. As the deputy director of the police bureau, you bow and scrape to a minor Zhou family, flattering and fawning, changing your attitude so easily. It's laughable. If all Daxia officials were like you, corruption would soon be rampant." He turned to Ji Yun, issuing a harsh order. "Ji Yun, receive your orders. Execute Fang Jun on the spot. Killing this deputy director is merely replacing him with another." Upon hearing Chen Han's words, Fang Jun's face turned ashen. He quickly turned to flee deeper into the Zhou residence. However, he severely underestimated Ji Yun's prowess. In a flash, Ji Yun appeared before him, delivering a series of fierce kicks. In the next moment, Fang Jun's head was sent flying like a watermelon, rolling to a stop in front of the Zhou mansion. The gruesome scene left the onlookers horrified. The deputy chief of police was executed in broad daylight, showcasing the marshal's terrifying methods. The crowd lost all desire to attend the funeral and scattered in panic. Chen Han ignored the chaos around him, turning to the Hanyi group and ordered, once inside, if any officials of Hygiene City dare to obstruct, eliminate them without hesitation. Yes, the group members responded in unison. A wave of sadness washed over Chen Han. The betrayal of his family was hateful enough, but what pained him more were the corrupt officials of Xia. The collusion between officials and merchants was not limited to Hygiene City. Even the capital wasn't spared, but it was particularly rampant in this affluent secondary capital. While the families of Hygiene City were immensely wealthy, ordinary citizens lived in hardship. The average salary was less than 4,000, while rent was 2,000, making housing unaffordable for most. Even a senior craftsman like Zhao Xin earned only 10,000 a month, barely enough to sustain a basic livelihood. This situation was a result of both family oppression and the complicity of local officials. Marshal Yu's decisive action was clearly aimed at eradicating this phenomenon. However, inside the Zhou residence, they were still unaware of the events unfolding outside. In the morning hall, Zhou Jiang, the head of the Zhou family, sat by the coffin of Zhou Laosan, his brows furrowed. He was puzzled. Why would Chen Han, freshly ennobled in the capital, suddenly come to Hygiene City to kill his third brother? What troubled him more were the recent peculiarities in the capital. Family members were returning en masse, and the scouts he sent out brought back shocking news the capital was in complete lockdown, isolated from the outside world, an unprecedented situation in Xia's history. The officials and family members of Hygiene City, gathered around Zhou Jiang, were equally perplexed. Not only were the family's information channels cut off, but officials from other major cities were also forbidden to enter the capital without a special summons. This abnormal situation left everyone with a sense of unease. Sigh. Our Hygiene City has never had a martial visit before, an elderly man lamented. With Chen Han coming, I suspect something major is happening. Everyone should be prepared. Damn, he's a harbinger of disaster, another person said with a look of terror. Back in Hanwu City, he caused quite a stir, and now he's a marshal, which is even more alarming. I think the capital is in for a big change. Before the words were fully spoken, a corpse suddenly arced through the air and landed heavily on the coffin at the center of the Zhou family's mourning hall. Following closely, Chen Han and his entourage strode in. Seeing someone dare to offend the Zhou family's mourning hall, several supporters of the Zhou family immediately stood up. I'm the captain of Hygiene City's garrison. Who dares to cause trouble at the Zhou family? One shouted angrily. I'm the director of Hygiene City's land bureau. Who are you people? And why are you in military uniform? Another questioned. The crowd had yet to recognize Chen Han's identity and were unaware they were challenging someone formidable. Chen Han looked at those who had stepped forward and allowed a cold smile to play on his lips. He walked slowly to the center of the mourning hall and uttered a sentence that silenced the room. My name is Chen Han, the eldest son of the Chen family from the capital, personally appointed champion marquis by the Privy Council, King of the North, commander of the 4 Corps of the Northern Expedition Army, and currently the 4th Marshal of Daxia. Need I say more? Upon hearing this, the crowd felt as if they had been plunged into an ice cave. The officials who had been arrogant moments ago began to tremble, with some nearly fainting on the spot, and they all knelt, exclaiming, Greetings, Champion Marquis. Chen Han paid them no mind, casually found a chair to sit on and scanned the room. The garrison captain, the land bureau director. All of you, come here. He pointed to the center of the mourning hall. The officials who had just pledged their loyalty were anxious but had no choice but to comply. Kill them all, Chen Han suddenly ordered. The crowd thought it was a joke, but Zhao Linger's spear had already pierced the air. Using the Yu family spear technique, graceful and deadly, the officials fell into pools of blood before they could even scream. Blood splattered onto the faces of those nearby, leaving them trembling and silent. Meanwhile, Chen Han leisurely sipped his tea and looked at the Zhou family patriarch, Zhou Jiang, who was frozen in fear. Zhou family patriarch, no need to be so tense. I'm not here to kill you. Zhou Jiang barely regained his composure. Then may I ask the reason for your esteemed visit? It's nothing major, just collecting some military funds. 500,000 kilograms of star crystals. You have 3 days to gather it. Fail, and I'll eradicate your entire family. 500,000 kilograms of star crystals. As soon as this figure was mentioned, Zhou Jiang, the head of the Zhou family, felt his world spinning and his body swaying. This wasn't just about money, this was about star crystals, a quantity that only the D family of Di Qingtian could possibly afford in the entire capital. Zhou Jiang's fingers trembled slightly. Although the Zhou family was extremely wealthy, their reserves of star crystals were always limited. Such a strategic national resource was hard to come by, even with money. Chen Han wasn't asking for money. He was issuing a death warrant within 3 days. The entire Zhou family would be wiped out. With this realization, Zhou Zhang's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Champion Marquis, can we negotiate? 500,000 kilograms of star crystals is an enormous amount. Enormous? Chen Han raised an eyebrow, his voice suddenly turning cold. The soldiers of our Northern Expedition Army have been guarding the northern borders for years, risking their lives for the country. What's a mere 500,000 kilograms of star crystals? Not much. The members of the Cold Night Squad echoed in unison, their gazes resolute. Chen Han looked down at the kneeling Zhou Jiang, his eyes as cold as ice. Head of the Zhou family, this isn't a negotiation. It's an order. Unable to hold back any longer, Zhou Lauer burst out. Thinking about how Chen Han not only killed Zhou Lao San, but also went on a rampage upon entering and was now demanding an outrageous amount of star crystals, his anger boiled over. Chen Han, don't push us too far. Just because you're a marshal, you think you can do whatever you want? Zhou Lauer's face flushed with anger. You can't just collect military funds from our Zhou family. Where do you get the authority? Without the signatures and seals of the 24 Privy Council, without the consent of most families, and with even Marshal Yu not having expressed his stance, Chen Han smiled silently and casually tossed a document and a seal in front of Zhou Lauer. Zhou Lauer took a closer look and was struck as if by lightning, falling back onto the ground. Zhou Jiang hurriedly crawled over to check, his face turning deathly pale. It was a document from the 24 Privy Council granting Chen Han discretionary power, and the seal was none other than Yu Wuyun's martial seal. Everyone present was stunned. They all understood what this document and seal signified. Chen Han now wielded the supreme authority of the Daxia court and military. In comparison, the Zhou family, the local emperors of Heijincheng, were insignificant. Even imperial envoys had to seek approval for their actions here. But Chen Han could act as he pleased, and wiping out the Zhou family would be a trivial task. At that moment, a crisp slap echoed through the Zhou family's morning hall. A sharp slap rang out as Zhou Jiang struck Zhou Lauer hard across the face. Lauer, how dare you speak to the champion Marquis like that? Apologize immediately. Zhou Jiang roared, though a flicker of calculation crossed his eyes. Upon seeing the document and seal, he instantly realized the terrifying power Chen Han now wielded and felt compelled to put on this act to protect his only younger brother. However, this act of pity was meaningless to Chen Han. He calmly lifted his teacup, and Zhao Linger understood. Her spear shot out like lightning, piercing Zhou Lauer's throat in an instant. Blood splattered, yet no one dared to move. They knew that silence might preserve their lives, while resistance would surely lead to a grim fate. Even the strongest cultivators present, those of the martial emperor realm, could only remain silent in the face of Chen Han's overwhelming authority. This was beyond mere strength. It was the absolute suppression of power. The Zhou family head watched helplessly as his brother was killed, unable to utter a word. Instead, Chen Han spoke lightly, Zhou Lauda, it's not my intention to make things difficult for you. I'm somewhat familiar with your Zhou family. Unlike other families, gathering 50,000 kilograms of star crystals shouldn't be too hard for you, right? This demand wasn't an excuse to destroy the Zhou family. Chen Han genuinely needed the star crystals. After the battle on the Sacred Mountain to confront the armies of Lucifer and Long Outyen, the Northern Territory's star crystal reserves were depleted. The Zhou family, with their mineral resources in Hygiene City, had strong ties with major city families and could easily exchange or for star crystals. Zhou Jiang replied with a deathly pallor, fine, champion Marquis, I will send people to gather the star crystals, but I ask that you do not disturb us until then. Chen Han nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave but added with a meaningful tone, oh, and don't think about running. My men will be watching your family closely these days, and they aren't known for their patience. This statement completely cut off any escape for the Zhou family. Just outside the Zhou family gate, Chen Han's expression turned serious as he instructed Ji Yun beside him, for the next few days, you have one task. Keep the vanguard camp watching the Zhou family. No matter which city they visit or whom they meet, report every detail to me. Ji Yun received the orders and immediately began mobilizing the soldiers of the vanguard camp. At this moment, the true intention behind Chen Han's demand for 500,000 kilograms of star crystals began to surface. He was using this to lure out hidden enemies. The Zhou family mistakenly believed Chen Han was abusing his power and would likely scramble like headless chickens, seeking help from various main city families, offering ores in exchange for star crystals. The families willing to provide such a large amount of star crystals must have deep connections with the Zhou family. Since meeting Huang Xing, Chen Han had realized that the faction opposing Yu Wuyun and betraying Dixia was a large organization with a tight structure and clear divisions of labor. Simply detaining and interrogating the Zhou family would at most reveal a few families from the capital. This organization would decisively abandon the Zhou family and any families they implicated, like a gecko shedding its tail and then rise again. To completely eradicate this organization, it was necessary to address the root first. Use the Zhou family to identify related families in the main cities, then delve deeper layer by layer, ultimately acquiring a list of all families in the capital involved in past events and capturing them all in one fell swoop. Quickly, Ji Yun led the vanguard soldiers to complete the deployment around the Zhou family palace. The Zhou family reacted swiftly as well, with several large trucks soon departing from the palace, heading to various main cities to seek assistance. Seeing this, Chen Han suddenly said to the members of the Cold Night group, "All right, Ji Yun will handle things here. We have a tough battle ahead." Zhu Ming looked puzzled. "What tough battle? Are we going to fight again?" Zhao Yufei seemed to realize something. "Captain Chen, are you saying someone might target you?" Chen Han nodded in confirmation. Zhao Yufei was incredulous. "No way. Who would dare take action against you in all of Xia now? You're the fourth marshal, with the first and second martial gods backing you. Who would take such a risk?" Chen Han smirked. "There are always people in this world who are tired of living." Zhao Yufei suddenly understood. "I get it. You're talking about desperados like Hong Pe." Chen Han acknowledged this understanding. After meeting Zhou Jiang today, he sensed that the head of the Zhou family was not as simple as he appeared. When Zhou Laoer contradicted him, Zhou Jiang could actually slap him on the spot. This level of calmness and ability to read the situation was impressive. For most people, they would not dare to act against Zhou Laoer in such a situation. It was clear that Zhou Jiang might realize that the only ones daring to target Chen Han now were those fugitives. The overall strength of the Zhou family's martial artists was not strong, with the most formidable being only at the level of a first-rank martial general. But the Zhou family's ability to establish themselves and continue to grow in Hygiene City clearly wasn't reliant on the strength of their martial artists. On the surface, the Zhou family has been operating in Hygiene City for many years without ever having a large-scale armed conflict, which is quite unusual. This suggests that any provocateurs have been quietly dealt with by the Zhou family in secret. Driven by profit, it's likely that many powerful martial artists are working for the Zhou family behind the scenes. Anticipating an imminent intense conflict, as soon as Chen Han returned to Zhao Linger's small courtyard, he handed Zhao Shen a sum of money far exceeding the value of the courtyard, requesting to temporarily commandeer the place. He also specifically instructed Zhao Shan to take Jiang Xian to the city for a few days and to prepare for the mining festival. Jiang Xian had no objections to this, but the experienced Zhao Shen keenly sensed something was amiss. He pulled Chen Han aside and asked in a low voice, "Champion Marquis, is something about to happen here? Although I haven't wielded a blade in over 20 years, I once swore to commander you that if there's a battle, I'd be summoned, and if summoned, I would return. If you need me, I'm willing to take up the Azura blade once more." The old soldier's words warmed Chen Han's heart. But he then showed a confident smile. "Rest assured, senior. If I can't handle this little matter, I wouldn't be fit to hold the title of marshal." Seeing this, Zhao Shen felt reassured and patted Chen Han on the shoulder. "Ah, the spirit of youth. I remember when I was just like you, riding high on success, seeing all the flowers of Chang'an in a day." Before leaving, Zhao Shen couldn't help but glance at Zhao Linger again. At that moment, Zhao Linger stood valiantly with a gun in hand, her expression resolute, like a young female general, which slightly eased Zhao Shen's worries. As Chen Han anticipated, among the trucks dispatched by the Zhou family, several did not head to the major cities for help but instead drove into the remote, uninhabited mountains. These areas had no proper roads, and even the soldiers of the vanguard camp had to halt their pursuit due to fear of the terrifying beasts in the forest. At this moment, within the dense forest, a burly figure was fighting a colossal beast that stood tens of meters tall. It was a 14th-year storm elephant, yet under this person's hand, it was no match and was lifted and slammed to death with one arm. This man was the infamous martial arts master and wanted criminal known as the Cannibal Bull. Once a top student at Starry Sky University, he was expelled after devouring his dorm mates overnight and subsequently committed numerous crimes, reportedly having killed thousands of high-level martial artists. Even when the military mobilized 12 camps to hunt him down, he turned the tables and massacred them. It was only when Yu Wuyun personally intervened that he fled into the mountains and sought refuge with the Zhou family. The other expert the Zhou family hired was even more mysterious, a woman who was the only person to ever escape Yu Wuyun's relentless pursuit. Of course, her escape from Yu Wuyun wasn't solely due to her strength. She hadn't reached the martial god level yet, but she possessed an S-level talent known as shadow trickery. This talent, though a rare dark element within the natural elements, was quite different from typical dark element abilities. It wasn't known for destructive power, but rather granted her a unique stealth capability. She could transform herself into a shadow, hiding among the lights and shadows of all things, even slipping into the shadows of enemies or beasts. Combined with her self-created shadow arts technique, It was like adding wings to a tiger. This technique, which only those with the shadow trickery talent could perform, allowed her to silently reap lives using the earth's lights and shadows. At this moment, a woman in a purple bodysuit stood on a hillside 1,000 miles from the ogre bull, gazing at the Zhou family convoy approaching below. Her eyes were full of emotion, and her lips curled in a slight smile. Although she was nearly 40, she looked like a woman in her prime at 30. The Zhou family has come knocking. Seems like this trouble isn't small, she murmured to herself. The Zhou family convoy soon reached the foot of the hill, and the accompanying personnel immediately knelt before the woman known as Phantom, trembling as they spoke. Greetings, Lady Phantom. The nickname Phantom, like the ogre bull, was a code name criminals used to hide their real identities. But unlike the bloodthirsty bull, she was an SS-level wanted criminal with few lives taken. Her crimes mainly stemmed from her obsession with rare treasures. Her most famous act was stealing a priceless white jade qilin from the Luo family, the second most powerful family in Daxia. Luo Heng pursued her for 3 days and nights, but ultimately failed to prevent her escape with the treasure. After this incident, Luo Yuan, the head of the Luo family, personally added her to the wanted list. And this was just the beginning, as nearly all the nobles in the capital became her visiting targets. Eventually, the major families, unable to bear it any longer, jointly requested military intervention. Yu Wuyan had no choice but to personally lead elite troops to hunt her down. Yet, even with only a 6th-rank martial emperor's strength, she successfully evaded Yu Wuyun's sky-overbearing blade and escaped unscathed. Who is the Zhou family head planning to eliminate? Phantom lazily asked. He should know that hiring me doesn't come cheap. Upon hearing this, a Zhou family attendant carefully presented a box. Inside lay a white jade pendant of exquisite quality, its luster like water, breathtakingly beautiful. Even someone as accustomed to treasures as Mei Ying couldn't help but be dazzled when she laid eyes on the jade. She swiftly snatched the jade pendant, gently caressing its smooth surface with her fingertips, her face lighting up with delight. Linglong jade. I knew the Zhou family was hiding something valuable. After toying with it for a moment, she softly inquired, So, who do you want me to kill? The current 4th marshal of the Xia dynasty, Chen Han. The Zhou family servant respectfully replied. Mei Ying was taken aback by his words, almost dropping the pendant. Although Chen Han had only risen to prominence in the past couple of years and was unfamiliar to these long-hidden fugitives, the weight of the title marshal was enough to make her wary. You want me to assassinate a marshal? A marshal must be at the level of a martial god. Escaping from a martial god is already my limit, but to kill him? Impossible. The Zhou family servant bowed and said, Please rest assured. This marshal was only recently appointed. The patriarch has already enlisted Violent Bull and several other S-level fugitives to assist, ensuring everything goes smoothly. To deal with Chen Han, the Zhou family was sparing no expense. Not only had they summoned top fugitives like Violent Bull and Mei Ying, who were SS level, but they had also gathered several S-level experts. Each of these individuals was worth a fortune, and it usually took a significant expenditure to hire even one. This time, the Zhou family had simultaneously enlisted so many top-tier assassins, an unprecedented move. At this moment, Chen Han was sitting in the courtyard of Zhao Linger's home, which had been transformed into a temporary command post. He had deliberately leaked information, declaring this place as the 4th Marshal's base, intending to lure the enemy out. Holding the intelligence report sent by Ji Yun, he slowly read out the list of families closely associated with the Zhou family. Zhang family of Guanghai City, Lu family of Guanghai City, Fang family of Yuntian City. Midway through, he suddenly paused, glancing at Zhu Ming, who stood not far away. After a moment of hesitation, he continued, Hanwu City, Zhu family. This name sent a shiver through Zhu Ming. As Yu Wuyan had stated, the Xia dynasty needed to save itself by eliminating these deeply rooted corrupt elements. However, this cleansing would inevitably affect the family forces within the military. Even if these families were reluctant to send their core members into the army, it was inevitable that some family members held positions within it. Even elite teams like the Cold Knight Squad included family members like Zhu Ming. To thoroughly purge these forces meant that the soldiers would have to make the painful decision of choosing justice over family loyalty. Yu Wuyun and Chen Han both understood that their soldiers would prioritize righteousness, but they were more concerned about potential grievances among them. In a private setting, Chen Han looked directly at Zhu Ming and asked bluntly, Zhu Ming, if your family is really involved, what would you do? Upon hearing this, Zhu Ming immediately straightened up, raised his right hand, and gave Chen Han a standard military salute, his voice firm and resolute. Rest assured, Champion Marquis, if the Zhu family is truly involved, I will be the first to lead people to eradicate them. As he spoke, a determined light shone in his eyes, and he added, I've followed you for so long, and as much as it sounds sentimental, even if you wanted my head, I would willingly offer it because I trust you. Every word from Zhu Ming was filled with sincerity, which moved Chen Han internally. Although both hailed from Hanwu City, Chen Han had little interaction with Zhu Ming outside of their shared connection through Ji Yun. It wouldn't have been surprising if Ji Yun had said such words, but for Zhu Ming to pledge his life was truly remarkable. It's good that you feel this way, Chen Han nodded. If anything happens with the Zhu family, the principle of avoiding family involvement would prevent you from leading the team. Besides, this is just a preliminary list, and some families might only have regular business dealings with the Zhou family. Thank you, Champion Marquis. Tears of gratitude welled up in Zhu Ming's eyes. That day, Chen Han compiled a list of families that supplied star crystals to the Zhou family. On the first day alone, they discovered over 300 families of various sizes across the main cities were implicated, with no telling how many more were involved in the past betrayal. Gazing at the moonlit sky outside, Chen Han sighed softly and ordered everyone to rest. As the night deepened, the surroundings grew quiet. This suburban area of Hygiene City was sparsely populated, and most residents retired early, leaving the area almost entirely dark by midnight. At this moment, two figures silently slipped into Chen Han's small courtyard under the cover of night. One was a burly man with a scarred face, the other as thin as a bamboo pole. Despite their unremarkable appearances, both possessed the strength of a sixth-tier martial general and were high-profile S-class fugitives with bounties exceeding $1 billion. The scar-faced man glanced around and muttered quietly, "This shabby place serves as the marshal's office? It's too simple, isn't it?" The thin man frowned and warned, "Don't be careless. Our target is a marshal of martial emperor level, far stronger than us. Let's observe first and ensure it's safe before alerting the others." After lurking for a while and confirming there were no abnormalities, the scar-faced man pressed a communicator. Moments later, another 7 or 8 individuals scaled the walls, among them the Zhou family's strongest aces Ogre Bull and Phantom. When the burly bull landed, it seemed as though the entire courtyard shook slightly. In what was supposed to be an assassination mission, Baonyo stood in the courtyard, laughing brazenly. "What kind of useless marshal is this? Not even the slightest sense of vigilance. I thought every marshal was as sharp as you, Wu Yun." His voice echoed through the silent courtyard, yet no response came. This unusual silence made Mei Ying frown. It had been about 10 minutes since Scarface and Skinny had entered the courtyard, and since their group had infiltrated. Even if Chen Han was careless, he shouldn't be indifferent to Baonyo's commotion. The entire courtyard was eerily quiet, so much so that the sound of falling leaves carried clearly. Mei Ying took a deep breath and said gravely, "There are only 4 marshals in the Great Xia. Anyone who holds this position is no simple character. Something is very off. What's there to worry about?" Baonyo dismissed. "Find the marshal and kill him. That's it. I want to see how a marshal's flesh is different from an ordinary person's." With that, he couldn't hold back and began searching the small buildings in the courtyard. Perplexingly, they searched every corner of the courtyard but found no one. Scarface said in confusion, "Strange. The intel showed the marshal's base is here. I verified it several times. How can there be no one?" While the group was still puzzled, Mei Ying saw through the truth. This is a trap. No sooner had he spoken than he turned sharply toward the courtyard gate, where a figure had appeared unnoticed. It was Chen Han, clad in a marshal's cloak. In reality, this courtyard was indeed a temporary office location used by Chen Han, but not where they rested. To counter possible actions by the Zhou family, Chen Han had long evacuated the surrounding residents, while his and the Hanya team's real base was in a residential area near Zhaolinger's home. When Scarface and Skinny first entered the courtyard, they had already fallen under Chen Han's surveillance. Chen Han looked at the 8 or 9 people in the courtyard and said calmly, "Were you looking for me?" Though Mei Ying realized the trap, he remained composed, even taking an interest in observing Chen Han. "I thought marshals were all white-haired elders. Didn't expect such a young and handsome one. Became a marshal so early?" The others, unaware of the looming danger, laughed wildly seeing Chen Han appear voluntarily. Scarface brandished a large machete, shouting like a bandit, "Delivering yourself to die? Do you know your situation? Little marshal, you're surrounded by us." At that moment, several spotlights suddenly lit up, illuminating the courtyard as if it were daylight. Zhao Linger, captain of the Vanguard Battalion, ready for battle. Zhao Yufei, company commander of the 1st Company of the Vanguard Battalion, ready for battle. Countless fully armed Vanguard Battalion soldiers emerged from all directions, their guns aimed at the courtyard. A giant mech landed with a thud, its 4 laser cannons aimed at the group of fugitives. Zhu Ming, company commander of the 3rd Company of the Vanguard Battalion, in position, awaiting your orders, Champion Marquis. In just a short moment, the courtyard was surrounded by fully armed soldiers from the Vanguard Battalion. The soldiers' Type 4 laser cannons gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, their barrels aimed at every corner of the courtyard. Even though these fugitives were each highly skilled, they couldn't escape the limits of humanity below the level of a martial god. Even the martial lord-level Ogre Bull and Phantom felt a twinge of apprehension facing such a massive military encirclement. The atmosphere on the scene became tense. Scarface and other more cowardly individuals had legs so weak they could barely stand. These usually arrogant outlaws couldn't help but show their instinctive fear when truly facing a life-and-death decision. Only Phantom remained composed. With her unique abilities, even if she couldn't kill Chen Han, she was confident she could escape unscathed. She gave a charming smile, her eyes quickly scanning for potential escape routes, and teased Chen Han, "Marshal, you really think highly of me, sending so many people." At that moment, the hot-tempered ogre bull was the first to take action. He knew that even with martial lord-level strength, facing a barrage of laser cannons, his body would inevitably be reduced to ashes. He leaped suddenly, soaring dozens of meters into the air, clearly intending to take the opportunity to escape. Trying to run? Zhu Meng snorted, piloting the Red God mech closely behind. The mech's Type 4 laser cannons fired simultaneously, leaving Bull with nowhere to hide at such close range. Instantly, dense laser beams left shocking wounds on his body. Bull let out a howl of pain. He had only previously experienced attacks from Type 3 laser cannons, unaware that Qin Xingbian had already upgraded them to the more lethal Type 4. Now his skin was charred black, and though his martial lord cultivation saved his life, the severe injuries left him furious. Bull glared angrily at the relentless Red God mech, roaring, "Damn it! Next time I see you, I'll tear that thing apart." With his strength, Zhu Meng indeed found it difficult to hold him down. However, just as he turned back, he was caught off guard to find Chen Han had somehow appeared above him, the Overlord's spear thrusting downwards. Seeing this, Bull unexpectedly showed a look of delight. As a martial master, Baonyo possessed a talent specifically enhancing his strength, making him 3 times stronger than ordinary martial masters. In close combat, he always considered himself invincible. Now, staring at Chen Han, a martial emperor without any armor who dared to approach him, a hint of disdain flashed in Baonyo's eyes. "Little marshal, you're digging your own grave." Baonyo laughed wildly, his massive fist, as large as a steel basin, aimed directly at Chen Han's feet. The punch carried an astonishing force of millions of kilograms, enough to shatter any opponent's leg bones. The fist landed solidly on Chen Han's foot, instantly shattering his shoe. However, when the fist reached Chen Han's ankle, a bizarre scene unfolded. Chen Han remained completely unmoved, without even a bruise. Having acquired the celestial overlord body, Chen Han could only be slightly affected by pure physical attacks. Even Long Outyin, a half-step martial god, would find it nearly impossible to harm him, let alone Baonyo. As Baonyo stood in shock, Chen Han's overlord spear had already struck. The spear tip pierced through Baonyo's shoulder like lightning, and the notorious SS-level fugitive was impaled with a single thrust. Chen Han, expressionless, discarded Baonyo into the courtyard as if tossing away trash. Long live the champion Marquis! The soldiers of the vanguard camp erupted in a thunderous cheer. Zhao Yufei immediately led the charge. "Brothers, charge!" The champion Marquis ordered us to capture these fugitives alive. Holding a shield, he activated his thunder cannon talent, using its force to pin the heavily injured Baonyo to the ground. More soldiers then swarmed in, securely subduing Baonyo. The other fugitives were stunned by the scene. Scarface murmured to himself, among martial masters, fewer than 3 could subdue Baonyo in close combat. I never thought he'd fall to a martial emperor. Even Phantom, known for her elusive agility, couldn't help but marvel. She despised opponents like Baonyo with their thick skin and tough exteriors, and Chen Han was evidently even stronger. This meant she couldn't break through Chen Han's defenses at all. As Phantom considered retreat, her figure suddenly vanished, and countless silhouettes appeared on the ground. The figures scattered and swiftly moved to the soldiers' feet, merging with their shadows before they could react. The soldiers, in a panic, swung their weapons at their own shadows, but it was all in vain. The sharp laughter of the Phantom echoed around, adding a more eerie atmosphere. Seeing this, the nerves of a few fugitives instantly relaxed. "Great! The Phantom has made a move," one of them whispered. "Brothers, let's use this chaos to escape." Chen Han frowned slightly. Among all the fugitives present, the Phantom was the one he feared the most. He had recognized her as the SS-level fugitive that even Yu Wuyun found troublesome when he first saw her in the courtyard. Fortunately, she seemed to have little interest in slaughter, being more obsessed with collecting treasures. Otherwise, who knows how many lives would have been lost to her. As far as Chen Han knew, Yu Wuyun had organized a military tech department to specifically study this woman, hoping to find her weakness. But the research results were frustrating. She seemed to have no flaws. Like a true shadow, she could appear anywhere at will, yet she could never be captured. Although Chen Han was confident that the Phantom couldn't harm him, he was concerned about the safety of others. Luckily, the scattered shadows seemed to have no intent to kill at the moment. But just then, a panicked shout broke the stalemate. "Brother!" It was Chen Shui's voice. Before the words were finished, The phantom's figure appeared out of nowhere behind Qin Shui, a sharp dagger pressed against her neck. Xiao Shui. The nearest Zhaolinger raised her long spear, ready to strike, but was forced to stop by the phantom's threat. The phantom chuckled softly. Don't move. I don't want to harm such a pretty little sister. Chen Han was a bit surprised. Isn't your target me? Why take a little girl? I changed my mind. The phantom shook her head. Killing you, the fourth marshal of Daxia, is too risky and not worth the trade. But, since you're a marshal, you must have quite a few treasures. How about exchanging your sister for some of them? Faced with this seasoned extortionist, Chen Han's reaction was unexpected. Even with his sister held hostage, there was no trace of panic on his face. Moreover, he directly called out her real name. Su Wanrua, I advise you to let her go. It's for your own good. This rarely known real name startled the phantom, but she quickly decided it was just Chen Han's bluff and desperation. The more he threatened her like this, the more she felt she had the upper hand. She laughed and said, I, the phantom, never make a losing deal. I can't leave empty-handed, can I? Give me the treasure, and I'll release your sister. From then on, we'll have nothing more to do with each other. Before she finished speaking, the phantom's dagger remained steadily pressed against Chen Shui's neck. She was completely unaware that Chen Han was sincerely trying to persuade her. At this tense moment, Chen Shui suddenly did something completely unexpected. She wrapped her slender fingers around the blade pressed against her neck. The crowd's gaze turned extraordinarily strange, but their focus wasn't on the phantom. It was fixed on Chen Shui. In the next second, an even more shocking scene unfolded. Chen Shui opened her delicate mouth and bit down hard on the dagger. With a crunch, the cold iron blade was bitten cleanly in half, and she began to chew it as if it were a snack. This can't be, the phantom exclaimed in disbelief. This is crafted from the rarest cold iron from Hygiene City's mines, nearly reaching the pinnacle of hardness. Yet Chen Shui seemed far from satisfied and turned her attention to the remaining broken blade, continuing to gnaw on it. This sight left the phantom utterly terrified, prompting her to release her grip and leap back several steps, fearing for her own fingers. When Chen Shui slowly turned to face the phantom, the latter was nearly scared out of her wits. Chen Shui's face was covered in eerie patterns, and her pupils were as black as ink. Just one look was enough to instill fear in the phantom, who prided herself on being a witch. People call me a witch, saying my shadow magic is monstrous. Today, I've finally met my match, the phantom cried out, transforming into countless shadows in an attempt to flee underground. But Chen Shui, or rather the primordial demon within her, found these shadows incredibly intriguing. As she slightly opened her mouth, all the shadows belonging to the phantom were drawn in by a powerful force, turning into a black stream that flowed into her mouth. Your spiritual power is peculiar. I like it very much. The voice Chen Shui emitted no longer resembled her own. Seeing her shadows being absorbed, the phantom finally emerged from one of them, only to find herself unable to move, being inexorably drawn towards Chen Shui. In terror, she cried out, Marshal Chen, I beg you, spare me. I don't want to die like this. As long as I don't die like this, I'll serve you, do anything you ask. You can have all my treasures. Upon witnessing the phantom's dire situation, the fugitives who were once exhilarated fell into a state of panic. In their minds, the phantom was akin to a deity, always able to escape unscathed from even the largest of armies, and even Yu Wuyun couldn't handle her. Yet now, this legendary figure they idolized was being metaphorically devoured, her face showing an unprecedented expression of despair. If even the great phantom is like this, what hope do we have? The fugitives dropped to their knees, clasping their heads in surrender. The raging bull, restrained by the warriors, roared angrily, Phantom, are you putting on an act? She's just a young warrior-level girl. How could you be beaten like this? The phantom was in unbearable pain, realizing she had completely lost control over her shadows, and even her body wouldn't obey her commands. In reality, Chen Shui had been replaced by the primordial demon form. This form's power was enigmatic. It had no chance against Chen Han's celestial dominance form, yet it could easily overpower a martial master like the phantom. However, Chen Han understood that if faced with an opponent like the bull, the primordial demon form would likely be powerless. The phantom turned to Chen Han, pleading for help with a pitiful look. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Han decided to assist. This was not out of pity, but because he valued the phantom's abilities. Her shadow tricks were indeed formidable, to the point where even Commander Yu couldn't handle her. If it weren't for the chance encounter with the primordial demon form, she could have easily escaped today, even if she couldn't kill Chen Han. Since becoming a marshal, Chen Han's attitude towards talent had grown increasingly similar to Yu Wuyun's. Although the phantom was an SS-level fugitive, she had never truly harmed anyone's life. She specifically targeted high-ranking officials and nobility, often donating portions of her loot to the impoverished and slums. This behavior indicated she wasn't a malevolent criminal, but rather had a hint of chivalry. More importantly, Chen Han had long wanted to form a special unit similar to the Dragon City Imperial Guard, or the 869 Bureau, serving as his personal guards. This unit, tentatively named the Shadow Guard, required individuals who were both powerful and skilled in stealth, and the Phantom fit this requirement perfectly. The four commanders of the Hanyi group were each busy with their own tasks and hadn't yet reached the level of strength Chen Han expected, making them unsuitable to lead this special squad. At that moment, the appearance of Mei Ying seemed like fate. Her unique abilities and level of expertise perfectly matched Chen Han's needs. Xiao Shui, let her go. Chen Han ordered the primordial demon body. However, the primordial demon body seemed reluctant, still absorbing the spiritual energy from Mei Ying. Her spiritual energy is delicious. I want to consume her. No, please. Spare me. Mei Ying screamed in terror. Chen Han sighed in exasperation as the golden mark of the celestial overlord body appeared on his forehead. The primordial demon body, seeing this, showed a look of fear and immediately released Mei Ying. Zhao Linger quickly stepped forward, pressing her spear against Mei Ying's throat. Don't move. She felt regret for not protecting Chen Shui in time. If Chen Han hadn't wanted to keep Mei Ying alive, she would have killed her with a single strike. Mei Ying, unfazed, glanced at Zhao Linger. Don't point your broken spear at me. I can't run now. At this moment, the strange patterns on Chen Shui's face gradually faded, and clarity returned to her eyes. Seeing Mei Ying, she immediately exclaimed, Brother, this woman is terrifying. What do you want now, madam? Mei Ying screamed in response. Their unexpected reactions amused everyone. Chen Han smiled as he approached Mei Ying. Earlier, you said you wanted to serve me? Mei Ying immediately knelt and bowed. From now on, I, Su Wanrua, am willing to follow your lead. I will serve you with all my heart and soul. Chen Han didn't trust her easily and looked directly at Mei Ying. I'm not entirely confident in your abilities. He was asking Mei Ying to hand over something as leverage. Understanding his meaning, Mei Ying produced a map marked with the locations where she had hidden stolen treasures over the years. These items are the result of my years of effort. I was afraid I wouldn't remember, so I drew this map. With it, you hold my lifeline. Chen Han took the map but remained unsatisfied. That's acceptable, but not enough. Even with this map, there's no guarantee you won't betray me and escape with the treasures. I need to know your abilities' weaknesses. Hearing this, Mei Ying couldn't help but admire him. You truly are a marshal. I never thought I'd see the day when I, Mei Ying, would be utterly defeated. Mei Ying reluctantly waved at Chen Han. Her once proud demeanor completely vanished. She slowly revealed the fatal flaw of her shadow magic light. Although shadow magic doesn't fully belong to the dark attribute element, it is still subject to the rules of elemental counteraction, and the dark attribute is most vulnerable to light. Chen Han frowned upon hearing this. There are few light attribute users in the army, but they're not non-existent. If what you say is true, you should have been imprisoned long ago. Are you trying to fool me? Absolutely not. Mei Ying replied earnestly, then went on to explain in detail. Her shadow magic isn't easily countered and can be nearly invincible in dark environments. If it weren't for encountering the primal demon body today, she would still believe herself unbeatable at night. However, strong light is indeed her nemesis, whether it's the blazing sunlight or powerful light attribute abilities. Both can force her shadows to take on a tangible form. Once someone exploits this flaw to attack, she suffers real damage. I created shadow techniques to compensate for this weakness, Mei Ying continued, but even at the martial sovereign level, I cannot completely avoid this vulnerability. Yet, finding my real body among hundreds or thousands of shadows is almost impossible, even under strong light. But once someone like Chen Han knows this secret, it's deadly for me. This is also why I rarely act during the day. Chen Han finally showed a satisfied expression. That's more like it. He knew that the vulnerability of shadow magic was Mei Ying's true Achilles heel. Once this information spread, the name Mei Ying would disappear from the martial world. Afterwards, Chen Han ordered his men to arrest other fugitives and put them in shackles, while he took Mei Ying to a secluded residence. Seeing the large bed inside, Mei Ying's eyes became seductive as she teasingly said, Handsome, what do you plan to do with me? Can't wait, can you? To her surprise, Chen Han merely glanced at her coldly. Relax, I have no interest in old women. This remark instantly shattered Mei Ying's facade, her expression becoming even more twisted than when she was nearly devoured by Chen Shui earlier. Who are you calling an old woman? Phantom straightened up indignantly, instinctively showcasing her assets. These long legs, this curvy figure, this flawless skin, what man wouldn't be tempted? Unless he's incapable. Chen Han remained unfazed, retrieving a military badge from his pocket and tossing it to Phantom. He said calmly, only an old woman would say that, because a blushing girl surpasses all. The words hit Phantom like a heavy blow, rendering her speechless. She never expected a young man, not even 20, to suppress her so effortlessly. Looking down at the badge in her hand, she realized it was a colonel's insignia. Are you trying to make me an officer? Phantom frowned, casually tossing the badge onto the bed. I won't do it. You can ask me to kill, but I won't be an officer. The military is so dull. Chen Han had anticipated her reaction, a slight smile playing on his lips. What if I offered you a chance to steal openly? Steal openly? Phantom's interest peaked as she picked up the badge again. That's an intriguing phrase. I understand every word, but together it makes no sense. Chen Han got straight to the point. I want to form a special unit that answers only to me, called the Shadow Guard. You'll be its captain. This unit won't be part of the regular army, focusing on intelligence gathering, assassination, and special missions. Of course, if you want to take a little something extra during a mission, I won't interfere, as long as it doesn't affect the task. Phantom's eyes lit up. Isn't that like being a spy? Like 007. I'm in. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Chen Han's expression turned serious. Don't think it'll be fun and games. This unit takes on life or death missions. As captain, you'll have a heavy burden. Phantom immediately knelt on one knee. I love thrilling excitement. Leave it to me. I'll complete the missions. Her enthusiasm surprised Chen Han, but the first mission he assigned left Phantom gasping. Very well, Captain Phantom of the Shadow Guard. Here's your first mission, Chen Han said with a serious expression. Ready. Head to the capital, follow Marshal Zhong Go of the Xia dynasty, and document his every move, reporting back to me regularly. Phantom was stunned. She had just taken on an assignment to deal with the fourth marshal from the Zhou family, and now she was to monitor the second marshal? But Chen Han had his reasons. Although Zhong Go appeared innocent, the familiar aura Chen Xing detected near him suggested that the legendary Xiao warrior was indeed an acquaintance of Zhong Go. This matter required thorough investigation. Seeing the hesitant expression on Mei Ying's face, Chen Han couldn't help but smile slightly. What's the matter? Don't want to go? Or are you scared? As soon as he said this, Mei Ying reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Scared? Is there any place in this world I wouldn't dare to go? The only thing I might be afraid of is your sister. She lifted her chin proudly. To tell you the truth, I've even been to the home of the Grand Marshal of Xia. Chen Han frowned slightly at her words. You've stolen from Marshal Yu's house? Don't even mention it. Mei Ying scoffed. The so-called Grand Marshal of Xia lives like a commoner. Besides that Qilin bone, there wasn't anything valuable. But that thing is useless to me. Taking it would just cause trouble, so I left it alone. This revelation startled Chen Han. If Mei Ying were interested in anything other than treasure, he might have missed out on the sacred fire Qilin flame. But she was right. Marshal Yu had no heirs and led a life of simplicity. So, does that mean you agree? Chen Han pressed on. Of course. Mei Ying's eyes sparkled. I've had my eye on a set of pre-Qin bronze chimes in Zhonggo's house for a while. You promised I could take something during missions. Noticing she had replaced steal with take, Chen Han realized she had accepted her role as the captain of the Shadow Guards. He nodded with a wry smile, granting her request. It was unexpected how well Mei Ying knew the capital, even down to the treasures in Zhonggo's home, clearly having scoped it out in advance. No sooner had they finished speaking than Mei Ying's figure vanished from the room like smoke. At that moment, Chen Han stepped out of the room and coincidentally ran into Zhao Linger and the others, who were reporting that the wanted criminals, including Violent Bull, had been apprehended. Zhao Linger gave Chen Han a teasing look. Oh, alone in a room with a woman? And you're done so quickly? Zhu Meng didn't catch on, but Zhao Yufei understood and joked. No, I don't think Captain Chen is that quick. It's only been a few minutes. Zhu Meng then realized, right? Only Ji Yun would be that fast. Meanwhile, Ji Yun, who was monitoring the Zhou family, suddenly sneezed. Chen Han felt a vein throb on his forehead. Are you here to discuss serious matters? The group immediately stifled their laughter. Zhao Linger spoke seriously. The wanted criminals are all detained, and we've severed Violent Bull's tendons, so he won't recover anytime soon. But Chen Han, I don't understand. Why capture these criminals alive? Zhao Yufei saw the reasoning. Dead men are useless, but living criminals are a valuable asset. Chen Han nodded approvingly and instructed. Tomorrow, parade them around the city, then take them to the Zhou family with me. Yes, sir. The next morning, Chen Han donned his marshal's uniform and rose early. As the fourth marshal of the Great Xia, Chen Han had to maintain his image while parading those wanted criminals through the streets. He rarely paused in front of a mirror to adjust his attire, but now he did, revealing a face with sharp features and a naturally commanding presence in his eyes and brows. When Zhao Linger entered the room, she was taken aback by the sight. It was rare to see Marshal Chen so meticulously dressed. Usually proud and aloof, she offered a rare compliment. However, when Chen Han noticed the military report-like document in her hand, his brow furrowed. Is it a report from Marshal Yu? He asked. Yes, Zhao Linger nodded, her expression turning serious as she handed the report to Chen Han. Something has happened in the capital. The capital? Chen Han echoed, incredulous. They had only been away from the capital for a few days, and now such a major incident had occurred. The contents of the report were shocking. Since Chen Han left the capital, over 80 families and thousands of people had mysteriously died overnight. These families were precisely the ones suspected of ambushing Chen Xingbian years ago. Even more baffling was that when Chen Xingbian went to investigate, he found the gates of these mansions tightly shut. Breaking them open revealed a scene of widespread carnage, with no survivors. Each mansion contained a confession note, claiming they had committed collective suicide to atone for their crimes. The death of over 5,000 people in one night was clearly a meticulously planned cover-up operation. Chen Han immediately realized this, confirmed his suspicions there was indeed a massive force capable of wiping out dozens of prominent families in the capital. In the report, Yu Wuyun naturally did not believe these so-called suicides, but the situation was already dire. His move to seal off the capital had sparked public discontent, and now with the sudden deaths of thousands, panic was spreading. If someone with ill intentions incited the populace, the situation could quickly spiral out of control. What's more, other families had already jointly petitioned, claiming the real culprits had been dealt with and demanding an immediate halt to the investigation. This report indicated that Yu Wuyun was under immense pressure, and time was running out for Chen Han. These families are ruthless, Zhao Linger remarked. They even turned on their own, determined to eradicate all traces. Chen Han replied coldly, the more desperate they are, the more it shows they're at the end of their rope, forced to use such extreme measures to stop the investigation. He took a deep breath. Stay calm. We must not lose our composure. Come with me. The Zhou family is about to provide a breakthrough. Yu Wuyun didn't rush Chen Han. He quietly reminded him to stay calm. Even after reading the military report, Chen Han maintained his usual composed demeanor, but inside, he had made up his mind. The loss of over 80 families couldn't be settled just like that. No way. Soon after, Chen Han boarded the convoy. A line of vehicles carrying wanted criminals slowly made its way down the main street of Hygiene City. Such a spectacle was unprecedented in this affluent, but relatively small city. Crowds quickly gathered on both sides of the street. That's Scarface Liamo, the wanted criminal who killed over 800 people in Yunshang City 10 years ago. Look at that tall guy over there, the notorious bandit who robbed banks in major cities. The most dangerous is the chubby one in the middle, an SS-level wanted criminal with a bounty worth billions. Seeing these infamous criminals kneeling obediently on the vehicles, the onlookers murmured, who could have the power to capture these villains all at once? At that moment, someone pointed to Chen Han, who was standing on the roof of a vehicle, smiling and waving to the crowd. It's him, the newly appointed Grand Marshal Chen Han. Such a young marshal? Indeed, he carries himself with grace, just like I did when I was young. Oh, please. When you were young, your wife ran off with someone else, you loser. The crowd erupted into laughter. Cheers soon filled the entire main street. At this moment, Chen Han loudly announced, I promise here today that the bounty from capturing these wanted criminals will be fully donated to the Hygiene City Public Welfare Association for the construction of urban infrastructure. Bravo! Long live the champion Marquis. We'll always remember your contribution. The crowd's cheers grew even more enthusiastic. This public parade was not only to restore Hygiene City's reputation, but also to send a message to the Zhou family. Meanwhile, the atmosphere inside the Zhou family residence had become extremely tense. What? Chen Han is not only alive but also captured the people we sent, and now he's parading them around. Zhou Jiang was shocked upon hearing the news, breaking into a cold sweat. Except for Phantom, everyone else has been captured, a subordinate reported urgently. Zhou Jiang muttered to himself, he's not killing them but parading them around. What is he planning? In fact, Zhou Jiang had sent these vicious wanted criminals for two reasons. First, their formidable strength was necessary to kill Chen Han. The second reason made Zhou Jiang even more certain to believe that Chen Han would definitely kill the assassins on the spot, leaving no future troubles. However, to his surprise, Chen Han not only captured them alive, but also paraded them through the streets. At that moment, Zhou Jiang realized Chen Han's true intentions and swallowed hard. I understand now. He captured them alive and paraded them to target my Zhou family. He must know that we sent these wanted men, and he's putting pressure on me. A Zhou family servant quickly reassured him, Patriarch, don't worry. These desperados are tight-lipped and won't betray the Zhou family. Hearing this, Zhou Jiang felt slightly relieved. Just then, a servant stumbled into the inner hall, gasping for breath, and reported, Patriarch, Marshal Chen Han is at the gate with a convoy, telling us to come out and claim our people. Zhou Jiang forced himself to remain calm and slowly walked to the gate. There, Chen Han was proudly standing with his escort team, and Zhao Linger and others had already thrown the wanted criminals like dead dogs on the ground. Zhou Jiang was shocked. Recognizing these people but pretending not to know them, he forced a smile and said, I wonder what brings the champion marquis here today? Chen Han sneered, Patriarch Zhou, someone attempted to assassinate me last night. It must have been your Zhou family. Come, take them back. Zhou Zhang's heart jumped into his throat, but he maintained his composure. Champion Marquis, you must be joking. These are wanted criminals. We, the Zhou family, are law-abiding citizens and don't know them. A Zhou family servant immediately echoed, Marshal Chun, you hold a high position, but you can't wrongfully accuse us. Our Zhou family would never know these criminals. Oh, really? Chen Han raised an eyebrow and glanced at the servant, then tell me, do you know Bao Niu? I don't know him, the servant replied firmly. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Zhao Linger's spear had pierced his throat, splattering blood on Zhou Zhang's face. Chen Han pointed to a second servant, do you know Bao Niu? The man hesitated, I don't know him. In an instant, he was also killed by Zhao Linger's spear. When it was the third servant's turn, a newcomer unfamiliar with the Zhou family's inner workings, he was so frightened he wet himself. He fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. I know. Our master knows him. I don't know anything. Please spare me. At that moment, Zhou Jiang finally understood this wasn't about admitting or denying anything. Even if the Zhou family hadn't sent assassins, Chen Han could twist the facts to his will. Despair covered Zhou Jiang's face, and deep fear shone in his eyes. Only now did he truly grasp the terrifying nature of the fourth marshal of Xia. Before him not only was he powerful, but he also possessed exceptional cunning and strategy. This realization made him involuntarily kneel on the ground. All right, Marshal Chun. Zhou Jiang's voice trembled. I admit. It was I who sent people to assassinate you. Zhao Yufei's lips curled into a cold smile. You now admit that you sent people to assassinate the champion marquis? According to the law, what is the penalty for attempting to assassinate a marshal of our own country? According to the law, it's punishable by death. Zhou Jiang's legs turned to jelly, his voice barely a whisper. Only then did Chen Han leap down from the carriage, walking slowly to Zhou Jiang's side and gently patting his shoulder. Patriarch Zhou, there's no need to be so tense. Since I brought the people here, it's for you to handle. I have no intention of taking your life. Zhou Jiang knew full well that Chen Han's actions were far from benevolent. Sparing his life must mean a greater price was to be extracted. He gritted his teeth, Marshal Chun. Whatever you require, just say the word. Chen Han glanced at the unconscious fugitives on the ground. Among the 8 were 4 S-level, 3 S-level, and 1 SS-level fugitive. He chuckled, it's simple. S-level at 20,000 kilograms of star crystals, S-level at 50,000, and SS-level at 100,000. These words nearly made Zhou Jiang faint. By this calculation, plus the previously demanded 500,000 kilograms, the total reached 830,000 kilograms of star crystals. This was almost like demanding the life of the Zhou family. Marshal Chun, even if we sold everything the Zhou family owned, we couldn't gather that much. Zhou Jiang nearly pleaded. That's not my concern. Chen Han replied indifferently, you have 2 days to come up with 830,000 kilograms of star crystals, not a kilogram less. Seeing Zhou Jiang still hesitating, Chen Han added, how about this? 1 S-level fugitive in exchange for 100 lives from your Zhou family? Zhao Linger and the others immediately prepared to act, scaring Zhou Jiang into repeatedly kowtowing. I'll give it, all right? Please, have mercy. In recent years, the Zhou family had few members left, with only the 3 Zhou brothers in charge. Zhou Jiang himself was unable to have children, but fortunately, the second and third brothers had over 20 offspring, just barely maintaining the family lineage. Chen Han's demand for over 100 lives was enough to wipe out the main line of the Zhou family, tantamount to annihilating the clan. In comparison, Zhou Jiang would rather gather the more than 300,000 kilograms of star crystals. He calculated that with the Zhou family's deep-rooted influence in Hygiene City, even after handing over more than 800,000 kilograms of star crystals, they could slowly recover. Unfortunately, he didn't realize that Chen Han's ambitions extended beyond the star crystals, and the Zhou family had already lost any chance of resurgence. Chen Han nodded in satisfaction, handed over the wanted criminals to the Zhou family, and then drove away. It was only when his figure disappeared at the end of their sight that the members of the Zhou family breathed a sigh of relief. Patriarch, what should we do with these people? One of the staff members asked, pointing at the group of wanted criminals. Zhou Jiang snorted coldly, they're nothing but useless troublemakers, a burden if kept alive. Execute them all. He then ordered his men to kill Bao Niu and the others. Immediately after, he started calling Zhou family members across various locations to gather more star crystals. This operation not only emptied the Zhou family's coffers, but also exhausted the reputation they had built over 70 or 80 years. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, everything was calm, with no disturbances in the capital or Hygiene City. Every day, Zhou family's large trucks, loaded with star crystals, continuously entered the city. However, these anomalies did not attract much attention because Hygiene City's Onsenatacade mining festival was approaching. The streets were decorated with lights and colors, far more festive than the new year. The mining festival brought tangible benefits to every household, so everyone was jubilant. However, the Zhou family, which used to be the most prominent during past festivals, was now shrouded in gloom, not even hanging a single red lantern, as everyone was busy counting the star crystals transported from various places. Looking at the mountain of star crystals on the trucks, Zhou Jiang couldn't help but sigh. These are the foundations built by our ancestors over generations. Losing it all in one day. How can I face my ancestors? As he lamented, the sound of car engines roared from outside. Chen Han had come to collect the star crystals. As he stepped into the Zhou family's courtyard, he was greeted by the sight of large trucks filling the yard. In the morning light, the star crystals on the trucks gleamed brilliantly, colorful like treasures. The scene took Chen Han by surprise. Although he had anticipated the Zhou family's wealth, witnessing them gather 800,000 kilograms of star crystals in just 3 days was astonishing. He thought to himself that had he known, when Yu Wuyan proposed the northern expedition, they could have simply asked these wealthy families for resources. Patriarch Zhou, the 3-day period is up. Are the star crystals ready? Chen Han asked. Zhou Jiang handed over the ledger with a calm tone. Please take a look, Commander Chen. The 83 large trucks in the courtyard, each loaded with 10,000 kilograms of star crystals, are all accounted for. Chen Han didn't bother looking at the account books. He had a basic level of trust in the Zhou family regarding this life and death matter. They wouldn't dare take it lightly. Commander Chen, are you satisfied? Zhou Jiang suppressed his inner rage, forcing a sycophantic smile. Chen Han nodded slightly, his tone laced with sarcasm. Well done. The entire Northern Expedition Army will appreciate your gift. Have your men deliver these star crystals to the military camp. My people will take over from there. These words were akin to outright robbery, yet he spoke of appreciating the gift, rubbing salt in Zhou Jiang's wounds. Zhou Jiang clenched his fists, wishing he could swallow Chen Han whole, but deep down, he knew he wasn't capable of it. All he wished for now was for this plague to take the money and leave quickly, but things clearly wouldn't go as he hoped. Just as the convoy transporting the star crystals left the Zhou residence, soldiers from the vanguard camp suddenly swarmed in, fully armed, sealing all exits, clearly not intending to let anyone leave. Chen Han. Zhou Jiang's face changed dramatically. I've done as you asked. What more do you want? After taking the money, do you plan to annihilate my entire family? Chen Han nodded expressionlessly. You're not wrong. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiang felt a sharp pain in his chest. He had schemed tirelessly to protect his family's lives, only for it all to be in vain. You're utterly heartless. Your evil deeds will catch up with you. Heaven will surely punish you. Overcome with emotion, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chen Han watched this display with cold eyes, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Zhou Jiang, who are you trying to fool? With that, he pulled out 2 booklets from his coat and threw them heavily in front of Zhou Jiang. With trembling hands, Zhou Jiang opened one of the booklets, and as he read its contents, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. It was a record of the Zhou family's crimes over the years. Even though it was just the result of Chen Han's rough investigation over 3 days, it was already a damning account. Extortion, abducting women, blatant bribery, the list went on. Even more appalling was the fact that, due to Zhou Jiang's inability to have children, he allowed his brothers Zhou Lao Er and Zhou Lao San to openly select concubines in Hygiene City, forcibly taking any woman they fancied. The mining disaster 2 years ago was even more horrifying. Over 1,000 workers were buried alive, and the Zhou family, colluding with officials, covered it up without paying a single cent in compensation. Zhou Jiang. Chen Han's voice was as cold as ice. For the crimes recorded here alone, according to the laws of our great Xia, you could be executed 10 times over. This rebuke left Zhou Jiang collapsed on the ground. Chen Han's gaze was as sharp as a knife, and he declared with conviction, justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. If the heavens won't take care of the Zhou family, then I will. Zhou Jiang's previous arrogance vanished entirely as he fell to his knees with a thud, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, Champion Ho, I know I've made mistakes. Please spare the Zhou family this time. After all, we did donate 800,000 kilograms of star crystals for the army. Chen Han let out a cold laugh. Zhou Jiang had never said such words to the workers crushed to death in the mines, to the innocent women who perished unjustly, or to the citizens of Hygiene City. He wasn't truly remorseful. He merely saw the impending doom of the Zhou family. Chen Han pointed to another ledger placed nearby and said calmly, take a look at that one. Zhou Jiang took the ledger, and his pupils contracted sharply. It detailed the extensive network of major city families that had closely traded with the Zhou family in recent days, numbering as many as 2,000. It was with the support of these families that the Zhou family managed to gather over 800,000 kilograms of star crystals in just 3 days. You've been investigating me? Zhou Jiang was bewildered, unable to comprehend why a marshal would be so focused on a small secondary city family. Chen Han didn't deny it and instead asked, Zhou Jiang, do you know why I've been keeping such a close watch on the Zhou family? Zhou Jiang shook his head in confusion until Chen Han mentioned a name. Do you know Huang Xing? That name struck Zhou Jiang like a bolt of lightning, shattering his final facade. He suddenly burst into hysterical laughter. Haha, I finally get it. The capital is on lockdown, calling back all family members. It's time to settle the accounts. I told them long ago, you can't mess with Yu Wuyun's people. But no one listened to me. Zhou Jiang's demeanor abruptly shifted, and he no longer seemed afraid. What? Are you going to play the leniency for confession, severity for resistance game? No need. I'm no saint, but I'm not a traitor either. If you're going to wipe out my family, just say it. I won't betray others. Seeing Zhou Jiang's sudden display of righteous indignation, Chen Han waved his hand lightly. Zhaolinger and others immediately entered with 7 or 8 children, including a 3-month-old baby in Zhaolinger's arms. These were the bloodline of Zhou Lao Er and Zhou Lao San, the descendants of the Zhou family. At this sight, the defiance on Zhou Jiang's face crumbled instantly. For families, their greatest vulnerability lies in their bloodline. For the Zhou family, which has few descendants, this is particularly fatal. Chen Han had long seen through this weakness. He knew that the Zhou family was a tough nut to crack and that violent interrogation would be useless. The only way was to target their most fragile point, their young children. Indeed, as soon as the Zhou family's children were brought out, Zhou Jiang's tough exterior immediately crumbled. Chen Han, do you have any humanity left? Using children as leverage? If you have the guts, come at me. Zhou Jiang shouted angrily, his voice hoarse. Chen Han replied with a blank expression. I only speak of humanity with humans. Before he finished speaking, Ji Yun had already pressed a gleaming knife against the child's throat. The blade rested against the tender skin, needing only a slight push to end the young life. Uncle, save me. The child, clearly never having faced such a situation, trembled with fear, wetting his pants and crying out in despair. Seeing the child's terrified look, Zhou Jiang broke down instantly, tears streaming down his face. Fine, I'll say anything. Do anything you want. Just please let him go. He had no choice but to relent because the children Chen Han had chosen were rare geniuses of the Zhou family. Especially the baby in Zhaolinger's arms, the first in Zhou family history to possess an S-level talent. The Zhou family had never been able to reach the capital because strong members in their clan were so rare. However, the descendants of Zhou's 2nd and 3rd generation were all exceptionally gifted, hailed as the strongest generation in Zhou family history. Seeing Zhou Jiang concede, Chen Han and the Cold Night Squad members breathed a silent sigh of relief. Although they knew the Zhou family was steeped in crimes, they weren't cruel enough to actually harm innocent children. Ji Yun then put away the knife, while Chen Han remained calm. According to Commander Yu's original plan, all families involved in the betrayal back then were to be exterminated, leaving none. Chen Han said slowly. Zhou Jiang turned pale but quickly realized the implication of these words. Sure enough, Chen Han continued, but if you are willing to cooperate, I can make an exception. I will allow the Zhou family's children under 10 to continue living in Hygiene City. Zhou Jiang let out a long sigh of relief. Preserving the lives of these children was worth being a coward for once. Just tell me what you need me to do. Chen Han nodded in acknowledgement. At this point, Zhou Jiang would surely hold nothing back. First, tell me everything you know. Zhou Jiang took a deep breath and uttered 3 words. He Guangwei. Chen Han's suspicion was confirmed. The organization involved in the assassination of Bureau 869 comrades was indeed a massive one. He Guanghui. This organization's history could be traced back 40 years, initially just a platform for major families in Daxia to trade on the dark web. The transactions included human trafficking, weapons, martial arts techniques, and various contraband. Later, someone initiated the formation of He Guangwei, claiming it would facilitate trade. The influence of the He Guang society is deeply entrenched across the dark web. According to Zhou Jiang, about 7,080 of Daxia's prominent families have been involved in dark web transactions, with members of the He Guang society lurking within these families. Years ago, someone within the He Guang society leaked information about Yu Wuyun's establishment of the 869 Bureau and his plans to explore the northern territories, causing a huge uproar within the organization. The majority of members strongly opposed the northern expedition, and to protect their vested interests, they used their family influence to obstruct Yu Wuyun's proposal at every turn. The creation of the 869 Bureau revealed Yu Wuyun's determination, Zhou Jiang said, his tone tinged with regret. The He Guang society, after several online meetings, ultimately decided to resort to assassinating members of the 869 Bureau to stifle the northern expedition. This strategy indeed worked. Watching his carefully selected confidants disappear one by one in the northern territories, Yu Wuyun's confidence gradually crumbled. For the next decade, there was no talk of a northern expedition. If not for the emergence of Chen Han and Yu Wuyun's desperate gamble, this northern expedition might have remained stillborn. I warned back then. Zhou Jiang shook his head. That targeting Yu Wuyun's people was a mistake. Once he found out, the wrath of Dexia's top marshal would be more than we could bear. Unfortunately, my words carried little weight. Chen Han sneered. Yet you still did it, even becoming Huang Xing's direct contact, passing information for the He Guang Society. In fact, over 20 years ago, the Zhou family did not dominate Hygiene City. At the time, several equally powerful families competed for mining rights. However, 19 years ago, these competitors suddenly vanished, allowing the Zhou family to monopolize Hygiene City. On the surface, it seemed the Zhou family's wealth had crushed their opponents, but in reality, it was the result of the He Guang Society's covert operations. The Zhou family traded betrayal for their dominant position. Facing Chen Han's analysis, Zhou Jiang smiled bitterly. You really can't hide anything from you. Your insight at such a young age is truly terrifying. Under Chen Han's pressing, Zhou Jiang revealed the organizational structure of the He Guang Society. Despite having many members, they were secretive with each other, and even the Zhou family, as contacts, knew little. They deliberately maintained this mystery to ensure they could retreat unscathed if exposed. Finally, Zhou Jiang mentioned a name that startled even Chen Han. The Morong family, ranked 6th in power in Dixia, where Morong Schwanza resides, is their superior. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.